My name is Yu Il-shin. I am a web novel author. One day, gates in the dungeons opened, and monsters started pouring out. A calamity had struck humanity. However, the appearance of hunters who had awakened abilities turned the calamity into an opportunity. The existence of god energy and god artifacts that the hunters obtained by hunting became a new hope for humanity. Hunters are classified into ranks from triple S rank to G rank based on their skills. And those among G ranks are not much different from regular people. Plus, the possibility of hunters changing in rank after the examination was nearly zero. A girl appeared in front of the poster, looked and thought, then looked at her profile. Name, Sungmi Ri, current level B+, skill type, lightning. Looking at the evaluation form, she said to herself, this is the 10th evaluation, so no matter how hard I practice, it won't change. At this moment, suddenly a voice rang in her ear, excuse me. Aren't you exhilarated right now? Sungmi turned her head and looked back. She thought to herself, is someone trying to talk to me again? I must be too famous. The boy quickly said, oh please don't think bad of me, just look at me like that, I'm not that type of person. After hearing what the guy said, Sungmi became angry. Is he a pervert? Her hands were clenched tightly, lightning was emitting. The boy spoke up, excuse me, I have a phone call. Then he suddenly ran away in a hurry, sorry, I'll answer the phone first. But when she saw that, she was speechless. She muttered, is this guy crazy? There was another call, number 49, Miss Song Miri. Number 49, are you Song Miri? Miri turned around, ah yes. Miss Miri is right, please come to the evaluation room. Song Rimi went to the evaluation room to receive the results. Here are the results of your assessment. She looked at the evaluation results after the 11th test. Ability, lightning level B+. Miri is sad, again, I couldn't get higher than B rank, is it impossible to overcome class limits? At that moment, suddenly her phone vibrated with an urgent notification, a dungeon appeared in Sungdong Shaewon, a level A thorn bull appeared, requesting help from the hunters above level A nearby. Miri thought to herself, a thorned rhino? The scene changes to Sungdong, the reporter at the scene is saying, I am at Sungdong Park, where the monster started going crazy and attacking people. The cries for help rang out all around, help me, help me. Hunters have yet to arrive as the citizens are getting badly injured and are unable to avoid the monsters. That monster is a thorn bull. It alone can completely destroy a city. People were scrambling, pushing each other and running away. In that chaotic crowd, a boy fell. Yu Il-shin saw it and quickly asked, Sung Yun, are you okay? At that moment, a large shadow suddenly appeared overhead. A thorn bull appeared from behind the two people. It roared fiercely, the two brothers hugged each other in fear, do we have to die here? Suddenly a bolt of lightning flew out of nowhere and hit the monster, causing it to roar. Miri appears with a helmet on her head. After being attacked, the beast turned its head to look. Miri was surprised to see that, what, isn't it hurt? Let's see if you can withstand this move. She said then released a large stream of lightning towards the monster. Lightning, attack. An explosion then occurred. Then, Miri landed, Ms. Ni wondered if it was dead yet. In the thick smoke, suddenly two eyes appeared, then the bull rose up, roaring in terror. Miri raised her arms in front of her chest to control the pressure coming from the bull monster. The bull swung his fists and punched the ground hard, creating a terrible earthquake, making it impossible for anyone to stand. The ground under her feet cracked and she fell down. After trying to get up, she angrily swore, damn it, it turns out A-level is on a different level. Seeing Yu Il-shin and the frightened baby, Miri thought to herself, there's a civilian still here. She looked back at the monster and then turned back to look at them. Her eyes were filled with worry and insecurity, they're in danger. Miri gritted her teeth and quickly ran towards the monster and did not forget to tell the two of them, quickly run, I don't know how long I can hold out. Quickly run away. Once standing facing the monster, Miri raised her hands in front of her chest, and the bull immediately rushed madly to attack her. Then it opened its mouth and roared at her. Miri thought, I have to buy more time. But when she raised her hand, Miri realized her strength had weakened. While the bull was still rushing eagerly. Miri exclaimed, no, it can't be. Standing in front of the approaching black shadow, Miri suddenly remembered a painful past. She recalled old memories. Mom, Dad. I will not forgive them. I will kill them all. Suddenly she heard a voice in her ear, Miri, don't think about things like revenge. Back to reality, Miri gritted her teeth, don't mess with me. I do not accept this. Lightning appeared on her hands. It seems like Mary has turned pain into strength, the internal force in the body is even greater. Miri thought to herself. At that time, a sound rang in her head. Miri let out a powerful scream. She broke her own limit, pulled lightning. Come here and attack it for me. Immediately afterwards, a terrible explosion occurred, lightning spread throughout the surrounding areas. The bull's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. The shout rang out, the B-level lightning hunter had defeated the A-level monster. Thank you sincerely, the lightning hunter. Please look here. Voices of praise rang out. I love you. Let me take a photo with you. As expected of the Thunder Empress. How can a B-level defeat an A-level? Hey everyone, the B-level torpedo hunter just destroyed the horned bull monster with an incredible attack. Songmiri stood in surprise, looked down at her hand and realized, I defeated it. What's going on? What's with the power just now? It feels like I've surpassed my limits. Suddenly a voice said, Thank you, Miss Songmiri. I don't know how to repay this favor. Miri quickly waved her hand and replied, no, it's nothing, I'm glad you two are still safe. Thank you very much. Then Yushil and Songmiri say goodbye to each other. Songmiri suddenly realized something. What? Wait, how does he know my name? Everyone just knows that I'm the Thunder Empress. She discovered that the voice she heard in her head was his. Yushin said to the child in his arms, Let's go home. Miri returned wondering, who is he? After the bull incident, this place became famous for suicides, although, naturally, I'm not here to die. Actually, it's the opposite. I was close to death. Forget about that, even my nephew already. Yushin pondered thoughtfully. All of this is because of my phone. Then Yushin threw the phone away. What a cursed phone. Back to a few days ago, Yushin sat in front of the computer, in an indescribable confusion. I couldn't think of any words, the assignment was due tomorrow. Yushin picked up his phone and thought, should I rearrange the apps I don't use anymore? Just looking down at the screen, he saw a strange icon. What is this? When did I download an app like this? Is this a game? After entering the interface, Yushin only saw an ant. He wondered, what an ant, I can't even read these words. What kind of bad game is this? Should I try playing it now? Yushin then tried to touch the ant. He found out, it's dead. At that moment, suddenly a gold coin came out from the phone. What is this? Another coin flew out, shot straight at Yushin's forehead and landed on the laptop on the table. Then a notification appeared on the phone. The first player was crushed to death. The reward dropped as a Dark God coin. Congratulations, you have taken another step closer to the almighty evil god who strives for conquest and power. After seeing strange coins falling from his phone, Du expressed surprise. No way, could it be that he had mastered the abilities of a hunter? The day the bull incident happened, I would have been in a mental hospital, or joining a martial arts sect, if the same thing had happened 20 years ago. But times have changed. A voice called out, registration number 369, Yuil Shin. The crowd around burst into laughter when they heard his name. Did you hear that guy's name? It's really funny. He shyly approached the counter, secretly hoping, please don't add your last name when calling my name. But the girl standing at the counter smiled happily and congratulated him. Congratulations to Mr. Yuil Shin. The test results show that you meet the criteria to acquire the ability. Hearing that, Yushin was very surprised. After that, he had the illusion that he was admired by girls. Yushin thought to himself, I don't dare dream of reaching A level. Please be D class, no, even E class, I'll give up writing and become a hunter. While still dreaming, the girl said, the result is here, it is level G. After hearing this, Yushin was filled with disappointment. Is it G level? That's right. The girl pointed at his ability test and said, if you look right here, Mr. Yuil please, you can see that your ability is described as the power to produce materials. This is your ability, Yuil Shin. Yushin held out his hand hesitantly. So, is there no difference between G rank and a commoner? That's right. You belong to Class G, do you want to apply for a license? How much? Registration fee is 280,000 won. After hearing this, Yuil Shin looked sad. The girl asked again, do you want to register? Yuil Shin replied, no. He thought, there was no reason to waste money when there weren't any G-rank dungeons that could be entered. Hiya, I guess this is my position. I was so startled that I quickly went home and finished the manuscript before the editorial manager urged me to do so. Suddenly, one day, Du-sin woke up in the middle of the night, staring at the clock on the table. He asked himself, what have I done during the past 5 hours? I keep writing and deleting everything. So disheartened. Should I rest a bit? So Yul Shin picked up the remote and turned on the TV. The current news program is saying, S-rank hunter Baek Yuyun conquered the disaster-level dungeon, the Darkness Dragon's dungeon, and has successfully closed it. With this achievement, we have taken another big step in saving humanity. Hearing that, Yu Shin immediately sighed and continued to change the channel. In front of him was a girl, seductive and deadly temptation. A product that even S-rank hunter Sung Mina carries with her before entering the dungeon. A unique choice that will protect your skin. There are arrogant hunters everywhere. Yul Shin screamed, it was such an eyesore. He buried his head in the pillow and muttered, I should sleep and continue writing the manuscript with a comfortable mind. Just after falling asleep, the phone suddenly rang. Yul Shin felt frustrated. He shouted loudly, what kind of alarm that can't be turned off? Yul Shin opened the app again and clicked. Trash game, lame pants notice, ants keep appearing, even though Yul Shin has killed a lot of them, they keep multiplying. So frustrated he shouted, damn ants, let's see who wins. The next morning, after a night of constantly pressing his fingers, Yul Shin woke up. Looking at some coins scattered on the floor, he wondered, where have the coins disappeared? There should be hundreds of coins here. Yul Shin picked up a coin and said, I'm pretty sure, small coins all have the number 1 written on them, but here it's written 100. While thinking, the phone rang again. Congratulations, nameless god, you have completed the necessary requirements to open the god store. Yul Shin was surprised. What, god store? Do you want to buy anything at my store? If you want, press. If you don't want, press no. Yu Shin is wondering, I don't know anymore, although curiosity is harmful, but I can't resist. He selects the yes button. Then the phone suddenly emitted a light that surprised Yul Shin. In another development, in a room strictly guarded by bodyguards, voices were heard saying, we are grateful to the politicians. Today, the president and the head of the Hunter Association for being present here despite your busy schedule. Finally, our nation has appeared who has unlocked the God Store. Oh, finally, the Hunter Store is finally available in Korea. The two men slapped their hands on the table in excitement. Isn't that an extremely rare ability that only a small number of creative hunters can awaken? We can finally buy items and skills that only appear in other grades. Now, please come in. The door opened and a couple walked in. A man with purple eyes and light brown hair. He was introduced by someone in the room. Just in time, please welcome Mr. Kang-woo, the S-level creative hunter who has unlocked the hunter shop. And the S-class psychic is here to support everyone's understanding of the situation. Sitting in front of them right now is President Yoon Hyun, the President of South Korea. We would like to thank the officials, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman of the Hunter Association. Because despite being busy, you came here to participate today. And finally, I would like to announce that someone from our country has unlocked the hunter shop. The two men looked at each other and exclaimed excitedly, oh, it was finally done. Korea is finally unlocked. Please come in. Is that him? A guy wearing glasses walked out and said, Sir, we want to see you activate the hunter store, is it okay? Everyone there said in unison, yes, we also want to see the hunter store. Hearing that, Kang-woo immediately opened the hunter's shop. While opening, his energy caused everyone around him to stagger. The guy wearing glasses quickly asked, is everyone okay? Mr. President. I'm okay. After opening the hunter's shop, everyone saw nothing. The president said, it looks flashy but I can't see anything, what about everyone? The guy with a beard and black glasses said, I don't see it either, sir. The guy wearing glasses explained, don't be too surprised. Normally, it can only be seen by the one who activated it. If you can't see it, we would like to invite Miss Songmi Na to use her psychic skills to be able to see what Mr. Kang-woo is seeing. Songmi Na cleared her throat after listening, ahem. Then she showed off her psychic skills. At this time, everyone could see the hunter shop opened, with many high-end items. The whole crowd cried out in surprise. That is a high-level, A-level elixir hunter's shop, with consumable items priced at 7,000 gold. S-level holy sword, equipment classification costs 2 million gold. Blessing of the S-class thunder god. Skill classification costs 300 million gold. Crowds admired each other. They were all items that I had only heard about in legends. So a hunter's shop is like this. The blessing of the thunder god, 300 million gold. So that's $30 billion. Considering the effect of this skill, the price is also cheap. While there was a stir, the president suddenly spoke up, everyone, please remember that the fate of the country depends on this issue. So everyone, please keep this secret. We will appoint 2 S-class hunters to be Mr. Kang Woo's bodyguards. But what those people didn't know was that there was a young man who owned my shop and was still bewildered. Yuil Shin received a notification from the system. Congratulations, atheist, you have met all the necessary conditions to unlock the God store. Yuil Shin, curious, God shop? He hesitated, but you know what people say, curiosity killed the cat. Then he pressed the button. The system asks the question again. To activate the God store, you need 100 coins. Do you want to use your 100 coins? Of course he chose yes. Yuil Shin looked at the 100 gold coin disappearing. He exclaimed, "Ah, it's gone. Successfully activated the store. You lost 100 gold coins." Yuil Shin thought to himself, up until now only a few strange coins have appeared, but what if I'm like the Kang Woo hunter? Sure, there's a world of difference between G rank and S rank, but at least I can do a few operations. Your shop has 372 gold coins. Yuil Shin wondered, what do these words mean? I don't understand anything. Also, I only earned 300 coins all night. He suddenly exclaimed, what the hell is wrong with these prices? I really don't understand. While Yuil Shin was still confused, the phone screen suddenly moved. It moves on its own and then stops on its own. Yuil Shin secretly guessed, does it want me to buy it? It costs 100 gold coins. Before he could do anything, the system sent a notification that you had purchased the unique rights to the blind god's eyes. Blind divine eyes, unique authority, what use does it have? The unique power of the unknown god comes from a strong desire for courage. Even if you look at the truth, you won't see it. After purchasing the powers of the blind god, suddenly Yuil Shin's eyes lost their irises. Then he was startled, what's wrong with my eyes? I can't see anything, what's going on? I won't be blind, right? I remember the phone, I have to call 119, where is my phone? Probably just nearby. Yuil Shin kept groping in the dark and tripped. He shouted, what is it? I'm so miserable. Wow, it seems like my eyes can see again, it's so scary. Yuil Shin felt confused, the words from before were now readable again. The first thing that appeared in the god's shop was the Fire of Gehenna, a low-level god, priced at 2 million gold coins. The second item is the Box of Pandu Ra, a middle-level god worth 5 million gold coins. Item 3 is to summon the Planet Destroyer, a high-level god, costing 1 billion gold coins. Item 4 is a Super Time and Space Rewind, worth 10 billion gold coins. Yuil Shin laughed, these items all have funny names, but what is this? It looks so strange. Super God Classification, exclusively crafted items, Transcendent Level, price 100 million billion gold coins. Yuil Shin thought, it feels like I became the main character in a novel. Once it's G level, it'll only be G level from now on until death, and S level will always be S level, but it seems like there's an exception. What if I can buy anything else? Let's see. He looked at the phone screen, spoke, crushing index finder of the god, it sounded so cool. I only had enough money to buy this, so I took a risk and bought it. After you clicked buy, the coins immediately disappeared. You have purchased the god's powerful index finger, unique powers. This is the skill? What effect does this have? While Yuil Shin raised his index finger, he suddenly realized that the air conditioner had just turned on automatically. Index finger of God's power, index finger of God's power. Yuil Shin shouted and stood up. Immediately after that the air conditioner was turned off. He pointed brightly at the TV again and said, pointing his finger at the power of God. The TV automatically turns on. It will now be today's weather news. There is no sign of rain today, the weather will continue to be beautiful and sunny. Yuil Shin was extremely surprised with the ability he had just discovered. He exclaimed, I think this ability is like a remote control. And then Yuil Shin pointed his finger again, reciting the god's index finger of destruction. His laptop turned up, the guy sits back in his chair and crosses his arms, laughing, ha ha, as expected, you can't automatically write a story. Suddenly the phone rang, a call all of a sudden? The caller's information appeared on the screen, which was the wonderful person in charge. Yuil Shin answered the phone, hello, hello. A voice on the other side rang out, wow, author, the story chapter you sent before was really interesting. I'm very surprised. I'm just wondering, I just wrote random things about my experience killing those damn ants, that's what he means. Yuil Shin replied, really? Interesting, what part? The guy in charge said, yes, the topic is very unique, he's really talented but there's just one big problem. Hearing about the big problem, Yuil Shin looked worried, what is it, what is the problem, I will immediately. The guy in charge interrupted, "Ah no, it's not that big of a deal, the next chapter is that, the next chapter isn't, I'm so looking forward to it, hee hee." Hearing that, Yushin breathed a sigh of relief and thought, this a-hole scared me. That's really cool, so when is the new chapter coming out? Yushin replied, 3 days, no, give me 2 more days, I will send it right away when it's done. Mr. Author, actually I'm not really looking forward to it, but what you say makes me look forward to the new chapter. Do your best. Yushin looked at the phone in his hand and thought to himself, so that bullshit story about ants is really interesting. Then let's do it. There's no reason to refuse. Yushin said as he killed the ants moving on the screen. Number 302 has been crushed to death, the reward is a dark coin. Let's work hard for the next project. Yushin continuously clicked, wherever he clicked, gold coins fell out. Those coins suddenly merged together, then turned into gold coins worth 100. Seeing that, Yushin immediately understood, it turns out it merged like this. Odd coins, finally got 100 coins. But it seems like it's still a long time before I have enough money to buy the items, so what should I do? The cheapest item is already 1,000 coins. Yushin looked down at an item. What the hell is the blessing of the god of growth, low-level god? But this is the lowest price. Even the lowest level is more valuable than a useless power that is no different from a remote control. My heart is pounding just looking at the word growth. Let's quickly save up 1,000 coins to buy. Just like that, he repeatedly clicked. The ting sound continuously rang out. Suddenly a monster named number 404 appeared. Yushin touched it and was surprised. What is this? Why isn't this animal dead? Number 404 appears. Yushin exclaimed, what the hell? Looking closely, it looks different from the others. Looks like it's a boss. If that's the case then let's fight. Yushin tried his best to kill it, but the ant fell repeatedly and avoided it, still not dying. What is that? How dare you avoid it, that's really annoying, I'll let you know. The title of God of Rhythm Games is not an illusion. After saying that, he sat down and pressed continuously, until both his arms and body shook, but in the end he still couldn't kill it. How can an ant like you be so fast? Yushin observed the ants on the screen. So annoyed, he shouted, die, all of you, die. After the scream, small coins flew out again. An 0801 was crushed to death. The coins merged together. The nameless god's karma is over 800. 200 karmas remain until you attain the title of the great evil god, the one who seeks power and destruction. You will receive a reward for achieving this title. At this time, Yushin was already very sleepy, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep, even though the screen showing the special powers of the blind god's eyes would be activated. Tracking down the lost sacrifice number 404. Suddenly the scene changed. Yushin appeared inside a movie theater. He was confused, where is this? Hello, is anyone here? Is this a movie theater? The light flashed, Yushin raised his hand to cover his eyes, not knowing what that light was. Then Yushin put his hand down, he looked at what was before him with surprise, and finally sat still in the chair, looking up at the screen with dull eyes. The scene shifts to somewhere desert-like, desolate, barren. An object is moving on it. He walked and thought, so this was the true power of the black tribal god. It is willing to sacrifice its disciples just to kill itself. It's not a god, it's the cruelty of a demon. Can't waste any more time. I have to let my brethren know about this. In the middle of a desert there is a shadow of a strange creature. After a while, it stopped in front of a cave. The ant suddenly became afraid. It looked at the line of characters on the cave entrance and coughed heavily. Its body's trembling. After calming its mind, it slowly walked inside. A moment later, lunch was taking place in the cave. The ants were eating their food. Suddenly, the sound of a stranger made them stop. At the same time, the ants looked at the other ant. When seeing wounds on the bodies of fellow ant, the movements all stopped at once. This ant slammed the sword on the ground and then shouted, I found a food source from the fleeing black tribe, but it was all destroyed by the god of the black tribe. That was a freak and it's scary, so we have to run away now. We need to do something before that monster attacks again. The swordsmen on the dining table were stunned for a moment as if they were determining the other person's words. Finally they burst out laughing, O coward, shame of the great empire, monster, what a monster of a black god, if you are defeated by your food then you should die right there. While the mockery was still echoing, there was a shout outside the door, and everyone was silent. As soon as the voice was spoken, the ants seemed to have been set up and stood seriously at the same time. The ant standing at the door was also startled and turned back. That ant bowed down with the other ants and plead, "Oh great shaman, Sir 808. The other ant was silent for a while before speaking in an old voice, I feel the appearance of the demon that 404 mentioned. These things are true. The one called 808 trembled, great shaman. He continued, this land is now the territory of our great emperor, his imperial majesty. That evil god is in this sacred land, we must eliminate him immediately. 808 was so happy that he believed what I said. The great magician raised his hand to reassure him. The old man muttered, may nature be with you. Not long after, 808 was stunned when the wound on his body recovered. The great magician continued, brave warrior, guide us. I shall subjugate that demon myself. Everyone fought together to defeat him. Die, devil. The image had just arrived when Yuil Shin woke up in shock. He was sweating profusely. What is this? So real. Is it me dreaming about ants, or is it that tribe of ants dreaming about me? Suddenly his phone announced that numbers 404 and 808 were being invaded. Yuil Shin couldn't help but curse, this damn ant. Very well, I will immediately destroy you. Suddenly inside the screen there was a voice, nature would stop the devil. When he saw the configuration of the swords, Yuil Shin panicked even more. No way, that was the shaman ant with the beard I saw in my dream. His eyes were filled with intense frustration. From the screen shot a ray of light straight into Yuil Shin's brain. He followed inertia and looked up into the sky. That light made him bleed. At the same time, the ants were still continuing to recite the formation. Nature will stop the devil. Yuil Shin held his head in pain. The wound on his forehead made him unable to help but groan. Ant 808 was happy and conquered that guy. He was truly a great shaman. You have achieved a great feat, your majesty will be very pleased, we will have a lot of food in this reward. Congratulations to the great magician. These ants still did not detect that the great magician's body was trembling more and more. It wasn't until I calmed down that the great shaman quickly reminded everyone. Before the voice finished speaking, a light in the sky hit the ant's body straight. Things haven't stopped, that light is getting more and more. The ants scattered, running away in fear. Group after group was burned. Yuil Shin on the other side was continuously punching the phone screen. He didn't know that he was considered a brutal god. Each punch caused a cloud of ants to fly away. Soon the phone screen shattered. Yuil Shin's face became wrinkled. He was startled and looked at the phone. My phone screen broke, and at the same time, he also won the title of Evil God. Waiting for him to dispel the pain of his broken phone, he was startled and looked around the room, surrounded by gold coins. Yuil Shin just had time to look at phone notifications. The karma of the unknown god have reached 1000. Obtains the title of brutal killing, the effect of increasing the fighting luck of the nameless god. Yuil Shin seemed to be consolidating the information he received. After a while, he breathed angrily, I am a good citizen, how can I be an evil god? While still dissatisfied, the coins on the ground seemed to have legs and ran closer to each other. After a while, a strange ring appeared. Yuil Shin picked it up and was confused, what is this? He put it to his nose and smelled it. Just a moment later, his face was confused and excited, what is that? The smell is so great. It feels like my mind is being purified, is this the smell of herbs, what is this thing? Should I try it? As soon as he put it on his hand, Yuil Shin's whole body seemed to be surrounded by a light. I feel like my body is much more relaxed, all fatigue has disappeared. While he was rejoicing, his phone's broken screen rang with a notification. The blind god's eye has been activated, examining the ring. Inspection completed. The druid ring, the ring worn by number 808, contains the life force of a forest, especially helping to increase the power of elemental attributes. After knowing the whereabouts of the ring, Yuil Shin was curious and was surprised to see if it would work with other items. As he spoke, he focused his energy on looking at the TV. After a moment of grimacing, the blind god's eyes were activated. He found out that this was Yuil Shin's TV that had been used for a year and had 3 months left to pay. The laptop has been used for a year and 2 months, with 6 months left to repay. The bed has been used for 10 years, but it should be thrown away. After realizing my poor situation, Yuil Shin got depressed. Should I stop? I think I'm being too tempted. Wait. This extraordinary ring and appraisal power. Am I really just a G-rank hunter? They wouldn't rate it as only G-class if they saw the ring's power. Go back to the Star Appraisal Center. Said and done, just a moment later Yuil Shin arrived at the center. When the receptionist heard his request, he was surprised. The error rate was less than 1%. Do you really want to reevaluate? Yuil Shin nodded, yes. The receptionist sighed. You probably know that only the first appraisal application is supported by the government. If you reappraise, your reappraisal fee will be 1,580,000 won. Do you pay in cash or use a card? Hearing the price makes him feel sad. He immediately fell into a state of doubt about life. Wasn't his highest level just a G? After a moment of hesitation, he whispered, "Sorry, I will come back later." Faced with the receptionist's puzzled eyes, Yu Il-shin hurriedly left. Maybe I should think again. It's too much money and I can't pay it back. I was so excited about this ring. Oh my god, it's so rustic. I should spend that time writing. I look like an idiot. Anyway, many people come here to appraise the real rank. You have to quickly come up with an idea and write a story quickly to submit it. Is there anything here that inspires writing? While looking around, the phone announced that the blind god's eye was activated. Yu Il-shin was surprised. It works for you too. Is it true? He half doubted and tried to appraise passers-by. Immediately all their information appeared. Even sensitive issues make Yu Il-shin face salty. Suddenly he stopped. In front of him was a schoolgirl with a sad face. This person is about 19 years old, her name is Song Miri, and is tingling. Yu Il-shin stood up in a hurry. This girl was the first person he saw by name. Moreover, what is she tingling about? Yu Il-shin couldn't help but wanted to chase. But his body immediately trembled again. I'm going crazy. Curiosity is what kills a writer. What should I ask her? What if I got slapped? But no matter how Yu Il-shin mentally struggled, the distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. He spoke confusedly, sorry, are you feeling wrong somewhere? The girl looked back at him in confusion. His heart trembled. I finally did it. Oh my god, I'm really crazy. But his words made the girl's mood angry. Yu Il-shin saw the wariness in her eyes. He stammered and said, "Please don't think of me as a stranger." As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but scold himself, thinking how could she not think like that, this idiot. He flusteredly continued, "I'm not a strange person. The more I talk, the more confused Yu Il-shin becomes. Say something more believable. At this rate the police will come and strangle me." While the situation was tense, his phone vibrated. Yu Il-shin hummed, "Sorry, someone called." He felt comfortable and picked up the phone. The caller is the Devil's Sister. This name immediately scared Yu Il-shin. He quickly turned around and ran away, apologizing that I had to answer the phone. The girl stood there looking at him with indignant eyes. A moment later outside on the street, Yu Il-shin laughed and answered the phone. "Where should I go to meet my lovely niece?" The other end of the line immediately scolded, "Seriously, every time I mention money, you become so happy, and ask me not to consider you unemployed anymore." Yu Il-shin retorted, "Just because I like pocket money, does that mean I'm unemployed?" "Then I know, so stop talking, I'm hanging up, don't be late." As soon as he turned off the phone, Yu Il-shin breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was being kicked for wasting time at the police station. He didn't know if he would be able to survive again before starting to write. He followed the appointment and went to the park. A little girl turned and said, "Uncle." Yu Il-shin couldn't help but comment, "She's so cute, how could my evil sister give birth to an angel like this?" While Yu Il-shin was busy admiring her. "Continue talking, what does dark history mean?" Immediately Yu Il-shin's emotions dropped. "What a dark history. That's something that got rewritten in your uncle's life today." The girl is confused. What is the update? The other person's earnest eyes made Yu Il-shin stir. Oh god, how could I resist pinching her chubby cheeks? Thinking about it, he immediately raised his hand to caress her cheek. Oh my god, she's so cute. After a while, the girl suddenly let out a pout. "I hate you, I told you not to do that again, I've said it so many times you don't remember." Yu Il-shin hastily apologized, "I'm wrong." Seeing that she still hasn't calmed down, Yu Il-shin is more confused. I can't resist pinching her chubby cheeks, but this is the thing she hates the most. Every time she's sad, she gets angry like this for at least an hour later. I have to do something. During times of stress, the system activates Blind God's ability. Then scan the niece's status. As soon as he saw the girl's desire to eat an ice cream, Yu Il-shin was happy. She wanted to eat ice cream, a chocolate ice cream cone. He smiled and said, "Let's go eat ice cream, an ice cream cone with chocolate flavor that is both sweet and delicious." The girl was immediately drawn to attention and showed a hungry face. A moment later, the two went to the ice cream shop. The staff warmly said, "Hello, thank you for visiting our store." The niece pointed to the ice cream counter and happily said, "Uncle, I want an ice cream cone." Yu Il-shin nodded, "Okay. Let me pay." He was about to buy 2 ice creams when he realized that he had little money so he could only buy one. The employee looked at the pile of change and immediately changed her attitude. She struggled to pick up each coin and replied, "Please wait a moment." Standing from afar, watching the operations of getting ice cream, Yuil Shin felt dissatisfied in her heart. She gave too little. She's discriminating because she paid in coins. This ice cream is for the future children of the country next to her. Wait, I can control it remotely with this finger. God's crushing index finger. It seems like I have to fight for my own customers' rights. Under Yuil Shin's control, ice cream flowed out. Not long after, the niece held the giant ice cream and happily sat down to eat it. Yuil Shin said teasingly, "Can you give me a bite?" She quickly hid it and shook her head. Yuil Shin sighed, "Okay, then eat it." What a peaceful day. Before he could rest comfortably, the phone kept ringing with warnings. Yuil Shin took it inexplicably. Inside is the title of the brutal murderer who was raided. Through this activation, the nameless god's fighting luck has increased significantly. Yuil Shin fell into confusion and did not understand what was going on. At this moment, a voice came from somewhere, walking on the path of a great devil. "I will devour everything including the trials you are going through to become a true demon." The warning sound kept ringing, and the ice cream in her niece's hand fell to the ground. Yuil Shin looked around warily. From the sky, a pair of murderous eyes flashed. The monster slowly appeared. Yuil Shin is sweating profusely. It's over. That night after returning, Yuil Shin remembered the image when the monster appeared. A girl stood in front of him and shouted loudly, "I don't know how much longer I can take, go away quickly." The monster growls then attack. Yuil Shin felt its intense killing intent. His eyes widened in panic. In the eyes of the system, this monster named the Rhinoceros wanted to gain divinity by devouring the nameless god. The more Yuil Shin thought, the more he fell into contemplation. Nameless god. That's my nickname in the game. It's definitely aimed at me. This isn't a coincidence. The scene at that time reappeared in Yuil Shin's mind. Message when the cow died. Yuil Shin receives a free purchase of a low-level god's power in the god's shop, however is limited to the demon god's unique powers. Only then can Yuil Shin calmly look at the phone. Everything comes from this phone. Stupid phone thing. While cursing, he picked it up and was about to throw it away when suddenly it vibrated. Inside is a warning line about a saintess appearing. Yuil Shin stood stiffly in confusion. On the other side, in front of the cave entrance, there was a guard trembling. "Please, we beg you." The guard sobbed and waited to die. "Please have mercy. Please save our tribe." Inside the cave there was a little girl who also heard the scream outside. "That thing is moving slowly inside." It spoke up, "The saintess of the black race. Do you think there is any chance of escaping from the hands of the imperial soldiers?" As he spoke, he craved his own disgusting tongue. The saint stood there helplessly. Yuil Shin at the same time received the message, "Godless, do you want to rescue the little creature who is desperately begging for your help?" Yuil Shin's face turned pale. "I'm sure it looks similar to this." Inside the screen, the monster's sword was about to strike down. "It's beyond gratifying, saintess of the black race, be grateful that you will become a sacrifice to His Majesty the Empire." The monster's words had just finished speaking when suddenly in the air there was a source of pressure coming closer and closer. Its whole body was on fire. At the same time, Yuil Shin was constantly pressing his hand on the screen. He muttered, "This ant is quite big." After a while, the money fell out again. The phone informed that the saint wanted to know the true identity of the nameless god. Yuil Shin was surprised. What is his identity? Then he entered his name. Next, the saint immediately showed her worship. At the same time Yuil Shin received the title of Absolute God, the Benevolent Savior. At the same time Yuil Shin changed from evil to neutral. And received the amount of 100,000. As soon as he saw the money, Yuil Shin was hungry. Wait, that means I have collected all 108,700 coins. What should I buy? What should I buy? After walking around the system, he immediately chose God's blessing as the first item. From the phone fell a bottle of herbs. Yuil Shin took it and looked at it in his hand. It is the body fluid that accumulates after being shed during the training of a seeker of eternal truth. Yuil Shin's emotions quickly dropped. It made me no longer interested in buying it. It looked like it had no taste at all. After a few seconds of hesitation, he immediately drank the entire bottle. What is this? It's no different than a bottle of energy drink. This is nonsense. This is nothing more than a scam. It is noted that the more you use the system, the more powerful it will be. After reading it, Yuil Shin has calmed down, so I'll grit my teeth and wait to see. It wasn't long before he drank a bunch more. Emotions are also getting worse. Nothing is happening. Just a few seconds later, Yuil Shin's body fell unconscious. During this time skills are being silently assimilated. It wasn't until late at night that Yuil Shin woke up. He held his head tiredly. When did I come home? What is this? A group of stars. While Yuil Shin was still not in his right mind, a group of ants gathered on his hand. The number is increasingly terrifying. Yuil Shin promptly realized the situation and jumped out of bed in panic. He was scared. Something happened to these ants. Why won't the door open? While Yuil Shin was running away in confusion, the swords were getting closer and closer. Yuil Shin continuously jumped in pain when attacked. Until there was no more way, he looked in front of the window. This is only the 3rd floor. That means, if I jump down there, I won't die, right? All of Yuil Shin's calculations had to stop when his face hit the glass of the window. The whole person collapsed and fell to the ground. At this time, Yuil Shin was more confused. Am I stuck here? He let out a loud scream. A moment later, a fireball appeared in his hand, the ants whispered to each other, and the entire army attacked. Yuil Shin did not hesitate to throw fireballs at them. After seeing the leader of the ants being killed, one of the other ants became familiar. It actually had enough firepower to destroy the general. Forward, fire army. Opening the arrow, as soon as the command was finished, the ants simultaneously shot the arrow towards Yuil Shin. He backed away in pain. This situation makes them proud. Do you like this feeling, that nameless monster? This is the strength of the empire. All troops are ready. Destroy this monster, take this man's head and we will present it to your majesty. Yuil Shin helplessly punched the ground. I can't breathe. Right at the moment of danger, he noticed the bottle nearby. This is the legendary mosquito killer bottle. He seemed to think of something and quickly sat up. The ant couldn't notice the change in Yuil Shin but still boasted, Your Majesty, you should rejoice, our soldiers already. Before its words could finish, an extremely large fire fell. It seemed frozen. My body disappeared into the clouds of smoke. Is this the power of God? After using up all the mosquito repellent, Yuil Shin can breathe a sigh of relief. My body can't move, will I die like that? While he was in despair, his phone vibrated. A high-ranking black god had given you a gift. The goodwill of a high-ranking dark god can receive money from your choice indefinitely. Do you accept this gift? Yuil Shin did not hesitate and clicked agree. Just a few seconds later, his hand suddenly lit up. Yuil Shin's eyes were also startled because of that. At the same time, at a location not far away, a bolt of lightning struck straight down the mountain. Along with that came a sound of frustration. Sung Miri mumbled uncomfortably, it was useless. When I defeat the rhinoceros, if I awaken that power again, vengeance will no longer be a dream. Suddenly there was a noise that startled her. Sung Miri sensed the source of energy not far away. In a small apartment, someone was struggling. This person is none other than Yuil Shin. He kept coughing, nothing happened. The system was still absorbing, making it difficult for him to understand. God's powerful index finger. Under Yuil Shin's efforts, the fire from before was inhaled into his body. After a while, he tiredly lay down on the floor. Am I going to die like this? Just as Yuil Shin was about to close his eyes and give up, there was suddenly a crash. The power of the blind god's eyes is being activated. Before his eyes was a girl wearing a helmet rushing in. The system announced that this person was 19 years old and was tingling. Until Yuil Shin woke up, his sister and her niece were standing in front of him. The girl looked at him for a while and then asked, Are you really my uncle? Yuil Shin, dressed all over his body, answered, I told you so. The little girl asked, What is the password? Yuil Shin did not pay attention to the surrounding situation and answered immediately. My mom is a fat lady with a big belly. After hearing that, the little girl giggled, You are my uncle for real. Please don't let yourself get hurt, you have to play with me. Yuil Shin hugged the girl in response. Because Sung Young came to visit him, he didn't feel any pain. The two of them didn't detect the person who was said to be a devil standing boldly behind. Immediately after that, there was a terrifying scream. Yuil Shin said painfully, Aren't you too harsh on a patient? The other person was angry. Is it right to call a sister who worked so hard cleaning her terrible brother's body fat? Is that right? While the two sisters were arguing, little Sung Yun heard a knock on the door outside. She said cheerfully, Who is that? But outside the door there was only a bouquet of flowers and no one was seen. The little girl came in with difficulty by the flower pot and said, Uncle, there's no one there. Yuil Shin was surprised. Who is it? Who gave it to me? Later in the opposite building, Sung Miri was lost in thought. The rhinoceros was defeated. And while I was being carried from the fire to the hospital. When that man is near me, I can use the power to surpass my limits. I have been observing for 4 days, I still don't understand, what is it about that guy that I am allowed to surpass my limits? At that time, while fighting, some force had an impact on me. Wait, why do I look like such a talkative person? That's all for now, I should go back before I get arrested. While preparing to leave, she suddenly stopped. Yuil Shin was still sleeping but suddenly sat up. His angry appearance made her sweat. At the same time, on the side of the dark goddess saint, the subordinates behind tried their best to stop it. Saintess, that is the treasure of our clan. Even though he was with our tribe, the advice had not yet been finished when the holy woman interrupted. I had already decided. As you said, this is a treasure passed down within the tribe. But we must not forget the one who saved us from extermination. Plus, what we're doing will help him become stronger. Yuil Shin thought they wanted to harm him, so he held the phone and cursed, this stupid ant. This unusual state of his maid Sung Miri bewildered. Why is he like that? Yuil Shin is still disgruntled, I'm a patient, I'm about to die, why do you keep messing with me? As he was about to continue cursing, the phone displayed the sane and 101 subordinates praying for him. At the same time, they wanted to offer tribute. Seeing delicious food, Yuil Shin's eyes lit up, aren't things only given to people who are important to the tribe, so I must be an important person to them. What are they offering? Let's accept it. Immediately the saint's belongings were brought to her. Yuil Shin cheered, here it is. The fruit of the world tree It doesn't have any strange smell. He then turned to find out information about the item. Also discovered it can be good for stamina. Yuil Shin swallowed without hesitation. Just a few seconds later he panicked. It was as if an electric current passed through his whole body. Sung Miri held her breath and waited. Yuil Shin's whole body continuously trembled. The sticky appearance is getting worse and worse. After a while, he couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, it was too salty. What the hell is this taste, salty, spicy and even bitter? Just a moment later, his whole body lit up. Yuil Shin quickly took off the bandages on his body. My wound has healed completely. Not only Yuil Shin but also Sung Miri, who was secretly following him, were shocked. It looked like he had been burned all over his body a long time ago. Who is he? Yuil Shin of course did not know her question but comfortably stretched out, feeling very healthy. The phone continued to vibrate. The function added to the creator's blessing is activated. Yuil Shin curiously picked up the phone. Can I bless with the worshipper's offerings? If so, then what those ants like? Yuil Shin seemed to be thinking about something. At the same time, the saint's subordinate said in confusion, we had just sacrificed the gold, silver and jewels of the entire tribe, but there was still no response from the gods. Suddenly someone spoke up, there was something wrong. Play from the sky. Is this snow? It's not, this is. Wait a minute, if you eat it like that, after tasting what fell, the ants were dumbfounded, what a divine taste this is. Just a moment later, the body seemed to have a magical source of energy flowing through it. The injury also followed and completely recovered. The leader trembled with emotion, what a miracle. God has just sent a miracle to us, our God. On the other side, Yuil Shin also smiled with satisfaction. To think they love this so much even though it's just sugar. They're really cute. In a seemingly dilapidated neighborhood. Inside, there were a group of people loudly saying, Boss Park, you only paid us this much for our Gorgon horn. Amidst the noise of business, in a small corner, two brazen men encountered each other. Immediately they exchanged death glares. Just like that, rushing into the fight, Yuil Shin couldn't help but turn away, this place is too dangerous. Let's go find a place where ordinary people like me do business. A little quiet place. Then he continued to search. After a while, I found a deserted area, this place is okay. He opened the door and walked in, was there anyone? The girl inside is warm, hello customers, this is Hiea store. Yuil Shin scratched his head sheepishly, I came here to sell some things, the girl smiled, I see, so are you a hunter? Yuil Shin shook her head, no, my ability has awakened but I still haven't gotten my hunter license, the girl nodded, so what, please wait for me a moment. Can you fill out our form first? Just sit down and fill it out slowly. Yuil Shin took the paper and nodded, thanking her. After pondering for a while, he pondered, does she want me to write down the origin of the item? What should I write now? I can't know if I got it after the glasses were in the game. It would be nice if there was no need to repair the house. While Yuil Shin still didn't know what to do, someone came in outside the door. These guys spoke up. Ms. Dai, are you okay? The girl nodded. Yes, you're okay. It's all thanks to you guys always supporting my store. Yuil-shin sat on the other side secretly observing. I'm so tall. However, Yuil-shin's eyes observed that these people had quite weak muscles. He couldn't help but secretly sweat. How could they be weak? It must be wrong information, or maybe they are weak against the boss. The group of people continued to say, I heard about your store. Doesn't work very well these days, so I bought some of these cool things. The eyes of Yuil-shin see this person using digestion. Yuil-shin just pretended to be writing and thought to himself, the power of eyes with no real eyes always creates nonsense comments. I want to know what they think for what purpose. They made eye contact again. Suddenly a noise caught his attention. The girl opened the box and exclaimed, a set of mysterious mithril armor. The young man boasted, it took me a bit of effort to get it. However, Yuil-shin knew that it was actually just scrap iron armor, with half-hearted blessing skill points and perception jamming skills. The girl didn't know about this and continued to tinker. A total of 560 energy. That's a lot. It must be very expensive. The other person laughed. Our products always ensure quality. Yuil-shin sitting in the back wanted to scream that it was fake, but he still had to endure. The other guy started bidding. We'll only take 3 million. The girl was in a dilemma. Do you want 300 million won in cash? She seemed to be reviewing the product. After a while, he said, please wait for me a moment. I will prepare to get it as quickly as possible. At this moment, Yuil-shin couldn't hold back anymore and stopped. Wait a minute, that thing. It's fake, don't buy it. As soon as he finished speaking, he held his head in regret. You troublesome thing, why do you like to stick your nose in like that? But the people from earlier were rumored to be looking at him. A big guy stepped forward aggressively. What the hell are you talking about? The leader gestured and snapped his fingers. He could prove it. What you just said. Yuil-shin hesitantly held out his powerful index finger. Just as he was pointed at it, the iron armor suddenly lit up. It was then immediately burned to the point of melting. Seeing that he was exposed, one of the group attempted to attack. Yuil-shin can only wait for the blow now. But their leader suddenly stopped them. He bowed his head. It's my fault, Senior Hunter. If you want, we can pack up and leave here immediately. Yuil-shin was dumbfounded for a moment then nodded, okay. Seeing that he agreed, the group of people left. Yuil-shin was still startled in his heart. It seemed like he misunderstood him as a high-level hunter. At this time, the shop owner behind him spoke up. Thank you for helping me. You must be a hermit, right? This sudden change in situation startled Yuil-shin. Hermits are people who live in seclusion. They are eccentric in that they only live the lives of normal people without being hunters. How do I explain now? Seeing that Yuil-shin still didn't say anything, the girl continued, yes, you came to sell some things, right? Yuil-shin was startled and remembered, oh that's right. After observing Yuil-shin's ring, the girl pondered. It's only 12 mana, even if I pay you more, it's still just a D-rank item. Yuil-shin awkwardly received the ring back. Even that fake armor had 560 energy. When he was about to leave, the system suddenly notified him that the appraisal was successful. These are worn by the great magician number 808 for a long time, contain the vitality of the deep forest. It is best to give it to someone close to you such as Sung Miri. Yuil-shin remembered the girl wearing a helmet and was startled. At this time, Sung Miri was still quietly watching nearby. Being able to recover so quickly from such a physical condition, is this the effect of a high-grade medicine? He seems to be just a G-level hunter. How is he able to receive the vial? That high-level potion. As I expected, he can be a high-level hunter. Being able to find his identity and his ability to recover so quickly, he has the ability to help him overcome his limitations. Wait, it looks like I'm stalking him again like last time. If my sister knew about this, I don't know what kind of wrath I would have to endure from her. While not knowing what to do, Yuil-shin from behind spoke up, Thunder, no, is it Sung Miri? I have something to give you. A moment later, on top of a building, there was a thunderclap. The doctor looked at the computer screen in surprise. 7,000 calves, it was still too high for A-level hunters. Sung Miri didn't answer but looked tiredly at the ring. They had increased my strength. She remembered when Yuil-shin came to her. While she didn't understand anything, he continued. Please take this, it will definitely help you. Before Sung Miri could accept the invitation, he threw the ring and ran away. She was confused but didn't have time to do anything. Giving yourself a treasure as if it were something trivial. While I was thinking, someone nearby clapped. That's incredible. Another girl said, don't be too complacent, Sung Miri, I'm only an A-level. The young man next to her shook her head. Her attitude was really bad. I look forward to cooperating with you. In the future, let's fight together sometimes, Sung Miri replied loudly, okay. The girl next to me suddenly shouted, hey Sung Miri. If you still have the intention of revenge or anything like that, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Sung Miri watched silently. In her heart she was angry. Sorry, I can't. If that person can help you break your limits, revenge will no longer be a fantasy. That night in Yuil Shin's room, while sleeping, the blind god's eyes were activated. In the dream, someone said, General Kamikiri, please accept Jim's orders, along with 5 million Hui soldiers by Jim. Kill the monster guarded by that barbaric black race, which massacred 100,000 soldiers led by Hibiscus and Kim. As the fourth of the 10 imperial swords. Please follow his instructions. Hearing this, Yuil Shin woke up. He panted tiredly, what a dream. Thank goodness. Wait, based on what's happened so far, that thing is definitely not a dream. I was almost pushed to the brink of death by the ants, but 50 times. What should I do now? While I was confused, someone called on the phone. The guy named Creeping Nightmare texted and asked, do you desire power? As soon as he finished reading, Yuil Shin muttered, who would joke around it this time? He texted back asking, who are you? The opponent replied, weak and immature god, first sacrifice 100 entities of the same species as you, especially those with the same bloodline as you, if you do so. Before the other person could finish the message, Yuil Shin was already upset. He quickly blocked the opponent's account. Suddenly the powers of the eyes were opened. Yuil Shin was startled. You are so much the mumbling monster, the savage beast of the tribe. I, the Kamikiri general, will personally gouge out your eyes and cut off your head to present to the emperor. Yuil Shin was terrified, that was what I saw in my dream. The deadline is only 4 days. He looked at the phone and was startled, you guys were scared too. The object he was talking about was none other than the Sane and the ants. Yuil Shin quickly regained his composure, I will prepare everything carefully again this time. That morning in his ruined room. Yuil Shin gritted his teeth in anger, why didn't self-analysis work this time? It worked well on others. Just after cursing, suddenly the analysis process was successful. The characteristic of being inexplicable and being a failure, reading this line makes Yuil Shin dumbfounded, wait a minute. Damn power. I bought what I needed from the Hunter store. The fire of Gehenna, the finger of God's judgment, besides having a cool name, is no different from a lighter. It was mistakenly introduced that its ability would be effective when combined with God's judgment finger, so I was deceived again. I should have thrown it in the trash. Now what? When he clicked on the message, he seemed to be able to feel the anger of the sender. Hey author, more than a week has passed since you sent me the last draft, I understand you still have pain. But the work always needs to be completed, it won't be good for you to continue to procrastinate, so remember you have already paid the fee in advance. Yuil Shin quickly texted back, I'm truly sorry, I recently experienced an unexpected incident. The other person laughed, anyway, I always trust you. Yuil Shin immediately shouted loudly, what I need is it, the blessing of the god of growth. We will fight with 20 soldiers. That night, Yuil Shin continuously assimilated the power, and at the same time activated the title of Merciful Savior. Flash forward to the next morning. Yuil Shin sat exhausted next to a pile of medicinal bottles. Finally completed. Now I have to send this to the supervisor. At the same time under the apartment complex, Sung Miri slowly walked over, I bought a few cakes to bring with me. Would he find it odd if I knew his home address? I need his help so I have to make a good first impression. Don't worry too much Sung Miri, I'll just consider it a coincidence that I met him. After cheering herself up, she slowly climbed up the building. Not long after, I was standing in front of Yuil Shin's apartment. Inside the room at this time, Yuil Shin was lying tired and struggling, it's all over, I'll buy beef for the supervisor. Sung Miri is outside pressing the doorbell. Immediately the sound rang out. After a while of pressing without any sound, Sung Miri was confused, is he not at home? When I was about to leave, the first door opened. Sung Miri looked inside and called, Yuil Shin. Are you at home? But there's no one in the room. At the editorial office, the supervisor scolded dejectedly, this guy is late again. He tried to hold back his emotions and texted, author, you're late again. But before it could be sent, a stack of papers was slammed on the table by Yuil Shin. He was extremely pleased and waited for the other person's praise. He held the manuscript so he read it but was dumbfounded, this much at one time. Just a few seconds later the supervisor's face was filled with emotion. Yuil Shin was also embarrassed. Let's go eat beef today. But without knowing what happened, Yuil-shin was chained by a group of people. When they saw him falling asleep, they were surprised. He was still able to sleep at this time. Did he stay up all night or something? Yuil-shin was daydreaming about something when he suddenly drooled and burst out laughing. So delicious. Please give me 2 more ribs. When he woke up, in front of him were the people he had met in the item shop. Yuil-shin just realized the situation: kidnapping. Where am I? What's going on? Am I really kidnapped? Is eating cows just a dream? The leader of that group of people spoke up. Very good, you can still sleep at this time. In the eyes of godless people, this guy has the skill to create small fires. The remaining 2 guys are both people with loose bodies. Yuil-shin confusing: small fire, loose body. Are they the scam hunters I met at the Hiea store? After seeing his expression, the other guy spoke. I'm sure you remember. Nice to meet you, Yuil-shin. After listening to what they said, Yuil-shin silently said, it's not funny at all. He spoke up. What do you guys want? You guys are aggressive. Of course it's compensation for last time. You're meddling in my business. Luckily for you we also accept money transfers. Yuil-shin forced a smile. What should I do? I'm not holding the phone. The other guy was proud. You mean this? We'll take it. But the sound from the phone caught everyone's attention. The time for the Imperial Army led by General Kamikiri to reach Yuil-shin was being counted. The crowd was confused. What kind of timer was this? Yuil-shin couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, hurry up, let me go, throw that phone away. The leader walked closer to where he intended to torture him, but he did not realize that his junior was being attacked by the ants inside the phone. Not long after, everyone panicked. Ants swarmed all over this guy's body. After a while, they ate everything. After eating, they switched targets to other people. These 2 guys are scared. What are those bugs? That's too much, you bastard. Is your ability control bugs? Yuil-shin was startled at this point. Do they look like bugs? The leader was not only not afraid but also excited. Burning everything was fine, right? The fire that this guy released fighting Yuil-shin was knocked back. He was surprised. Isn't his fire weak? Only then did he notice that he was being pushed closer to the door. The leader, after killing all the ants, turned to him. I'm gonna count more money on killing my brother. Yuil-shin worry, it's over. Just when he thought he would be dealt with by them, the leader suddenly lost consciousness. In everyone's confusion, he fell to the ground. At the same time, the stone behind his head also fell. Everyone looked confused. It turned out that the ants earlier used the stone bullet to attack. The leader gave the order, preparing to shoot. The remaining thug turned around and ran away in fear. But no matter how hard he tried, the door wouldn't open. Yuil-shin screamed, what about me? The thug kept banging on the door calling for help. This scene startled Yuil-shin, similar to when he was stuck in the house. The other leader gave the order to fire bullets. Countless stones rushed away. Blood and gore splattered. Yuil-shin was terrified. Even that huge fire couldn't kill them. Can I get out of here alive? He became even more confused when the thug's body just disappeared. If I knew they were that strong. No, if it wasn't for that crazy game. The leader pointed at his face and declared, evil god, your subordinates are all dead. I will kill you and turn you into snacks for His Majesty. Yuil-shin closed his eyes in despair. After a while without any movement, he was startled awake. The servants have not made any movement yet. The phone announced the activation of the effect of the small miracle. Immediately, lightning appeared in the air. From within, there is energy flowing out. Yuil-shin was frightened by it. The nearby ants were destroyed. What are they hiding? How dare you attack His Majesty's army? Come out here, servant of the evil god. From inside, Seung-miri's voice rang out, are you okay? On Yuil-shin, her appearance made Yuil-shin shed tears of joy. Seung-miri directly attacked another group. The angry, insolent ruler, how dare he attack His Majesty's army? He doesn't even act directly anymore. Yuil-shin laughed proudly, look at you guys. Seung-miri continued to attack. The energy she emitted scared them. He was also capable of calling out such a powerful subordinate. This evil god, chief among all evils, is the threat to the empire and the throne. This evening, the leader announced that Kamikiri would die today. But I will drag at least one of your subordinates to the grave. As soon as the voice ended, it was struck by a bolt of lightning. Seung-miri rubbed her hands in annoyance. There were too many ants. Down there, a few young ants were trying to advise, General, find a place for you to hide, but the leader refused to listen. He mumbled, 10,000 swords tore everything apart. I beg you. Please grant me your power. Who wants to stain my sword with blood? Are you ready to die? I will offer the heads of all your soldiers, come up. The ants behind did not know what the leader's son had done but still advised him, General, we must retreat. General. Before he finished speaking, an ant mark slashed across the bodies of all the remaining swords. This unexpected move startled Yu Il-shin and Sung Miri. Kami-kiri slowly walked forward. Its power increases tenfold. Yu Il-shin was surprised, did he just kill his own people? The Kami-kiri ant spoke up, a servant of the evil god. Through his godless eyes and voice, Yu Il-shin was startled, who was he aiming at? The Kami-kiri continued, blaspheming his majesty. You must pay with your life. Its attack startled Sung Miri, it was so fast. She mobilized to bring out the storm. Kami-kiri raised his hand up. The fact that it cut through the lining startled both of them. Kami-kiri gets closer and closer. The sword in its hand glowed. Yu Il-shin shouted, no. Sung Miri put her arms around herself, she didn't know how to resist. A strong impact made Yu Il-shin unable to bear it and close his eyes tightly. Even his face was bleeding due to the power of that sword. He was scared as he looked at his body falling to the ground. Sung Miri's body was covered with blood stains. The moment her head fell off, the Kami-kiri continued to speak, blasphemy could only be paid with one's life. Evil god of the dark race, you must also pay the price with your life. Yu Il-shin's body trembled. From behind something is emerging. Eyes slowly opened. Its big mouth opened. At the same time, the system announced that something with the power of soundless nightmares had foreseen the fate of mortals. This is a nightmare that hasn't ended yet. But also a final event will happen, along with the system notification sound. Yu Il-shin also becomes more and more angry. Kami-kiri has not realized the situation but is still proud, now I will send you to hell always. The system continues, Yu Il-shin, you are an existence that can change the fate of mortals. Do you want to change your fate with the power of God? It costs 100,000 gold and if you choose yes, Yu Il-shin will not hesitate to accept. His scream made it difficult for the Kami-kiri to understand. Yu Il-shin's eyes lit up, and at the same time time was brought back. Right now is the time when the Kami-kiri easily cuts through Sung Miri's lightning. The situation is extremely tense. Sung Miri is worried, that ant is so strange, it is very dangerous. Kami-kiri continued to perform the same shot as before. Sung Miri seemed to be able to feel her fate about to vanish. Right now the chain that bound Yu Il-shin was broken, and at the same time Sung Miri's fate was also changed. Right at the moment her head was about to fall off. An arm from behind pulled her back. Sung Miri was also able to dodge thanks to that. Kami-kiri looked over in surprise, even Sung Miri was surprised. Yu Il-shin's eyes were filled with fire. This image of him makes her astonished, I know it. Yu Il-shin coldly asked, are you okay Thunder Empress? Sung Miri startled and nodded, yes yes. Kami-kiri continued to attack, die evil god. The answer was the cold voice of Yu Il-shin, what a bother, you stinking ant. Just then, a threatening energy appeared, causing the Kami-kiri to stop. Yu Il-shin uses God's judgment. Middle finger of the god. Just a moment later, the warehouse area emitted light. Then there was an explosion. Kami-kiri's body was turned into ashes. Until his death, he always ached for his majesty. The fire surrounded the entire room, and at the same time there was a sound of a knife falling to the ground, creating a noise. Yu Il-shin was also caught by it, he didn't realize Sung Miri's eyes were looking at him, he really is. He will become my teacher. This beautiful scene didn't last long before Yu Il-shin shivered, it was so hot. After leaving the ruins, Yu Il-shin faced the next puzzling scene. Sung Miri held the trowel in her hand. Miss Trin Trong said, please leave it to me, master, Yu Il-shin doesn't know what's going on yet. But Sung Miri carried the cement in her hand and started to act. Yu Il-shin also had to sit quietly and watch. Back to a few minutes ago, Yu Il-shin held the knife and wondered, what should I use this for? Sung Miri in the back happily asked, are you a monk? I'm still wondering. Yu Il-shin looked at her in surprise, it seemed like she misunderstood something. He was just about to explain when Sung Miri suddenly knelt down, Master. Please make me stronger, I can do anything, I know it won't be easy, but please accept me. Yu Il-shin is sweating profusely, I have to solve this quickly. But not knowing how he would solve the problem, she followed him back to his room. Yu Il-shin could only press the computer in confusion, until he couldn't hold back any longer, then he turned around and called out, Thunder Empress. Sung Miri immediately opened his mouth, yes master, just call me Miri. Yu Il-shin replied, I never said to accept you as a disciple, still. How long do you plan to stay here? Sung Miri smiled, until you agree to teach me. Yu Il-shin held his head in boredom. I'm just an ordinary person, I'm a level G. Sung Miri said firmly, you gave me this ring that makes me a lot stronger. Yu Il-shin explained, I'm glad it's useful but I just picked it up by chance. Sung Miri immediately interrupted, I understand what you mean. But please give me at least one chance to make up for my mistake. Just like that for a moment, Sung Miri was proud of her achievement. Here it is, it looks like a place to live. Even Yu Il-shin had to gasp when his room was remodeled to the point he didn't recognize it. Suddenly there was a sound outside the door, it sounded like thunder. Is it going to rain? Sung Miri embarrassedly hugged her stomach. No, I'm just a little hungry. Yu Il-shin smiled, you've worked hard, do you want to order something to eat? Sung Miri nodded, of course, black bean noodles. Suddenly her phone rang an emergency alarm. Sung Miri hurriedly said, Master, I must eat black bean noodles later. Yu Il-shin also took out his phone and sighed. Wait. He bought the blessing of the god of development and threw it to her, take this. Sung Miri looked at him in awe, how could he do that, just like Hunter Kang Woo? Yu Il-shin faltered, I don't know who it is but drinking it will help. Sung Miri prepared to jump out of the window and replied, thank you master, I will drink every drop. Yu Il-shin was confused, there isn't much. Sung Miri didn't seem to pay much attention and left, so see you later. Her words made Yu Il-shin feel more sad. I have to eat alone then. Not long after, he arrived at the restaurant. At this moment, there was a sound from the TV nearby, and an S-class Drake monster appeared at the gate of the Congress. Luckily, a hunter appeared on the scene in time. But it seemed she could only buy enough time to push the people away. The hunter was now facing the monster alone. Rank B Hunter Thunder Empress, this name makes Yu Il-shin spit out the food in his mouth. The announcer's voice continued, most people thought she couldn't stand against an S-class monster. The Hunter Federation quickly sent reinforcements. We will live stream the scene, Yu Il-shin muttered, it's too dangerous, it's S-level. On the battlefield, the monster continuously growled. It moved its huge body and destroyed its surroundings. Each blow causes the ground to crumble. Sung Miri tries to help people escape danger. Run as far as you can, I'll stop it. After seeing that the person she had just saved was safe, Sung Miri was able to focus on the monster. Unexpectedly, it was an S-class monster. Can I fight it alone? Also, if you only knew. While she was still preoccupied, the monster attacked. Sung Miri promptly jumped into the air. She warned herself not to be negligent. Just then Sung Miri created a ball of electricity. She charged straight towards the monster. This one blow caused it to fall over. The announcer cheered, the hunter defeated the monster, and after the unicorn, our hero struck again. The people said in unison, try your best, you're so cool. Sung Miri smiled, I did it. But the situation suddenly changed, the monster's tail suddenly hit Sung Miri's body. It also sat up accordingly. Seeing that her blow did not hurt it, Sung Miri despaired, am I really not strong enough? People also waited anxiously. The monster's blow injured Sung Miri. She remembered her sister's reproaches. Suddenly the herb potion that Yu Il-shin gave him glowed. The crowd outside did not know what the situation inside was like because of the smoke and dust surrounding them. Everyone backed away in fear, it was coming this way, hoping it was okay. Just when everyone was scared, a light flashed from behind. Sung Miri's energy source seems to have completely recovered. Even stronger now. Everyone was happy and brought the Thunder Empress back. The monster still did not realize the current situation, it moved closer and closer towards the people. Everyone sweated and retreated backwards. Suddenly, a loud explosion nearby caught the monster's attention. Sung Miri shook herself and jumped into the air, she threw out a lightning storm ball. With powerful electric rays. On the other side of the TV screen, Yu Il-shin is still watching. The people in the bar couldn't help but gasp, it's amazing, is that the Thunder Empress, but they still look like students. Yu Il-shin looked at the girl who a few minutes ago was selling herself as a teacher and now she was standing tall like that, she was sweating, who taught whom? The announcer's voice was cheerful, the A-level hunter was winning against S-class monsters. We will interview you from the scene, you defeated a giant S-class monster right after leveling up, how are you feeling? Sung Miri is shy, is it live? Master, did you see, I did it, it's all thanks to the medicine you gave me, you're the best. Later, after returning, Yu Il-shin held his mouth and looked at his phone. The views had reached 2 million. Why is he so famous? Let's eat black bean noodles at my house again. Sung Miri did not know what he was thinking but sobbed and praised. This place cooks so delicious. Thank you for buying food for me. Yu Il-shin asked with difficulty. Do you not go home? Your family will take care of you. Sung Miri said sadly, no one cares for me. Yu Shin still insisted, parents don't care about their daughter. Sung Miri's face turned cold, they all died, in the Nether Dragon incident. Yu Shin sat up in panic. The whole world has united and still cannot defeat them, they are a horror that has taken millions of lives. My stupid mouth. He tried to put out the fire, she had wasted too much effort, could she eat this too? Sung Miri looked at him bewildered. Then she smiled, of course. While she was busy eating and drinking, Yu Shin looked at his phone in surprise. The phone informed him that he had achieved the target of love and trust. If the target said the next keyword, he would activate the trust. Keywords are I believe you Yu Shin. Yu Shin is speechless, game plot or something, wait. Activate your faith and you'll become a saint with a bunch of magic coins. I don't know when those ants will attack again. So the more coin gods there are, the better. Thinking is doing, he turned to call, Ms. Miri, I have something to ask of you. Sung Miri immediately cheered, just say it, I can do anything. Yu Shin embarrassedly scratched his head, can you repeat what I said? Sung Miri was confused, okay, what is it? Yu Shin was confused for a while before he could speak up, I believe you Yu Shin. After seeing that she didn't react, Yu Shin felt so regretful that he knelt down and apologized. It must have been very difficult, right? I'm sorry. I spoke too strangely, but your desperation still. Before he finished speaking, Sung Miri interrupted, I believe him. Yu Shin looked bewildered. Sung Miri affirmed and continued, I believe you Yu Shin. As soon as the voice ended, the phone vibrated. You have created a religion. Congratulations, Sung Miri is your first follower on Earth, the current number of followers is 1102, Yu Shin is amazed, what about coin? The system displays the skill sharing board again. As a master, Yu Shin can borrow skills from followers. Yu Shin is angry, I want coins, delete it already. His attitude makes Sung Miri confused, why is he like that, what is he worried about? She didn't notice that a group of people were coming behind her. The leader, that person is the evil god of the black race. Giving such an arrogant man a divine position, Your Majesty has made a huge decision. Your Majesty has said that the evil god will be a crucial factor in the Great War, so let him know of your generosity. Yu Shin doesn't seem to have discovered their presence yet but is still fiddling with his phone, I can use Thunderstorm anytime, I'll skip it this time. Sharing Sung Miri's skills, he thought while waving his hands. Suddenly there was a flash of light. Lightning shot straight towards the people who had just appeared. Immediately after that, there was scream. The power of the evil god, how? Sung Miri is extremely proud. However, the noise created by Yu Shin caused the neighbors next door to shout, oh my god, please be quiet, why do you always cause trouble? Sung Miri said happily, Master, you can also use thunder, so great. Yu Shin sweat drops, it doesn't matter now. Just thinking about the amount of money spent to repair the house makes Yu Shin cry. At the same time, the subordinates who had secretly come to Yu Shin's house had quickly returned to report. After hearing their report, the emperor was surprised, he destroyed my army, the destroyer below trembled, yes, he suddenly shot as if he did not want to discuss. The emperor is angry, Grasshopper, you are the one who wants to send a delegation to meet that barbarian, this Grasshopper urgently wants to explain. But what he got in response was a spear piercing through his chest. The female ant aggressively approached, how dare you upset his majesty, the emperor continued, that evil god of arrogance, in my 500 years of reign I have never been humiliated like this. Bring that fool's head to me, in the name of this throne and empire. The subjects below were in unison, obeying the orders of his majesty, the mighty demigod of the empire. The next day on the practice field, Sung Miri jogged frantically. Yu Shin stood nearby, watching with his mouth open. She was able to run that fast even without using her powers, she's truly a high-level hunter. Suddenly Sung Miri's voice rang out, Master, I should run too. Yu Shin was startled, she finished running 100 laps, Sung Miri nodded, yes. Yu Shin immediately gave her the herbal potion and said, then drink this and rest for a while. Sung Miri happily accepted it, thank you. Yu Shin then looked at the pile of medicinal herbs and was bored. To me, it just looked like a goring bowl, but it worked for Ms. Miri. Even though it seems silly, since I accepted her as my disciple, I have to do something for her, I can only give her this medicine. After finishing drinking the potion, Sung Miri enthusiastically asked, Master, what should I do next? Yu Shin was confused, what about shouting? Sung Miri nodded cheerfully. While she was practicing, Yu Shin seemed to remember something, I can find a way to train her if I use Eyeless God to evaluate her abilities. Let's see. However, as soon as he started without his eyes, he immediately entered the opponent's mind. Shin looked at the knight before his eyes and was surprised. Where is this? Suddenly there was a flash of light. This place contains a tiger bound by chains. Through his psychic vision, he determined that this was Sung Miri's true energy, which had been sealed for 10 years, especially tied by SS-level chains. Shin was startled at this. Miri is SS level, and sometimes her seal is broken by God's powerful index finger. After all, it works like a remote. So that means, all of her power will be completely released if the chain is severed. Well then, Shin, try using your index finger to do something. By the evening of that day, after completing the practice session, Sung Miri happily said, "Thank you for today." Shin nodded. "Remember to take medicine before going to sleep." But his words were interrupted by the wind when Sung Miri turned and ran back. This strength surprised Shin. She was already at that level. How much stronger did she become after cutting the chain? Anyway, Shin remembered how he had used the God's power index finger to cut the chain. But no matter how hard I tried, I could never cut a single thread. Shin couldn't understand. Who locked her up like that? It certainly wasn't him. Anyway, I will find it. While on the way back, there was a figure of a strange person. This guy has a sneaky look like he's following someone. By the time he returned to his room, Shin seemed more desperate with the broken wall. Her seal wasn't the problem was my house. Just as I was about to start renovating, my phone rang again. Silent Nightmare is looking at you sadly. This is the guy he blocked earlier. At the same time, the celestial sword guy looked at you with anger. Shin gritted his teeth and thought, this guy is the owner of that sword. The opponent seemed to know his thoughts and objected. The heavenly sword absolutely shouted that it was not just an ordinary sword but a divine sword that could cut down even gods. Shin puffed, so what? Wait, you guys can read my thoughts too. Now there are these two troublesome ghosts, it's so annoying. But even though he put the phone away, those notifications kept ringing. God of Nightmare asking you to unlock it, Blade of the Heavens absolutely asking you to return its godly sword. After a while, when I couldn't stand it anymore, Shin cursed, shut up, I almost died because of that damn divine sword. The absolute heavenly sword still did not give up but offered to pay 2,000,002 divine coins taken from its army to exchange it for a divine sword. Although Shin calmed down a bit, he quickly shook his head. No, why are you asking to pay with stolen money? Silent Nightmare laughed at his cuteness and offered to give him the sword. He offered 10 million coins. Shin stopped cursing. If that's the case, then I can use some noisy low-level power or an item, buy a whole bunch of medicine for Miri, and if I see a competitor, I'm absolutely worried. Both of them started bidding. The celestial knife strongly proposed to exchange with power. With the infinite sword, which no one dares to confront. Shin's mind gradually wavered. A sword like this is exactly the type of thing that men desire. Silent Nightmare obviously did not give up and offered roses that bloom at night. Its power allowed him to easily overcome his opponents without breaking a sweat. Shin's eyes immediately lit up. Who wants to suggest more? Soon Shin received the infinity sword and roses that bloom at night. Mr. Lamb went into deep thought, because he could only use the heavenly sword's treasure 3 times, so he had to save it. Infinite sword, flowers that bloom at night, what are these things, should I try them? After thinking for a while, he decided to use roses that bloom at night. After a while of silence, he wondered if it had any effect. But the system's next notification made Shin angry. Roses that bloom at night work when the user is sleeping. If it works while we are sleeping, then how do we know what it is like? Believing in these ghosts is a mistake. Next, infinite sword authority. This time was no different from before as there was no sound in the surrounding space. Shin officially exploded in anger. Those damn scamming bastards, nothing is working. The system said again, infinite sword is activated. Shin still hasn't stopped cursing. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Before he could finish his sentence, his whole body suddenly shook. It felt so strange. Why is this happening? Wanna cut? Why am I like this? In a few short seconds, Shin's consciousness was controlled. He took the knife and licked, slashed. I wanted to cut everything. I want to cut everything. Just like that, Shin took the knife and ran away. In his heart he helplessly screamed, stop, I am a good person. That night in the company office, there were voices talking. Good job, everyone has worked hard. I asked permission to go first. The others replied, okay, go carefully. Waiting for the girl to walk out the door, the old woman continued, Grandpa, let's clean up everything and go. The old man was puzzled. There were still vegetables to cut. The woman smiled. I have him. The old man also looked into the room and nodded, yes. It's true that I have to thank him. He's been doing these mundane jobs for so many years, and now he's helping with that too. An author, perhaps the author of some web novels. But inside the room, Yuil-shin was still frantically cutting onions. It will be late at night before he can drag his tired body back. What does infinity seek? This knife too, it's so dangerous, it controls the user. I thought something bad would happen, so I never touched it again. Oh, my hip hurts so much. He had just fallen asleep when in another space, the ants had begun to move. Was the evil god sleeping? The person next to him replied, yes Salju, he was definitely sleeping. The one called Salju nodded, okay, the honor to kill him will be ours. And today the position of the strongest among the 10 swords will belong to me. She took the staff and ordered, let's go. While Yuil-shin was sleeping soundly, roses began to be taken out. All of the Salju's actions seemed to have stopped. The flower emits a strange light. The ants did not realize this and rushed to attack. But in the blink of an eye, the whole group became prey to the flowering plants. After swallowing, the leaves immediately close and eat greedily. The Salju started to panic. It's a fantasy flower. The tree seemed extremely pleased. Look at that shy face, I feel so guilty, your nightmare will come soon. The Salju did not dare to move forward but quietly observed, it was definitely an illusion flower. I once read about it in the tribal records, which talked about a cruel god who swallowed more than 90% of the people living in the territory 3,000 years ago. Disciple of silent nightmare, flower of illusion. Even though he knew it was difficult to deal with, the Salju still loudly commanded, not to falter, today's event will be a glorious milestone for all of us for eternity. Having said that, she took the lead and rushed into the fight. The guys in the back said in unison, following the Salju. After approaching, she did not forget to remind, trying to avoid the tree branches and approach the subject. But the flower tree still easily caught them. Even the Salju were ambushed. It was with great difficulty that she escaped death's door. But we still haven't backed down, even though we can't destroy the evil god. But I will drag the disciples of evil gods and demon flowers with me to death. Saying that, she threw the spear into the flower tree's mouth. However, it did not avoid it, but calmly grabbed it. The Salju was terrified, it couldn't be, it could swallow my attack. Right now there was a flower petal getting closer and closer. Salju helplessly awaits death. Yuil-shin knows nothing about this tragedy of war, he is still in a deep sleep. The next morning, he had difficulty waking up. What the hell? Why is my stomach so full? What's going on? He tried to grab his phone and opened it to read. The saint and her 101 followers are eagerly waiting for you to save them. Yuil-shin panicked, what's wrong with her? Are you unwell? Wait. He quickly activated his eyeless spirit. The saint and 101 followers were poisoned by bees. Yuil-shin was confused, oh my god, how did you get poisoned by bees like that? Teacher hives to get honey, you just tell me if you want sweets. What are you and those ants doing? Come on, wait for me. While he still didn't know what to do, the miracle panel was activated thanks to his sincerity. Miracles are the most wonderful thing that gods can bestow on believers. You will spend a month of energy and 100,000 divine coins to heal her, do you agree? Yuil-shin does not hesitate to accept, of course, what do I lack in coins, and how much holy energy do you want to get? As you like. He worriedly looked at the saint, were they okay? So sleepy. Just like that, Yuil-shin fell asleep. At the same time, his rank title went from level E to level D, his ego changed from evil to neutral. A few chief gods, including the god of wealth, were also paying attention to him. However, Yuil-shin had fallen asleep so he did not know about this. At the same time, on the saint's side, she spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. The body kept shaking. God, please have mercy on our tribe, please bless us, I beg you. As soon as he finished speaking, a drop of water fell down. The saint looked up bewildered. Countless drops of water fell from the air. The crowd happily reached for it, the rain is washing away the toxins, God Yuil-shin has blessed us. Saintess sincerely prays, O God Yuil-shin, I sincerely thank you. My subjects, God Yuil-shin has blessed us once again, in return let us vow to put our trust in him forever. Let us unite together and prove to him our undying faith. This time, the ants did not object at all but prayed in unison. It wasn't until that afternoon that Yuil-shin woke up dreamily. What time is it? Why do I feel so tired? I'm still not awake when I hear a voice calling from next to me, I'm awake. Yuil-shin was startled, why are you here? Sung-miri smiled, I didn't see you coming to practice so I was a bit worried. Yuil-shin was embarrassed, sorry. He noticed the statue behind him and was confused, but hey, what is that thing? Sung Miri was also confused, which one? After a few seconds, Yuil Shin's face stiffened. The Black Clan carved a statue to commemorate and honor Yuil Shin's deeds. Yuil Shin couldn't help but scream loudly, "I don't know what's so bad." Sung Miri seemed to be very interested. Looking closely, it wasn't that bad. "Looks great, can I have it?" Yuil Shin nodded. "Go ahead," he added in his heart, "you should get your eyes checked, Miri." After a while he looked at his shabby room and said, "Sorry, but I probably won't be able to practice today." Sung Miri nodded. "Sorry, so next time." After Sung Miri left, Yuil Shin sat down at the computer desk and started working on the manuscript. Before he could even sit down to warm his butt, the phone vibrated again. "Oh my god, what else? The tree sprouts are sick. Then I have to use the healing medicine of the god of growth. What's wrong? It seems like the fruit of the precept tree healed my wound that time. The effect was immediate. So I found a way to fertilize it, then brought the fruit to sell. Maybe there would be something in the store." After a while of searching, he was happy. Here it was. Tears of the god of wealth, but to get this you have to do a quest. Just like that, a while later on the street, there was a young man scrambling to pick up cigarette butts. Yuil Shin thought to himself, to save that tree I had to go to this extent. But picking up for a long time and only getting 1 point for good people and good deeds makes Yuil Shin depressed. Why is it so slow to pick up? How long does it take to pick up? While I was depressed, a voice said, "What are you doing in my area?" Then came the appearance of a muscular man. He continued, "This is not the place for new recruits." Yuil Shin startled, "Homeless people." But he looked very familiar. "Oh right, I said homeless people hate talking about the area." Then you quickly explained, "Yes, you misunderstood me. Please take this and eat a full meal." The man looked annoyed. "You dare to give alms to this Kang-san?" This statement also startled Yuil Shin. "I remember, he is an S-class hunter, and used to work as a street cleaner. Choi Kang-san." But the man who was still arrogant and calmly said, "But I won't refuse." Yuil Shin only then noticed that the money in his hand had disappeared and was startled. "When did that happen?" "I just finished giving alms. Will my score increase?" But when he turns on his phone, his score remains the same. Only then did he realize that giving money to drunkards made no sense. He was so angry that he walked over. "Hey old man," the other person scolded him in a cold voice. "What old man?" Yuil Shin immediately put on an obedient expression. "Yes sir, put it in here. I will definitely put the trash in the right place." Choi Kang-san was even more surprised. "Brother, you have eyes to see. Who are you working for?" Yuil Shin replied, "I am Fu Li Lan So." Choi Kang-san laughed. "Okay, freedom is good." Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud noise, accompanied by everyone's screams. "There's a monster. What should we do? It seems like a monster has appeared nearby, or should we go home?" Choi Kang-san breathed heavily. "It turns out they have appeared. Miracle predictions are always accurate." Yuil Shin sweat dropped and turned to leave. "So I'm leaving." Choi Kang-san didn't know his thoughts of wanting to run away and laughed. "You're going too, so let's go together." "I like you kid." Yuil Shin was helplessly dragged into battle by Choi Kang-san and screamed, "Big brother, I think you made a mistake." Suddenly he had time to pay attention to the situation around him. He was brought up quite a distance from the ground. Choi Kang-san was pleased. He felt very excited. In just a moment, he brought him closer to the place where there was movement. It's rumored that the chance of a dungeon explosion is 80%, the prediction of the miracle is the same. But when he didn't turn around, Yuil Shin was already lying on the ground. He fainted, but he still looked like he was grade B. When he turned back, his whole body was covered by a large shadow. "It's just a frog, let's warm up." "Okay, today's snack will be frog legs." But the frog did not pay attention to him at all, but only looked at Yuil Shin lying on the ground. "Is that the young god in the rumor? Luckily, I was the first one to come here. If I bring him back, the owner will probably be very happy." "Go away that old guy." Choi Kang-san silently looked at it. A moment later he started his wrist. "Why is your babbling so loud?" While Kang-san attacked, the frog did not sit still. "Stay away, he is our prey." Its murderous intent enabled the flower to bloom at night. Sensing prey makes flowering plants excited. The sound it made also caught the attention of both people and monsters. The leaves quickly opened and were swallowed. It wasn't until a long time later that Yuil Shin woke up from his sleep. "Where am I? What is this place?" He noticed a woman in front of him, so he immediately walked over. "Excuse me." The other person smiled. "You're back. Noble and virtuous god. This is the place." Yuil Shin's illusion slowly dissipated. He was awakened by a nearby noise. "Mother. I was so scared, there was a giant flower that swallowed me whole." When I saw Kang-san Choi lying on the ground crying like that, Yuil Shin was surprised. Big brother smells so bad, did he fall into the sewer or something? At the same time, the phone notifies you that you have defeated the evil minions of the devil, contributing to protecting world peace. You have worked well past the required amount for this assignment. You have received a mythical item, Tears of Endless Prosperity. The effect of tears has been activated. The disease of the world tree has been cured. Yuil Shin rejoiced. Okay, now I'm rich, damn. I mean, I can live more comfortably now. What should I do with this old man now? Or just throw it away? In the end, Yuil Shin had to call an ambulance to take Choi Kang-san away. Once finished, the system announced that members of the Dark Clan wanted to donate statues to thank them for reviving the world tree. At the same time, on the other side, the man nodded. It was true that Choi Kang-san was different. Even though he had rested for a long time, he could still defeat monsters. It was said that Choi Kang-san had now been taken to the hospital. How is he? His subordinate immediately replied. He was not injured much at all. The president seemed satisfied, indeed stubborn. However, when he saw his assistant's hesitant expression, he asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The other person replied, "I brought flowers as a gift hoping he would get well soon, but he was very shocked." The president was surprised. He was allergic to flowers. Also, how is the Hunter Academy? The other person replied, "The preparations are complete. We will proceed as soon as Kang-san Choi is healthy again." The president nodded. Surely Choi Kang-san will become a good teacher for that child, a great teacher and a student with natural talent. I have great hope. There I was in Yuil Shin's room. He couldn't help but feel annoyed and frustrated. Before his eyes were two not-so-beautiful statues. That's me. At this time, the phone had a message from the saint. Yuil Shin was surprised. It was the aunt from earlier. I didn't expect that I could receive messages from aunts, so now they can text me. On the other side is a request for help. Yuil Shin is confused. Why is it like that? Attacked by a monster. As soon as he heard the news that his people were being tortured, Yuil Shin exploded in anger. How dare you harm my apostle? Let me go to that guy right away. I will personally teach them. The saint was delighted and thanked him. Yuil Shin shook his head in frustration. Let's lead the way. In the end I'm still being bothered. Later in the forest. The saint and the ants hurriedly showed the way. Yuil Shin followed behind with a tall body. Because he was an ant, it took too long to walk, but I couldn't say it. Not long after, suddenly the saint's body trembled. Yuil Shin worried. What's wrong? The phone shows that the target to be searched has appeared. After identifying the target, Yuil Shin froze. He jumped up in fright. That cockroach. Also, why is there so much? This attitude of Yuil Shin makes the ants feel hopeless. It's over, we're lost, run away. The saint immediately stopped. Everyone, don't panic. Have you forgotten everything? We are the dark race, we have the protection of the great Yuil Shin. But that great god had already turned around and run away. The words on the saint's lips were followed by silence. She realized she had said something wrong, so she immediately covered her mouth. The other ants fell into terror. God has betrayed us, we are doomed, save our lives. Inside the emperor's palace, he spoke up, are you sure? The person below nodded, yes, your majesty, I'm sure you also saw the abilities of the summoned beasts in the previous battle. In just 4 days, I will bring the demon god's body to you. The emperor nodded, I will wait, but if I fail, I will die myself. At this time, another person rushed in with urgent news. The emperor was angry. Whoever dares to cause trouble, if it's not important then watch your head. The other person knelt down and replied, yes, the monsters that dare have multiplied to several million. That evil demon god. At the same time on Yuil Shin's side. After running for a while, he picked up his weapon and killed the cockroaches. Cockroach extermination tents were set up at the same time. Around there were the corpses of many cockroaches. Yuil Shin is proud. Luckily I bought that insect spray. There are still a few alive. I thought I didn't see it. While winning, the saint's sigh caught his attention. Yuil Shin is confused. What's wrong? I killed all the monsters. The saint screamed and sobbed. I doubted my faith with him. We have no right to distrust him like that. Kill me, Yuil Shin stammered. There's no need. Calm down. Suddenly the system notifies you that you have met the requirements to get a new fixed skill. Yuil Shin can receive the God's Thumb immobilization skill by paying 100 coins. If you want to ask this, obviously Yuil Shin immediately agreed. However, he hesitated. These comments were still very strange. Now let's see what this ability is. Not long after leaving, my phone got a text message. Yuil Shin gasped in horror. Great manager texted, "We have to meet now." A while later at a restaurant. Both continuously drank alcohol. After drinking for a while, Yuil-shin turned around and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The other person hesitated, "Hey. What's wrong with your working speed?" While Yuil-shin still didn't know how to answer, the manager slammed the table and shouted, "Please try a little harder, listen to me." Yuil-shin looked around confused and reminded, Can you scream? What's wrong with you? Are you drunk?" The manager continued to say, "Do you understand how I'm doing at work? Thanks to you." At this time, the phone announced that the monster continued to attack. Yuil-shin looked annoyed. "Again, just keep multiplying, dare you?" Suddenly the manager stood up and interrupted, "That guy, are you playing a game?" Just like that, the two got into a fight. On the other side of the forest, where the ants and the holy woman reside. The whole group looked up into the sky and prayed, praising our God, Yuil-shin. "God Yuil-shin. We will clean up all the monsters." In a dark alley. Yuil-shin's phone kept vibrating. He still hasn't recovered from his drunkenness and mumbles, "Why does it keep appearing?" The system informs you that you can choose any ability as a reward for reaching level C of the Merciful Savior. Yuil-shin smiled, "Then I will get the skill for free, right, then the most expensive one." Soon the skill of creating heaven and earth was chosen. Since Yuil-shin is not suitable for using the ability, the system changes to one use of heaven creation magic to suit him better. This also causes the world to change somewhat. At the same time in a bathroom. A woman spoke up, "Sung Miri, what are you doing now?" She looked up into the sky bewilderedly and said, "Sister, they're in the sky." The other person is confused, "What's wrong with the sky?" At the same time on the streets, people were buzzing, "Oh my god, what's wrong, what's going on? What's going on?" Choi Kang-san is picking up trash while observing the flow of people. The president's side also noticed the change. Not only them but everyone can feel it. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but we all carry vigilance in our hearts. The sky seemed like another strange moon appeared. In a high-rise building. While the man below was trembling, the mysterious person's voice rang out. He said, "What's wrong?" The hunter's name interfered with the president's business. The man still couldn't stop shaking at the corpses under his feet and nodded, "That's right." The other guy continued, "Okay, it's time." The person behind hesitantly asked, "How many people?" The mysterious guy raised his hand as if to point at the moon above and said, "Don't you think the more the better, so let's start with 2,000 people." "Oh my god, just wait a little longer, I will grant your wish. We will grant the world God's wish." At a spaceship in outer space, a voice reported, "This is Houston, the exploration rocket. Please report the coordinates on the second moon. The rocket cannot reach the second moon's orbit." Suddenly the ship shook violently. The spacecraft is losing control. The next morning, the television station announced, "The moment the second moon appears one morning, everyone will be very surprised." While no one knows more than that it glows yellow at night and green during the day, experts predict portals and dungeons will likely skyrocket, so according to reports, Korean hunter federations will cooperate with the government to determine the location of the second moon. At the same time while practice, Yuil-shin held his head in pain. Later Sung Miri ran to say, "Teacher, I'm done." Yuil-shin was surprised, "You finished the run already?" Sung Miri nodded, sorry to the teacher because today took a bit longer than usual. Yuil-shin did not mean to blame him but continued, "So now let's do push-ups." Sung Miri smiled, "The teacher quite prioritizes the abs." Yuil-shin faltered and forced a smile, "Maybe so." In his heart, he thought to himself, "Rather, I have to review Miri's mind again." While she was training, Yuil-shin quickly used the power of the eyeless god's eyes. Right then he was surprised at the animal in front of him, it seemed cuter. That tiger was no longer as ferocious as before. This time, using his index finger, he was able to cut 2 chains in succession. Yuil-shin breathed a sigh of relief. There was still a little left, but there must have been a lot more formed. That guy paid in case anything happened to him. Now let's see how Miri's energy is amplified. The tiger seems to really enjoy playing with him and sticks out its tongue to lick. A moment later, lightning slammed down in a forest. While the people around still didn't understand anything, Sung Miri was interested. "I saw that the teacher's training method had real effects." Yuil-shin of course knew the root cause but he just kept quiet. "Many people are looking there, you should be careful." Sung Miri nodded, "Thank you very much." Yuil-shin could only force a smile, he really had nothing to say. Immediately after that Sung Miri turned around and ran away. "So now I will end today with another 200 laps." Taking advantage of her free time, Yuil-shin checked her phone. The saint sent a request to be given a name. Seeing that, Yuil-shin was surprised, the girl wanted a name. I can't just call her a saint, it's better to have a name. Whitey is a dog name. After struggling for a while, Yuil-shin remembered the supervisor's scolding, "You have no talent for naming anything." While feeling helpless, Yuil-shin laughed, "That's right, Antria, because you're an ant, so what?" The opponent seemed interested. She was extremely touched. Not only her, but all her subjects simultaneously wanted to be given a name. Yuil-shin was confused. "I can name all these clans later, let's see." Struggling until the afternoon, Yuil-shin also returned home. He stretched, the house was the best, the repair was completed, now it was time to rest, see how it was now. When he opened the phone, he couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? What an evolution, the screen is much more modern and cleaner. This game has levels too, and survival farming mode is activated when leveling up. The swordsmen were surprised, the forest had changed. Saint Antria was happy, what miracle will he bring here? Yuil-shin looked at the screen and was surprised, it looks better now. The field has been clearly divided. At the same time, the ants also have a complete roof. Because we improved the ground to the surrounding wall, they can now work and defend conveniently. Inside the game, the holy woman said to everyone, "You see, the amazing miracle of Yuil-shin, let's worship the great Yuil-shin." Worshipping Yuil-shin, who feeds them, protects them, and then lets them sleep peacefully, Yuil-shin is bored when he hears the ants' words, "These guys, anyway. They are getting more and more adorable," so is the name of the Gayami clan. Wait, Gayami means ant in ancient language, right? So these people will also have to evolve, cool, so next. He curiously pressed a button on the screen. The warrior tower immediately appeared. This tower was based on the tower that the Eternal Seeker was entering, only someone with faith and great courage could enter. Yuil-shin was surprised, what is that? Absorbing blood and souls, the chance of survival when entering is less than 1 in a million, if these ants are curious. I'll build a wall and lock the entrance. As soon as the wall was built, the ants were also separated. Yuil-shin loudly declared, "You must not be curious and enter the tower." While the ants were singing their praises, one of them fell into thought, is this a tower that only the brave dare to enter? Thinking about it, he looked down at his hands. At the same time, think about the comrades who were sacrificed before. Attitude like determination, if only I could be stronger even just a little bit. He looked towards the tower with determined eyes. If so, I could protect my friends. At the same time, at the Emperor's castle, the subordinates were terrified. The Emperor, it was impossible. It's true that the great magician has signed a contract with the Demon King, please, if you give me another chance. The Emperor's voice rang out, he shut his mouth, the only way to apologize was death, the other guy was still begging. The space suddenly became silent. From behind the curtain a hand poked out. Before the magician's cry for help could finish, he was enveloped by black smoke. The whole person screamed in pain. After finishing this guy, the Emperor continued, "Useless insect, Jim must have run away on his own." The people below immediately responded, "Please calm down, how can a blood god be defeated in this situation? In the hands of such a weak and cowardly man." The Emperor's angry voice rang out, "Why do I trust and wait for you useless bunch, even the trash ants can't do anything." Suddenly there was a voice outside the door, "Please don't be angry, Your Majesty." The Emperor smiled, "Have you returned, my minister?" As soon as the opponent stepped in, the other insects quickly retreated. "Female priest, you're back." She spoke up, "Your Majesty, I have just completed the task you assigned me and returned to you. Your Majesty, you will soon be reborn from a demigod to a true god. Please leave everything to me and rest assured as you prepare to ascend to godhood. As for the dark insects and their demon gods, I will destroy them all, I swear on my name, this Arachne." In a cave, there were a few more guys who, because they did not follow the king's orders, were killed by the white blood demon Mosto. And at this moment when he was engrossed in his battle, suddenly there was a sound from far away, the Mosto demon blood. This white blood demon immediately turned around to say hello to the other person. The goddess Arachne approached and spoke to the white demon Mosto, making the demon god pay the price for disobeying his majesty's orders. The plague historian gives you this wand. Looking at the magic wand in the hand of the goddess Arachne, the white demon Mosto was somewhat happy but still somewhat hesitant and said to the goddess Arachne, "I understand, but, I have a request." Scene change, on this side Yuil-shin is frantically typing on the computer as fast as possible, then he remembers his boss's scary eyes when telling him, if he doesn't meet the requirements this week, then the contract in your series will be stopped. Thanks to that, Yuil-shin was even more scared, he had more motivation to work. Yuil-shin frantically typed on the computer keyboard as fast as he could and resolutely thought, "I can't have my contract cancelled. I've been waiting for a few hours since he continued to act like that. Now his whole body is tired and haggard looking at his computer. It also looks like it's on fire due to being used for too long. Yuil Shin said tiredly and dejectedly, just a little more, this is it. Then he called out and looked at the content above and said, what are those guys doing? But when Yuil Shin looked inside the game, the houses that Yuil Shin showed to the ants here were all very quiet, and only made snoring sounds. Teacher, so Yuil Shin couldn't help but say annoyed, sleeping is so comfortable. Then he noticed that at the side of the tower, there was someone training with determination, muscles. Seeing that, Yuil Shin couldn't help but be curious and said, what's going on? Next to that tower, there was a young man trying his best to push a stone that was 10 times bigger and heavier than him. Seeing that the other person was so strong and hardworking, able to push a rock 10 times bigger than him, Yuil Shin couldn't help but be surprised and say, wow, that rock is much bigger than him. He seems different. At this time, the other guy, after pushing that stone into the right position, he stood tired and panting. The system immediately appeared and informed Yuil Shin about this person's information. Ilyo warrior god to me, characteristics, training hard to protect his family. Seeing that, Yuil Shin couldn't help but say with satisfaction and excitement, that's interesting. It seems like after evolving, the Godami tribe has its own characteristics. It's so fun. What should I do with him? After that, a yellow medicinal bottle appeared floating in midair in front of Ilyo. Seeing that, Ilyo quickly caught it and said confusedly, what is this? And when he saw this clearly, Ilyo couldn't help but be surprised and happy. He was moved to tears. Ilyo respectfully and tremblingly lifted up this bottle of medicinal herbs and said, is it a gift from God Yuil Shin? God Yuil Shin, someone like me is also respected by me. I am very grateful, my lord Yuil Shin. Teacher Ilyo valued and appreciated me so much, and looking at his unrelenting actions, Yuil Shin seemed to have more motivation to continue working hard, so he immediately returned to writing stories and said, great, now I have to try my best, even though I'm so sleepy. And at this time the white blood demon Mosto was outside the glass door of Yuil Shin's house. He observed Yuil Shin working and commented, so that is the rumored demon god. The guy who destroyed the board, the guy who is among the 10 great swordsmen like me. Then this white demon Mosto remembered his request to the goddess Arachne at that time. Arachne asked the lymph demon Mosto, what is your request, the lymph demon Mosto? The white blood demon Mosu was a little hesitant and said to the goddess Arachne, can I drink the demon god's blood? Hearing that, the goddess Arachne could not help but be surprised. The white blood demon Mosto quickly explained to the goddess Arachne, the demon god was served by the dark race. I was curious about the taste of his blood. Hearing that, the goddess Arachne sighed in frustration and understood and said to the white blood demon Mosto, of course, the demon god's blood and body will both be yours, the white blood demon Mosto. And then back to reality, the white demon Mosto was using his sharp nose to pierce through the glass door of Yuil Shin's house. He arrogantly said, Arachne, you don't know anything, right? How much power will I gain from the demon god's blood? And take the throne, and then you will also be mine. Right after that, the white demon Mosto, after breaking Yuil Shin's window, immediately entered Yuil Shin's house like crazy, who was tired, and even though he was very sleepy, he still had to try his best. The strength to run until the end is over, let's do it faster, just a little longer. At this time, the white blood demon Mosto, he was a mosquito hovering above Yuil Shin's head. He looked down on him and thought, this demon god is really slow. He can't even feel me anymore. Right after that, this lymph demon Mosto chose a position on Yuil Shin's head, then inserted an injection into his blood continuously. He thought with amusement, and, well, that was wonderful. I can feel the power increasing, rapidly. With this much power, I can. But at this moment, Yuil Shin felt an itchy and slightly painful feeling on his head. He immediately used his hand to hit that spot hard and said, that hurts, ah. And after killing the white demon Mosto, Yuil Shin still didn't know anything. He didn't know it was the white demon Mosto sent to curse him. Yuil Shin looked at the blood on his hand that was a mosquito bite and said, why are there still mosquitoes at the end of autumn? But at this moment, Yuil Shin somehow felt a difference in his body kept shaking. Yuil Shin couldn't help but be confused and said, why is it suddenly so cold? And then at this moment he sneezed loudly, looking at the snot running down his nose, seeing that Yuil Shin was depressed and said, well, let's go wash your face first. And when Yuil Shin, whose whole body was cold and kept shaking, went into the bathroom and looked at the traces of the devil's face mark on his forehead, he couldn't help but scream in confusion, what the hell? What is this mark? And at this time the system also appeared to notify Yuil Shin, asking for traces of the messenger epidemic. The cold curse had been activated. Seeing that, Yuil-shin looked at the notification in confusion and said, "Cold curse," then immediately after that he continued to sneeze. Looking at his condition of being cold all over and constantly sneezing, Yuil-shin was depressed and confused and said, "What is this? Is the curse like having the flu? No, I still have to plow harder." And now when Yuil-shin was tired and haggard due to being tormented by illness, he looked at the notifications from the system. The fever curse was activated, the muscle pain curse was activated, the anorexia curse was activated active. Yuil-shin crawled on the ground tiredly. He quickly searched for information on his phone and asked if there were any items that could be cured. "I have to pass by myself." But at this time when Yuil-shin searched the system, he saw a line of information, type, limited item of the good god, medicine made from our flower secret, price 50,000 goon. Seeing that Yuil-shin immediately looked. "Let's face it, I'm a famous doctor, right? Buy it quickly." But when Yuil-shin purchased the publication, the system informed him, "Successfully purchased, you have accepted a mission." Seeing that he was sick and had to go on a mission to get the antidote, Yuil-shin couldn't help but get angry and shouted helplessly, "Ah really, can you give it to me too? Hospital, I have to go, hospital." And at this time, on the other side, the apostle reached out his hand to someone, smiled sincerely and said to that person, "You are not afraid of death, are you?" At the same time, in the bathroom of a certain hospital, there was a suspicious guy wearing a hood. After he took off his hood, there were traces of the curse on his head. But he was not confused by it, but instead carried a pile of detonated bombs on his body. He thought proudly, "God's will. Those types are enough. His wish to purify this world. I will definitely complete the task. Today, I will sacrifice my life to purify the world. Dohan's duty is also my duty." And at the same time, Yuil-shin was taking a taxi to the hospital. As soon as the taxi stopped at this hospital, the driver immediately said to Yuil-shin, "We've arrived at the hospital." Yuil-shin's grandmother tiredly opened the car door and got out and said to the other driver, "Thank you, my dear." And when Yuil-shin looks at the notification line from the system, the mission, "If you want to live, save others. If you want to live, save 100 lives, the number of people you need to save, 10 out of 100. Seeing that, Yuil-shin is tired and has no strength, he has to crawl into the hospital door and say, "Asking me to save 100 people, swearing is no different than telling me to die." And looking at this strange action of Yuil-shin, other passers-by couldn't help but look at him curiously. And right now, in all the hospitals, the guy with the curse mark just now is probably squeezing a nurse and holding the remote to press the bomb button, threatening and saying, "Everyone lie down now, if you move you will die. Run out of." The other nurse who was held hostage by this terrorist was confused, struggling to escape and kept saying, "Save me." Seeing that, Seung-miri is also here, she is summoning a resource to prepare to attack that terrorist and tell him to release her. Seeing that, the terrorist angrily pointed at Seung-miri and told her, "Shut up, hunter." And at this time, Yuil-shin in the crowd also noticed this situation. He looked at the mark on the terrorist's forehead and said confusedly, "How did it get here?" The other terrorist also recognized the mark on Yuil-shin's forehead. He thought Yuil-shin was his accomplice and happily said to him, "Oh brother, you were also sent on a mission. I can't believe there's still reinforcements. Come help me." At this time, Yuil-shin looked at their situation and saw that the guy with the bomb was still holding the nurse hostage. Even though she struggled endlessly, she could not escape. After looking at Yuil-shin, he couldn't help but be surprised, confused, cold sweat, tired and thinking, "What a terror." And at this time Seung-miri also paid attention to Yuil-shin. She said in surprise, "Is there an accomplice?" And when she realized that person was Yuil-shin, Seung-miri was surprised and confused and said to Yuil-shin, "Master, what are you doing here?" And the other terrorist kept urging him and said to Yuil-shin, "Brother, come quickly and help me." Seeing that, Yuil-shin was in a hesitant situation. He pointed at himself in confusion and said, "Oh me." The terrorist Kim Tae-bom still held the nurse hostage in his hand and excitedly said to Yuil-shin, "Help me brother. Offer your life for the coming of the god of destruction." The more she heard that and saw that Kim Tae-bom was holding the control button to activate the bomb in her hand, the more she, a nurse, couldn't help but cry out in fear. And seeing Kim Tae-bom's attitude, considering Yuil-shin as his accomplice, Seung-miri became even angrier and reasoned with him, "What are you talking about, Kim Tae-bom? You are wrong. That person is my teacher." Hearing that, terrorist Kim Tae-bom got angry and shouted at Seung-miri, "What are you saying? The skull on my forehead is my identification mark. We can feel the evil aura radiating from him." The more he heard Kim Tae-bom say that, the angrier Sung Miri became, the sharper his voice became and asked him, "What, did you just say that our teacher is evil? Are you tired of living?" Hearing them fighting like this, over here Yu Il-shin's whole body due to the curse symptoms, his whole body kept shivering coldly, his nose also kept running down, he was miserable. What a state! I feel like I'm about to die, I need urgent treatment. On the other side, terrorist Kim Tae-bom angrily pointed at Yu Il-shin and said to Sung Miri, that person was the right-hand man sent by Apostle Du Han. And Sung Miri was angry and shouted at that terrorist Kim Num-bum, "What nonsense are you talking about? That person is my teacher, understand?" The more he heard the terrorist, Kim Tae-bom became angrier and more excited as he said to Sung Miri, "If you're okay, get in there and I'll explode the bomb right away." Hearing that, Sung Miri angrily sent a source of lightning to the terrorist Kim Tae-bom and contemptuously said to him, "Coward." Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, Yu Il-shin was on the side observing the situation. He frowned and looked at the terrorist Kim Tae-bom. And he was angrily shouting and saying to Sung Miri, "You idiot, how dare you stop the sacrifice to the god who will purify this world? Don't you understand the greatness of that person? Or someone who also participates in this with us?" On the other side, Yu Il-shin is staring at the terrorist Kim Tae-bom and using some of his resources. Immediately after that, the system appeared and informed Yu Il-shin that it was viewing the subject's memories. Success, you have succeeded. View all of the subject's memories. You watch the memories and images appear in the subject's mind. And at this time, the image of that terrorist Kim Tae-bom immediately appeared in Yu Il-shin's mind, when he listened to the secret words of disciple Johan, "If possible, you must kill the sacrificers after they undergo through fear of greatness." For the god of destruction to descend, a large amount of sacrifice was needed. Hearing that, Kim Tae-bom was somewhat confused and asked Apostle Johan, God. The Apostle Johan arrogantly extended his hand towards Kim Tae-bom and said to him, "Can you do it, Kim Tae-bom, my warrior?" Hearing that, Kim Tae-bom immediately excitedly obeyed the order and said to the other Apostle Johan, "Yes, my lord, of course." Having received the answer he wanted, this Apostle Johan immediately showed a satisfied smile filled with profound meaning. But now, back to the present, this terrorist Kim Tae-bom is angry and shouting at Sung Miri, "Loi Queen, if someone like you can become a sacrifice, then that person will be very satisfied." Hearing that, Yu Il-shin suddenly woke up. He was confused and thought, "Wait, won't I die if the situation continues like this?" And at this moment the angry terrorist Kim Tae-bom was about to press the button to detonate the bomb, saying, "For the god of destruction." Seeing that, the nurse next to her was also so confused that she opened her mouth to scream. She was afraid of what was going to happen next. On the other side, in order to prevent the worst situation from happening, Yu Il-shin also acted quickly. He panicked and quickly transferred a resource to that terrorist Kim Tae-bom and thought, "I have to stop him." And right after that, Yu Il-shin launched a decisive killing move at that terrorist Kim Tae-bom's body, piercing his eyes. There was a source of electricity running through his body. But the terrorist Kim Tae-bom still didn't know anything and was crazy and excited about pressing the button to detonate the bomb, killing everyone here and performing a sacrificial ritual to God. Seeing that, Yu Il-shin also quickly moved aside, gave way and said to Sung Miri, "Miri now." Sung Miri immediately understood what Yu Il-shin meant. She quickly rushed up to provide supplies and said to Yu Il-shin, "Yes sir." And now because the terrorist Kim Tae-bom was hit by Yu Il-shin's crushing index finger, he can't move. Taking that opportunity, the nurse who was being held hostage quickly ran away from his control. And the terrorist Kim Tae-bom was so confused that he couldn't move and said, "No, what is this?" At the same time, Sung Miri also promptly ran over. Her whole body emitted an electric light source. Sung Miri angrily threw a lightning source, struck the terrorist Kim Tae-bom's body and told him, "Lightning." Therefore, terrorist Kim Tae-b's whole body felt like he was hit by an electric source. After a painful shock, he immediately collapsed to the ground. Seeing that, Sung Miri immediately released the buoy and turned to tell Yu Il-shin, "Teacher, the terrorist has been defeated." But when she turned around and saw Yu Il-shin lying down on the ground, Sung Miri couldn't help but scream in confusion, "Teacher, teacher." In this case, Yu Il-shin is confused as the cursed devil mark on his forehead has also begun to activate. And in front of Yu Il-shin there was a huge, hideous monster, who sneered and said to Yu Il-shin, "You foolish man, your hour of death has come." Hearing that, Yu Il-shin became even more confused and looked at the notification coming from the system. The death curse had been activated. On this side, I saw that Yu Il-shin was tired and fainted, and then the evil mark on his forehead was glowing, so Sung Miri immediately became confused and worried and quickly ran to Yu Il-shin's place, shaking him and waking him up. but say, "Teacher, teacher, are you okay? Teacher, please wake up, teacher." At this time, on the other side, the goddess Arachne was sitting dejectedly observing the situation. Suddenly, a voice came closer and said to her, "My queen, please give an order and I will immediately go. Kill that demon god with your poison." Hearing that, the goddess Arachne calmly said to that person, "You don't need to look anywhere, Naba." Even though she heard that, the Naba girl was still a little worried and told the goddess Arachne if the curse of the god of pestilence did not work. The Arachne pure girl interrupted somewhat annoyedly and said to the Naba girl, "No need to worry." However, the Naba girl still didn't believe it and said that if she failed, the emperor would. But contrary to the Naba girl's worries, the goddess Arachne used a confident, arrogant and somewhat crazy tone to say to the Naba girl, "The creator of this disgusting plague is a very stubborn person. And greed. He will never let go of the prey he has targeted." And at this moment, on the other side, Yuil-shin was confused when looking at the surrounding scenes, a vast, deserted place with no one in sight. Yuil-shin walked on the water confused and said, "Where am I alone? I remember hearing a strange voice before the trigger. But where exactly am I, and why did I come here?" Just at this moment, a deep, cold voice rang out, contemptuously speaking to Yuil-shin, "A psychopath, who dared to wake me up. The punishment for your crime will be an endless and painful death." Listening to the voice, Yuil-shin turned. He was surprised to see three giant disgusting monsters and in front of them Yuil-shin was just like an ant. He couldn't help but be confused and surprised. At the same time, those monsters continued to arrogantly and contemptuously say to Yuil-shin, "Soon, you will sink into despair and will have to beg me to kill you. Then you will become food for my steed." Hearing him say that, Yuil-shin was worried and thought, he talks a bit too much. And on the other side, this hideous monster continued his song saying to Yuil-shin, "I will use your blood too." No. Yuil-shin was also surprised and somewhat confused. He raised his head to look. Yuil-shin immediately saw a monster with a head full of spikes and a long tongue, and this monster was even bigger than the monster of the other three. In the original monsters, they were scared and said to this monster, "You, devil, why are you here?" Seeing the situation become so confusing, Yuil-shin felt even more confused. And at this moment, Yuil-shin suddenly saw a notification coming to him from the system, the mission, "If you want to live, save others. If you want to live, use that desire to save 100 lives." The number of people that need to be saved to complete the mission, 1.238 out of 100. Congratulations, you've completed your mission. If you want to live, save others beyond the limit. And right after that, Yuil-shin slowly opened his eyes. He dimly saw Sung-miri worriedly saying to him, "Teacher, are you okay?" At this moment, Yuil-shin opened his eyes. With tired eyes and dark circles, he looked confusedly at the system notification line. The owner of Chenangyong smiled at you. Chenangyong is an ancient feng shui scripture. Seeing that, Yuil-shin remembered the blurry scenes just now. He still didn't understand anything and was confused, thinking, was it just a dream? And at this time the system also appears informing Yuil-shin, "You have been given the healing medicine of Hwada." So now when she saw Yuil-shin slowly waking up and sitting up, Sung-miri breathed a sigh of relief and said to Yuil-shin, "I'm glad you woke up, teacher." Hearing that, Yuil-shin quickly nodded and said to Sung-miri, "Ah yes." And he was still not fully awake, confused and thinking, there was something in his mouth. Immediately after feeling the condition of his body, Yuil-shin couldn't help but be surprised and happy and thought, "Oh, my body has completely recovered. This is the effect of the solution." At this time, Yuil-shin also noticed the system notification in front of him. "This is an added bonus, that powerful god potion is flowing into you." And the situation around Sung-miri was being surrounded by people at the hospital who were constantly praising and admiring her and telling her, "Please sign here, you're so cool, how can a young girl like this do this? Can be so brave." Looking at the situation, Yuil-shin quickly waved goodbye and told Sung-miri, "I will call you later." And then Yuil-shin immediately walked back out of the hospital. On the other side, through his mother's supervision, Apostle Johann knew all about the situation happening at the hospital. He was looking at the television screen with disappointed eyes. Seeing that, his subordinate knew that the plan had been destroyed, so he couldn't help but panic and told that Apostle John, "We had analyzed the situation many times, but, that brat Taebon, that was definitely a mistake, definitely." And the other Apostle Johann silently raised his hand to indicate that the other person did not need to speak anymore. Seeing that, the other subordinate was even more confused and hastily said to this Apostle John, I'm sorry, I will definitely not disappoint you anymore. The Apostle Johann coldly turned his head and said to the other person, I give you 4 days, Guild Master. 4 days to deal with the hunters and bring them before me. Hearing that, the other subordinate was confused and asked this Apostle John, what did Apostle John want to do with that guy? The Apostle Johann didn't explain much, he shook his head and sighed, but to that subordinate, this is the reason why insects like you are not loved by the gods. You really can't see the value of that guy. Even when he shines brightly, he stands alone with you lowly insects. We can see the divine protection penetrating his body. Hearing that, the subordinate just felt confused and thought, this guy is really crazy. On this side, after returning to his home, Yuil Shin immediately lay down on the bed. He lay comfortably and happily said, I'm still alive. The medicinal effects of Hwada are truly wonderful. But at this moment suddenly Yuil Shin's phone vibrated. Seeing that, he confusedly blurred into the screen with the message, Ilyo was desperately asking for help from Yuil Shin. Seeing that, Yuil Shin isn't confused, is he asking for help in desperation? Then he looked at Ilyo's state of lying flat on his face with his swollen face, and the text message Ilyo sent me, I'm truly sorry for bothering you, but can you give me more medicine? Last time you generously gave it to me. Seeing Ilyo's situation like that, Yuil Shin couldn't help but be surprised and confused. He stood up and said, What's wrong? What's wrong? Is something wrong? On the other side, Ilyo was tired as if he had no strength left lying on the ground and cried out tiredly, Yuil Shin. Hearing that, Yuil Shin was confused and shouted, Ilyo. And now in front of Yuil Shin's face appeared the image of just a few minutes ago, Ilyo who was full of determination standing in front of this challenge tower. He was filled with determination and thought, I will make a mark of glory. On each stage in the warrior tower. Do everything possible to gain the power to protect your clan. Immediately after that, Ilyo confidently opened the door of this challenge warrior tower, and at the same time, the system of this battle tower also appeared with a notification, the challenger Ilyo entered a challenge. When he first entered, Ilyo was a bit surprised when he suddenly heard the loudspeaker announcement. The loudspeaker here continues to inform Ilyo about his mission, the first floor warrior tower, the trial of stone. Condition completed, climb the stairs and reach the second floor. The challenge begins. Ilyo walked slowly and confidently up the stairs to the second floor. In his heart he was secretly determined and thought, don't be afraid Ilyo, I leveled up with the water that Yuil Shin gave me. Thanks to that water, Ilyo has increased to 2. Ilyo thought even more determinedly and confidently, I even changed to the role of a soldier and was now wearing this wonderful armor. I am strong. But just when Ilyo was confident that he could stop the falling stone, he immediately felt like he was slapped in the face. The giant stone rolled down the stairs at lightning speed, rushing to crush Ilyo's body. Seeing this, Ilyo couldn't help but feel pain and disappointment. He cried with low self-esteem and humiliation, saying Yuil Shin. At this point, the system immediately informs Yuil Shin, you are reading the subject's memories. It turns out that the memories just now were because Yuil Shin used the skill system to be able to know the situation that Ilyo went through just now. And now looking at Ilyo who was collapsed in frustration in front of the door of this warrior tower, seeing that Yuil Shin was somewhat helpless, he couldn't help but be confused and worried as he said to Ilyo, Ant, the animal I trampled on and killed for fun before. Have you been miserable before? Hearing Yuil Shin's voice, Ilyo was tired and desperate but still greeted him and said, Yuil Shin. However, right now the system informs Yuil Shin that in 10 seconds Ilyo will die. Hearing that, Yuil Shin couldn't help but be surprised. Hoamong jumped up and said in panic, What? Why? No. Hurry up, receive this growth god's blessing. Now the system is displaying a choice question informing Yuil Shin, do you want Ilyo to receive the blessing of the god of growth? Yes, no. Yuil Shin did not hesitate and immediately pressed the yes button. However, it still has no effect. The system informs Yuil Shin that within 8 seconds Ilyo will die. Yuil Shin was even more confused, scratching his head and saying, Why is that happening? Why doesn't it work? What do I do? At this time, the countdown continues, and the system again informs Yuil Shin that in 7 seconds Ilyo will die. At this moment Yuil Shin remembered something. He was surprised and said, Wait, it seems like. But now there's not much time left. The system continues to appear and inform Yuil Shin that in 5 seconds Ilyo will die. Meanwhile, Yuil Shin was not very sure. He looked at his hand in confusion and said, Did I receive the reward from the owner of Chongnegyong? Remember the previous notice Yuil Shin received? Type, Innate Authority, Low-Level God Recovery Elixir, Purchase Price 100 Gold. Yuil Shin seemed to have an idea. He was happy and looked at the board system notification. You have used 100 gold and possess the innate ability to heal. Do you want to use it? Yes, no. Yu Shin did not hesitate to tell the system, of course it is. And now when the system pops up to notify Yu Shin, within 3 seconds Ilyo will die. Yu Shin couldn't help but quickly press the system and say, magic medicine, recovery. Yu Shin infused that healing elixir into Ilyo's body. Just a second later, Ilyo's whole body seemed to have recovered. He slowly stood up with his hands on his hands. Seeing Yu Shin's luck, he happily breathed a sigh of relief and said, Ilyo. And Ilyo saw where Yu Shin was. His warmth seemed to have found a place to confide. Ilyo immediately shed tears of frustration. He had many things to say to Yu Shin, but in the end he could only say, Yu Shin. Seeing Yu Shin put himself in such a life-threatening situation, Yu Shin worriedly scolded him and said to Ilyo, I told you not to go into that dangerous tower. Ilyo could only feel sorry for himself and say to Yu Shin, I'm sorry, I just want to protect the tribe. Yu Shin quickly pointed to the door and told Ilyo, it's very dangerous here, so get out of here first. Hearing Ilyo's words, he slowly walked closer to the door and said to Yu Shin, But when Ilyo stood in front of that door, he saw that the door had not moved or opened at all. Ilyo couldn't help but be confused and said, why didn't it open? And when Ilyo looked at the system message in front of him, the portal to the warrior tower, a copy of the Eternal Seeker had been 39,131,321 years since its last use. You cannot exit without completing the 50th floor. Seeing that, Ilyo couldn't help but be confused and scared and said to Yu Shin, Aha, I can't come out until I complete the 50th floor. Yu Shin, what are we doing here? Seeing the situation like this, Yu Shin was helpless and didn't know what to say. And when Yu Shin saw the notification from the system, he received the Eternal Seeker Reward Authority. Seeing that, Yu Shin could only helplessly say with a headache, well, what else is this? It's probably a piece of crap, but there's no other choice. My business hunch just happened. And suddenly at this time when Yu Shin took out 2 bottles of medicinal herbs from the system panel and appeared in front of him, there was a continuous knocking sound outside his door, saying that there was someone at home. Not seeing that, Yu Shin was confused and said, who is it? Then he quickly drank a bottle of this medicine, and gave Ilyo the remaining bottle and said, Ilyo, drink this. Wait a minute, let's go and come back. Ilyo also immediately drank the bottle of medicinal herbs. Listen to what I said to Yu Shin, I understand. Then Yu Shin angrily walked out the door and said, what is this? It's probably 3 multi-level nutrition and energy drinks. Then he loudly echoed outside, letting people out there know, come here, wait a minute. And when Yu Shin opened the door, he looked out in confusion and said, who is it? Outside the door, a man wearing a suit with a face filled with murderous intent said to Yu Shin, are you Hunter Yu Shin? I'm Department Head Kim Taemin, a scout for the Brilliance Guild. It's an honor to meet you. Hearing that, Yu Shin quickly denied it and told that Department Head Kim Taemin, I'm not a hunter. However, the manager, Kim Taemin, didn't believe that at all. He ignored Yu Shin's words and told him sternly, you will soon be a hunter, you have some free time. Space. Hearing that, he knew he couldn't refuse anymore, so Yu Shin had to be confused and tell the manager Kim Taemin, oh yes. And at this moment, after drinking the potion that Yu Shin gave him, Ilyo's whole body was full of energy and enthusiasm. Along with that, he also received a notification from the system. The Eternal Seeker highly values Challenger Ilyo because he is walking on the path of a true man. At this time, Ilyo was full of determination and energy and said, great, let's try again. And now when he saw the rock from the 2nd floor falling quickly, Ilyo looked at it with a slightly worried but still determined look. Right when that rock was rushing at breakneck speed in front of Ilyo, his whole body was filled with a powerful source of energy. Ilyo immediately launched his ultimate punch and immediately punched the giant rock into pieces. 100 pieces. Seeing that, even Ilyo who used this move felt confused and surprised by it. And now after completing this task, Ilyo immediately received many notifications from the system. The Challenger Ilyo had completed the stage. Challenger Ilyo has received the Blessing of the Stone, which is the first pass reward of the Warrior Tower. Challenger Ilyo enters the 2nd floor, the Test of the Wind. Challenger Ilyo completed the Test of the Wind. But on this side, Yu Shin still did not know about Ilyo's battle situation. He was still negotiating terms and conditions with Department Head Kim Taemin. And then Yu Shin was confused and surprised and asked him again, what? The annual salary is 300 million. The manager Kim Taemin calmly said to Yu Shin, yes, that's when you're interested in joining, or it's time for my association to sign the contract. Although he knows this is a very good salary for his conditions, Yu Shin also knows this is not an easy job. I'm still thinking carefully about something. Seeing that, the manager Kim Taemin was a bit confused but still calmly asked Yu Il-shin, "Is there a problem?" At this moment, when thinking about the huge amount of money, Yu Il-shin was confused and thought, 300 million, if I had 300 million I could comfortably write the manuscript without worrying about the evil manager. You can also eat fried rice and hanwoo beef, all you can eat to your heart's content. Hanwoo beef is the top luxury dish in Korea. And even bought a gift for my niece, Seungyeon. That's right, I can still invest the rest in my masterpiece. I will be successful and marry a beautiful wife. And at this time when Yu Il-shin was happily and complacently laughing about his plan, the manager Kim Taemin continued to speak up and told Yu Il-shin, "What's more, you will receive 70% of each product received when hunting monsters." But when he saw Yu Il-shin's unfocused expression, department head Kim Taemin sternly asked Yu Il-shin, are you listening to me? Hearing that, Yu Il-shin suddenly woke up and shyly said to the manager Kim Taemin, "Forgive me, I'm busy." Hearing that, department head Kim Taemin couldn't help but feel angry and annoyed and looked at Yu Il-shin with a bit annoyed eyes. At this moment, Yu Il-shin was surprised to see the system notification, "You are evaluating the object." Seeing that, Yu Il-shin was confused because he did not intentionally activate this skill. However, the system still appears to tell Yu Il-shin, Kim Taemin, male, 34 years old, special identity, minion of God of destruction. On the other side, manager Kim Taemin still didn't know he was being seen through by Yu Il-shin, but still confidently and arrogantly said to Yu Il-shin, "I'll say this, you can't find any incentives like this outside." Where? But now Yu Il-shin, after learning the information about this department head Kim Taemin, he was confused and angry thinking, he is a henchman of the god of destruction. What is that? So 300 million is a bait. That's it, this bastard, I will curse this guy to death. And when he looked at the muscular body and the cold eyes of department manager Kim Taemin looking at him with puzzled eyes, Yu Il-shin was immediately pressured, feeling that his previous thoughts were not feasible, he immediately turned your head away. Seeing Yu Il-shin's incomprehensible actions, the department head Kim Taemin seriously asked him with suspicion, "Is there still a problem?" Seeing that, Yu Il-shin immediately became confused and quickly felt guilty, turned away, trying not to show any flaws, and said to the manager Kim Taemin, "Just thinking, I'm also very busy right now, I can contact you. Is it okay later?" Check out guy Kim Taemin immediately asked Yu Il-shin again, "Do you not like the terms?" Yu Il-shin quickly waved his hand in the negative and said to that department head Kim Taemin, "No, the paper is already there and the manuscript I need to complete first." Hearing that reason, the manager Kim Taemin didn't force him anymore and said to Yu Il-shin, "I understand, so I'm bothering you, but your royalties will be 100 times less than when you work with me." There we are. Hearing that, Yu Il-shin immediately felt a little annoyed and said to this manager and Taemin, "I'm not doing this just for the money." Seeing that he was being rude, the manager, Kim Taemin, immediately bowed his head and apologized and said to Yu Il-shin, "Please forgive me." Seeing that his attitude was a bit too much, Yu Il-shin shyly said to the manager Kim Taemin, "No." The head of the department, Kim Taemin, nodded solemnly and said to Yu Il-shin, "But our president is very sincere in inviting you to join us, so if you can spare some time, I would be very grateful." "Thank you." Because he knew their plan in advance, Yu Il-shin did not fall into the trap. If he didn't know for sure, he would really believe in such delicious conditions. Then Yu Il-shin panicked and tried to calm down and use an excuse to say to that department head Kim Taemin, "If you said that then I probably couldn't choose any other way. But, my stomach suddenly has an attack, can I go to the bathroom quickly?" Hearing that, the manager Kim Taemin seemed to have guessed something. He used his hand to push up his glasses. Seeing that, Yu Il-shin couldn't help but be confused and scared. He was afraid that he had seen something unusual about him. However, the manager Kim Taemin spoke up and said to Yu Il-shin, "Yes. You go. I will wait." Now after going into the bathroom, facing the mirror, Yu Il-shin thought about rearranging everything and thinking, what kind of person is he? Just now when appraising him, Kim Taemin is, without a doubt, a minion of the god of destruction, just like the terrorist bomber at the hospital. Who should I call, the Hunter Association, or the police? But as soon as Yu Il-shin picked up the phone to make a call, as if knowing Yu Il-shin's actions inside, the manager Kim Taemin immediately punched the wall with a strong punch, causing Yu Il-shin's bathroom door to break. Il-shin broke open, that blow almost hit Yu Il-shin's body. Yu Il-shin immediately turned around in confusion. He saw the manager Kim Taemin behind the broken wall, filled with murderous intent and said to him, "Who are you calling?" Yu Il-shin saw the action had been discovered, and facing the murderous eyes of department head Kim Taemin like that, Yu Il-shin couldn't help but be confused and scared. His face turned pale and he thought, I'm going to die. While Yu Il-shin was so confused that department head Kim Taemin walked into the bathroom, he was adjusting his suit and seriously questioned Yu Il-shin. "I'll ask again. Teacher Yu, who are you going to call?" Yu Il-shin quickly panicked and told the manager Kim Taemin, "About that, I need to call the publisher urgently." But the manager Kim Taemin already knew when he looked at Yu Il-shin's confused and trembling appearance. Seeing that the situation was like this, the manager Kim Taemin stopped pretending. He said disdainfully. Immediately after that he angrily rushed in and kicked Yu Il-shin, causing him to fall backwards and hit the wall. The manager, Kim Taemin, angrily and contemptuously loosened his tie and said to Yu Il-shin, "I don't understand why I was sent here. Other people can do this too." And at this time, Yu Il-shin was in pain and tried to stand up, but the manager Kim Taemin rushed over and squeezed Yu Il-shin's neck and told him, "Since it seems like you don't want to understand, I will let you sleep. Then take it away." Right after that, the angry manager, Kim Taemin, used more force to squeeze Yu Il-shin's neck, causing him to gradually lose air and faint. Yu Il-shin also tried to struggle away from him, but it was useless. The other manager, Kim Taemin, despised him and squeezed even harder and said to Yu Il-shin, "Does it hurt? If you had listened to me, it would have been different. If you obediently don't move, I'll let you sleep comfortably." And because the head of department Kim Taemin Kai strangled Yu Il-shin more and more tightly, Yu Il-shin's strength became weaker and weaker, his eyes also faded as if falling into sleep. But at this moment when Yu Il-shin was about to faint, he suddenly received a notification from the system. An emergency mission was established, a mission to save the believers. Seeing this, Yu Il-shin was immediately surprised and confused. The system continued to inform Yu Il-shin that the next rescue mission had been set up. Hearing that, Yu Il-shin became even more confused and asked the system again, "The mission to save the people." The system immediately appeared and told Yu Il-shin, the mission was to save the first follower at the Earth branch, Du Miri, from Death's Door. Quest reward, trust from Sung Miri plus 100. Hearing that, Yu Il-shin immediately regained consciousness, but he became even more confused and worried, thinking, "Away from Death's Door, Miri." And when he saw that Yu Il-shin had not fainted and was still conscious, the manager Kim Taemin was surprised and said to Yu Il-shin, "Oh, your endurance is also very good. If it was a normal person, he would have fainted by now, that's it." And right now, Yu Il-shin was thinking about the mission. He tried to get away from this manager, Kim Taemin, thinking, "First of all, I need to do something with this guy. Damn, the power difference is too great. At this rate, the first person to die will be me. I need strength." At this moment, Yu Il-shin was surprised to hear someone's voice, "O Supreme God, I will give you my own power." Hearing that, Yu Il-shin was surprised to see Ilyo speaking to him with enthusiasm, wishing him success. Hearing that, Yu Il-shin felt a little confused and moved to call back, "Ilyo." Just a second later he received a notification from the system. Sharing skills were added, Gayami, Ilyo, and Tiachi Association. Ilyo sharing skills, Tiachi. Right after that, a line of electrical interference from the iron body passed through Yu Il-shin's body. It penetrated into Yu Il-shin's body. He seemed to be empowered with cold, hard eyes as he spoke. His iron body, his body as hard as steel, activated. Hearing the strange tone of Yu Il-shin, this department head Kim Taemin couldn't help but be confused and said, "Huh." The next second, this department manager, Kim Taemin, was immediately shinned by Yu Il-shin. His whole body emitted a strong aura and said to the department manager, "Kim Taemin, look at me." The head of the department, Kim Taemin, quickly stepped back, putting on a ready-to-fight stance. He looked at Yu Il-shin with suspicious eyes and thought, strengthening the body and creating matter is the ability of him? Then the manager Kim Taemin looked at Yu Il-shin with his whole body full of muscles, full of energy. His clothes were also torn apart by the rolling muscles. Seeing that, the manager Kim Taemin became even more certain in his thoughts and thought, "Now I'm sure that he is someone the guild master is interested in." At the same time, Yu Il-shin also received a notification from the system, "Iron body, body made of steel, grade A." The strong and sturdy body that Ilyo gained while undergoing trials at the warrior tower. Received the blessings of stone, wind, steel and fire. But at this time, after seeing that Yu Il-shin had launched his ultimate move to prepare for battle, the Chief Kim Taemin, he also started to fight more seriously. Chief Kim Taemin took off his jacket, he loosened his tie to make it easier to move when fighting and said to Yu Il-shin, "I'm to blame for feeling disappointed because I was trusted. Assign a task that we think is easy. If so, then there is no need to be jealous of the person who is accepted as a teacher. I'm not sure if the matter with Loi Hao has been resolved or not, but I won't joke anymore and quickly take teacher Yu away." At first, Yu Il-shin was still surprised by the incomprehensible words of Department Head Kim Taemin, but as soon as he heard what he said, he felt even angrier, looking at him with murderous eyes in his face. It's also starting to become more serious. The manager, Kim Taemin, arrogantly waved his hand provocatively and said to Yu Il-shin, "Okay, let's start." However, just a second later, before the manager, Kim Taemin, finished speaking, Yu Il-shin, with eyes filled with murderous intent, opened his powerful fist and threw it at the manager. Although this was an unexpected attack, for this department head Kim Taemin with many years of fighting experience, he quickly ducked and dodged Yu Il-shin's attack. He dodged and looked contemptuously at Yu Il-shin throwing his fist at him and thought, that's a powerful fist. But, he wasn't on guard, just recklessly swinging his fist. I'm definitely not mistaken, this guy is a newbie. That's disappointing. And just when this department manager Kim Taemin thought that Yu Il-shin's previous punch was just a miss, he was confidently and arrogantly preparing to swing his fist at Yu Il-shin's direction, then this department manager immediately I was surprised when Yu Il-shin grabbed my head with both hands without even realizing it. This manager, Kim Taemin, couldn't help but be confused. Immediately after that, Yu Il-shin used both hands to squeeze his head, causing his teeth to fall out and blood to flow from his nose and eyes. When this department head, Kim Taemin, had not yet regained his composure after the recent pain, Yu Il-shin had no time to give him anything more. At that time, when this department head Kim Taemin was still angry and scolding Yu Il-shin, that son of a bitch, he did not notice that Yu Il-shin was angrily clenching his fist to form a hammer. Just a second later, Yu Il-shin, with a powerful slap, hit Kim Taemin on the head, causing his head to explode and kill him. Even though Yu Il-shin had already killed the manager, Kim Taemin, he still felt more angry and indignant when looking at his corpse. Then remembered something, Yu Il-shin quickly took out his phone and said, that's right, Miri, I should call her first. But when Yu Il-shin called, he received a notification from the other end of the line, the phone number you were calling is currently unavailable. Seeing that the phone could not be reached, Yu Il-shin could not help but speak in confusion and worry. No, this damn game. Help me quickly, I need to find Miri. The next second, a notification appeared from the system telling Yu Il-shin, the system to manage the followers of the Soul God would now be deployed. Hearing this new function, Yu Il-shin wondered and asked the system that manages followers. Just one day later the system appeared a notice board in front of Yu Il-shin for him to choose. The system manages followers, searches for followers' locations, charges 1,000 coins, searches for locations. Yes or no? Without much hesitation, Yu Il-shin immediately told the system, I have a bunch of coins, so of course I have them. Just a second later, Yu Il-shin received a notification from the system, confirming the location and situation of the Miri living individual. Yu Il-shin was immediately confused when a new situation suddenly appeared in his mind. He saw a cold guy holding a sword gradually walking towards Sung Miri and telling her, don't worry, it won't hurt. The system immediately displays this person's information to Yu Il-shin. Sword demon, male, 32 years old, special skills, sword fanatic. And on the other side right now Sung Miri was injured and couldn't move, her whole body was exhausted, as if she saw her life about to end. Sung Miri only remembered the person she was most worried about. She shed tears that had filled with resentment, worry, and regret. He spoke weakly, Master. At this moment, the demon sword coldly raised his sword in front of Sung Miri's face. Immediately after, a slash was thrown, blood splattered, and Sung Miri's heroic life was over. And with that, blood splattered all over the notice flyers that were immediately raised, appeared and said to Yu Il-shin, Achievement Reward, South Korean Hunter Association, Thunder Queen. You have maintained public order and prevented a national disaster with a sense of responsibility and duty to the national body. This achievement award is given to you for your efforts over the past time, day X month X year 2000 benefits male police commissioner must be helpful useful. Looking at such a tragic fate of Sung Miri, who was still a student, Yu Il-shin couldn't help but get angry. His whole body was filled with murderous intent and thought, Miri was attacked by a stranger. What did he say, Devil Sword? But at this moment Yu Il-shin suddenly received a notification from the system. You were shown the catastrophic outcome of individual Sung Miri. Seeing that, Yu Il-shin couldn't help but be surprised and confused and said, what's wrong? Just a second later the system reappeared and informed Yu Il-shin, those events had not happened yet. But they were destined to happen soon. Hearing that, Yu Il-shin was confused and thought, it was exactly the same as what happened before with the death demon. This means, Miri is not dead yet. And immediately he received a notification from the system, do you want to change the fate of mortals with the power of God, yes, no? Yu Il-shin immediately told the system without hesitation, of course yes. And then he remembered the information of the guy who would kill Sung Miri, sword demon, male, 32 years old, special skills, sword fanatic. Yuil Shin was a little confused and worried and thought, wait, it said he was a sword fanatic, right? Then Yuil Shin remembered something. He immediately turned back to look at his cupboard and thought, if it's a sword, I also have one. Then Yuil Shin took out a sword, a small knife of his own from the cabinet. It was like a child's toy knife. Yuil Shin held the knife in his hand, full of determination and said, okay, let's go. The system immediately pops up and informs Yuil Shin that in exchange for changing the fate of an individual, you will have to spend 100,000 coins. And right then, to Yuil Shin's surprise, a beam of light passed through his body and carried Yuil Shin away to another place. The scene now changes to the other side. Sung Miri is in a critical situation. She has a serious head injury and is bleeding a lot and is lying on the ground, and the demon sword is also gradually approaching Sung Miri's place, as the Yuil Shin ants had seen before. At this moment, Sung Miri was confused, her whole body trembling as she tried to stand up and ask the demon sword again, why did he do that? This demon sword coldly and emotionlessly said to Sung Miri, I don't have any grudge against you. Just doing my job. Right after that, before he was about to raise his sword to end Sung Miri's life as previously predicted, then this demon sword was alert and discovered an incoming aura. He quickly stepped aside angrily and coldly questioned the newcomer, who was it? Looking at Yuil Shin in front of him, this demon swordsman thought in confusion and vigilance, even he couldn't detect his stealth skill. Who the hell is he? At this moment, Yuil Shin's whole body was filled with murderous aura. His eyes were wide as if he wanted to kill someone and said to that demon sword, I want to kill him. Seeing Yuil Shin actually come here, Sung Miri couldn't help but be surprised and touched, but right after that she felt confused and worried and shouted, Master. And when the demon sword saw the confusing situation in front of him, he was equally surprised to see that Yuil Shin had come here. Just now, he was boldly saying that he wanted to kill him, but a second later he was lying on the ground. And what made the two confused at that time was Yuil Shin, who was lying on the ground, still with an angry grimace on his face, holding his small sword tightly in his hand and saying, I want, chop. He came out. At this moment, the demon sword looked with cold eyes at Yuil Shin, who was in a state with bloodshot eyes, foaming mouth, and holding a toy knife in his hand like a psychopath. In his heart, he remembered his past and silently evaluated Yuil Shin and thought to himself, when I chose to follow the path of Kendo, I had to defeat many talented people to climb to this position. I have faced many stronger opponents and then defeated them while taking advantage of myself. But the problem is how. His eyes were dull and he was still holding that tiny knife. Then the demon sword raised his bloody sword and questioned Yuil Shin, are you on the same side as How? Yuil Shin did not choose to answer him directly, but immediately showed a crazy smile and said to that demon sword, everything, I want to cut off. Seeing Yuil Shin's words and expression as he raised the knife with his eyes losing control, it was possible to know Yuil Shin's intentions. The sword demon immediately held his sword tightly in his hand, ready to start fighting, thinking to himself, he wants to fight me, with that knife. Those tricks don't work. Thinking about that, the demon swordsman immediately pulled out his sword. He strongly swung the sword towards Yuil Shin, confidently thinking, even a low-level hunter cannot compete with his sword. Avoiding it is already a feat. But at this moment, when the demon sword was very confident in his strength, Yuil Shin, with eyes filled with murderous intent and a small knife, he showed an evil smile and raised his knife. Come up and say it, cut it. With such incomprehensible actions and words, the demon swordsman was surprised and confused, and then he was even more surprised when he saw that the force from the slash he just threw towards Yuil Shin was actually cut off. And block it. He was confused and sweating, thinking, he just blocked me with that fruit knife. What shop? No, calm down, it's up to me. This time, you won't be able to block it anymore. After saying that, the demon sword angrily raised his sword and strongly slashed towards Yuil Shin, confidently saying, this sword cuts rock like mud. However, with this slash from that demon sword, Yuil Shin let out a frustrated sigh. He just raised his small sword towards the powerful sword slash coming towards him, and sighed disapprovingly and said, cut. Was able to immediately destroy that sword slash of the demon sword and deflect that slash, creating an explosion behind Yuil Shin, while he calmly approached the demon sword. Seeing that, the demon sword guy immediately said in bewilderment, surprise and disbelief. Right after that, he became even angrier and threw many sword slashes at Yuil Shin as if wanting to test how many of his slashes Yuil Shin could block, and even more unconvinced, he thought, this guy is from where the hell? As for Yu Il-shin, he gently used his small sword to rotate and slash the demon sword in all directions, with an expressionless face, cutting everything. Every small blow of Yu Il-shin's sword can block all the attacks of that demon controller, causing him to be surprised, confused, and suspicious, thinking, I've never heard of him. He seems to be Thunder Empress's master. Wait, that means, he is an unofficial hunter managed by the government and Star Hunter Federation. If so, then it makes sense that I've never heard of him. Well then, I don't think I'll have to use this. And now, after the demon sword had launched many slashes at Yu Il-shin but still had no effect on him, he was tired and panting and decided to use his secret weapon. Me. The money-seeking demon took out a small bottle of medicinal herbs from his pocket. He took it and drank it, thinking, it will shorten my lifespan but I will be able to finish him off with just one move. After drinking the medicine, the demon sword's whole body emitted an extremely evil aura, and his eyes became even more crazy. The demon swordman let out a scream full of magic because he had just received more terrifying power, and immediately after that, a mark in the shape of a demon's face appeared on his neck. After receiving more power, this demon sword became more confident. He held out his sword covered in blood and demonic energy and arrogantly said to Yu Il-shin, Now, I'm coming, Monk Thunder Queen's sidekick, nameless hunter. But even though he saw that the demon sword had added more power, he was filled with murderous aura, raised his sword and prepared to rush towards him. Yu Il-shin just calmly showed a carefree smile and confidently looked at the knife. It's small, that said cut. And when the angry sword demon rushed forward to attack Yu Il-shin, he used his small knife to slash the demon sword's neck, causing him to quickly retreat. Jump high to dodge attacks. And then he jumped up at a fast speed. Right after that, this sword demon was standing right behind Yu Il-shin angrily and swung his sword towards him. With the rapid speed of this decisive slash, Yu Il-shin had no time to avoid it. He was surprised and received this attack, with a powerful stab that caused the soil and rocks here to explode. After the demon's sword landed strongly on the ground, he thought that he could destroy Yu Il-shin after that slash, but he breathed a sigh of relief looking at the chaos around him. He confidently thought, it's hit, good game, nobody's. But the next second he was completely surprised and confused when he saw that his sword was now left with only the hilt. The demon swordsman couldn't help but scream in pity and panic, opening his sword. While he was in such despair, the Yu Il-shin in that layer of dust let out a happy laugh. Seeing that, the demon sword couldn't help but turn around in surprise and confusion and say, no, he's still okay. At this moment, Yu Il-shin emerged from the thick layer of dust. Although his face was covered in dust, he still could not hide the anger and murderous intent. Along with a savage laugh, he said to the demon sword, cut, everything. Seeing that, the demon sword was immediately surprised and scared, sweating profusely, looking at Yu Il-shin, as he turned his head 180 degrees towards him, with evil laughter and a cold laugh. Seeing that, this demon sword couldn't help but scream in surprise and fear. The next second Yu Il-shin hastily adjusted his neck to the right direction. Then, right after that, Yu Il-shin became unsteady on his feet. He turned around unsteadily and used his small sword to slash at the demon sword's direction. But because Yu Il-shin's sword was very small, it was impossible to see the aura or power that it was thrown at the demon sword's side. Seeing that, he immediately became confused and doubtful and said, what is he? But a second later, feeling the wind pass by his head, the sword demon instinctively tilted his head to the side in confusion and said, huh. The next second, he was completely surprised and scared. He broke into a cold sweat when he felt the terrifying power from the random slash that grazed his body. With that terrible power, the demon sword couldn't help but feel confused and think that he would die. But before he could finish this thought, he immediately received hundreds of sword slashes from Yu Il-shin. Chopped him into hundreds of pieces, and with it came stormy winds that caused the building to be cut off in the back. And after going through a recent battle, this demon sword felt like he had just returned from hell, having just gone through a round of demon gates. He couldn't help but be confused and scared. His spine was cold, but when this demon sword saw that his body was still intact, he couldn't help but be confused and scared and think, am I still alive, without any scratches? Why, he could kill me, why would he let me live? Then the demon sword turned around in confusion, looked at Yu Il-shin and asked him in confusion and fear, who are you? And Yu Il-shin was still losing his mind. He held the knife in his hand and arrogantly said to that demon sword, so delicious, KKIM, sword saint. Hearing that, the sword demon was surprised and confused and asked Yu Il-shin, sword saint. But in his heart, he was surprised and thought, is he a sword saint? The sword saint, who stands at the end of the sword path. Only those who have reached the top can have that title. Then, And at this time, Yu Shin suddenly received a notification from the system: the iron body skill sharing time has ended, returning to Yu Shin's useless body. And so Yu Shin regained consciousness, his muscular muscles gradually disappeared, he returned to his normal body. And when he saw the eyes filled with murderous intent of that demon sword facing him, Yu Shin couldn't help but panic in fear, tried to shake the small knife in his hand to make it work again and said, "Hey fruit-cutting knife, wake up, I said wake up, hey dizzy." But Yu Shin only became more confused when he saw the system's response message: Yu Shin's sword, the Sword Saint's extinction sword, had turned back into a fruit knife because it had lost its power. And at this moment, Yu Shin was looking at the demon's sword in confusion and fear, thinking he was going to attack him. Yu Shin was scared and avoiding, but the demon's sword suddenly bowed his head in respect. "But tell Yu Shin, no, I have lost, Sword Saint." Hearing that, Yu Shin couldn't help but be confused as he thought he was going to attack him, but he bowed his head and said to him like that. Yu Shin was confused and confused. And then he was surprised to see a notification from the system: Yu Shin's sword could be upgraded, but he didn't care much about that. While Yu Shin was turning around looking for something, the demon swordsman was still sincerely bowing his head in respect and saying to Yu Shin, "Please give me the opportunity to see more of your swordsmanship, sir. Holy sword. I will be your servant. Even if you ask me to cut my belly open, I will do it." Seeing that, Yu Shin didn't care much and commented, "This guy is crazy." A few minutes later, he received a notification from the system that the sword demon had become your second follower, going crazy. Seeing that, Yu Shin was surprised and said, "Crazy." And at this moment on the other side Sung Miri was weakly crying out. Seeing that Yu Shin was surprised and remembered, he was confused and said, "That's right, Amiri." While Yu Shin was still confused and ran to Sung Miri's place to see her situation, the demon sword guy immediately jumped to Sung Miri's place. Seeing that, both Yu Shin and Sung Miri were confused, Sung Miri weakly called out, "Master, master." And when he saw the demon sword take out a bottle of yellow medicinal herbs from his pocket and give Sung Miri to drink, Yu Shin was immediately confused and angry and asked him, "Hey, what are you giving her to drink?" Then when he saw the notification coming from the system showing information about that potion, the high-grade medicine, the highest level fox medicine of the sword demon, he brought along for protection. Characteristic: as long as you are not dead, you can be saved. And when he saw Sung Miri's strength gradually being restored, Yu Shin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Ah." And at this time he also received a notification from the system: "Congratulations, you have achieved crazy faith after showing the cruelty and power of a god." With that, at this moment the demon swordsman with eyes filled with respect and admiration turned to say to Yu Shin, "Sorry for causing trouble, Sword Saint." Next to the demon sword, Sung Miri's face had also improved, but because she was so tired, she was still in a coma and couldn't wake up right away. But Sung Miri still didn't forget to worry about Yu Shin and called out, "Monk. Extra." Because Sung Miri's condition has improved, Yu Shin also received a notification from the system: "You have completed the believer's repentance." Sung Miri's faith has increased to 100, becoming 139. And on the other side the demon swordsman, when he didn't hear Yu Shin respond to his apology, he couldn't help but call out to him in confusion, "Sword Saint." And Yu Shin was observing and analyzing the current situation. He nodded and thought to himself, from the insects to the loudmouth from some unknown association. How many times has it been? Why do you guys keep talking to me? At this time, in order for Yu Shin to feel more secure and accept him, the demon sword turned around and sincerely said, "Yu Shin, the queen will soon stabilize." But Yu Shin seriously questioned him again about another issue: "But who hurt her?" The sword demon immediately trembled in confusion and turned around and said to Yu Shin, "Sword Saint, I would like to have my stomach cut open to wash away my sins." Hearing that, Yu Shin just felt helpless and thought, "What about believers? This guy is crazy." As for the sword demon, he was still confused and explained to Yu Shin, "When I get a new sword, I will cut open my stomach right away. Now I don't have a sword." But Yu Shin still didn't pay attention to him. He was still considering the current situation and thinking, "Wait, this guy was hired by a group called Sin, right?" And then Yu Shin spoke up and asked the demon sword again, "Hey sword demon, you said you would obey my orders, right?" The demon swordsman, with a determined look in his eyes, immediately replied and said to Yu Shin, "Of course." Yu Shin immediately asked him again, "Demon sword, how strong are you?" The demon sword immediately regained his confidence. With eyes full of determination and arrogance, he said to Yu Shin, "I don't have enough people in this country to kill." So Yu Shin ordered that demon sword guy to tell him, "Then deal with the guild for me." Hearing that, the demon swordsman was startled and confused, not expecting this. His whole body stopped and asked again, "Yu Shin, huh? Yu Shin immediately asked him back, "What, you said anything right? Can't you do it?" Hearing that, the demon swordsman nodded with some hesitation and confusion as he looked at Yu Shin. And when he saw Yu Shin's determined and arrogant eyes, the demon sword immediately obeyed and obediently said to Yu Shin, "If that is your order, then I will obey." Thanks to that, Yu Shin immediately smiled smugly and somewhat arrogantly, thinking to himself, his stick hit him on the back. He just needs to cause a little trouble for the guild. "It's my turn, you bastards," Yu Shin said with a serious face, "then punish me for the crime." The hunter said with a surprised look, "Huh?" Yu Shin said coldly, "Why, you said anything right, you can't do it." The hunter looked suspiciously at Yu Shin. The hunter knelt down and bowed his head and said, "If that is your order, then I will obey." The system sounds, you have achieved a crazy follower, you are qualified to unlock the power. Prosperity gesture over 100 coin. Do you want to activate the power, yes or no? Hearing the system announce the money, Yu Shin happily smiled stupidly. He thought in his head, Prosperity Act, this is a skill that generates gold coins, that's for sure. It was late at night, while practicing Yu Shin rushed into the room and rummaged through the drawers. He screamed, "I left the money here." The guy looked happy when he found a pig stuffed with money. He looked surprised and said, "It's only 101. He happily laughed loudly and said, "Never mind, prosperity and prosperity." He was bewildered for a moment and then the system rang a message saying that the prosperity chi had no effect on the device. Yu Shin looked at the coin and angrily cursed, "Damn, there is no skill that makes my life easier than that." On the internet, the commentator said, "Without a voice, that's enough, calm down and take advantage of God's power." The Sword of Extinction said, "Destroy all those brazen people." Yu Shin thought to himself, "Oh right, I can't keep being attacked like this, I have to take the initiative." Yu Shin looked at the phone with a stupid expression and said, "What should I do to become stronger?" The system rang out saying, "God of Prosperity," saying that in the long run, you should do many good deeds. Silent Nightmare, saying that would take a long time, so killing and creating karma would be faster. Exterminate the sword, agreeing with Silent Nightmare and using the heavenly sword to kill will be easier. He pondered for a moment and said, "Which way is better?" He confidently and determinedly said, "Okay, I've decided, I'll do both." The echo system should say, "Welcome to the Creator. Depending on how you play, you will become an evil god or a good god." Hearing that, Yu Shin smiled stupidly and said, "I have to use Prosperity Act to increase the number of ants, so first, Prosperity Act. Now we have millions of soldiers to fight the enemy." The system rang out, 1 million Gawimi tribe legions created by divine power were advancing towards the Imperial Army within 24 hours. Yu Shin smiled happily and said, "Kill them all." He looked at them intently, they were doing something that made him suddenly say, "Huh, what are they doing?" In Gem, the white-shirted ant girl uses magical power to heal the black-shirted boy's wound. The white-shirted ant girl gently comforted the crying boy, with divine power to heal him. Yu Shin suddenly said, "Ha, she can even use her skills." The boy happily said, "Mom, my hand doesn't hurt anymore." The boy's mother happily exclaimed, "Holy Lady." The white ant girl said loudly with a confident face, "Everyone believe in God Yu Shin with his blessing, I will live a new life, believe in God Yu Shin, trust him." The system sounds, the more followers you increase, the more virtue you accumulate. Yu Shin looked surprised and said, "Huh, why do you look so crazy, isn't this a bit dangerous?" But thanks to these ants, I automatically accumulate virtue. While in the gem, someone called, he cursed under his breath, "The damn manager is calling." He listened to the phone, he was worried. The manager said, "Why don't you submit the manuscript? Do you know how many times the president told me to cancel the contract?" Yu Shin stammered and said, "About that, I have personal reasons." The manager angrily shouted into the phone, "What is that, you haven't even started writing yet, are you crazy?" Yu Shin looked annoyed and avoided the phone. He thought to himself, "Wait, what will happen if I use that skill on myself? Another one will appear, it's okay to try, isn't it, Prosperity Finger?" A bolt of lightning emitted, causing Yu Shin to dodge to the side in discomfort. Yu Shin looked dumbfounded when the system notified, the prosperity time was 6,666 seconds. Yu Shin is so happy, it really works. The gem version of Yu Shin said with a cold face, "Okay, from now on you will be in charge of writing the manuscript." Yu Shin said innocently, "I will help." After saying that, Yu Shin version punched Yu Shin so his face was distorted and he fell to the floor. Yu Shin's version said fiercely, "Don't tell me anything, you bastard." The other version of Yu Il-shin angrily kicked Yu Il-shin repeatedly, constantly cursing Yu Il-shin, "Damn it, take another hit, loser." He beat Yu Il-shin to a bruise and said with a sigh, "It was so refreshing." The other version of Yu Il-shin coldly asked, "What do you mean? Are you trying to trick me again?" Another version prohibits the phone. Yu Il-shin reads it with a tense face and says, "Go away." Yu Il-shin muttered, "Huh, crazy guy." Version of Yu Il-shin transformed into the brutal killer character in Gem. He said arrogantly, "Let's fight." The brutal murderer killed all the soldiers in the Gem, causing a soldier far away to exclaim in panic, "Too strong, even though we have a large army, we cannot win." He smiled proudly and said, "It's really fun, those black people." The brutal murderer looked at all the soldiers with wide eyes and said, "Huh." The brutal murderer moved with such force that all the soldiers looked at it in panic. The system rang, a brutal murderer was on the line. The giant monster roared and said, "It was the rumored demon god." The goddess suddenly said, "What?" Mo touched loudly, knelt down and said to the goddess, "I apologize, the entire army has been destroyed." The female priest got angry and said loudly, "Is she just equal to a demon god?" Mo said loudly, "He looked exactly like a devil." The red-shirted ant discovered something and said, "Wait, oh my god, I'm already dead." "Quickly inform your majesty is currently practicing in seclusion." The goddess said angrily, calling General and the 10 swords to come immediately. The red-shirted ant saw that something was wrong and said, "But, if we do that, we will be attacked by monsters and neighboring countries." The goddess said in a cold voice, "Handling the black switchboard is my most important priority right now, bringing the head of that demon servant to me before I finish cultivating." The blonde girl looked worried and thought to herself, "What is this goddess? Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Please allow me to fail this time. I will bring the demon god's head back to you." After thinking about it, the girl turned around and left the house. Yu Il-shin was beaten and his nose bled and kept screaming. He wondered, what just happened? He woke up tired, he thought in his head and said, "That's right, the other version of me just beat me to a pulp, because now no one can beat me, so that version also beat me." The system rang. The god of prosperity was asking where that handsome version of you was. Could you introduce them to him? Yu Il-shin blankly looked at the phone and said in pain, 121 missed calls. Who is this? No one is calling now. There is another text message. The message from the dam manager texted you saying, "Not only will we cancel your contract, please pay the compensation fee." Yu Il-shin output said, "Huh." The system rang out. The tribe had changed its profession after successfully completing the mission in the Termite Kingdom. Completed invasion of the Grass Kingdom. Achieved many titles, collect many white and black coins to level up. Yu Il-shin angrily shouted, "What the hell?" In a prosperous city, people talk and say, "What's the use of playing games, this stupid game?" System notification: because the White Ant Kingdom's nomadic group mission was successful, you were promoted to buy shop level. You received 302 prisoners from the Grass Kingdom. Number 1 has been promoted to a trainee muscle warrior. Number 2 has been promoted to spear knight. Number 3 has been promoted to archer. Yu Il-shin shouted loudly, "What are these for?" The system continues: the White Tiger has been promoted to a military soldier, and you have received a large amount of white coins and black coins. Yu Il-shin angrily said, "If the game is too easy, then why play this damn game?" The image of the manager constantly appeared in his mind, saying, "Cancel the contract, quit the job, pay the contract." Yu Il-shin angrily said, "I will type quickly and submit it, I can't have to quit my job." The system rang out: mission to rescue new believers, rescue fanatics. Yu Il-shin looked at the computer. The system appeared in his eyes and said, "Will you save the demon sword fanatic, yes or no?" The reward: rescuing the fanatic, the demon sword, will help your management skills bloom like a flower. Yu Il-shin suddenly said, "Really, but I still have work to do." In his mind right now he thought, "Just let it go, let it go, let it go." His hands were still working but his mind was in the gem. He looked at the system and suddenly exclaimed, "Ha, what is that? I don't care." The system rang. Let's start by seeing what the believer is thinking. The fanatical believer's perspective. The demon sword will be shown. He stared at the system and saw Cheomi interrogating Apostle Johann. Cheomi coldly asked the muscular guy, "You really didn't say anything, why don't you tell me everything?" The system rang out and said, Cheomi is a 26-year-old female who is blessed by the god of destruction. Her ability to use fire is quite impressive. Cheomi grabbed the guy's hair and said fiercely, "If you tell me everything, I will let you die without any pain." Yu Il-shin watched and thought to himself, "What the hell is this? How scary." Star Guild. He was captured while attacking the Star Guild. He looked surprised and said, "That is." Chaomi said with a bored face, "It's really boring." Yuil Shin saw a big guy and said in fear, "Oh my god, there's a guy over there who looks terrible." 1 year later, at the age of 31, blessed by the god of destruction, he has very impressive muscles. Using existing authority, you are reaching your audience's mind. The cold guy told me that I was sold to a gang when I was young and trained to become an assassin. After awakening my martial ability, I completed several assassination missions. I'm used to Chaomi and Chao-do being raised like me in the CN Association. Yuil Shin felt surprised and said, "Well, what is this?" They naturally became my opponents. Chaomi asked the young man coldly, "Did you finish adding it up first? Don't say you're being favored. I don't have normal dreams like everyone else. If you're jealous, why don't you try and leave?" Chaomi got angry and cursed, "You bastard. I have walked the path of human sword fusion to become stronger. Finally, my swordsmanship has reached the level I desired. I have achieved my goal. But it ended like this, what a shame." Chaomi came and told the muscle guy, "Who ordered you to attack the CN Union? Why did you betray us?" Chao-do said fiercely, "Kill him if he betrays, let's end this matter." Chaomi looked surprised and said, "Why, kill him? Pastor Johann said he would pay us 100 million if he brought him back alive as a sacrifice." Chao-do said with a fierce face, "I will kill you too if you interfere." Chaomi looked annoyed and said, "No, just continuing." The muscular guy now thought, "I'm sorry, holy sword." Chao-do ferociously raised his hand to stab the muscular guy and said, "I will show you what pain is, demon sword." Yuil Shin worriedly said, "It's bad, save him first." Sharing the skill of follower number 1, Iron Body. I need number 1's muscles. Chao-do ferociously punched the hunter, causing the hunter to lose consciousness on the floor. Yuil Shin painfully came to the hunter's side. Chao-do asked with a skeptical face, "Who are you, where did you come from?" Yuil Shin said with an angry face, "What's so important about that, can't you see I'm busy?" At this moment he thought to himself, what if I used Sung Miri's thunder while in this state? He spoke loudly, sharing his skills Sung Miri, lightning. He looked confident and thought to himself, they will be wiped out in just one move, I am truly a genius. The ecosystem should say, skills are limited, you cannot use 2 of your followers' strong skills at the same time at the current divine level. Skills reach limit, overload. Chao-do blushed and said, "Are you teasing me?" Yuil Shin was beaten until he vomited blood. Yuil Shin didn't fight back, so he changed his voice and called, on Chao-do. The system rang and said, "You have endured the overload state because of your iron body." Yuil Shin saw Chao-do defeated and sighed and thought, I almost died. Chaomi calls out in pain, "Chao-do, wake up, brother." Yuil Shin had the idea in his head, but he still managed to kill one guy. Chaomi said angrily, "You, how dare you?" Chaomi continuously spit fire to burn Yuil Shin. Yuil Shin muttered, "Am I going to die like this?" The system said, "You are under fire because you are using the number 1's iron body." He muttered, "What is this? It also feels hot, but this feeling feels so good, ha ha." Chaomi gasped for breath. Chaomi looked at him with murderous eyes and said, "Have I defeated him?" Yuil Shin smiled smugly and said, "What, how could you, that's impossible. I didn't know number 1's iron body was so strong," he thought. He laughed loudly, glad that he had upgraded him so much. Chaomi angrily cursed, "You bastard, I will follow you into ashes." Yuil Shin seriously countered, causing Chaomi to scream in pain. The system rang, the iron body's usage time ended. He looked at the system and said, "I can't end this quickly and I'll be turned into ashes." Notification system, the mission to rescue the fanatics is completed, your skills and talents have leveled up. Yuil Shin smiled stupidly and said, "I wonder what my blossoming talent will be, maybe I can become a great writer." The hunter said with a skeptical face, "What is that, that's all." Yuil Shin wondered, "So what bloomed? I was so stupid to expect too much from something so good." The hunter happily exclaimed, "The Sword Saint, the day he defeated them with skills I had never seen before, was truly amazing." Yuil Shin muttered in fear in his head, "Don't look at me with those eyes." "But, where am I? I need to go home and work." Yuil Shin calls you hunter, "Hey sword demon." The hunter replied, "Yes, Sword Saint, just give me orders." Yuil Shin coldly said, "No, I just want to go home, get out of here." From the darkness came a voice, "You are as wonderful as I expected, nice to meet you." The hunter looked worried and said, "Yuil Shin, Sword Saint, be careful." The purple-haired guy smiled happily and said, "Finally we meet, are you the source of everything?" The system rang out. Pastor Johann, 29 years old, undertook the sacrificial ritual to the god of destruction. Yuil Shin muttered in fear, a pervert. The hunter called with a worried face, Sword Saint. Johann showed off his body to Yuil Shin and said, "It's an honor to meet Yuil Shin." Yuil Shin closed his eyes in fear, causing the hunter to call to wake him up, Sword Saint. Yuil Shin muttered, "Do I have to fight this pervert?" Johann said, "Yuil Shin, you are as great as I expected, nice to meet you." The scared hunter reminded him, "Holy sword, be careful." Johann smiled and said, "Finally we meet, who is the source of everything?" The system rang. Pastor Johann, a 29-year-old man, undertook the sacrificial ritual to the god of destruction. Yuil Shin thought with a bewildered face, "Why sacrifice? That mark, no matter how hard you look, you still can't see what it is. I have to be very careful." Johann smiled stupidly and called Yuil Shin, "Brother." Yuil Shin thought in fear, the pervert was getting closer. Johann smiled happily and said, "I was so excited that my whole body seemed to be shaking. I can't believe I finally met an apostle brother." The hunter pushed Johann away to prevent Johann from hugging Yuil Shin. Yuil Shin called out with a surprised face, "Demon sword." The hunter looked fierce and said, "Johann, don't come close to the Sword Saint." Johann waved his hand and said, "You lowlife insect." Johann gave the hunter a blow and flew away. Yuil Shin thought with a surprised look in his head, he couldn't believe that the demon sword, the one who defeated even the Lightning Queen, was blown away so easily. Johann smiled and asked Yuil Shin, "Then, which god do you follow, whose apostle are you?" Yuil Shin said softly, "Mew touched." Johann didn't hear clearly and asked again, "What, or what god?" Yuil Shin said in anger, "Go away, you idiot." Yuil Shin used a move to attack Johann, surprising Johann. Black-haired ant looked sad and whispered, "Arachi ni, please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I will go defeat the demon lord's followers." Now Arachne is weak because his followers have left their faith. On a beautiful day, the ants were playing and chasing each other. An old ant cutting wood passed by and reminded them, "Don't go deep into the forest." The ant in the lead heard that and replied, "Yes." The old ant looked up at the sky, discovered something and said in panic, "What is it? It can't be, they're coming, the Black Village." The blonde ant girl looked at her with wide eyes and said, "Great move, poison." The black general sprayed deadly toxins. All the ants were poisoned and screaming in one area. The demon lord's power will slowly weaken. Yuil Shin tried his best to attack Johann. Yuil Shin was proud when he defeated Johann. He had a thought in his mind, first took the reins. Seeing Johann's strong body lying on the ground, Yuil Shin shouted loudly. Johann woke up and stood up to fight back. Yuil Shin gave the final blow and said angrily, "Just die." Yuil Shin panted heavily after lowering Johann to the ground. Johann struggled to stand up. Yuil Shin saw this and thought, doesn't the Lightning Queen's special move work? Surely this guy is not an ordinary pervert, but a superhuman pervert. Johann stood up fiercely and said, "It's no use, no matter how you attack me, I'll still be alive." Yuil Shin now muttered in despair, "The time to use strong skills is over, I can't use Thunder Punch anymore. Even if I use it, this bastard will still come back to life." He thought in his head, "I will be stalked by this pervert forever." Johann said with a surprised face, "Have you only come this far, brother? Please give me some more entertainment." Yuil Shin frowned and thought to himself, "Damn it, I have to think of something quickly. Something must be done, prosperity is just." Appearing in front of Yuil Shin is his version. He looked at Johann arrogantly. Yuil Shin looked worried and thought, there must be an enemy so he won't betray. Johann smiled and said, "Brother, I didn't expect that you could transform into another personality, you're truly amazing." Yuil Shin's other personality heard that and looked at him as if he wanted to eat him alive. Yuil Shin thought in his head, "My mother was scared, the last time I ordered him, he punched me to pieces, this time I should be quiet." The other personality said with a worried face, "There's trouble." Yuil Shin quickly said, "Other personality, that's right, I'm in trouble, so do something." The other personality said fiercely, "The Ga Yami tribe is also in danger, don't you realize that as the believers are dying, all the divine power is also slowly disappearing?" Yuil Shin worriedly said, "What?" Johann said with an angry face, "You two are ignoring me right now." Everyone rushed forward to fight back against Johann. Yuil Shin suddenly whispered, "It's that skill again." Yuil Shin's other personality got angry and beat Yuil Shin until he was lying on the ground screaming. Yuil Shin frowned and said, "If I die, will a clone like you survive?" The guy from the other personality said with an arrogant expression, "You will Shin, burn this weak guy." Yu will Shin suddenly said, "What?" Yu will Shin's phone lit up. He said to himself, "If there's anything, I'll deal with it myself, I'll still go save the people." Yu will Shin looked surprised and thought to himself, "Oh my god, this time he disappeared on his own." Yo confidently said, "My brother is now the only one left." Yu will Shin thought in fear, what did he mean by what he said just now, burning that guy? Incinerate? That's right, I also have my own skills. Apostle Johan's hand was filled with fire. He shouted loudly, "Are you done playing tricks yet, brother?" Yu will Shin heard that and his whole body stiffened. He wondered in his heart, he said he would burn everything, what was going on? Speaking of this, Yu will Shin suddenly remembered something, his mouth mumbled, "Burn." Raising his affectionate middle finger, Yu will Shin was excited in his heart, "That's right, I also have that skill." At this moment, his middle finger emitted thousands of bright sparks. Yu will Shin shouted loudly, "God's verdict, middle finger." Yu will Shin's scream along with the fierce light from his middle finger made Apostle Johan's eyes widen in surprise. The fire gradually appeared in front of Apostle Johan, but he did not expect that the fire on Yu will Shin's beloved finger was smaller than a mosquito's eye. He looked at that fire and was a little frightened. Trembled, the size of the flame looked like a spark. Apostle Johan saw this and gasped and scoffed, "Is he out of tricks?" At this moment, the terrifying power on his body became even stronger. Yu will Shin was shocked and cursed under his breath. He gritted his teeth and firmly thought, "Okay, let's try combining attacks with more flames." Yu will Shin muttered, "Exponentially it will probably be fine." Then he swung his blow at Apostle Johan and shouted loudly, snapping his divine fingers. A fire with lightning power was flying straight towards Johan. But it seems these flames are not strong enough to attack him. Johan smiled scornfully, "Brother, now I won't toy with you anymore." Johan's eyes gradually brightened, he focused his strength into his hands. Yu will Shin saw that and trembled with worry. This was the end. After defeating his two subordinates, now this guy was so difficult to play, thinking about death at the hands of a pervert. Thinking that, he cried loudly, lamenting heaven and earth, "Ah, oh life." But suddenly Apostle Johan twisted his body and screamed in pain. Looking at the wound under his body, Johan was surprised and wondered, why did I not recover? I am invincible." At this time, the system displays a notification, "You are using the power of brutal hellfire." Yu will Shin opened his eyes in surprise. "What is this effect? Can you clearly explain the skill effects from now on?" Even though he was injured, Johan still stubbornly ignored the pain. He used all the strength he had to attack Yu will Shin. He clenched his teeth in anger, "Because of his ridiculous skills, I can't recover." The attack was so strong that Yu will Shin was immediately blown away. He screamed in pain. The two people stared at each other, neither willing to give in. And on this side, on Naba's side, he is also fighting fiercely. This kid is attacking while thinking, the dark race is being poisoned to death, and the power of the demon god will be weakened. Blame the demon god, you. Serve him. Standing silently for a while, suddenly Naba was startled and turned around to look behind him. He frowned, this premonition. From far away in the sky, a young man was strongly rushing towards Naba. When this person flew closer, Naba was shocked to realize that he was the demon god of the Ant clan. Then Naba loudly warned the demon god, "Come here, you disgusting and cruel demon god, your power will soon disappear." And then the two of them jumped to attack each other, but the demon god's power was much superior, so just one blow gently sent the Naba flying straight into the sky. After finishing, the demon god looked down and let out a breath. He wondered, are they all dead? On Yu will Shin's side, he was lying on the ground writhing in pain and moaning. "Oh, it hurt so much, it felt like his entire body was falling apart." Warning speed coefficient, the number of followers is decreasing rapidly. Warning, if you lose a large number of followers at once, you will lose strength. Lying exhausted on the ground, Yu will Shin felt helpless in his heart. Well, this is so bad, what should I do? The system asks you again, do you want to revive the follower with the healing ring finger? Yes, 5,212,385 coins will be consumed based on the number of lost followers. Yu will Shin's eyes widened when she discovered something. Wait, I never thought I would be able to use my ring finger to heal myself. If I could do it, it would be amazing. I would become invincible. Lose. Yu will Shin tried to sit up. He covered his face in frustration. His ring finger healed. His body emitted a strange smoke, making the Apostle Johan standing in the distance bewildered and not understanding anything. Notification system, if you use it on yourself, 10 million coins will be consumed. Hearing the price, Yu will Shin panicked. Wait, why is it almost 1,000 times more expensive than saving the people? Thinking about it carefully, Yuil Shin sighed and turned around to choose on the system. Whatever, I'm glad I survived. The system asked him, do you want to save the Ant clan with the healing ring finger? Yuil Shin quickly select yes. The system notifies you have received 5,212,385 coins based on the number of people you have saved. Hearing this news, Yuil Shin's spirit became unusually happy and excited. He happily exclaimed, oh, getting a refund is so wonderful. Apostle Johann stood in the corner confused. He waved his hand to attack Yuil Shin and asked in a loud voice, why, how are you still standing? Seeing the attack flying straight towards him, Yuil Shin immediately shouted loudly, sharing his skills, his strong body. A large beam of light radiated on Yuil Shin's body. I thought it was a dangerous attack, but Yuil Shin gently raised his dear middle finger and shouted, this is the way to turn the odds, you have to give in, bastard, the middle finger is my verdict. The fire flew straight towards Johann, but he quickly jumped away and dodged Johann's attack easily. Johann landed on the ground, smirking, you are truly an amazing person, why me? Mistaking you for a useless person again, right? Yuil Shin shouted aggressively, stop messing around, you're probably dead. Johann calmly smiled extremely dangerously, I will offer the 999 offerings I have to the god of destruction. Hearing that, Yuil Shin frowned in confusion. Johann continued raising his voice, and you, an offering nobler than all other offerings, my last piece. At this time, the system prompted, descendant of the god of destruction. Knowing that, Yuil Shin thought in surprise, what, is this why he kidnapped the demon sword and targeted me? Apostle Johann laughed happily, thanking him for becoming my sacrifice. At this time, on the ceiling, the wall gradually cracked, a strange object quickly appeared, it was a strange giant eye staring down below. Yuil Shin trembled in despair and sighed, no. Johann beside me excitedly said loudly, my god. In the moment of hanging by a thread, Yuil Shin pointed his finger at him, clenching his teeth angrily, I need to stop him, my index finger of power. The system immediately reminded that this power cannot be used on the god of destruction. Yuil Shin gasped in panic. But suddenly, Apostle Johann cried out in pain and despair, this is different from what he promised. Without letting him say more, the eye god directly beat Johann to a pulp. Seeing that the eyes were also attacking him, Yuil Shin closed his eyes in fear, was this my end? Yuil Shin closed his eyes to enjoy, he narrated, I had a dream, I didn't know it was an illusion, I was a strong and benevolent god, respected by all, but now I still haven't achieved it. To achieve that, the God who rules over the mountains, that is the true name of the heavenly way of absolute iron, the God of destruction, the soul of chaos, the God of destruction, was betrayed by chaos, and then, losing the woman he loved, and the whole God world would also suffer that pain. Before that God lost himself, he was once a God went looking for peace with the person he loved, but now, he became crazy with a desire for revenge. At this moment, Yuil Shin looked up at the sword, which was no different from standing in front of a pillar. He frowned and exclaimed in his heart, it's so big, that's revenge, let's find it with me. The light from the sword gradually grew stronger. The magic eye is now even more ferocious, the sword demon's face is green with fear, what is this, I have to protect the sword saint, but I can't even lift a finger, this is the first time I feel like scared like this. Yuil Shin turned around and asked, the demon swordsman. The sword demon behind him suddenly spoke up, the sword saint. Right after that, Yuil Shin coldly reminded him, calm down and look at how I killed the god that pervert worships. Hearing that, the sword demon opened his mouth and exclaimed in his heart, so cool. Just as he was about to move forward to fight, the scream from Johann's mouth echoed throughout the room, Master, no, Master, I don't want this. Apostle Johann was currently surrounded by two magical snakes, causing him severe pain. Johann questioned with his eyes above, how could you eat the person who worshipped you, please forgive me. A shrill scream echoed. Yuil Shin stood by and witnessed it, shaking his head in frustration. He opened his eyes now, the thing you worship is just a hungry demon. The image of Johann being directly drained without any strength left, he raised his eyes and asked in a loud voice, is that true, what are you looking at? Suddenly the eyes became furious, the surrounding earth and sky shook. The sword demon thought with his mouth open, that I caused Johann pain with just one look, but he was unharmed, ha! Seeing his master holding the sword gently in his hand, the demon's sword was shocked. Yuil Shin had a black face and a harsh voice, a powerful swordsman. It is known that this is the ultimate power given to me by the sword, it will cause the sword to reach its greatest power and potential, and also cause the wielder and the sword to merge into one. Those eyes were a bit stunned, not able to understand what had happened. Yul Shin threw the attack and shouted loudly in question, God break, why don't you, get out of my world? An extremely terrifying destructive force, blowing everything around it away. One morning in Wuwon City, District 12, an abandoned inner-city area, an aggressive voice commanded, search carefully. The brown-haired man squinted his eyes and said, an acute crack. The young man wearing glasses next to him quickly explained that a monster capable of destroying the whole country could appear from this crack. In this corner, the man in the brown shirt quietly asked, what happened here? He is the director of the Hunter Association. Hyo Kang-chan frowned and muttered, I probably have to start that project right away. Several soldiers shouted, Director, there are survivors here. When Hyo Kang-chan heard that, he slowly walked over. He wondered if anyone was still alive from such a disaster. Kang-chan asked in a cold voice, Grandpa, what happened here? Johan trembled and moaned without saying anything. Hyo Kang-chan helplessly took a closer look at his condition, call an ambulance immediately. Apostle Johan recalled the scene in fear, the image of Yul Shin fighting with the god's eyes appeared clearly, a light with amazing destructive power, combined with his fierce scream, destroyed the god. Why don't you get out of my world? Johan widened his eyes and thought, Yul Shin, that guy really, is the god of all gods. On the side of the desolate mountains and forests, a girl was standing arrogantly on the cliff, a few people below were muttering to each other, it's Sung Miri, just using divine power alone killed everyone, how is that possible? The orange-haired young man stepped forward to question her, are you really a coward? Dragons are famous for their ability to resist mental forces, but you defeated them so easily. Sung Miri shouted angrily, forget it, deal with the rest and give me the teleportation stone. The orange-haired guy wondered, where are you going? But Sung Mi-na didn't answer him but he ordered, bring it here quickly. The orange-haired guy quickly threw the pearl to her and said helplessly, okay, don't get angry and wrinkled that beautiful face, each gem costs 100 million won, you really need it right now. What's going on? Sung Mi-na angrily reminded, if you don't want to die then don't care. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. I heard there was a dragon so I came but I didn't expect there to be only this tiny one, damn it what a waste of time. Hearing that, the orange guy could only breathe a sigh of frustration, it was really fierce, he was truly a tyrant, that's fine, there were no casualties in this level 1 dungeon clearing battle, that's good. Fast forward 2 days later, the child's voice echoed throughout the room, brother, I'm stuck here like. Yul Shin shook his head in disagreement, no, move a little further, there. Having my niece massage my back made Yul Shin breathe a sigh of happiness, so comfortable. The child frowned and grumbled, you're really an old man. As you know, the reason I had to ask my niece to take care of me was because. Yul Shin turned around and looked puzzled, old man, my brother isn't even married yet. The child let out a frustrated sigh. Yul Shin continued thinking, the side effects the giant sword left on my body. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked, but hey, Il Shin was startled and replied, yes. He pondered for a moment, thanks to the heavenly sword, I was able to stop that big-eyed monster from escaping. Yul Shin's niece leaned into his ear and whispered, who is that scary uncle? Yul Shin sighed helplessly, I had to make use of my body, something I don't usually do so I'm very sore now. Looking at the person sitting in front, Yul Shin was startled, yes, demon swordsman. The demon sword quickly bowed his head to the ground and shouted, yes you called me, sword saint. Yul Shin shyly asked him, aren't you planning to go home? Ah, you fixed the bathroom door, right? Yul Shin thought to himself, this guy is the only one who can fix things without being discovered by me. The demon sword solemnly replied, yes, sword saint, I cannot bear the sight of your house being destroyed. The demon sword is truly fanatical about the sword saint Yul Shin. I hear that but I'm speechless with him, he's such a fanatic, well, he's just like that, ignore that description, ignore it. Yul Shin asked the demon sword with a serious face, what about the mission I gave you, why do you have time to sit here? The sword demon stammered in response, cleaning up the mess of the Luminon Guild, I don't have to do it myself. Yul Shin is confused, what do you mean? Demon Sword quickly explained, the Hunter Association's task force led by the cunning hunter Sung Mi-na was already dealing with them, in fact the Korean black market had basically collapsed. Yul Shin's eyes widened in surprise, she was a model on TV. The Demon Sword nodded in confirmation, yes, she is indeed beautiful. Yul Shin shook her head and chuckled inside. Sung Mi-na's name sounds really familiar. Sung Miri, I just saw it now. Just by hearing the name I knew they were sisters. No, just looking at their bodies I knew it. That reminds me, is Miri okay? He excitedly turned around and said to his niece, Seon Yun, let's go home to mom now. The child excitedly shouted, yes. Yuil Shin firmly thought, I should go to the hospital to visit her, if possible, I should cure her with my power. At this time, the system announced, the divine achievements have been calculated. Yuil Shin has successfully prevented 1 out of 100 long flags from pressing, destroying the gods, to the earth. Yuil Shin's good karma has increased by 1 million. Yuil Shin excitedly shouted, oh, it's so much. He asked himself, what is the miracle of that eye? I mean, it's just 1 of 100 clones, but it's already so big. I don't know how big the Abyss Dragon will be. The system rang again. Congratulations, Yuil Shin, you are qualified to perform the promotion mission. Yuil Shin widened his eyes and asked again, promotion mission. Quickly introduced by the system, mission to promote low-level good gods. 1. Get 1 billion high-level creatures as followers. 2. Or 10 or more cunning high-level creatures as followers. Promotion mission low-level evil god position. 1. Kill 1 billion high-level creatures to gain karma. 2. Or kill 10 cunning high-level creatures or higher. Yuil Shin, do you accept the promotion quest? Yuil Shin frowned and stammered and asked, good god, evil god, wait, that means I have to do both. Damn, both at the same time, the difficulty is so high. Yuil Shin was once again panicked. What, accept 1 million followers or kill an equal amount of followers, and... He thought in shock, accept 10 low-level followers or kill them. Should I do this, become a good or evil god? The difficulty level in this is clearly hell. I should have a lot of power and more powerful at this point, but this mission is no different from suicide. The system reintroduces, the mission to promote low-level good gods. 1. Get 1 billion high-level creatures as followers. 2. Or 10 or more high-level creatures as followers. Promotion mission low-level evil gods. 1. Kill 1 billion high-level creatures to gain karma. 2. Or kill 10 high-level creatures of cunning S or higher. Yuil Shin, will you accept the promotion quest? Yuil Shin held his head and considered, wait, I can accept both. Yuil Shin gave a vile smile, good and evil, maybe it would be better if my stalkers from both sides turned against each other. I could win if I took advantage of them. I'm right, you're a genius, you bastards are about to bite each other. Sun Yun saw his brother standing alone laughing like crazy and was so scared that his face turned pale. A while later in room 505, Yuil Shin muttered to herself, room 505, is this right? Hearing the sound of rapid breathing coming from the room, Yuil Shin wondered a bit, but what was that type of difficult breathing? He knocked on the door and asked, hey Miri, are you there? Miri excitedly replied, yes, please come in. Opening the door and entering, Yuil Shin was curious, why was the patient's voice so urgent? When he got there, he was startled when he saw Miri doing push-ups in the hospital room. Seeing Yuil Shin, she excitedly shouted, teacher, Goa, you came to visit me, right? I'm so happy. Yuil Shin frowned and asked, why are you still trying to train so hard when you're injured? Miri replied with a laugh, I'm tired of having to lie down all the time. Yuil Shin asked softly, do you feel better? Miri excitedly replied, yes, I'm fine, I don't have any scars, see. Yuil Shin was startled and asked her. How? Miri enthusiastically took off the wound bandage. Look, there's not a single scar, right? Yuil Shin shyly turned away. At this moment, a girl opened the door to witness the scene. She immediately shouted loudly, are you crazy? After saying that, she rushed over and hit Miri a few times. Yuil Shin's eyes widened in surprise, where did this girl come from? When Miri was beaten, she screamed violently, it hurts so much. The strange girl asked angrily, how dare you take off your bandage in front of a man, and besides, who the hell are you? Yuil Shin stuttered in panic, I was the one who asked that question. The strange girl came and wanted to tear him to pieces. You bastard, what is your relationship with my sister? What is your relationship with Miri? And she could do that in front of you? Yuil Shin smirked helplessly. Little sister, so this is Miri's older sister. She doesn't look like a normal person at all. Miri's sister raised her voice to warn him, if you are just playing with my sister, I will kill you. Miri quickly stopped loudly. Sister, why are you so rude to teacher Il Shin? Miri's sister clenched her teeth in annoyance. Teacher, this guy, a scruffy, unemployed guy like this is my teacher. You're saying this guy is an instructor at the Hunter Academy. Yuil Shin tremblingly explained, no, about it. Miri behind her turned pale in fear, quickly signaled to the teacher, no teacher, you can't let her know. Miri's sister was like an ogre. She asked in a harsh voice, what's wrong with you? Yuil Shin stammered an explanation. Well, that's right, I'm a physical education teacher at the academy. Miri's sister glanced at him, a physical education teacher. He must be a full-fledged hunter if he worked as a teacher at the academy, but I've never seen him. It doesn't matter what his rank is, there's nothing special about him. Miri quickly reminded her sister, Sister, you are becoming mean. Miri walked over and patted Yu Il-shin's chest and firmly introduced, Our teacher Yu Il-shin is really a wonderful person. Miri's sister looked puzzled, we. Hearing his student's words, Yu Il-shin also turned pale and was shocked, we. Miri firmly affirmed that even though he was still unknown to the world, and looked broken, he could be much stronger than you, so don't treat him carelessly. Miri's sister heard that and let out a breath. She asked again, really, Miri? Yu Il-shin was surprised in her heart, Sung-mi na how can a famous hunter successfully defeat other famous hunters without losing a drop of sweat, is she Miri's sister? Sung-mina emitted a murderous aura as she questioned her younger sister, so now you are no longer a shy cat, because you have advanced to level A, you no longer pay any attention to what I say. She quickly uses mind control techniques. Sung-mi na commanded in a strong voice, say it again, who is stronger than whom? Miri was influenced by her sister's magic to obey and submit. She held her head in fear and screamed, I was wrong, sister. Mina curled her lips in disdain. What kind of hunter is this weak? She knelt down. Miri was quickly and mercilessly forced to kneel on the floor. Sung-mi na reminded her harshly, You just need to do what I tell you. Mina heard that and was extremely satisfied, good. Yu Il-shin did not hesitate to approach and beg Sung-mi na, please calm down, you can hurt her to this extent. Mina's murderous aura flared up, she screamed loudly like an ogre, outsiders should control her behavior. Hearing Mina's scream made Yu Il-shin's ears want to pierce his ears. He said with a pale face. She spoke louder than her body. Sung-mi na asked angrily, You still don't stay away? Sung-mina continued to use techniques, control, mind on Yu Il-shin. She shouted a warning, I say get out or I will crush you this damn unemployed person. But in return, Yu Il-shin stood there with wide eyes, not understanding anything. Sung-mi na was extremely surprised, why didn't my skills work? Yu Il-shin shyly spoke up, well I'm probably too cocky, but wouldn't it be better if we two sisters talked? Miri stood up and giggled praising her teacher, Goa, you can resist the mind control power of sisters, you're really great. Yu Il-shin was shocked and sighed, mind control, that's right, Mina is a psychic hunter. Sung-mina slowly asked him, don't tell me what your level is. Yu Il-shin felt helpless in her heart, dear newbie, why did you ask that question when you knew it would be embarrassing to say it? Mina frowned in thought, this is it. Suddenly Sung-mi na bowed solemnly and said, I didn't know so I misunderstood, teacher Yu Il-shin, please take care of Miri from now on. Yu Il-shin was startled and blurted out, yes, sure. He wondered in his heart, why did his attitude change so suddenly? Mina put on her hat and reminded her, more Sung-miri, don't skip meals just because the hospital food isn't delicious, eat that porridge over there because it's very expensive. Miri stammered in response, yes, thank you. Yu Il-shin admired in her heart, surprisingly, she still took good care of her sister. The system introduces her, a human female, who has lived for 24 years, special attention, she is cursed by the abyss related to, the god of destruction. Yu Il-shin squinted her eyes and thought, curse of the abyss, I should tell her. Although she is hot-tempered, she is still Miri's older sister and even brought food. He shyly spoke up, Miss Mina, I have something to say, are you injured anywhere? Maybe it's due to a curse. Sung-mi na frowned and asked again, curse? Yu Il-shin nodded and continued, well, it's like the curse of the abyss. Mina turned black and asked him, brother, how did you know? Yu Il-shin tremblingly explained, well, that I have a skill that can detect, but I must be wrong. He saw her attitude and was scared to death. Her emotions had changed dramatically. She was talking in a market-like manner again. Mina immediately smiled and replied, no, I didn't. Yu Il-shin was speechless, wow, I'm really scared now, Chan. Chan is known as an ancient Roman god described as having two faces. Stepping out, Mina greeted in a cold voice, see you later, teacher Yu Il-shin. He immediately nodded and replied, yes, of course. Approaching the door, Mina raised her voice and said, I'm leaving. Yu Il-shin mumbled a reminder, be careful. He trembled inside, the pressure from an S-class hunter was no joke, if his normal state was like this then he didn't know what it would be like in the middle of battle, and a person like that becoming one of my followers is truly hell. Seeing the teacher standing there frozen without saying anything, Miri excitedly stepped forward and asked, teacher, what are you thinking about that makes you so focused? Yul Shin secretly laughed. I'm worried about the future of the Earth. No, my future more accurately, so let's just proceed as planned. Yul Shin asked softly, Miri, let's go up to the rooftop for a moment. Miri happily replied, yes sir, that sounds good. On the rooftop, a blinding light appeared, a giant tiger was tied up. Yul Shin wondered, what is this? Nothing changes even after using a power, try again. See? He shouted loudly, my crushing finger, my crushing finger. After a period of intense training, Yul Shin was tired and out of breath. He silently calculated in his heart, I thought it was simple when I got stronger after that accident, but it seems I was wrong. Miri will become an S-level when I can release this thing, but why is it not as expected, damn it. A moment passed. Yul Shin breathed a sigh of relief. I had recovered my strength. Was it really this difficult? I really couldn't understand. Maybe it was because I was doing it wrong. Yul Shin tiredly asked his students, Miri, can you stand there for a bit? Miri immediately nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the system announced, a human female who has lived for 19 years, upgraded to S-level, is currently sealed. Pay special attention. She feels itchy when excited. Her ability is still partially sealed. Miri widened her eyes and asked again, like this. Yul Shin exhaled and reminded himself, focus on the seal. Il Shin, focus on every cell in your body, focus. Miri shyly spoke up, teacher, if you keep staring at me like that. Regardless of what she said, he still squinted his eyes seriously, concentrating as if he were trying to look out through a pinhole inside a locked room. Yul Shin was startled to realize something. What is this? It turns out the seal hasn't been broken yet because of this. Miri was bewildered and didn't understand anything. Teacher, what do you mean? Yul Shin wondered, Miri, do you know where your sister went? Sung Miri scratched her face and asked, Sir, why do you ask that? Yul Shin smirked. Somehow, I have to have a serious talk with Miri's sister. Out at sea there are big waves and the sky is white with rain. Do not suffer my apostles. The moment they retreat, everyone on earth will be saved. Huge waves hit the prison. In the prison, 2 prison guards were patrolling. In a prison cell, there is a prisoner named Johann. Johann thought with a pensive face and trembled, the voice of God that I heard when I lost my reason to live was like a miracle. It was actually just a lie. I used both my mind and body to endure just for salvation, even though I worshipped God like a crazy person. Johann cried tears of hatred and trembled as he thought back, even feeling honored to be a part of him. Johann remembers when he lost his reason to live, God appeared and brought Johann back to reality. Johann said with a grimace and tears in his eyes, that's the devil, I told you that's not what I want. After all, he is special, a true saint of angels. Thanks to him, the world was saved. Johann bent down on his knees and begged, begging and saying, please forgive me, please allow this old and humble person to believe in you Yul Shin. One sound, faith in Yul Shin was established. Johann cried out, Sir Yul Shin, thank you for accepting this sinner. A dark shadow appeared in the dim smoke behind Johann and exclaimed in confusion, Yul Shin, did you just mention Yul Shin? The haggard Johann turned around, looked up in fear and asked, who are you? How did you get in here? The high-level association sent you to eliminate me, right? Johann worriedly thought, this is not a place where anyone can easily get in and out unless they are S rank or higher. Who is that person? Johann said thoughtfully, if your goal is my ability. Anyway, it seems I've killed too many people. Is this a decision based on the public's wishes? The mysterious person with his head covered and wearing a black shirt stood silently listening to Johann speak. Johann's eyes suddenly turned cold and said, I may no longer be an apostle of evil, but I can still kill someone like you. The mysterious person sighed and said, you know how to joke, so you are not an abyss. Johann asked doubtfully, abyss? The mysterious person raised his glowing index finger towards Johann and said decisively, well it seems that way, I still won't forgive you for trying to kill my sister Miri. Johann was attacked in the chest by the mysterious person. The pain was so strong that he had difficulty breathing and writhed. Johann collapsed under the mysterious person's hands and breathed his last. Outside the prison, the rain still covered the sky, the security lights were still on and performing their duties. Meanwhile in the room, Yul Shin was sitting with his back in the chair, looking thoughtful and saying, in the end, I still haven't been able to meet Ms. Mina, I wonder if she's busy or not. Anyway, of course it's easy to meet someone of the same level as a first-rate star. The sword demon finally left my house. Yul Shin opened and reread the letter that was crumpled up on the table and thought with a trembling face, please don't come back. Suddenly Yul Shin received a notification on his phone, immediately crumpled up the letter and threw it away, looking surprised and saying, oh my god, what's wrong? Johann, the pervert is naked, but why? Wait a minute, this guy is S-level, I don't know why it happened, but this is a matter of luck. Yo Il-shin looked intently at the phone with a surprised look on his face and exclaimed, the sword demon left the house without me having to do anything and I have another S-class follower, but why Johan? Suddenly another message appeared. Yo Il-shin read it with an extremely worried face and exclaimed, is there another message? So that means the number of S-level followers returned okay, why did he suddenly die? Receiving gifts even when he is dead. Suddenly, a bright red warning light appeared on the phone, making Yo Il-shin startled and exclaimed, what? Then a light flashed from the phone, blinding Yo Il-shin so he had to cover his face with his hands. Yo Il-shin's whole body emitted red rays of light after looking at the phone, those red rays of light even shone out of the room through the window like electric rays. Yo Il-shin a moment later sat dazed on the bed with both palms holding a glowing red magical energy source and thinking, did I just absorb Johan's energy? Will it kill them if this stupid game explained this to me first? Yo Il-shin said with a thoughtful expression, so if the fanatic dies, will I be able to absorb their abilities? But why did Johan die? Is he really dead? An information appeared on the phone that made Yo Il-shin think and sigh and say, they didn't mention the name, but since they are the people behind the black market, then it must be Johan. Yo Il-shin looked thoughtfully at the phone and said, fortunately or unfortunately, the challenges of the demon god and the god of God both increased by 1, and I also just filled Johan's abilities. Yo Il-shin lay on his back on the bed and exhaled in relief, as if sitting idle would win the lottery. Why did Johan suddenly become my follower? Yo Il-shin's thoughtful face was thinking, and then they announced that he died from a stroke. He died but it didn't affect the challenge at all, and he was also a believer in the god of destruction, so should we celebrate that he is dead? Yo Il-shin scratched his head and exclaimed, let it go, he is a bad guy anyway, right, don't think too much, everything is over. Okay, now what should I do? Yo Il-shin was still in his thoughts, I can almost do anything because I have gained a lot of power, I can become a hunter and earn both money and fame. Interrupting that train of thought, Yo Il-shin exclaimed, but that's not what I really want. And a line of thought suddenly flashed through Yo Il-shin, exclaiming, yes, I was once an author, but a third-rate author whose contract had just been cancelled. Yo Il-shin said with a determined expression, when emotions arise, you should write. A few hours later, Yo Il-shin sat on the computer and said, because I just uploaded 10 chapters at once, I should have a reaction by now. Yo Il-shin tiredly looked at his work on the computer and said, everyone's feedback will be good because I wrote down my own experiences. They'll probably be excited like crazy people, so why not check out some of the enthusiastic comments? Yo Il-shin was suddenly bored with the comments and stood up from his chair stiffly thinking, monkey author, let's find another job. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and Yo Il-shin asked, someone I didn't expect to come looking for a demon? Yo Il-shin looked angry and was about to roll up his sleeves and say, that boneless bastard is a real man, he should work to the fullest, why is he already back, I will kill him. While opening the doorknob with sharp and angry eyes, Miri appeared and exclaimed, master. Yo Il-shin also suddenly exclaimed, Miss Miri. Miri sat down and knelt down in front of Yo Il-shin's surprised expression, her voice pleading with her hands clasped in front of her chest, master, can I ask you a difficult favor? Sung Miri knelt down in front of Yo Il-shin's surprise, she urgently begged, teacher, please, can I ask you a difficult favor? Teacher, Sung Miri looked pitiful. Yo Il-shin saw her appearance and thought to herself, look at those sparkling eyes, how could I disappoint her? If I say no, then I'm definitely not human anymore. Yo Il-shin raised his voice, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, gave him a thumbs up and said, okay. Sung Miri showed joy. The system announced that the faith of Earth's apostle Sung Miri had increased by 10. Yo Il-shin was full of surprise, I just agreed and her faith has already increased by 10. What is the task she plans to ask for? Yo Il-shin looked at Sung Miri's appearance and thought to herself, and Sung Miri was very happy and kept praising, as expected, he is my teacher, seeing that it was right. 1. Yo Il-shin feels self-conscious, suddenly feels very worried. The next day, Hunter Academy, Yo Il-shin suddenly understood, so, you want me to be your guardian, that's right, hee hee, Sung Miri replied with a smile. Yo Il-shin walked in thought, because she was absent without permission too many times, her homeroom teacher called her family to come, but why didn't she ask her sister to come? An image flashed across Yo Il-shin's head, he absent-mindedly thought, ah, yes, I know why. Turns out it's not like her faith increased by 10 by accident, it's unbelievable. Sung Miri spoke up, breaking Yo Il-shin's train of thought, but teacher, you look really beautiful in your uniform, why don't you normally dress like this? Yo Il-shin heard that and turned around to ask, what? Ah, I only have this set, I'll buy you another set, anyway, I have a lot of money, so Miri suggested. Yul Shin directly refused. Well, don't waste money like that, I have no reason to wear a suit anymore. Sei Miri is still very active, so at least please let me buy him a brand name sports suit. We have to let the whole world know how handsome he is. Yul Shin turned his head to look at her, handsome and admiring. He scratched his head thinking, Miri's fanatical tendencies are somewhat similar to those of Antria and Black Devils. I have a feeling this is my fault. Yul Shin back to the main topic. Okay, let's go quickly, otherwise we'll be late for that meeting. Ah, you're right, Sung Miri agreed and quickly followed. Two people arrived in front of a room. Someone blocked the door and asked, excuse me, but what is the relationship between you and Miri? Sung Miri patted his chest and introduced, this person is my cousin. The man looked at him with sharp eyes. He is your cousin, but you and him are not at all alike. Yul Shin started to worry. I only said what Mary told me earlier, but have I been exposed? Mon Ri immediately denied. It can't be, I'm not, he and I are the same. Very much. Yul Shin is helpless. As expected, she is a bad liar. The system displays the background of the man in front of him. Lee Gun No, a man who has been in use for 3 years. Note, muscles are very useful. Sung Miri got angry. Teacher quickly took back his criticism and said that the brothers were ugly. Lee Gun No immediately clarified that it was not true, but I saw that he didn't say that. Yul Shin sank into thought and was beaten. With a good price like this person is definitely not an ordinary person. Clearly his name is also very suitable for the muscles on his body. Lee Gun No said a little embarrassedly, I'm really sorry for my inappropriate behavior earlier. I thought it was Miss Sung Mina who came. Yul Shin was surprised. What? Oh, yes, okay. A variety of expressions can be expressed in one sentence. Lee Gun No asked him, by the way, are you also a hunter, sharing the same blood with Miri? You must be very talented. Yul Shin was startled and replied, what, me? No, I'm just human normal. Sung Miri heard that and quickly said, teacher, actually, it is our brother. In the principal's office, inside the room, an elderly man was looking at an item hanging on the wall. He fell into deep thought. Time passed so quickly. A series of memories from before came back. Damn, everywhere there was a gate appearing in the middle of the city. Not only that, at this time there was also one in an elementary school. There are also goblins and demons that can wipe out all of Korea. Can the hunters do anything? A soldier turned around and shouted. Indeed, it was an enemy that even the hunters couldn't handle. A soldier saw something and quickly called, Division Commander, over there. A man is heroically fighting a monster. It is that man when he was young. He arrived in front of the soldiers. The division commander couldn't believe his eyes. What? He had just personally defeated the devil, a top-level monster, huh? This is really crazy. I've never met this hunter before. If he's that strong, he must be of the S level. But where did he come from? The other man returned to the real world. He sighed, I was planning to continue living in seclusion, but that damn monster changed the whole world like this. Oh my god, from there everyone calls me the scanner Choi Kang-san. But now that I'm too old, I have to dig deeper into this academy to find and nurture new talents. That's my duty. Now the academy's biggest problem is Sung Miri. Not only has she been developing rapidly lately, but the association leaders also know that she's actually quite pampered. Everyone has high expectations for her. Baby, it is important to help your child develop systematically. In today's meeting I will talk about this issue privately, that way she will probably understand, Choi Kang-san said smiling to himself. Back outside, Lee Gun No turned to ask Yul Shin, oh, are you a writer? Yul Shin heard that and thought to herself, what is this, why do I feel like I'm being looked down upon? The three people walked together. Lee Gun No continued, I just look like this but reading is my hobby. Can you tell me about the genre you are pursuing? I am currently writing a book. The story is about raising an ant colony and using that colony to invade other territories in which there will be queen ants, worker ants, muscle ants and the like, Yul Shin replied. When I heard the two words, my eyes lit up. Muscles, I thought to myself, of course. The three of them stopped in front of the principal's office, introduced themselves. Ah, it seems we're here. This is the principal's office. He went up and knocked on the door. The principal, the student and his guardian had already arrived. Come in, Choi Kang-san replied. Lee Gi-un slave turned around and said to the two of them, please come in. Ah yes, Yul Shin loosened the tie around his neck and thought to himself, just as I thought, I'm too worried. Yul Shin walked into the room and bowed his head in greeting. Hello to the principal, I am Sung Miri's cousin, I am here to be his guardian. Choi Kang-san replied with a bright smile. Ha ha, yes hello. Yul Shin raised her head and continued, I don't know what Miri did wrong, but, Choi Kang-san interrupted with a smile. Ha ha, it's not much. Suddenly both of them exclaimed at the same time, wait, Yuil Shin recognized the man in front of him. This person is, no, this is the drunk man that day. It was indeed him, the level hunter S. Choi Kang-san, also known as the Scanner. Choi Kang-san also recognized the person opposite. This is the boy from yesterday. He shook his head vigorously. No, it couldn't be that kid from the other day. Yuil Shin suddenly spoke first. Drunk brother, it's you, isn't it? It's nice to meet you again like this, he thought to himself. Great, since we are acquaintances, this meeting will end no matter what. Faster than expected, Choi Kang-san suddenly lost his voice. Don't come close to me. Yuil Shin aggrievedly turned to look at Lee Gun. Sorry, I'm just happy to meet an acquaintance here. Lee Gun was equally surprised. Why is the principal suddenly like that? Right, I just want to stop him. Otherwise, a normal person like him would really die after one punch. Yuil Shin looked at the other person in a pre-attack position and said aggrievedly, no, but why did he become so fierce? Before he was so friendly. Sung Miri jumped in to intervene. Hey, what are you two doing? Choi Kang-san shouted at her. If you don't know anything, just stand still. He said seriously, we never know when monsters will appear. Lee Gyeon-no thought to herself, I don't know what he's talking about, but to think that even the principal is scared like that. No, more importantly, who is cousin Miri actually? Yuil Shin told me, GRR, are you really going to be like this forever? When back then I gave you 5,001, Lee Gun thought, 5,001. Suddenly Choi Kang-san turned away. Yuil Shin was startled and shouted, brother, you don't have to pay me back, I won't say anything about it. Choi Kang-san suddenly broke the glass door, jumped down and rushed away. Yuil Shin asked confusedly, what's wrong with him? Choi Kang-san below screamed loudly then ran away like a ghost. Lee Gyeon-no looked at the two of them and asked, you guys are very surprised, right? I'll apologize to you two on his behalf. Yuil Shin turned back and hummed, well, say he Miri on the contrary, I'm very proud excited, wow, the principal is really fast. Lee Gyeon-no pointed at his head and said, there seems to be a bit of a problem here after he saved someone before, I think it's just an occupational disease. Yuil Shin thought, sweating, the first time I met him was the same. I don't think he's very normal, I'm sure he'll be back soon, Lee Gyeon-no said. A moment later, as expected, Choi Kang-san returned to the room to calmly sip tea, but his clothes were a bit tattered. Ahem. He put the cup down in everyone's silence. Dietary manifestations of semen Miri attract Yuil Shin's attention. She turned back to look at him holding up the plate of cake and said, Monk, no, you, try this, I'm fine, you can just eat it, Yuil Shin replied. Sung Miri laughed loudly, I'm already full, let's try it, I've eaten a lot, hurry up and try it, Yuil Shin awkwardly replied, okay, thank you. He bit a piece of cake in thought, why was he looking at him so fiercely? The answer was clear when the system displayed a notification, the human disciple Sung Miri had offered the requester a tribute, his beloved dish. Choi Kang-san's favorite. Yuil Shin thought to himself, Choi Kang-san's favorite food, does it count as a tribute? But really, why is he looking at me like that? Is it because of the snacks? Come on, no that's possible. Yuil Shin couldn't stand it anymore, stood up and asked, Teacher, is there anything you want to tell me? If so, we can talk in private somewhere private. Choi Kang-san immediately refused, no need. That's not it. He waved his hand, sit down, let's chat. Yuil Shin wondering, this is terrible, what kind of advice should I give? Lee Gyeon-no cleared her throat to break the awkward atmosphere. Ahem, today, we called you here today because Miri has been skipping class often lately. As you see, she is a smart student. Smart and sincere, so we hope you will pay more attention to her to maintain excellent results in school. Yuil Shin replied, yes, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Miri furthermore. Lee Gyeon-no looked at the principal and continued, thank you for coming during a busy schedule, it's okay, help me take care of Miri. Yuil Shin asked for your help. Lee Gun heard me, his ears were busy thinking, looks like we should stop here. Two people stood up at the same time. Yuil Shin asked for permission, if that's all, we'll go first. Lee Gyeon-no stood up to see the guests off. Oh, okay. Suddenly Choi Kang curled up, no good. The three people immediately turned to look. He continued, I can't let you go like that. I was surprised. What, me? Choi Kang-san said seriously, do you know how long I've been looking for you? This is fate. Yuil Shin looked at his appearance in confusion. What the hell was he saying? Choi Kang-san said, our Hunter Academy is equipped with the most modern machines. Let's go and take some tests, okay? Follow me. Everyone was still surprised when Choi Kang-san shouted again, please do it for me. Yuil Shin showed a puzzled face, why should I do that? Choi Kang-san looked at him earnestly, begging you, if you take the test then I can do whatever you want. Lee Gun from the side cried out softly. The principal, Yu Il-shin was speechless and thought to himself, now everyone things turned out like this. He proposed, if you ignore all of Miri's absences and don't force her to participate in practice anymore, I will consider it. Choi Kang-san immediately agreed without thinking, okay. Lee Gi-un-no said in disagreement, Principal, about this. Choi Kang-san immediately interrupted him, shut up, this is the perfect opportunity, let's go. Inside a testing room, a girl said to Choi Kang-san, do you know this is very redundant, a normal person taking tests for hunters. Choi Kang-san asserted, just this once, this is very important. The girl looked at the previous results and replied, the previous test showed that he was in the top half, what's so important about that? An image appeared in Choi Kang-san's head, he tremblingly replied, there are several things like that. Gem of the Chosen One, currently in the possession of the Hunter Academy, used for 20 days, trait, used as a tool to measure a person's abilities and strength, often used to differentiate between disciples and priests. Yu Il-shin looked at it and thought, the Pearl of the Chosen One, this is an item worth millions of won, it also has the ability to distinguish between disciples. I have a bad feeling, but I don't know why. An announcement voice rang out, to start the test, please put your hand on the gem. Yu Il-shin was briefly surprised then quickly agreed, oh, okay. As soon as he placed his hand on the pearl, a bright light flashed and then went out. The voice continued to announce, the test was over, please go out. After hearing that, I breathed a sigh of relief. The girl looked at the results and said, wow, that's impressive. After hearing this, Yu Il-shin was secretly happy and impressed. What does that mean? Finally, they have realized their greatness. He happily asked, what is my name, or is it because he is considered a god that he is shy? There were many questions in Yu Il-shin's mind. What the other girl said was like a bucket of cold water thrown on his face, is famous, from health to intelligence, everything, nothing worth looking at. You are the worst person I have ever seen. The more you talk, the more broken you seem to be. Choi Kang-san was the one most clearly dissatisfied with this result. Impossible, are you sure there is no problem with the machine? Choi Yun-bai coldly walked away and replied, the error rate of the result is 0.1%. Sung Miri heard that and repeated, Choi Yun-bai, are the two of them so close to each other? The system displayed the identity of the girl, Choi Yun-bai, currently the captain of the technical team of the Hunter Academy, the characteristics of Choi Kang-san's daughter, born but chic. He answered Sung Miri, their last name is family member. Choi Yun-bai said dissatisfiedly, Principal, would you mind calling me Manager Choi? When working with Choi Kang-san scratched his head and replied, okay. Sung Miri looked at the two of them, but they don't look like each other. Each other at all, that's right, Yu Il-shin agrees. He thought to himself, but really, even at a lower level, I'm still a god. Can that machine measure the power of a god? Forget it, let's go home. Choi Kang-san is still very attached to Choi Yun-bai, are you sure? He's really cunning, I'm sure, Choi Yun-bai replied firmly. Choi Kang-san thought to himself, that's strange, that day, how could he do that? I'm sure he passed out on the roof. He suddenly realized something, wait, fainted, now that I think about it, he's probably the type that has to faint to show his strength. If so, I just need to put him to sleep myself. Two eyes Choi Kang-san brightened up. Yu Il-shin now turned to Mr. Miri and asked, do you want anything to eat on the way home? Yes, Miri replied excitedly. Yu Il-shin urged, okay, let's go. Suddenly Choi Kang-san rushed up and said, no, I don't allow it. Yu Il-shin turned back helplessly. What else is this? Choi Kang-san gets straight to the point, let's fight, let's see what skills you have, those machines definitely can't do anything. Yu Il-shin is difficult to understand, why should I do that? There is no benefit. I remember something. Benefits? Maybe. Both Demon Sword Master and Dohan became fanatics after fighting me. Maybe if I teach this old man a lesson, I can acquire the sly disciple I need for advanced challenges. Yu Il-shin thought so with excitement and said, okay. Choi Kang-san laughed happily, great, so let's go to the battle room. Lee Gi-un-no suddenly said, I will be the one to fight. Letting the Legend of Korea, our principal, fight in this situation is not very suitable. In the stands, while Lee Gun was in preparation position, Yu Il-shin indifferently looked at the surrounding steel fence. Oh ho, it looks so sturdy, so this thing will absorb everything. Energy from every skill is really good. I wonder, aren't you going to bring protective gear? Yu Il-shin asked again, but the teacher didn't bring it either. That sentence is a bit annoying, there is a difference in actual combat experience between you and me. I sinned to ignore, it's okay, besides, I don't want to carry it. This sentence really made Lee Gun-no crazy. Maybe you will regret this. Choi Kang-san below reminded Yu Il-shin, hey, don't be careless. He turned back and asked, what's up? Choi Kang-san explained, Gun-wook is the highest ranker among the B class. Not only that, but he also has actual combat experience, so he can still fight on equal terms with some level a hunter. So what? Sung Miri excitedly exclaimed, brother, you can do it, take that down in one blow. Below the stands there was a commotion. It looked like the teacher was about to compete. Maybe they were testing new teachers, another person said. Yu Il-shin turned around and looked confused. Why did everyone come here? Lee Gun-no was a bit impatient. Come on, let's do it quickly before it starts to get noisy. Yu Il-shin asked in bewilderment, what's wrong? He scratched his head awkwardly. Why, then, I'll strike first. His face turned black. His attitude of not caring about differences in gender really made me mad. I don't know what the president sees in this guy, but I'll show him what a real hunter is. Lee Gun take an offensive stance. Well then, let's begin. A powerful punch was thrown. Yu Il-shin's face turned pale and he successfully dodged it, which made Lee Gun quite surprised. How could he dodge? Although it was true that he had a light hand on the last rope, it was lucky. I'm lucky, but even if I'm lucky, I'll come to this, it's over. In the ring, there was a fiery scene. The audience below kept admiring. Wow, look at the force unleashed, what a terrible teacher. Lee Gun-no recognized Yu Il-shin's move, the god's powerful index finger. Before he could react he was knocked back. What the hell, that can't be. A G class defeated a B class. Yu Il-shin looked at the person in front of him and thought, what is this, is he named B, then am I qualified? Choi Kang-san has been silent for a while and now speaks up, yes, as expected. There was a commotion below. The teacher was defeated in one blow. Who was that person? He sadly adjusted his glasses. He looked like a normal person, yet. Lee Gun was pushed away by a cart in everyone's surprise. How could this happen? Yu Il-shin looked at the person leaving and wondered, is he okay? Choi Kang-san now came up to the floor and asked, hey, are you fighting with me too? After he finished speaking, he was startled. What? Before he could finish speaking, he was already in a fighting stance. The system displayed his information. Choi Kang-san, human male, a male human being, currently in use for 58 years. Attention, body corn has the potential to become transcendent. Yu Il-shin squinted and thought, oh, a new phrase, I'd still rather avoid fighting with that big guy. But if I can turn the drunk man into a believer then no wouldn't it be much more useful? The result would be much sweeter. Yu Il-shin was extremely pleased. Choi Kang-san saw his attitude and thought to himself, why do I feel so angry? Anyway, no more. I didn't expect him to be able to defeat the teacher like that. As expected, that machine broke down, but compared to his abilities that day, this is nothing. I'll have to beat him. Just knock him out, he told himself. Yu Il-shin's eyes lit up. He smiled happily. KKK. Choi Kang-san opened his mouth. It's been a long time since blood started to say goodbye, so let's start. Yu Il-shin suddenly said, before that, let's bet a little. Playing Kang-san is confusing. How about a bet? Yu Il-shin continued, the loser will have to listen to a request from the winner. How about that? Choi Kang-san replied, as long as it's not illegal, it's okay, because I'm still a state official. The more you talk, the more excited you get. There won't be any strange requests. You just have to do what I want if I win. Choi Kang-san looked at the person in front of him and thought, look at this kid, is he sure to win? Yu Il-shin thought to himself, even if he doesn't become a believer when I win, I will say the keyword the same way as I did with Miri. Choi Kang-san opened his mouth to agree. Okay, I'm not sure if you can but it's okay, though. If I win, you will also do something for me. Yu Il-shin still didn't know what to do but immediately agreed. Okay, let's do that, he assured himself. No problem, because either way I will win. Choi Kang-san replied, very good. He immediately took action. Yu Il-shin was startled and thought, he's really drunk, it's no joke, so I'll give it my all. Choi Kang-san couldn't believe his eyes. Yu Il-shin seemed to have turned into another person. The audience below were all screaming, wow, who is that guy, how many skills does he have? Choi Kang-san said, as expected, it's you. Miracle's words are correct. Yu Il-shin asked again, Miracle, you mean the S-class hunter? Choi Kang-san admitted, yes, she said that soon, the most honorable and cruel existence will appear. Yu Il-shin pondered, the most cruel and honorable. Wait, now that I think about it, cruel and honorable, she's talking about the demon god in Loi Than. Isn't that me? Mi-zi is really extraordinary. Choi Kang-san continued, she said that if that existence appeared, we should drag that person towards the academy. Yu Il-shin asked again, the academy? That's right. He sighed and replied, I don't know, I still have to write the novel and promote it, I'm also very busy, you know. Isn't that a bit annoying, huh? As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Choi Kang's merciless fist close to my face. Choi Kang-san clenched his fist. As expected, he shouted, shall we keep checking to confirm if you are indeed the one in Miracle's prediction? Yul Shin screamed and rushed up, ah. Both sides started fighting, one punched me and the other. Yul Shin, after taking a punch from Choi Kang-san, also gave him a very decisive kick. After giving Yul Shin 2 consecutive blows, Choi Kang-san praised, this name, you are quite good. Yul Shin thought to himself, this is the worst level, but, it's worth a try, I haven't used it yet. All power. Choi Kang-san said firmly, I will make you admit defeat and enter my academy. Yul Shin surprised, what? He is extremely confident, even when using his own strength. Yul Shin into a fighting stance, forget it, it's my turn. Choi Kang-san suddenly became huge, a stream of power surrounded him, his whole body lit up. The audience below marveled, oh, this is the principal's true ability. The monsters were blown away like balloons by those attacks, don't they plan to stop? Yul Shin rushed up angrily, Sung Miri was worried, Teacher Dewey couldn't help it, he had to stop them. Just as the water boiled, the system displayed a notification, Number 1, completed the flower challenge, floor 11 of the warrior tower, Fanatic and his disciple Number 1, would like to donate offerings to you. Yul Shin surprised, what, right now? It's true that this guy gives me gifts every time he passes a test. Before receiving the gift, I have to defeat this old man first. Choi Kang-san thought to himself, I don't care if I break my arm. When the two fists touched each other, suddenly a bunch of red roses bloomed in the middle. I was surprised, what is this? What is this? Don't tell me it's an offering. Choi Kang-san is also surprised. Least. Yul Shin immediately threw the bouquet away and exclaimed, damn, what the hell is that? The bouquet of flowers was thrown and hit Choi Kang-san's face. He smelled the scent of the bouquet and his face immediately changed color. Oh my god, a flower monster immediately appeared in Choi Kang-san's hallucination. He ran away to deny it, his mouth kept screaming, help me, mom, he thought to himself, I haven't even beaten the boy yet, but the monster. Yul Shin looked at the person running away in surprise, what was wrong with that old man, was he allergic to flowers or something? He thought, wait, if so, then I won, so my followers will have this old principle, right? But I still haven't seen any confirmation message. So, it seems like I have to say something to him. The phone suddenly rang, Yul Shin looked at the screen and thought, Antria, why is she calling me? The system displays a notification, 4,210,221 people want to join your tribe, do you want to accept it, yes, no? I'm so happy, it's so good, my followers are increasing, so that means my mission is on the right track. He turned to look at the hundreds of eyes staring at him and thought, first I have to find a quiet place. Notification system, start upgrading, expanding the set twice, building new areas, building more training areas, congratulations on the increase in the number of your followers. Low-level spirit promotion challenge in progress, actual followers 10,112,326 out of 1 million. Yul Shin looked at the notification on the screen and muttered, I have expanded my territory according to the number of followers but, damn, when will I get 1 billion followers, in a days? Below, someone said, it seems like God Dewey Sin is haunting us, huh? Isn't that my way of greeting? Auntie replied with interest, oh, my way of greeting. She immediately texted, sir, Yul Shin is confusing, huh, what else is this? A series of notifications appeared, sent to the great and benevolent God Yul Shin, dim the word you is from these guys he learned. Yul Shin sighed, there was no warning about saying that in front of small children. Leave, now go find the principal. Inside the phone, forbidden words kept ringing. Yul Shin rang, it's been a few hours. He was startled, what is this? Over here, the sword demon is holding a knife and is about to stab himself. The system displays a warning on Yul Shin's computer, then Yul Shin, your fanatical sword demon, is in danger of committing suicide. Do you want to save him or not? Yes, no. Yul Shin shouted in disbelief, committing suicide. Yul Shin immediately went to the sword demon's place and saw him trembling and pointing the sword at him. Yul Shin let out a cry, the sword demon turned around and looked at him aggrievedly, Sword Saint, please save me. Yul Shin suddenly felt a headache, he stepped forward, grabbed the demon's sword and threw it to the ground. The sword demon let out a sigh. Yuil Shin turned to him and questioned, "What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you still harming yourself?" The sword demon weakly said, "No, it's not like that." Yuil Shin threw sharp eyes at him. "You weren't trying to harm yourself, you just almost died, right?" A masked person wearing a tight black outfit appeared. That person thought to himself, "Surely, I can't feel anything, where did he come from?" The sword demon thought to himself. He immediately shouted, "Sword Saint, don't let your guard down, that guy is using some magic. If you listen to his voice, you will know that guy is not just an ordinary pervert." Yuil Shin turned his head to look at the person in front of him in surprise. What? The masked person was also bewildered when he was spoken to like that. "So, pervert." Yuil Shin said, "It's not a man, and it's not a pervert either." The sword demon was surprised. "Why Ko? What do you mean?" Yuil Shin looked at the person opposite and asked blandly, "What are you doing here, Xiong Mina?" The other person remained silent and did not respond. The sword demon looked at that person with suspicious eyes. "Sung Mina, why would Sung Mina do that to me?" The system shows her background. Sung Mina, female character, has been used for 24 years. Special note, is related to the god of destruction and is under the curse of the abyss. Mina shouted, "Brother." Yuil Shin scratched his face with an innocent expression. "As I said before, I also have sensing skills, so." The demon's sword seemed to be broken. Even so, as expected, the human met the sword saint. What a different level. "Mira, take off your mask." The sword demon clearly saw her face and praised her. "You are also pretty." He thought to himself, "I can't believe such a beauty would use such dirty tricks, I can't be fooled." Sung Mina spoke up now. "Don't make me laugh, this mask is enchanted with a level 1 disguise magic. How can you recognize me when I'm wearing an item like this?" The sword demon thought to himself, his aura overwhelming. Yuil Shin still has the same attitude as before. "Well, a little aside, what are you doing here?" Sung Mina angrily said, "Of course, I'm here to kill that brat." Yuil Shin asked in surprise, "Huh, are you planning to kill the sword demon?" Hearing this, the demon's sword seemed to be petrified on the spot. The sword demon regained its original state and reported, "Sword Saint, the 10 people I told you before that I cannot defeat, one of them is her." Yuil Shin nonchalantly threw a fatal sentence. "Demon sword, tell the truth, are you that weak?" Demon sword choked, "That." Yuil Shin turned to look at Sung Mina. "Anyway, I don't know what's going on, but can't you just forgive him? He looks weak, but you know, he really is weak, but very good-natured." The sword demon clutched his chest in pain and called, "Sword Saint." Mina laughed, a cold aura emitted around her. "Do you want me to forgive that guy after he wanted to kill my sister?" Yuil Shin thought to herself. As expected, she knew. He said, "If that's the case, then you're right. You should forgive him. If you can't let it go, I'll take responsibility and surrender." Mina crossed her arms and replied, "I don't know if you're lying to yourself or what, but the timing is perfect." Yuil Shin doesn't understand. "Why?" Mina continued, "If you say so, then it will be you next." Yuil Shin's face grimaced. "What, why me?" Mina replied, "Don't act innocent, Johan also said your name." Yuil Shin was surprised. "If it was stupid, I knew you were the one behind this," Mina affirmed. Yuil Shin asked, "Me?" Mira angrily questioned, "Why do you intend to approach Miri? You pretend to save her to gain her favor. What evil plan do you have in mind?" Yuil Shin silently thought, really angry. What is she planning? He started to say, "Then let me ask you a question. If you really love your sister so much, why do you want to take advantage of her?" Mina was heartbroken and thought, this guy, how did he know? Is it because of that exploration skill? As expected, he is very dangerous. I should get rid of him. The system displays additional information. Blood seals, notes, say Mena, cursed by the abyss, her life is in danger, bound Miri, that curse cannot be reduced regardless of technique any ability, it's all due to, Sung Mina. Yuil Shin said, "No matter how I think, I still can't understand why you have to risk your life for the seal. Maybe, you are jealous, because your sister is a better hunter so you have to restrain your sister, right?" Mina's voice became cold. She was so angry that the veins on her face were showing. "You don't know anything, so don't talk nonsense," Mina shouted and threw her moves back. Yuil Shin sighed. Seeing this, the demon sword shouted and rushed towards Mina, the sword saint. Mina immediately unleashed her next move. "You're nothing but a bug." The demon sword was sent flying far away. Yuil Shin couldn't believe her eyes. What the hell was this ability? She just glanced at him. Yuil Shin asked worriedly, "Sword Demon, are you okay? You should be careful, Sword Saint." Sword Demon stood up and said, "There is a rumor that Sung Mina is not only an S-class, but an SS class." Yuil Shin immediately turned around to look at the person in front of her, a weak person. She, on the contrary, was just a weak person. How strong was she? Mina's eyes were cold. You are as good as dead now. She held out her hand and squeezed it tightly. Sung Mina said, I won't kill you now, and then clenched her fists, only to see Yuil-shin clutching his chest. The demon sword shouted worriedly, the sword saint. Mina controlled the power, making Yuil-shin grimace. The demon sword in the distance kept calling out, Sword Saint, you cannot die. Do I beg? Turned back and shouted, ah, please, shut your mouth. It just tickles a little. Sung Mina was stunned when he saw that. Why? The sword demon shed tears of joy, just as expected. I would like to laugh in relief, now I'm alive. Mina was still surprised, a little tickled. I had put all my strength into that attack. Where the hell did he come from? She let out a breath and said, I admit that you are better than I thought. But if you think that my ability is only mental manipulation, then you are very mistaken. Mina became fierce again. The sword demon saw that scene and thought to himself, it was a disaster. Yuil-shin narrowed his eyes. Why? The sword demon became even more certain, it was definitely a disaster. He shouted loudly, please be careful, Sword Saint. As I said before, Sung Mina is most likely a level SS. Yuil-shin looked at him thinking, SS class. He turned back to look at Mina. The highest level of Korean hunters was officially announced to be S-level, but if the sword demon said so, then, she must be stronger than that homeless guy. No, you can't even compare her to him. Sung Mina shouted, incinerate. Before the other two could prepare anything, a large fire surrounded them. Yuil-shin looked at his sleeve that was covered in fire and burned black. This is it. A huge explosion appeared before my eyes. Yuil-shin silently assessed, not only mental manipulation skills, I also can't believe that attack skills of this level exist. Is she really trying to kill us, or not, right? Sung Mina said coldly, incompetent, I haven't even started yet. Yuil-shin was surprised, she's really serious. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Sung Mina shout and froze. Yuil-shin tried to move, it's impossible, my legs. He thought to himself, she can use that skill freely, is she a hunter who controls spiritual energy? Yuil-shin realized something, wait, mind, right, this is. He moved slightly and broke the frozen ice under his feet. Yuil-shin turned around and said, demon sword, it's all just an illusion, it's fake. Mina smiled complacently, ho ho ho. Yes, you're right, my strength is in the mental realm, and all of this is just an illusion. But, you know, a perfect illusion is no different from reality at all. Even if this is just an illusion, if this genjutsu is deeply engraved into your body, you will all die. As she spoke, Mina moved an extremely large block gradually towards the other two people. If you don't want to be destroyed like this, reveal your identity and purpose. Yuil-shin thought to herself, even if I told her, she wouldn't believe it, but... Yuil-shin still decided to say it, I am a third-rate writer, even ants are gods. Right now, I'm focusing on making Miri become a level hunter, so, I don't know what's going on, but please let Miri go. Sung Mina was extremely surprised when he heard this, Because you wanted to die, you pretended to be crazy. If you really wanted to die that much, then, die. Mina's eyes lit up, she threw that huge block down, the demon's sword was still in a frozen state and screamed, Sword Saint. Mina standing above, scolded, you insects, sharing skills. Before she could satisfy herself, the scene below caught her attention, Yuil-shin used an iron attack to smash that huge stone. A loud explosion rang out, rocks and soil fell all around. Yuil-shin transformed into a large, muscular man. Sung Mina couldn't believe his eyes. He was able to block it with just pure strength. It's crazy. Yuil-shin smiled proudly, the sword demon next to him was full of praise, as expected of the sword saint. Yuil-shin turned around and said, I told you it was just an illusion, but you didn't believe it, you just stood still. The demon sword stood still and replied, well, that's why. He suddenly knelt down, it's my fault, dear sword saint, I'm helpless, again, you're just overdoing it. Sung Mina was still deep in thought, no way, isn't that guy just forcing him? The demon sword below keeps saying ambiguous words, this person guilty of clinging will disembowel himself, Yuil-shin will give him a punch and scold him, it will be less silly. Yuil-shin turned around to look at Sung Mina and said to the sword demon, stop standing still here, first I need to take care of a few things. The sad sword demon wants to lift Yuil-shin's feet off his face, sword saint. Yuil-shin approached Seihi Mina and said, Miri's guardian, will you listen to me now? Sung Mina stiffened and silently exclaimed, it was too fast. She stepped back and scolded, how dare you? She immediately summons new moves and skills. If you see this, stop it, don't, there are still people talking here. Sung Mina summons the spiritual realm. A powerful aura surrounded her, forcing her to fall backwards. He looked around bewilderedly and wondered, where the hell is this? In a strange space, the ground seems hard but is also very soft, and the fresh scent of the breeze makes me want to close my eyes. Yuil Shin took a breath. Somehow I felt so comfortable. There's nothing here, but I can hear the sound of insects buzzing in the summer night, as if I finally found the peace I've always wanted. Yuil Shin's face was filled with satisfaction, feeling like I could do anything. The scene in front of him made him even more surprised. This was so beautiful. Suddenly Seungmina spoke up. You really make me uncomfortable. Yuil Shin turned around and saw that she was preparing to launch new moves and skills. He silently realized, that's right, I'm fighting Miri's guardian. Right after she made her move, a series of water jets appeared from nowhere and covered Yuil Shin. He shouted, what is this? Watching Yuil Shin gradually sink, Seungmina said coldly, this will be your end, give up. In a situation where 1,000 pounds hung by a thread, Yuil Shin tried to raise his finger to summon the power, to crush, the index finger of the god. Something didn't turn out as expected, I swear, damn it, the skill doesn't work. Seungmina saw him constantly struggling and came closer and said, don't worry, you won't die, so don't worry, but if you get sucked into it, your body will enter a vegetative state, and you can never wake up again. Yuil Shin caught up with what she said and exclaimed, aren't they all basically the same? He encouraged himself, no, you have to calm down, this is probably another illusion. Seungmina uncompromisingly put her foot on Yuil Shin's body. This is your last chance. Yuil Shin, drowning in water, cried out, Guardian, please calm down. Seungmina is cold, speak quickly. Yuil Shin exclaimed, wait, what do you want to say? Seungmina stepped on Yuil Shin and asked, who are you, what is your purpose? Yuil Shin blushed slightly and hummed, yes, Miss Seungmina. Seungmina still kept the same tone as before, good, now you want to testify. Yuil Shin replied, it's not about that, it's just that I can see it. Seungmina doesn't understand, what? Yuil Shin confided, I can see your underwear, it's white. So he was so angry that he quickly withdrew his foot. Yuil Shin thought proudly, who told you to step on someone else's face when you put on a short skirt? Seungmina curse, die, you bastard. Yuil Shin let out a cry and then sank, the last bit of reason left in his head, I want to sleep. No, don't sleep, she still hasn't explained why she put the seal on Miri. Sleepy. The system suddenly displays a notification that the conditions to activate Night Rose Bloom have been met. I don't understand why, but... Below the water surface countless bubbles emerged. A huge man-eating flower rose from the water. Somehow, it felt like I was having a beautiful dream. Seungmina looked at the still water and said to himself, I couldn't find out, I think he has something to do with Yin Dragon. In the end, I couldn't find out his identity, but I eliminated a potential future disaster. I'll probably return to reality now. The sound of the water's surface caught Seungmina's attention. She turned her head to look and wondered if that was it. Before she finished speaking, a giant man-eating flower appeared. It stuck out its tongue and flicked it at Seungmina. She thought to herself, what the hell? Seungmina jumped up to avoid the attack of the man-eating flower. She wondered, what the hell are these things? They are all bigger than before, why do these things exist in the thinking space? This is a place where no one can enter without my permission. She remembers Yuil Shin's face, is it because, that bastard? The Yuil Shin she mentioned was curled up in a rose. He thought contentedly, so warm, I'm sleeping, but I want to sleep even deeper. Outside here, Seungmina is confronting a carnivorous flower, she grits her teeth and scolds, damn it, avoiding is all I can do, have I ever been so helpless before, the isolation the power is too great. Like, the horror of that day. Seungmina suddenly became weak, she sat down and muttered, no, I can't die like that. She was tightly wrapped around her body by the flower's vines. When he was brought close to the flower's mouth, Seungmina screamed, no, please, I still have a lot to do, I can't die before taking revenge on Yin Dragon. Before I could take revenge, Seungmina cried and said. Yuil Shin entered a new world, he looked around wondering, this place is, where am I? I had a sword fight with Seungmina. Yuil Shin keeps moving forward, the system displays a notification, activating the Eye of the Eyeless God, inherent authority. Yuil Shin stopped in front of an object to ponder, this is. The system displays a notification, Yuil Shin is observing the nightmare of Seungmina. Yuil Shin himself couldn't help but be startled, Seungmina's nightmare. I can already see the reason why Seungmina sealed Miri's power. Seungmina's nightmare began 15 years ago. Yin Dragon, known as the worst monster of all time, is the reason. It ate hundreds of people with just one breath, and even included Mina and Miri's parents. In the end, it marked the two sisters. Yin Dragon saw the strong potential in the two sisters and marked them with the intention of using them as sacrifices. Thanks to the seal, Sung Mina easily became a level hunter. After becoming a hunter, she lives with the sole goal of avenging her parents. There are rumors that Yin Dragon is dead, but she doesn't believe it and thinks that Yin Dragon will return one day. However, the dragon's curse did not spare Seaman Mina. Her strength could quickly increase, but it also shortened her lifespan. Obviously at this rate, she won't live much longer. A curse that allows her to grow stronger quickly but also takes away her lifespan. The scene of Mina sitting and hugging her pillow thinking, along with Mary's innocent look when asking sister, "Did I do well?" appeared. The problem is that it's not just she who's under the curse. Sung Mina tried to revoke the mark, but it didn't work. So she chose to shorten her lifespan further to seal her sister's power. At least she can prevent her sister from becoming a levelette. The scene of Mina using the power to seal Miri was shown. Miri kept screaming in pain, "Stop, sister, please, I'm sorry." Mina cried in thought, "Never think about revenge, at least you should be like that." Only then did Yu Il-shin understand. He cried and said, "I didn't know." The system displays a notification that the spirit of Seaman Mina has been eaten by roses that bloom at night and is broken. The thought space that has been locked up is being destroyed. Returning to reality, the sword demon saw Yu Il-shin and shouted, "Holy sword, are you okay? You didn't answer me at all, I'm very worried." Only then did Yu Il-shin notice him and ask, "Ah, really?" The demon sword clicked his tongue in praise. "Well, after all, you have defeated the great Seaman Mina. It is truly impressive. What are you planning to do next? Are you planning on selling her to the Hunter Association?" Yu Il-shin looked at Sung Mina's devastated appearance and remained silent without responding to the demon sword. He suddenly rushed closer and called out, "Miss Mina! Ms. Mina, Ms. Mina, wake up!" Sung Mina slowly opened her eyes. When I saw that, I breathed a sigh of relief, thanking God, she wasn't dead. He kindly asked, "Miss Sung Mina, are you injured?" Sung Mina looked at Yu Il-shin and suddenly called, "Mom." This word made Yu Il-shin stiffen and did not dare to respond. Sung Mina lay sleeping soundly on the bed. Yu Il-shin watched her sleep and thought to herself, "Damn it, the ring finger's ability doesn't work either." He looked at the phone asking for help. "Is everyone watching? What should I do to treat Sung Mina?" Eternal faith gives an opinion. A healthy body will heal everything. She needs more training. Yu Il-shin finished reading and frowned and said, "No, refuse to press the button. Destroy the heavenly sword message. If she is sure to die, why don't you sacrifice her to me?" After reading this, I'm even more angry. I don't expect anything from you. Go away. Merciful message, if you become a high god, you can cure her with the power of the healing ring finger. Yu Il-shin heeded this suggestion. He burst out laughing. "Haha, I have just reached a low-level god. To reach a high-level god, ignore this suggestion." Ultimately, the proposals were rejected. Yu Il-shin scratched his head and said, "Wait, I don't really remember, but every time I lose consciousness after being defeated." He remembered when the system displayed a notification that you had completed the blooming condition of the original ability, rose that blooms at night, the reward from the nightmare bar. Roses that bloom at night always appear, so that's what happened, because roses that bloom at night activate when I lose consciousness. A thought flashed through my head, maybe, I'm a genius. Thinking about that, he immediately groaned in pleasure. "Isn't it? You have a nightmare, why don't you say anything?" Silent Nightmare immediately texted, "If she can eat, there's nothing to worry about." Yu Il-shin continued asking, "So I just leave her like that?" Silent Nightmare replied, "There is a way." Yu Il-shin showed interest, "Oh really?" Hearing the answer, my daughter's face turned red. "So you mean, I sleep with her, this is the only way?" "Really?" The system popped up a notification. Silent Nightmare nodded madly. The next morning, Yu Il-shin was woken up by the first rays of sunlight shining into the room. He sat up and observed Sung Mina lying on the bed. Yu Il-shin gently pulled the blanket up for her and said she should put the blanket on. Sung Mina opened her eyes and woke up immediately afterwards. She watched Yu Il-shin leave and asked, "Where are you going?" Yu Il-shin turned back and replied, "I'm going to make breakfast, do you want to eat?" He thought to himself, I don't have any bad intentions. The nightmare said I had to sleep with her. It was like a stream of water flowing from high to low. The memories I had absorbed about her would return in my dreams. Sung Mina smiled brightly and said, "I really like the food." Yu Il-shin looked at her, "So I must dream with her in the same place, it seems to work." He walked over to the bed and asked Sir Mina, "So to check, what is your name?" Sung Mina, "What do you like?" Miri, "My sister, what do you not like?" Come to this. Sung Mira trembled and curled up. "Ha, I'm afraid of flowers." Yu Shin was startled. I just made her mind go back to when she was a child. He thought to himself, then I just have to sleep, and... Sung Mina suddenly said, I'm sleepy, I'm going to bed. Yu Shin reading the news and sighing, I have become a kidnapping criminal. Ranked hunter Sung Mina suddenly disappeared, all communication was cut off, she was probably kidnapped. The Hunter Association was summoned to investigate, the person posting is a silent reporter. Yu Shin thought to herself, if she comes back now, I will be captured, I have to hide until my mother recovers, I'm in the deep mountains so I won't be able to find her, but first I have to let her go. Miri knows. Outside, the sword demon was very intently practicing with his sword. Yu Shin opened the door and went out. The sword demon saw Yu Shin and immediately greeted him, he is awake, sword saint, good morning to you. Yu Shin looked at him and asked, are you okay with practicing? Yes, the demon sword replied. The sword demon held the heavenly demon sword spectrum in his hand and said excitedly, the swordsmanship book you gave me is wonderful, this is a revolution that breaks all frameworks in swordsmanship. Yu Shin thought to himself, I thought that the task of rising to the level of a lower god was impossible, the heavenly sword of the devil, of course, I paid a big price to train you. Yu Shin held his head, how could he earn 1 billion followers and 10 S-class servants, it is such a headache. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system displayed a notification, your servant of the lowest level or higher, the chance of passing has increased to 2, adding Ilyo, Antria. Seeing Yu Shin standing still and motionless, the sword demon worriedly asked, Sword Saint, are you okay? Yu Shin immediately looked at his phone, I don't know how harshly they train but, Ilyo and Antria have become level S, then the demon sword also has a chance. Yu Shin turned around to look at the demon sword, making a first-level hunter become my servant is almost impossible, I will turn my servant into an S-level hunter. The sword demon was stared at by Yu Shin, looking at him with a puzzled face. Yu Shin continued to think, that's why I need to spend 20 million divine coins to buy this book, this sword is included, but... He remembered the system announcement, the ultimate sword is to throw away the sword, surpass everyone, fight against the sky, and in the end, share the mountain, truly, my fist is stronger than the sword mine. Yu Shin is extremely angry, I was scammed, but the purchased item is non-refundable, you scammer. Looking at the sword demon who was enthusiastically practicing, Yu Shin sighed and thought, okay, stop fantasizing. Using 3 cycles like that, the potion used to develop is better, it is effective with I-Ho, so maybe the devil's sword can also be used. He waved his hand to summon the demon's sword, drink it while practicing. The demon's sword immediately knelt down, thank you, sword saint, Yu Shin thought to himself, this person has watched too many swordplay movies, he said, okay, I will go make breakfast while you continue to practice. Go practice. The sword demon saw the person leaving and quickly held on, no, I am the right one, Yu Shin interrupted him, just keep practicing, the stronger you are, the more useful it will be for me. The sword demon said full of determination, I will not disappoint you, sword saint. Yu Shin continues to cook her breakfast, what should I cook, let's see, is there anything delicious? The morning news made him freeze for a moment, the new news, the S-class hunter Baek Yu-hyun warned the kidnapper, if you dare touch her I will break your neck, break my neck. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a loud explosion behind him. Yu Shin and the demon's sword turned around at the same time. A red-haired man slowly approached and asked, where is my Mina? That is Baek Yu-hyun, a human male who has lived for 26 years, notice that he possesses quite an impressive fire. Yu Shin asked, are you Baek Yu-hyun? The sword demon saw the bewildered Hun and said angrily, how dare you, do you know who this is? The Hun asked indifferently, who is it? The demon's sword pointed at Yu Shin introducing him, he is the sword saint. What sword saint is that? Baek Yu-hyun asked. The sword demon shook his head and said, that's really disappointing, the famous Baek Yu-hyun is so short-sighted. The sword demon looked at him helplessly, he thought to himself, hey, sword demon, I feel embarrassed, should stop. The sword demon continued to babble, boo-hoo, the girl Mina you are looking for, lost to the sword saint and can't live without him, I didn't expect the sword demon to say that. After hearing this, a burning anger radiated out, he couldn't live without this guy. He gritted his teeth and said, if it's what I think, then you all die. The sword demon is still extremely proud, you idiot, don't you realize it yourself, you are helpless, please, the sword demon continues to talk, you can only stand and watch, sword saint. I will deal with him. Yu Shin thought to himself the result, where does the confidence come from, you're fighting against a low level. The sword demon screamed and rushed towards Baek Yu-hyun, die, chicken. Baek Yu-hyun was extremely calm, he pulled out his sword from behind his back. A fierce fire burned brightly. The sword demon screamed majestically, his whole body as if it were covered in pitch black. Yuil Shin and Baekyu Hyun were face to face with each other. In an instant, the Baekyu Hyun disappeared. The Yuil Shin shouted in surprise. He disappeared, so fast, this is instant teleportation. As soon as I finished thinking about it, the Baekyu Hyun grabbed my neck and questioned me, "Where is Mina? What is that crazy guy talking about?" Baekyu Hyun kept asking, "Where is Mina? What is that crazy guy talking about?" Yuil Shin remained silent without replying. He recognized the aura of the Baekyu Hyun. "This is Red Dragon, the sword soul of Du Hyan." Baekyu Hyun scolded, "You bastard, what did you do? Answer me." Yuil Shin was strangled on one side by the Baekyu Hyun, and on the other side was burned by his hot fire. He thought uncomfortably, "It's too hot, I'm going to burn, I have to put out the fire first." Yuil Shin raised his finger and said, "Index finger of power, of God." Baekyu Hyun looked at him in surprise. He shouted, "How dare you point at me?" He suddenly stopped. I couldn't move. Baekyu Hyun looked at Yuil Shin with bullet eyes. "What skill did you use?" Yuil Shin coldly interrupted, "Go away." The huge dragon behind Baekyu Hyun trembled and covered its face. As if sensing something was wrong with the sword in his hand, Baekyu Hyun turned around and shouted, "What the hell, my dragon soul sword?" Baekyu Hyun looked at Yuil Shin. "What did you do?" Yuil Shin pretending not to understand. "Why, how? Shouldn't you give up first? That fire is just warm enough. I don't like it being too hot." Faced with Yuil Shin's joking attitude, Baekyu Hyun angrily said, "Wah, what did you just say?" "I heard it," Yuil Shin replied nonchalantly. The demon sword on this side suddenly stood up. He thought to himself, he easily defeated Baekyu Hyun, that's amazing. Baekyu Hyun still refused to let go of his hand that was strangling Yuil Shin. He shouted, "Skill." Yuil Shin saw him like a puppet in front of him and laughed and asked, "Is that enough? Then it's my turn." Soon Mina came out of the house to them and shouted, "Shut up." She said in anger, "Mina can't sleep because of the noise." When Baekyu Hyun saw you, he immediately shouted, "Mina, are you okay? I'm so happy." Sung Mina saw the scene of Baekyu Hyun strangling Yuil Shin and immediately pointed at his face and said, "Bad person." Baekyu Hyun was heartbroken when the person in his dream said that. Suddenly, Mina's eyes lit up. She attacked Baekyu Hyun. Die. Baekyu Hyun couldn't avoid it in time and was hit by a whole attack from Sung Mina. He spit out a mouthful of syrup and weakly questioned, "Mina, why did you attack me?" Suddenly Sung Mina called, "Miri." She rushed to Yuil Shin worriedly, "Are you okay?" Baekyu Hyun was stunned by this scene. What? Sung Mina grabbed Yuil Shin and encouraged him. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Yuil Shin replied. Sung Mina hugged him and continued, "I will protect you from bad people. I was surprised and worried, if you suddenly hug me like that." Baekyu Hyun held back tears and weakly called out, "Mina." Sung Mina really cares about his tall sister. "Miri, don't get hurt." "Yes ma'am." At this moment, Yuil Shin realized that I had said something wrong. Oh, damn, I just called her sister, and if the two of them are really dating. If it were him, I'd probably die. My girlfriend wouldn't be able to recognize herself and return to her childhood. Yuil Shin became sympathetic and said to Baekyu Hyun, "I will release you," he shouted, his ring finger healed. A stream of air enveloped Baekyu Hyun. He looked at his body and exclaimed, he had recovered. The system pops up a notification, calculating the origin of the cause and effect. On the opponent, Baekyu Hyun has been healed. He is currently only at the lower level of the 8th floor, but has the ability to develop even further. Yuil Shin secretly thought, it is possible to develop even more. The system continues to display a notification. 100 divine coins have been consumed to heal, due to death. What, 100, is the premium price? He began to think, no, this is an opportunity to increase the number of S-class servants I have. Look at that look, like he would die if I asked. He will probably become a servant. If I try to ask, the Baekyu Hyun asked, you have healed me. What an amazing skill, even the S-level recovery master I met in South America couldn't do that. Yuil Shin smiled with satisfaction. I made a good impression on him. Yuil Shin replied, Sir, I think we have a misunderstanding, let me explain a little. Before he could speak, he heard the sound of a helicopter in the air. Yuil Shin thought, what is that? He didn't come alone. You turned around and asked him if he was your ally. Ah, no, I came alone, the Baekyu Hyun replied. He's not lying, right? So who are those people? Yuil Shin thought to himself. The helicopters are landing closer and closer, I'm suspicious, there are too many people, are they bounty hunters, or is it the investigation team of the Hunter Association? Whoever they are, they're making things difficult. Bear with it. A group of people jumped down from the helicopter and silently exclaimed, "Oh, it's so crowded." He recognized the person above the helicopter. "Oh, principal, why does he have such an expression?" "Ah, that's new news. Don't tell me even the principal thinks I'm the kidnapper." Oh, Miri was also present. Seung-mina shouted, "It's Miri." After speaking, she happily ran closer to the helicopter. When she saw this scene, she scratched her face. How should I begin to explain this? We were misunderstood in a perfect situation. In the room, Yuil-shin's voice rang out, "That's how it is. I have reported exactly what happened. The rest of the story of Seung-mina sealing Miri's talent has also been exposed to light." Seung-miri said with tears in her eyes, "So that's why I put the seal on you. Sister, you risked your life for me." Seung-mina hugged my sister to comfort her. "Miri, stop it, why are you crying?" Seung-miri cried and said, "Sister, I love you very much, I love you too," Miri replied, wiping away my tears. Everyone was also touched by the story of the two sisters. Choi Yun-bai gave Yuil-shin something and said, "Please take this." Yuil-shin took it and asked in bewilderment, "This is the B-level awakening license." "Why?" Choi Yun-bai explained, "According to the index, you are only at C level, but due to the letter of guarantee from the principal, as well as the flower monster he summoned." Hearing the word flower, the principal and Seung-mina quickly shouted, "Ah, flower, that scaly flower." Choi Yun-bai cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, after all, his ability to summon new strange monsters is appreciated, so he will receive a B-class license." "I'm thinking of a flower monster, a strange monster, a rose that blooms at night." The principal immediately asked Yuil-shin, "So I want to ask you, why don't you work with me? Being a B-class is enough for you to teach at the academy." Yuil-shin asked in surprise, Why do I have to do that?" He thought to himself, "I have to raise ants, and even though I'm only a third-rate writer, I still have to write. I also have to raise the amount of S-level disciples. Say what you say, who can say it? I also know I'm a busy person." The principal gave you a condition. "I can double your starting salary." You sound attracted. "What, about how much?" The teacher held up the phone and said, "If we add a special budget for the principal's activities on top of your starting salary, it will be this much." Yuil-shin gasped in excitement, "Wow, how many zeros? So, that's too much." He grabbed the principal's hand and said, "I will become a teacher at the academy. Actually, my lifelong dream is to stand on the podium. When can I start working?" The next day in class, Miri was extremely bright. Her classmates saw her and asked, "Miri looks so happy, did something good happen?" Miri happily replied, "That's right, today there will be a special characters appear." As soon as he finished speaking, that special character appeared. The student absent-mindedly entered the classroom with the sword demon. He stood up on the podium and cleared his throat. Below, the students kept whispering, "Who is that? Isn't that the tracksuit from before, the one who defeated the terrible teacher with just one blow?" "Why, then, who is that person in the back?" Yuil-shin spoke up, "Hello everyone, while the teacher is on sick leave, I will be the temporary homeroom teacher of this class." Yuil-shin. The sound of students scurrying. "What did he say? What, is it so sudden?" The sword demon shouted, "All order, I am the teaching assistant, the sword demon." The demon sword showed a scary face and said, "You kids, you must know that you are honored to be taught by that great saint sword." Yuil-shin continued to clear her throat. "Ahem, so the first period of our class," Miri below quickly said, "is physical education class. This is teacher's physical education class on no." Yuil-shin replied, "Oh, is that so? Okay, then consider this as self-study time." After Yuil-shin finished speaking, he immediately collapsed on the table. I'm sleep-deprived, the classroom is too small, this is where the teacher plays Kang-san and everyone." The sword demon raised his sword to threaten, "From now on you better not make any noise, no matter how small. Anyone who dares to disrupt the sword saint's sleep will not be tolerated." One student said, "Yong, is the name of the sword Yong, like the name of a dragon tooth? How childish." Another male student mumbled, "The energy he radiates is at least A level, just shut up and study by yourself." The next day, Yuil-shin yawned and asked, "Your exam is coming soon, right? So, let's continue studying on our own." The next day, Yuil-shin said, "Why is it raining so much? There's no way to do it for a few days with weather like this. Let's study by ourselves today." The next day, Yuil-shin said again, "The weather is so beautiful today, the whole class should study by yourselves." Miri's friend was dissatisfied. "What's wrong with this person? We did nothing but self-study for 4 days. I was happily playing with my phone, not knowing the students were secretly scolding me. When I woke up, I was playing some ants game or something. Is this a teacher?" At dinner time, this girl became even more disgusted when she confided, I'm very happy to do this job because the school also gives me free food. Yul Shin chewed his teeth and asked, Gosh student Go Myung-ji, why do you eat so little food for free? Myung-ji silently scolded, You're a salary thief. In contrast to her, Miri acted extremely idolized. Oh my god, just looking at the teacher eating made me feel guilty. He turned around and looked at Miri with suspicious eyes. What, are your eyes okay? He's blind. On the way home, my uncle started to grumble, an uncle wearing sloppy and unkempt sports clothes. All day long he only knows how to find excuses to force us to study on our own. That's no good. Miri asked again, why? It was teacher Yul Shin asking. She continued, it's okay, I just need to know how our teacher shines. He, Myung-ji exclaimed in disbelief, what? Miri dialed the phone and said, Mr. Yul Shin and sis are waiting for me. She immediately said goodbye to her friend, Myung-ji, I'll go first. Myung-ji asked in confusion, hey, did you meet that person after school too? Hey. Watching Miri leave, Myung-ji said to himself, I can't bear to stand by and watch this anymore. I have to save my friend from this slum. Even if I have to fight this thing alone, I have to clear Miri's eyes. The next day, Yul Shin led the students to the front of the stage and said, instead of studying on their own, today we will have some fencing exercises. Just pair up as you like. Myung-ji looked at Yul Shin with disgust. She thought to herself, the chance has finally come. I will use this skill to defeat him. Yul Shin said to the sword demon, I will leave everything else to the tutor sword demon. I'm sleepy. The sword demon bowed his head and replied, yes, your wish is my command. His eyelids trembled and he thought, what is this? How is this different from self-study? Arrange a fencing practice session and then go to sleep. Yul Shin found the perfect place. Oh my god, this place looks good. Suddenly, my teacher's voice rang out, Teacher, wait. Yul Shin turned around and asked, what is that? Myung-ji explained her situation. I don't have a partner. What? Yul Shin thought to himself, oh right, there are 21 students in the class. I forgot. But I want to sleep. No one would let go of this opportunity. She immediately made a request, so I want teacher Yul Shin to be my partner. The sword demon immediately scolded me when he heard that. You brat, why dare you ask the holy sword to be your opponent? Mr. Mi said with disdain, why, is it okay to ask the teacher to be a sword practice opponent? Is he afraid? The sword demon choked on his words, this brat. Yul Shin suddenly spoke up, demon sword, be quiet, I will be your meeting partner. Yul Shin mumbled, Choi Yun-bai teacher said she would deduct my salary and make me pay for lunch myself. If I work half-heartedly, I should at least pretend that I am working. His eyebrows became even more hostile. I could still hear what he said even when he whispered it, you damn teacher. Looked at Yul Shin and muttered, you worthless salary thief, I will kick your ass. Yul Shin heard that and silently groaned, oh my god, that's so rude, I can hear you mumbling. Isn't this kid Go Myung-ji, Miri's good friend? Damn, I can't argue with her when she says I'm useless or stealing my salary, because I just sleep during class, but there's a reason why I do that. Yul Shin recalls the scene this morning. He woke up with a headache. Yul Shin looked at Mina's two sisters on the bed and thought, I gave my bed to you two to treat me and I can't sleep because of these useless people. Yul Shin frowned at the two. The man is lying stretched out on the ground. This is a low-level hunter, Korea's future is bleak. Yul Shin used his foot to shake Baekyu Hyun. I'm sorry, why don't you go home and sleep? After speaking, Yul Shin became even more angry. This is an emergency, he didn't even move. These two useless guys have been staying at my house for a whole week, and they're getting drunk every day. The day before going to work, the principal held a bottle of wine in his hand and kept talking. Let's celebrate our new job, we should drink to celebrate this day. Baekyu Hyun also joined in. Congratulations, and please take care of me. That was the beginning. During the whole week, when it rained they said drinking wine was great when it rained. I was worried it would affect my nose treatment, but Mina agreed with them again. She exclaimed, do you too get excited? You guys look stupid when you're so drunk. Miri next to her screamed, sister. Whether lucky or not, it's a good thing that Mina likes these idiots, and that these two useless people are fast asleep. Suddenly Mina poked Yul Shin's face. She touched her stomach and said, she's hungry, let's feed her. Yul Shin looked at her. I have the responsibility of feeding her. He sighed and asked, again, stay in yen. Mina didn't understand and asked, what is that? Yul Shin replied, ignore it, it's just a kitchen knife, I'll make you some kimchi fried rice. Mina was extremely excited. Wow, I like that sound, make me fried eggs too. Yul Shin was cutting vegetables and thinking, I've been in charge of my sister all week and I also have to take care of her, so I don't have enough time to sleep. Mina's attention was caught by the light on Baekhyun's phone. He heard the phone notification and immediately got up, and the principal also got up. Baekhyun muttered, "The hunter was a S-class hunter. The hunter of Russian origin was killed in Gangwon-do. An immigrant hunter from Argentina who was reported missing, was found dead in a hotel in Gangwon-do. The Hunters Association informed the media, but everyone is watch and wait for the results when experts predict that a high-level monster has appeared that can kill a low-level hunter." The principal finished reading the news and said, "Ha, it seems there is a dangerous monster out there. Hopefully a miracle will happen, although it is a bit difficult to appear at this time. It would be pitiful." Baekhyun discovered something. "Wow, look at this photo." The principal looked attentively. "What is this text? Did Sergei write it?" Baekhyun replied, "According to the analysis team's announcement, this is not Sergei's handwriting but in African language. His writing is an offering to the gods." The principal stood up and said, "Why, we have to write down before it's too late." The Hun also sat up and replied, "Crazy, skill, teleportation." On this side, Yuil Shin is attentively making rice for me na. He turned around and said, "Your kimchi fried rice is ready. Where did those two useless people go?" Mina was equally surprised. "Huh, where did those stupid people go?" Yuil Shin gave the plate of rice to Mina and told her that I would go find her, while Mina finished eating and got ready to go to school. Mina turned around to look at him and smiled brightly. "I love teacher Choi Yun-bai the most." Yuil Shin looked at her radiant look and thought, whether I go to school or not, I always leave Mina with teacher Un-bi. I think that's the best for Mina and me. Yuil Shin returned to reality to face me. Anyway, I said I would work hard tomorrow, but I guess there's no other way. The system displays the background of the girl in front of her. Yuil Shin, Go Myongdi, female human, has existed for 19 years, special note, has useful necromancy skills. Yuil Shin thought, necromancy skill huh? My uncle couldn't wait any longer, so here I go. She grabbed the necklace around her neck and shouted, "Wake up, my servant, ha!" Yuil Shin doubt, is that Hades, king of the underworld in Greek mythology? Myung-ji used necromancy, then a corpse appeared, a giant corpse, a level 7 summon in the underworld that has existed for 1,100 years. Special note, was once a knight under conquered the giant mountain, but after his defeat many years ago, he is now a zombie with only his outer layer remaining. Yuil Shin started to feel interested, so Myung-ji used necromancy to control zombies. It seemed like it would be very interesting. Yuil Shin also uses moves, skills set in the body. Hades raised his hand and then stopped moving completely. His eyes moved as Myung-ji cried out, "What's going on? Hurry up and attack." He fell to his knees and Myung-ji screams, Are you crazy?" Hades raised his voice loudly. This loser and lowlife had the honor of meeting a great and mighty existence. His aunt was still beside him shouting, "Hades, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack go." She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, the summoner's orders were absolute. How could this ridiculous thing happen? A noise began to arise below. What was that? Wow, he conquered Myung-ji's summon without lifting a hand. The sword demon said proudly, this stupid zombie has already witnessed the greatness of the sword saint. Miri next to him was extremely satisfied. I thought so too. The teacher is so cool. Myung-ji's eyes were so helpless that she cried, continuously punching Hades and telling it to move. Come on, move. Yuil Shin felt compassion. She looked so pitiful, like a squirrel. I looked at him and suggested, can we pretend to fight? Hades refused frankly. How dare I? It may be faint but I can feel the power of my master mountain-crushing giant from you. I beg you to retreat your words again. Yuil Shin started thinking, mountain-crushing giant, I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. Ah, I remember, so you are his knight. When I wasn't paying attention, I put my hand on Hades' head, like I was the mountain-crushing giant. Quickly, his past flooded into my head. His form is no longer the zombie he is now. Hades, who became the giant god's knight with all his dignity, failed to protect the female priest, and lost his life in the battle. Hades became a resentful zombie and wandered aimlessly in the underworld for thousands of years. Until he was summoned by Myung-ji. Yuil Shin tears fell down. It was so touching. The system immediately displays a notification, you have captured the holy power of the mountain-crushing giant, you have met the conditions to inherit the followers. Do you want to accept the fallen knight of the mountain-crushing giant? Yuil Shin excitedly, of course, there's nothing to worry about, he shouted, yes of course and pressed the screen. The system immediately displays a notification, congratulations on successfully inheriting the progress of the giant mountain breaker. The giant zombie has become your third follower. It will take a lot of holy magic, but you can make him evolve. After hearing this, Yuil Shin was filled with surprise and wondered, what, evolution? I don't know what it is, but based on the situation, it doesn't seem to be a problem. The system made a notification, do you want to use holy magic to evolve a giant zombie? Yuil Shin immediately replied, yes. A wave of air enveloped him and he let out a scream. The students below the teacher were all in an uproar. It was miraculous. The teacher was the best, being able to witness the magic of the holy sword with his own eyes. What an honor, the sword demon replied. Yuil Shin was overwhelmed by the light and thought, this is evolution. The system displays a notification, congratulations, the giant zombie has evolved into the Dark Knight. The demon sword next to him is extremely proud to have created such a miracle. The sword saint is truly amazing. Really? The system continues to display a notification. The Dark Knight has a special note. The Dark Knight has outstanding abilities. Het bowed his head and said, thanking you for your kindness, swearing on my soul that I will become the shield for Mr. Yuil Shin. As soon as I finished speaking, there was a system notification. The mission to level up Loithan was in progress to level up S and pagan believers with an outstanding probability of 4. My grandfather cried out, ha, he's changed, now he can even speak, Yuil Shin thought with a smile. The squirrel girl looked shocked. Wow. He suddenly felt uncomfortable, but why do I feel so dizzy? The old Yuil Shin turned around and fell to his knees. Seeing that, he cried out, oh no, master. The demon sword and Miri also jumped inside and kept calling, teacher, sword saint. Looking at Yuil Shin becoming withered and trembling, Miri exclaimed, oh my god, look at his haggard face, what should we do now? Why did this suddenly happen to the sword saint? Yes, the sword demon asked impatiently. Hades supported Yuil Shin and calmly replied, he was just sleeping, there was nothing wrong with his body. Miri still couldn't stop worrying when she heard that. Oh really? The demon sword covered his mouth so he couldn't cry out. How exhausted must he be? He immediately bowed his head. Please sleep well, I will guard well until he wakes up. The system displays a message. You will need to consume your holy magic for your followers to evolve. Yuil Shin thought to herself, I think I used more power than I thought. That's normal when we promote the evolution of something. This is inside my dream. Today is the god of prosperity. Now I have the ability to meet my followers directly, which I could only see through the status window before. The system now announces today you have used a lot of holy magic, please rest well to restore your strength. Yuil Shin closed his eyes in satisfaction. Okay, thank you. Oh my god, it feels so good, is this heaven? However, I did not know that, while I was resting, a creature filled with evil was approaching. Mina sat in the waiting room with Choi Yun-bai. She cried out in frustration, I'm so bored, when will Wai-Sin and Miri's class end? It would be fun to play with them. Suddenly Mina remembered something, She smiled brightly and said, I knew something like this would happen, so I secretly brought this with me, now I'll play with it. Mina asked, hey, is there anyone in there, do you want candy too? Mina said to herself and laughed, just kidding, I won't give it to you, this is mine. Choi Yun-bai sighed and thought to herself, I like the mature version of her better, no matter how rude she is. Anyway, the thing that both her father and her husband came to do all the time, no problem. It's not such a big problem. Miss Sung Mina could have been a great help if she was in a normal state of mind and suddenly there was a sound of tongs falling to the ground. Mina suddenly turned pale and trembled. No. Choi Yun-bai walked over to hold her hand and reassured her, don't worry, Mina, we still have a lot of candy. Mina hugged her and said, I'm so scared. Choi Yun-bai asked in surprise, Mina, calm down, what are you afraid of? Monster, a monster, it came to curse me, Mina replied tremblingly. A man wearing a black cloak standing in front of a building said, inside there, is where the monsters for me are hiding. They are 2 seeds planted by the abyssal dragon, but, why hasn't one of them yet? Ripe. A man in a black cloak walked in, attracting the attention of the building's security guard. Look, I wonder who that guy is. The person next to him was annoyed, I'm going crazy. He blocked the other man and said, hey, it will be very troublesome if you wear that kind of clothes and come in here. Seeing that he was silent, the guard continued, seriously, this guy, first let me see your documents. The man in the black cloak spoke, how dare this insignificant creature, As soon as he finished speaking, he made the guard's head fall down in front of the surprise of the 2 people behind him, one of whom shouted, crazy guy, do you know where this is? The cloaked man quickly passed through his 2 guards and coldly said, sacrifice to the gods. The building system now announces red alert, intruder. The black-cloaked man said, it's so noisy, there are only 2 offerings to the gods, the rest is all garbage. Everyone gathered around him, someone shouted, surrounded him and attacked him with all their strength, damn it, just when the principal wasn't here. The cloaked man noticed Miri, who had just run down the stairs. He shouted, "He found it, one of the 2 seeds planted by the Abyss Dragon, my offering." He laughed savagely. A huge, terrifying explosion blew up the sky and earth, everything shattered, and all the students in the school stood in a ready-to-fight position. The man wearing glasses raised his voice and asked the guy in black, "Who are you?" The man in black did not answer, but showed an extremely dangerous smile. He clutched a stone in his hand, grumbling and cursing, the parasites making noise. Under the strength of the black-shirted man, the stone in his hand immediately shattered. His eyes were filled with death, so he died. Right after that, the man in black calmly launched his move forward, a deadly force that sent the other students flying hundreds of meters away. They cried out in pain. Both Miri and the sword demon also widened their eyes in shock. The demon sword quickly pulled out his magic sword to block his attack. The man in black gritted his teeth in anger, "A parasite, how dare you block my attack?" At this time, an announcement rang out on the school's loudspeaker, "Everyone please evacuate to the shelter immediately, the principal and S-level hunters will be here in 10 minutes, please move to the shelter. Hide instead of fighting enemies." Miri was trying to create a barrier to protect. She shouted loudly at the demon's sword, "Please take Master Yuil Shin there, I'm trying to resist for another 10 minutes. Hearing that, the sword demon silently muttered, "He will do it himself." The guy in black smirked madly, "That couldn't happen." Right after that, the man in black immediately turned into a giant monster, making Miri and the sword demon widen their eyes in shock. The giant beast roared fiercely, a terrifying force surrounding it. Miri saw that and frowned and asked, "What the hell is that?" That terrifying light quickly spread and covered the whole school, creating a terrifying atmosphere. The monster coldly mocked, 10 minutes, don't dream in the middle of the day like that, you insects." Glancing around, Miri's face turned pale with fear. "Is that a territory fence? Only Lord-level monsters like hell dragons can do that." The demon sword stopped and reminded her, "Miri, please run to the shelter, that's our only choice now." "I'm going to be a bit stiff, huh?" The blue demon sword stammered and continued, "I will distract him, so." The monster heard the two of them say that and screamed and asked, "Where are you going?" Taking a breath, the powerful demon sword used his weapon to attack the huge monster. But the power of the demon sword could not compete with the monster. He was immediately sent flying straight into the wall by it, making him groan in pain. The beast shouted and asked the demon sword, "You dare, but where did the sacrifice go?" At this moment, Miri was concentrating all her strength to directly attack the monster as it screamed in pain. Inside the shelter, the eagle sitting next to him worriedly asked, "Is something wrong, Mina?" Sung-mi Na turned pale, trembling with fear, her mouth kept muttering, "Miri is in danger." Immediately, Mina quickly disappeared from the shelter. The eagle was startled and shouted loudly, "Mina! Over here, Miri is still using her strength to defeat the monster." Sung-mi Na came out and saw that and shouted loudly, "Miri, be careful." The situation at this moment was hanging by a thread, the monster's giant hand was gradually approaching Miri's body. Right after that, the monster grabbed her tightly, Miri screamed in fear. The demon sword spoke in pain, "Miri, dear sword saint, I'm sorry." Pressed tightly on the ground, Miri suffered extremely. The monster sneered, "You can't hide, sacrifice." Glancing up, Miri saw something scary approaching her face, she cried out in fear, "Teacher!" To protect her sister, Sung-mi Na shouted the spell, "No, mind control skill, stop." The monster looked up and saw Mina and snorted coldly, the hell dragon seed had come to this place on its own. Seeing the monster calmly not saying anything, Sung-mina's eyes widened in shock, the skill had no effect. In a dangerous situation, Mina's phone rang violently, she shouted angrily, "Too loud, too noisy." And then Mina did not hesitate to directly throw her bag on the ground and curse, "Shut up, my sister is about to die." She tried to launch the move again, skill, breakdown. As soon as he said this, the monster used its tail to attack Mina, wrapping it tightly around her body. The monster growled in delight, "I will sacrifice you later." Sung-mi Na frowned and warned him, "Don't touch your sister, you damn monster." Regardless of what Mina said, the monster happily exclaimed, "Let's start the ceremony." The small monster in the hands of the big monster is slowly moving towards Miri. The little girl is scared and calls for help, "I'm so scared, help me." Mina on the monster's tail could only cry helplessly, "Please save Miri, Yuil Shin." Yuil Shin was sleeping peacefully on this side. He opened his eyes when he heard the call. He widened his eyes and wondered, what was that just now? Then he quickly stood up and said, "I think I have to go now." At this time, the system announces, the tears of the god of prosperity tell you that your holy power has completely recovered. She is worried because she is afraid that you will lose your life at the hands of the god's apostle if you leave now. After a moment of silence, Yuil Shin quietly spoke up, I have to at least do something. Woke up and went to the scene. The phone bell on Mina's bag on the ground was still ringing continuously. Yuil Shin touched her bag and realized. Sung Mi Na's screams for help still echo painfully. Yuil Shin. Seeing her sister being tormented in pain, Mina painfully begged, no, no god, please. The monster raised his voice and announced, the blood offering has been completed, now I will sacrifice humans to the gods. Miri lying below was so scared that her face turned pale. A loud scream rang out, no. A slashing sound passed by. The monster turned around in shock. Its tail was now flying in the sky. Looking at its tail slowly falling freely in front of it, the monster cried out in panic, my tail, my precious little tail. It is known that this monster is the Apostle Gut-Ta, 85 years old, SS rank, responsible for harvesting, created by breaking the body. Note, Gut-Ta is a male crocodile in Africa. Yuil Shin held Miri in his arms and coldly announced, I really want to cut up crocodile meat, more. Miri was moved beyond words, master. He gently placed Miri on the ground, slowly walking towards the monster. The corner of Il Shin's mouth curled up in excitement, crocodile, crocodile. The Gustav monster was so angry that he was shaking all over, asking in a harsh voice, you, who are you, why, how dare you? Right after that, it opened its beak and shouted loudly, you retarded mouse, I will tear you apart. Yuil Shin was in a burning spirit to fight, then the two sides rushed to fight. The battle was extremely fierce. Yuil Shin fought with excitement like playing with a real mouse. Being attacked by Yuil Shin in the middle of the body, the Gustav monster I screamed and cursed, you bastard. Yuil Shin was now gently landing on the crocodile's nose. He licked his knife and said excitedly, I want to cut you, more. The Gustav monster angrily waved his hand and attacked this mouse. Yuil Shin smirked and danced around a few times. When the sword demon witnessed the scene, he couldn't help but admire it. That was the swordsmanship he wanted to master. Landing on the ground, Yuil Shin raised his knife to mock the monster, is that all you have, little fish? The monster's eyes were filled with hatred. It smirked, you are strong, but that is not all the power I have. Hearing that, Yuil Shin smiled disdainfully and said, is that so? This will be fun. Gustav monster, I shouted loudly, if I sacrifice you, the great god will be very happy. Look clearly, this is the power that the deity has given me. Yuil Shin was not afraid at all but smiled extremely excitedly. Show me all the power you hide, you will be even happier if you slice it up. At this time, the system quickly announces that the eternal truth seeker is disappointed when you use the check when you have a strong muscle to use. The voiceless dream is cheering you on with the man eating flowers above all. 2 hands. Yuil Shin squinted his eyes and let out a breath. He thought to himself, useless little stalkers, huh, what is this? The man in black turned into another monster, and then it appeared right in front of him, a stronger power than the one before. Yuil Shin scratched his nose and thought dejectedly, is that all he has? It's so boring. Thinking about it, he quickly jumped up high and used one of his blades to attack it, but it was unharmed and looked at Yuil Shin with staring eyes. He clenched his teeth in anger, my blade couldn't cut through it, I'm the sword saint. Yuil Shin resolutely flew up to attack again, I can't accept it, I will tear you apart, damn crocodile. The monster's body was as hard as stone, so many blades Yuil Shin attacked without leaving a single mark. Then the monster gradually lost patience, it stopped Yuil Shin's hand, muttering, this kind of sword will not be able to cut the scales given by the gods. And then before he could understand anything, Yuil Shin was attacked by it with a very dangerous attack. He spat out blood in pain from his mouth and flew hundreds of meters away. The force of the attack was terrifying. Yuil Shin's whole body was shaking, I couldn't move. Not yet satisfied, the monster directly grabbed his head and pulled him up. The monster happily asked him, how does it feel to contemplate the power of this divine blessing? Then it summoned the monster from its hand, slowly speaking, dear God, please accept the delicious sacrifice I offer you. The little monster slowly approached Yuil Shin's body, he painfully dodged. At this time he started his finger, the ring finger healed. The system quickly warns, you do not have enough holy magic to use this skill. Yuil Shin clenched his teeth in anger, damn it. The system still beeps, warning, approaching death. More and more blood flowed down from Yuil Shin's body, he sighed helplessly in his heart, his eyes were blurry, blood was still flowing from his face. Where did he come from and scream loudly, Master? The 2 thugs and the monster rushed to fight. But the monster's hand still held Yu Il-shin's head. He tiredly thought, was I too reckless when I became a god? Wouldn't I always be human, trying to run away, not caring about anyone else? A call from Ilyo rang in his mind. Yu Il-shin, please restore my strength. And he also sincerely prayed, O great God Yu Il-shin, please restore your strength. Every thought ran through Yu Il-shin's head. I could hear and feel the desperate cries and prayers of the believers for me. Sung-mi Na below screamed in panic, Il-shin, don't die. There will be tears in my eyes, please. The demon sword is powerless in my heart, I'm sorry, if only I were stronger. And then Yu Il-shin knew, the most sincere wishes and tears were shed for me. Right after that, the system announced, a part of your power has been restored due to the prayers and tears of the believers for you. The monster's hand opened its mouth wide, ready to grab him. It growled happily, I will dedicate you to God. The system rang again, skill sharing, skills from the demon sword and hattet were added, new, illusory demon divine sword, new, blessing from the immortal hat. Yu Il-shin's eyes stared, seizing the opportunity, he slowly picked up the knife and cut off the monster's arm. Cut his hand, he immediately let go of Yu Il-shin and screamed in pain. Landing on the ground, Yu Il-shin said softly, sharing skills, magic sword, illusory demon divine sword, 1 second. At this moment, there was a stream of power attacking the purple membrane. Standing outside, I clenched my teeth in anger, I couldn't penetrate the magic barrier. The principal standing next to me was also extremely angry. Damn it, my skills don't work anymore. The principal was on fire, that bastard. He gathered all the S-level and A-level Korean hunters in Kanggon-do and came here. Dun Hai also burns with anger, if only I could have a miracle. As soon as he finished speaking, the barrier gradually dispersed to their surprise. Seeing Yu Il-shin dancing wildly in front of him, the monster frantically asked, what the hell are you doing? Yu Il-shin grinned happily, I want to kill you. Thousands of arrows flew straight towards the monster. He covered his face and said in surprise, it was too dangerous. When the monster opened its eyes, it was startled and surprised. What is this? What did you just do to me? Yu Il-shin smirked, you've been defeated. Hearing that, the monster officially became crazy. He roared, you crazy bastard, are you trying to trick me? To vent his anger, the monster clenched his fist into a fist and prepared to strike down Yu Il-shin. But suddenly this punch stopped in midair. It said in bewilderment, what? Immediately the monster's body was cut in half by Yu Il-shin. It screamed in shock, what the heck? Its whole body was squeezed mercilessly. It said angrily, I can't lose to someone like him. The principal and Du-hei outside the barrier were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. When the barrier opened, inside was a fierce battle, the membrane scattered like flower petals fluttering in the sky. Yu Il-shin stood alone in front of the monster's body. It lay on the ground and asked in a harsh voice, you lowly parasite, what have you done to me? Glancing up at Yu Il-shin, there was a bright light above his head. He closed his eyes and stood very proud. The monster widened his eyes and muttered, is this his true body? The monster now feels a bit scared. I should have run away the first time I saw him, this guy, no, this great being. The Gustav monster gently raised its hand to touch that light, its body gradually disappearing in the wind. At this moment, Yu Il-shin's body emitted a fierce light. System notification, God of Destruction, Gustav, has been defeated and is absorbing the sacrifice. Congratulations, Gustav is a sacrificial offering worth 5 levels. After a while of hard fighting, Yu Il-shin tiredly collapsed to the ground. The system rang again. The mission, the sublimation of the low-level demon god was performing an S-level possessing the potential to transcend the offering, 2+4 out of 10. The principal saw him collapse and shouted in fear, Yu Il-shin, you can't die yet. Just as he touched him, his hand fell loosely to the ground. Seeing this, Dan Hien and the principal both gasped in pain. Don't hesitate to cover your mouth and say, Il-shin. The principal cried violently, no. At this moment, he came over and gently announced that the owner was just sleeping. The other two stiffened a bit. Don't hesitate to open your eyes and ask, how are you sleeping? A moment later, in the middle of an extremely poetic space, man-eating flowers were everywhere. Yu Il-shin gradually opened his eyes. He felt a bit suffocated. This place was a quiet nightmare. I was lying in the mouth of a man-eating tree, so I was eaten by a stalker. System prompt, Silent Nightmare said that when his body fluids were completely absorbed, no more curse or toxins could harm him. Yu Il-shin was still confused and not fully awake. He immediately said, that's great, that's good, but it's been a long time. I'm starting to wonder if it really works. The system announced again. Silent Nightmare said there was only one more punch left. Yuil Shin asked in bewilderment, "Why punch?" Startled, he looked closely around. He was startled as he fell further down. Yuil Shin screamed in fear, "What the hell is this? Help!" And then Yuil Shin quickly woke up from a terrible nightmare. Sung Mi Na at the side calmly announced that he had been unconscious for a whole week. Yuil Shin gasped and thought, "Why is it only a week? That can't be it." Mina worriedly approached and asked him, "Were you okay? Did you have a nightmare?" Yuil Shin replied quietly, "I'm fine, thank you for your concern." The system pops up, "Congratulations, Sung Mina's wish has come true. She is now your 4th follower. Sung Mina is a strong follower worth 2 levels. Quest, the sublimation of a low-level demon god performing S-level possessing the potential to transcend the offering. 5 + 1 out of 10. Yuil Shin was happy to hear this news. "Oh, Mina has become my follower." Mina saw him smiling and wondered, "What are you looking at?" Introduction system, Sung Mi Na, type, follower, description, try asking her for a kiss, she will probably be happy and follow. Yuil Shin was startled and clenched his teeth, "Kiss?" Suddenly, there was a spine-chilling sound outside the door. A giant shark fell from the roof. Mina turned pale in fear and screamed, "Another monster, I'm done." Sung Mi Na was scared and hugged Yuil Shin's neck and screamed, "Monster, monster." Yuil Shin was held stiffly by the neck and could only sigh helplessly. At this time, the system announced that Ilyo had paid tribute to the giant shark. Inho in a faraway place excitedly shouted, "Give it to you, Yuil Shin, please eat this fish and get healthy again, fighting, fighting." Yuil Shin held his head in boredom, "Ilyo, what the hell is he doing?" Mr. Kang-san heard a loud noise and ran in panic, wondering what was going on. Looking at the giant shark in front of him, he was startled and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Sung Miri and the demon sword just arrived and were so worried. Miri shouted loudly in fear, "Sister, master." The demon's sword was worried and asked, "Sword Saint, are you okay?" Seeing everyone running there, Yuil Shin sheepishly scratched his head and asked them, "There's grilled shark this afternoon, what do you think, for the students and staff too?" Mina was pale in fear and trembling. Yuil Shin gently recited the incantation, pointing to the power of the god. With just a gentle twist of his finger, the giant shark flew straight down into the middle of the schoolyard. They glanced down and were speechless. Yuil Shin pointed and reminded, "Let's share it, I'll give it to the fat one." A few days later, standing in front of class 3, Yuil Shin frowned worriedly, "I was so worried." Thinking about it, he directly pushed the door open and entered the classroom. The children below saw him and whispered loudly. One child asked, "Is he the secret weapon of the association?" The child next to him nodded and replied, "Of course, that's why Sung Mina level S always follows him." Another child whispered, "He was the one who finished off that S-class monster while we were still in the bunker." There was a voice of approval, "Yes, even though the principal didn't make it public, everyone knew that." Hearing some muttering below, Yuil Shin glared angrily in his heart, "I could hear what you guys were saying." At this moment, the demon's sword was filled with murderous aura. He held the sword and slammed it against the ground. The sword demon raised his lips and said in a harsh voice, "Have you finally realized the power of the sword saint?" Myung-ji suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. Everyone stood up and bowed to the teacher. Seeing the girl, Myung-ji's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, is she the class president? I didn't know." The children standing below immediately stood up in unison, saying hello, teacher. Hearing those words, Yuil Shin was so touched that he couldn't speak. These kids had never welcomed me before. Anyway, I felt better seeing these kids so happy, after the incident. That's my gut. Then Yuil Shin cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, hello guys, long time no see, since it's been a while, let's study on our own." Immediately an atmosphere of boredom and fatigue covered the entire room. Looking at their distorted faces, Yuil Shin clenched his teeth in anger. "I let them study on their own while I was trying to finish the novel, but I think I shouldn't be like this anymore, these kids will stage a coup. Lost." And so Yuil Shin had to smile awkwardly and say, "You're joking, today it will be, consulting today we will consult one-on-one okay?" At this time, in the consulting room, the voice of Yuil Shin spoke, "Next, Hyo-yo." A pretty but chubby little girl appeared. She sat down on the chair and excitedly replied, "There you are. Information update system, Hyo-yo, female, 19 years old, evaluation, she may look healthy, but her chi circulation is a mess." Yuil Shin saw this and felt helpless in his heart, diagnosed with the status window, consultation, and treatment, so what if he wasn't a good teacher? He gently reminded her, "Don't move." Then he raised his finger and commanded, "The god's healing ring finger." From his finger emitted an endless stream of air that made the Hyo-Yo's eyes widen in admiration. Whoa, how did you do it? My senses must have been twice as sharp. Yuil Shin is happy in his heart, of course, because her chi has been relieved. Then he raised his voice and called again, okay, next. Suddenly Yuil Shin's face turned black and was extremely unsightly. He asked in a cold voice, why are we two? In front of him appeared two people, Miri and the demon sword. The demon swordsman spoke up happily, I also want to receive your advice. Sung Miri also said eagerly, me too. Looking at the two of them in front of him, Yuil Shin sighed helplessly. The two of them had been trained separately at home. Sword Demon immediately answered excitedly, but at another school and at home. Sung Miri on the side nodded repeatedly, that's right. Hearing them say that, Yuishi let out a breath, then, who first? The demon sword stood up and shouted loudly, me. But Miri next to her quickly objected, not you first. The two people were not willing to give in to the other. The sword demon angrily cursed, no, I can't give in to you just because you are a student, I got here before you. Sung Miri is not suitable, she scowled back, but you are not a student. Yuil Shin witnessed the scene but was extremely helpless, his head hurt so much. You try your best to advise them, stop fighting, I will advise you two to fly at the same time. At this moment, the system displayed a notification that Auntie was feeling desperate and was praying. He was startled and glanced back, muttering, what is that? The scene gradually appeared clearly right before his eyes. Auntie was kneeling and begging, oh God Yuil Shin, please save us. The people of Auntie behind also cried and begged, oh God, we cannot solve this problem with this humble strength. Yuil Shin saw that and was confused, what's going on? Suddenly Yuil Shin stopped, the surrounding system sounded alarms, warnings, warnings. He was startled and startled. Right now, I could see the urgent situation of the ants. The whole ant colony is now in a chaotic war, the monsters attack the ants in an extremely pitiful way. A giant monster approaches, system introduction, followers of the 2,000-year-old abyss swamp ruler describe, summoned by Arachne, endless regeneration ability. Another beast appears, system introduction, follower of the beast, strong and scheming male, 666 years old, description, summoned by Arachne. There is also another monster, its whole body is burning with fire, it is known that it is, a follower of the light of the highest place in the sky, genderless, 2,200 years old, described, uses terrifying fire, is summoned by Arachne. Looking at the scene there, Yuil Shin frowned in thought, three of the most horrible followers. The system warns, these three people are worse than SS class Gustav, there is a high possibility that the entire ant colony will be massacred. Yuil Shin clenched his teeth in anger, what is this, these guys are trying to erase the source of my power. The system pops up a report, the remaining time until Arachne and her army of 100 billion insects arrive to visit Antria, 78 hours 12 minutes 5 seconds. All the clocks are counting down the time together. Knowing that information, Yuil Shin gasped in disbelief, he pondered silently, 100 billion bugs, even a truck of pesticides wouldn't be able to stop them, could I? I can't protect the ants from them, even at last I'm not sure of victory. Seeing Yuil Shin sitting in a corner looking dizzy, the sword demon widened his eyes and called out, Sword Saint. Sung Miri on the side wondering, what's going on? On the side of the ant colony, three fierce monsters appeared, they roared loudly, standing shoulder to shoulder with His Majesty and the great gods, drying up the group of gods of destruction. Yuil Shin was holding his head in confusion at this time, his face turned pale and he cursed, damn, I'm about to die. But he quickly countered that thought, no, I have a low-level mission. Seeing the teacher look up at that finger and laugh loudly, the two of them were speechless and didn't know what to say. The demon sword softly called out to him, Sword Saint. Miri saw him like that and was so worried that he cried. He had been lying in bed for a whole week, and now. At this time, the system announces, tasks, promotions for good god in progress, S-class, possessing outstanding potential, sacrifice, 6 out of 10. Yuil Shin held his hand firmly and firmly, first, I need to increase the number of followers, when a person is about to drown, they will find a way to find a lifeline. A while later in the school cafeteria, old Choi Kang-san was happily sitting and eating voraciously. Standing from afar watching, Yuil Shin smiled dangerously, here it is, my lifeline. Then he walked closer to Choi Kang-san in front of the old man's bewilderment. Referral system, Choi Kang-san, human, male, 58 years old, review, muscular man with transcendent potential, likes you for saving his daughter. Kang-san looked at him faintly and asked, do you want to say something? Yuil Shin did not hesitate to speak up, Mr. Kang-san I had a request, then he said a bunch of things for him to hear. After listening to what Yul Shin said, Choi Kang-san narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Suddenly he burst out laughing. Choi Kang-san nodded in agreement. Okay, I trust you, what a strange request. Watching him eat greedily, the system introduced again. Choi Kang-san, human, male, 58 years old, comment, muscular man with transcendent potential, likes you for saving his child, his daughter. Yul Shin scratched his head in annoyance. In the end there was no chance at all, I guess it wasn't possible. Miri and Mina sat on this side looking at the other two. Sung Miri gently reminded, sis, just eat and don't look anymore. Right after that, the system appeared again. The mission, the promotion of a low-level god was in progress. The S rank possessed transcendent potential, sacrifice, 6 times 5 plus 1 over 10. Glanced at the two girls at the next table. Yul Shin breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you Sungmi Na, for helping me at this time. He bowed his head in deep thought. I only need a few more hours to become a low-level god. That's the only way out of this situation. Yul Shin was a bit curious, but why? It didn't work when Mr. Kang-san said that keyword. Did he not believe me? Then Yul Shin excitedly asked, Kang-san, can I help you? What can I do to make you trust me more? Yul Shin asked a meaningless question, making him bewildered and not understanding anything. Choi Kang-san glanced at him and asked, what are you plotting? The old man trembled as he spoke his thoughts. Even if I liked you, I wouldn't marry my daughter. Yul Shin heard him say that and wanted to cry. What the hell did he say? Both Sung Miri and Mina heard it. Both girls were shocked and their faces turned red. Choi Kang-san said harshly, no, never, give up, life is not that easy. Yul Shin laughed and replied, don't worry, I'm not interested in older women. This sentence accidentally touched Mina. She was so angry that her face turned red. What? Hearing the answer from Yu-I-shi, even Choi Kang-san got angry and asked, what did you just say? He stabbed the spoon hard on the table and roared, brat, did you just say you don't like my daughter? Yul Shin frowned uncomfortably. He silently thought helplessly, he is really not normal at all. Is that why he doubts me? Anyway, I have to find a way to make him trust me. Picked up the spoon, Choi Kang-san said in a cold voice, Yul Shin quickly replied, yes, what's wrong? The old man narrowed his eyes and grumbled, you are helping other students with your healing skills, right? Yul Shin smirked happily in her heart. Here it is, exactly what I needed. He immediately nodded to confirm. Yes, the students in Sungmi Na were much better thanks to the initial treatment skills. She couldn't even speak or recognize others. Choi Kang-san asked in surprise, really? Then, Yul Shin's eyes lit up like he had found gold. He excitedly asked the old man, can I help you? Choi Kang-san spoke silently, can you save a person who is about to die? Yul Shin opened her eyes wide and gasped. Notification system, tracking mission of rank S. Choi Kang-san has been created. Looking at the screen, Yul Shin was a bit surprised. This is it. The content on the system screen is, the mission, restore Choi Kang-san's friend and show him the power of the great god. The goal, Choi Kang-san's reward, Choi Kang-san's trust. After reading it, Yul Shin was excited. Nice, I have to make it. He happily shouted, let's go. Yul Shin secretly wished, and then, he hoped to have another S-class follower. Then the two of them went to a mysterious place, with guards standing guard around them. Inside is a beautiful girl sleeping soundly in the middle of a flower garden. Seeing the girl, Yul Shin couldn't help but exclaim, is this his friend? She is so young. Seeing him scratching his head in bewilderment, Choi Kang-san immediately asked him what he was looking at. Yul Shin didn't hesitate to say, didn't you say she was your friend? She looked like my friend. Choi Kang-san quickly explained, Mireille doesn't age, she's been like that since the first time I met her, she also doesn't have gray hair. He introduced, Mireille is not just a friend, she has been in life and death with me on the battlefield, a hero who saved Korea with me. Looking closely at the surrounding area, Yul Shin's eyes widened in shock, at the flowers. At this moment, the people who took care of you were standing behind you, speaking up and apologizing. Choi Kang-san continued sadly, Mireille's lifespan is almost over, she is absorbing the life of plants to maintain life, doctors and therapists have tried to save her, but all failed. The old man glanced over and asked him, what do you think, can you do it? Yul Shin thoughtfully replied, I will try. Looking at her, the system displayed information, Lee Mireille, human, female, age, comment, her little remaining lifetime had been delayed due to coma. Yul Shin squinted her eyebrows in wonder, unable to see her age. This is the first time this happened. Is there something wrong here? A gentle voice rang in his mind. Gentlemen don't ask women's ages. Yul Shin was startled by this voice. Is this Mireille's? Seeing Il-shin panicked and lost, Choi Kang-san spoke up to explain. Oh, it seems like Mireille is talking to him in a contemplative space. She gently named his shoulder and slowly said, I believe in you. Immediately, Il-shin was taken to a strange place, surrounded by beautiful scenery. In front of him was Mireille sitting on a chair feeding the birds. She softly asked them, Is it delicious? Then she glanced at him and said, Hello. Il-shin stood still. He still couldn't come to his senses. What the hell, is this a dream? And then he panicked and realized, no, this was her contemplation space, a skill similar to Mina's, but it was not as strong and perfect. Then Il-shin said hello, so you are Lee Mireille. Miss Nong smiled and replied, yes, that's right, Il-shin. His eyes widened in surprise, she knew me. Mireille slowly confirmed, of course, you are the chosen one. I felt that you were the embodiment of evil, but in reality you looked quite gentle and kind but a bit pathetic, so I was reassured. Hearing that, Il-shin clenched his teeth in anger. Pathetic? Is she insulting me? Should I be angry? Lee Mireille approached him and continued, I intended to use the remaining strength to destroy you, if you were as I initially felt. Il-shin smiled kindly and reminded himself, I should hold back my anger, I should show respect to a hero. He asked her curiously, why did you bring me here? Lee Mireille quickly explained, because my body was basically dead, I brought you to this space to talk. Il-shin shyly asked her, can you take me back, I want to heal you. I'm worried, I really don't have time. Notification system, remaining time, 68 hours 1 minute 5 seconds. Lee Mireille shook her head in protest, I thought I couldn't recover, but now do you want to use your power to heal me here? Il-shin asked in bewilderment, here? Lee Mireille happily continued, your power is greater than you think, just try it, no need to think. And then Il-shin quickly recited the incantation, so, my ring finger. A stream of healing power surrounded her body, and she soared into the air. The system shows the process, calculating the target's cause and effect to be recovered. A moment later it announced again, recovery failed, with the current amount of holy magic you have you cannot heal her. Il-shin clenched his teeth angrily. Lee Mireille gently touched his feet to the ground. When he saw her, he asked himself, do I not have enough holy power? However, will Mr. Kang-san's mission fail? Suddenly, Lim's eyes became dull and she fell to the ground. Il-shin Huang suddenly asked me, what's wrong with you? She looked up at him and slowly said, I believe you, Il-shin, and then she smiled brightly. Mireille continued softly, you are still young and have many shortcomings, but I have decided to leave my destiny and the earth in your hands. The system quickly announced, congratulations, Lee Mireille has become your 5th follower. Lee Mireille's value is equal to 2 S-level hunters, S-level, possessing transcendent potential, trust graph, 8 times 6 plus 2 over 10. Il-shin narrowed his eyebrows in consideration, it was indeed sudden, but now I only need 2 more S-level followers. Looking at Il-shin with clear eyes, I can see that if you continue to save small worlds like you're doing, one day you will be able to save our own world. Hearing that, Il-shin's eyes widened in surprise, she meant, Antria. Lee Mireille happily continued, I hope you will be our savior when the world is in danger, O young and lovely god, I look forward to that day. Seeing her gradually leave, Il-shin exclaimed in shock, wait, I don't have much time. Lee Mireille smiled and comforted him, little angel, don't worry, the answer you're looking for is closer than you think. And then your figure gradually disappeared in space before Il-shin's panic. Notification system, your skills are limited. E has been added to Lee Mireille's skill sharing, new, dream reporting section. Il-shin startled and muttered, huh, prophecy skill. The system sounds again, you don't have enough divine power. Then Il-shin fell freely and returned to his original place, returning to the place where he was tired and panting, in a dazed state, still not fully recovered. Choi Kang-san behind him asked worriedly, Il-shin, are you okay? Il-shin clenched my teeth and pondered, the answer was close to me. A while later at the training academy, he stood on the phone in the basketball court. Il-shin thought silently, although this trust failed, I'm preparing another way to earn more followers, I just have to search around, like you said. After thinking about it, he quickly answered the phone, then tomorrow at the latest, please forward it to me. Il-shin continued thinking with a serious face, I used all my assets, not to mention borrowing more from the bank this time, I hope it will work. Il-shin widened his eyes and looked out into the middle of the field. The demon's sword was spinning his weapon and rushing fast. He suddenly remembered, the sword he got from the fraud. Introduction System, Dark Demon Sword Practice, Version 2, Heavenly Demon God Sword Practice sold by the Sword Saints Sword of Extinction, Slaying Heaven, Sword Practice upgraded from Version 1, Features, Terrible Weight, Durable Item Universe. Yuil Shin cried in pain, I had to pay a fortune for this, to turn the dark demon sword into S grade, and this is my extra reward, the Tai Chi Sword Art Book. It is known that the Tai Chi Sword Technique, the secret book of the Sword Saint's Sword of Extinction, the technique contains the essence of Trong Tam Fan. Yuil Shin hesitated a bit, but he thoughtfully remembered the time when the sword demon once told him, this kind of gentle swordsmanship is not suitable for my extreme sword style. The heavenly devil sword is already very strong. If I learn Tai Chi sword if I decide, then my meridians and vital energy will be completely turned upside down. Thinking so, Yuil Shin gritted his teeth and blamed himself. The sword demon politely refused, that damn sword saint's sword destroyer. Every swing of the sword demon was extremely sharp. After a period of intense practice, the sword demon breathed tiredly, and he gently stroked his hair. This image was captured in the eyes of the little girl, making her so hungry that her drool dropped, her eyes widened and she exclaimed, so cool. Seeing the little girl staring at him, the sword demon glanced at him and reminded him, stop looking, come here quickly. So Myung-ji was startled and stammered and asked again, water, do you want to drink water? Not letting Myung-ji be happy for long, the sword demon immediately pointed his finger and protested, no, it's not you, the summoned monster is next to you. Hearing that, Myung-ji felt extremely sad. The guy above laughed mockingly and said, what a rude guy, Mr. Sword Demon, do you want to experience defeat again? The sword demon pointed his finger arrogantly and said, another day will be different, even if you are S-class, I have a hunch that today I will win. Yuil Shin stood from afar and was a bit surprised. Oh ho, could it be that it is impossible for an A-level to win against an S-level, but the demon sword can be promoted to S-level through fighting with a Hadet. After all, the heavenly demon divine sword is not an ordinary sword technique. Yuil Shin smirked, the solution was close to her, maybe she meant the demon sword. He rushed straight towards the demon sword and shouted, I won't be gentle, prepare yourself mentally. The demon sword also held his sword and rushed forward. He firmly said, I have mastered the heavenly demon sword to the highest level, I am no longer the same person as yesterday. The two of them fought back and forth, no one giving in. Suddenly the sword demon stopped, and immediately after was hit from behind, making him unable to believe what was happening. Ha arrogantly announced, Sir Sword Demon, that attack just now was quite good, but still not enough to defeat me. The sword demon absent-mindedly blamed himself, this stupid body, but just wait, one day I will definitely win. After saying that, the demon sword fell to the floor unconscious. Ha picked him up and muttered, I'm sure you can do it, after all you're still alive. Ha Tiet turned his head towards Il Shin and reported, Master, I will take him to the infirmary. Yuil Shin waved his hand, go away. Suddenly a little girl named Gomi ran out from the front and shouted loudly, asking me to come with her. Yuil Shin was a bit sad, as Hades said, in the future the demon sword will reach S-level, the question is when. Immediately after that, the system announced again that the synchronization rate with the creator god had increased from 45% to 46%, and the innate authority of Yuil Shin had been enhanced. He grumbled angrily in his heart, this is the 2000th bottle, but it's still only increased by 1%, we still have a battle ahead. Glancing over to see Mina treating her sister, Yuil Shin asked with concern, is the situation still going well? He thought to himself, of course she won't answer, she's very focused, right now, Shisung Mina is removing the power seal inside Miri, she's doing it so Miri can able to protect herself, instead of letting her helplessly become a sacrifice to the evil dragon. Suddenly both Sung Mina and Miri cried out in pain. Miri asked worriedly, sister, are you okay? Sung Mina replied excitedly, yes, I'm okay. Yuil Shin was quiet for a bit, the answer was close to me and she told me. I thought she meant both Demon Sword and Sung Miri, but whatever. Yuil Shin stood from afar encouraging her, don't try too hard, just take it slow, you two can do it, try your best. Sung Mina remembered what Yuil Shin said about not being interested in the older girl, so she angrily pouted and didn't answer. Saebong Mina pouted and said, Mina. Yuil Shin curiously asked again, why? Suddenly Mina shouted loudly, I'm not your sister, I don't want to be older, call me Mina. Yuil Shin understood, he held out the candy and shyly said, Miss Minna, do you want some candy? When I saw the candy, I immediately ran over to it. If the baby likes candy, give it to her. I breathed a sigh of relief, she needs to return to normal, so we can unseal her. Notification system, quest, promotion period for low-level gods in progress, S-level possessing transcendent potential, followers, 8 times 6 plus 2 over 10. Yuil Shin silently calculated that there would be 10 people if the demon sword and Miri reached S-level, but there probably wasn't enough time to wait until then. A reminder message sounded. The remaining time until the experimental army landed at Antria, 48 hours, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Il-shin breathed out tiredly. It was probably impossible. I had to practice quickly. Ah, I forgot. He waved to her. Miri. She obediently replied, yes. Il-shin reminded me, I need to leave this world for a bit. Tell the sword demon that the guarding job will be left to you after you leave. Miri still didn't understand anything. Il-shin continued, I have something important to do. When she heard that, she wondered what was going on. He answered loudly, sleeping. Then Il-shin went back to his room, stretched and yawned. A moment later, he appeared in a deserted place. Il-shin clenched his teeth and shouted, Heavenly Sword. The other person then smirked, Are you kidding me? Il-shin stepped onto the mattress. He thought to himself, at first he thought it was somewhere, but that magical place mentioned was, there was no other choice but to try hell and Dream Chaser. Il-shin curled up in the blanket and thought, time in the dream world passes much slower than in reality, which means I can practice in the dream for 3 months, equivalent to about 2 days. In reality, the super level is absolutely amazing, but I don't know how much stronger I can get. Closing his eyes and falling into a deep sleep, Il-shin was taken to the Palace of the Magic Sword, a terrifying red color. A person with sharp eyes is sitting on the throne. Il-shin glanced around. This place is the abode of the absolute heavenly path. The first time our eyes met, I almost fainted. Anyway, that's not important. Il-shin raised his face and asked solemnly, Lord Tiandao, is the sword repaired yet? He thought to himself, I left the sword that exploded in the battle with my Gustav for him to fix. The system transmitted the message. The heavenly Tao absolutely replied that it was not yet finished. He said that he needed more time because the sword was very damaged. Il-shin reached out my hand to demand, so at least lend me a bar. The system continued, saying that heaven absolutely demands 1 million coins. Il-shin was shocked and shouted loudly, What? Why is it so expensive, twice as much as last time? The system solemnly reminds you that if you don't have money, don't ask to borrow it. Il-shin could only mutter curses in his heart, this damn cruel pumped merchant. He let out a breath. He couldn't help but pay 1 million coins. Having finished speaking, Il-shin paused and thought, wait, isn't he trying to steal my money? Right after that, a bright light appeared from the rock. Looking at the object in front of him, Il-shin couldn't help but wonder, what is this? Sword God just smirked and said nothing. Il-shin shouted loudly and questioned, Sir, this is a wooden sword, what should I do with it? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm that stupid? The system happily conveyed the message. Sword God said it looked like that but it wasn't so just try it. The introduction information appeared. The shabby old wooden sword. The sword was made from apricot tree wood 850 years ago. Commented, the sword was used for practice by the founder of the Hoa Sun sect. Il-shin gasped in surprise. This sword is already 850 years old. How could it still be the sword used for practice by the founder of the Hoa Sun sect? Actually, it doesn't sound too bad. He took the sword and sighed helplessly. I was in a hurry so I had to use whatever I had. Anyway, I paid and activated the Infinity Sword. Holding up the sword, he recited the incantation loudly, activating the Infinity Sword. The system told him again, the Heavenly Sword absolutely said that once the synchronization with the wooden sword of the founder of the Flower Mountain sect reached 50%, a miracle would happen. When Il-shin heard that, his eyes lit up like he had caught gold. Huh? What? 50% miracle? The system continued, he said that the synchronization will increase if you practice here. Il-shin also agreed, yes, it is true that the synchronization increases faster when practicing in dreams. He hesitated a bit, but this wooden sword meant that the founder of the Hoa Sun sect was reacting, as if he wanted to say something to him. His face showed sadness. Oh well, anyway, it's a miracle, let's see, what kind of miracle it is. The system spoke again. The Heavenly Sword gave a contemptuous smile and told us that we would begin the hellish trial. A direct attack from above launched straight down. Il-shin trembled and screamed, not counting 1, 2, 3 right away. To protect his life from danger, Il-shin quickly used his sword to block that attack. When he saw that, his eyes widened in shock. Oh, my sword can block his sword. Absolute Sword God Iron stood above, smiling happily. The system spoke. Absolute Sword God told him to hit him once. Warning system reminder, remaining time, 30 hours 50 minutes 10 seconds, synchronization, 46%. Il-shin clicked his tongue and thought, I have never landed a single blow in my dream until now. The system continued to happily say, the Heavenly Sword is extremely good at blocking 10,000 strikes were impressive, and said he would attack 10,000 more. To attack, Il-shin tried my best to drink a few more bottles of medicine. System reminder, remaining time, 20 hours 01 minutes 00 seconds synchronization degree, 46.5%. Il-shin tiredly panted, he secretly smirked, now I understand his weakness. Then the two fought again, his sword passing by his body. Il-shin glanced up with excitement, finally getting a hit on target for the first time. The system prompts again, remaining time, 20 hours 00 minutes 30 seconds synchronization, 47%. Taking another bottle of medicine, Il-shin was determined in his heart that he must reach 50% by all means. The system spoke up, the heavenly sword absolutely said that he felt proud of you and even asked for a bottle of medicine. Il-shin angrily shouted back, dream about it, if you want it, go buy it yourself. At this moment, the huge hand of the heavenly sword hugged his body tightly. The system appears, the eternal truth seeker says it's time to inhale the smell of iron to get used to it. Il-shin asked himself, this time it is the person who seeks the eternal truth. Then he quickly threw the medicine bottle away. Now at the Temple of Muscle, the word system, the seeker of eternal truth, says that weight training is the best way to prepare for war. The old man took the whip and repeatedly hit Il-shin, causing him to cry in pain. He felt pain in his heart. Holding the whip didn't mean he would beat me up and down the field, he actually beat me with the stick, damn it. The system speaks again, the seeker of eternal truth says that your muscles have become stronger and compliments you. He tells you to warm up by lifting this 2-ton weight. Although I felt very dissatisfied, Il-shin had to close his eyes and swallow his anger. I will do everything to protect the ants. I will do it at any cost. Il-shin strongly lifted the weight up, with amazing strength, his facial muscles seemed to be about to burst. Il-shin shouted loudly and lifted it up. Speech system, the seeker of eternal truth claps his hands and tells you that you need to take medicine so you don't lose muscle. Il-shin obeyed and sat down to take the medicine. System reminder, remaining time, 10 hours 01 minute 05 seconds synchronization, 48%. The system said happily, the voiceless nightmare was feeling excited because his turn was coming. Il-shin gritted his teeth in anger, damn it, stop wearing me down, you stupid nightmare. He continued to think silently, anyway, if I sleep here, I will wake up in reality, I can't let that happen yet. Another extremely fierce training battle, Il-shin used his strength to fight several man-eating monsters. The system announced, the nightmare silently moaned in pleasure and told him to hit harder next time. Il-shin was speechless, he thought contemptuously, dream chasers, none of them are normal. Warning text appears, remaining time, 00 hours 01 minutes 01 seconds synchronization, 49%. Seeing that, Il-shin helplessly scratched his head, damn it, you said I tried so hard but I'm still missing 1%, I need to take 2,000 more bottles of medicine to reach 50%, there's no more time, wait. Suddenly understanding something, Il-shin muttered and asked again, did I hit you harder? And then he excitedly rushed straight towards them. Notification system, the soundless nightmare was trembling with joy. Il-shin smirked, so let's try and see how much stronger I have become. He used all his strength to repeatedly strike the man eating flower. The system rang, the soundless nightmare was extremely happy because you did it so boldly. Il-shin's eyes widened in confusion, it's true. Standing below, he warned them loudly, stop being happy and give me the remaining 1% quickly. At this moment, the tension is tighter than the string, the system displays the remaining time, 00 hours 00 minutes 01 seconds. Il-shin's sweat dropped looking at the system warning, which was at synchronization level 49, 9%. He gritted his teeth and cursed damn it, I'm going crazy, then turned back. The nightmare notification system Votan happily said that Tianma Divine Sword is the best, the synchronization level has reached 50%, from now on, you may be directly involved in Antria. He wondered if he was directly involved, is that all? You said you would bring me a small but unexpected miracle, I was fooled again. It says that the mentality and endurance of an A-level believer will increase under the effect of synchronization. He thought to himself, surely he meant it's a sword Miss Miri, this is a small but unexpected miracle if they reach S rank then it's reasonable. Suddenly the alarm bell rang out in warning, the first attack of the royal army had begun, this incident marked the beginning of the divine war that threatened the fate of Il-shin. He glanced at him and said damn it, I have to get to Antria, no, first I have to get to the top floor of the school, there will probably be transportation for me there. Meanwhile in Antria, everything was extremely chaotic. As Arachne said, it turned out that it was a castle built with the power of a demon god. It was said that the castle was invincible because it was too strong, the Bill's trash fly unit was moved to Pioneer location. The army heard the order and advanced and said yes, sir, we will not let you down, then all gathered and rushed up to say pitiful little creatures. Auntie shuddered and said there were too many of them. My holy power wouldn't be able to stop them. I would obey your holy order, Yuil Shin. Never leave the castle. Please, please come quickly. This. The defenders looked at each other in fear and said clearly. It's rumored that Beelzebub's army of cursed trash can melt even rock. If they attack from the air, we'll all die. Must run quickly. Arachne screams, O god of filth and abominable disease, please curse that collection of vile creatures. The soldiers spewed out mucus saying, death to you lowly creatures. All soldiers spew out dirt under the power of the god of filth and infectious disease. Suddenly at this moment, Yuil Shin appeared. He put his foot down on the balls, causing Arachne to panic. His face turned pale and said, that's it. He was like a giant, stepping down with his foot. Countless animals were destroyed, and the remaining animals scattered. He thought to himself, look, that's my army of bug killers, delivered just in time. I'm so cool. The mourners were less afraid and wondered what that word meant. Was it the language of demons, and what was writhing under that word? It looked at his terrifying, threatening eyes. All its courage seemed to be drained away. It ran away thinking, we can't win this battle. We will die. At this rate we will die. God is saying so, at the same time shouting loudly and running quickly. He hated thinking about these flies, disgusting bastards. Then using my powerful index finger, he admired the on and off power of my powerful index finger, combined with my control skills. With the mind I received from you for Han, you will surely die. The leader was less likely to be hit. He coughed. His whole body was bleeding. How could that be possible? Poison. It's poison. This is the deadliest poison we have ever faced. Everyone, withdraw. Don't let the poisonous gas stick to your body. Oh my god, is that the legendary demon god that people say is worshipped by crazy people? Run away. We will die. Arachne shouted, don't be afraid. He is alone. If you run, you will all die in my hands. Yuil Shin clicked his tongue and said it was too many. Maybe it could cover the entire Yoido because of that. Some of the guys were less likely to be hit by the poison but were still unconscious and not dead. They used all their strength to warn their teammates that if they touched their bodies with the poisonous gas, they would die, so they ran away. Arachne clenched her teeth. She was forced to the limit, screaming, do you think those attacks will work on us? Oh strong and sinister monster, please lend me your strength. The monster replied well, quickly merging with her. Yuil Shin widened his eyes and said, this bastard, he is fanning the insecticide flying this way. Damn, this thing will kill my ants. What I can do now is. He unleashed the power of the god's index finger, a mind control skill. He hurriedly observed the situation and said, damn it, all my bottles of bug killer were blown away, my money. Arachne said that damn demon god used his tricks again. He thought that with strong medicine, all his ants were almost dead. What the hell was that cat doing? The fusion of Arachne and the monster roared and said the sacrifice had been collected. Yuil Shin thought he wanted to become stronger by eating less as a sacrifice, those brutal bastards. Arachne is determined to think that we must endure this level of sacrifice, hundreds of thousands, millions, as long as we have enough strength to defeat you. We cannot afford to waste this strength and sacrifice. Okay, she ordered the Beelzebub to take reinforcements. Yuil Shin picked her nose and thought, it's because of that sly cat, that those boxes of pesticides that cost me a lot of money are gone. Asian canine cat, I will definitely send you to a haunted house. Then pointed his finger and said, crush it. Looking at a group of monsters flying in the sky, he was dumbfounded and asked what the hell was this again. Arachne thinks this unit's jaws can even crush rocks. If they can't kill him, then they can at least inflict mortal wounds on him. The followers can take care of the rest. Then she signaled the blind dragonfly unit to land. Yuil Shin used his skill. He braced himself, his muscles bulging. The blind dragonflies that collided with him were immediately bounced back. The system displayed the text that the Seeker of Eternal Truth said that he liked the way the body turned to iron when using the body's stored energy, just as he thought. Arachne reassured his army not to panic, pierced through using numbers. The enemy's defense power was only equal to that of a demon god. The army of blind dragonflies covered Yuil Shin's entire body. He raised one finger to cast the middle finger of God's judgment, prosperity finger. Suddenly he was like a burning torch, his whole body emitting scorching heat. The enemy army's chaos is a hellish trial, run quickly. They were screaming loudly to help my sisters, why are you pushing me? I don't want to die. He panted, thinking he was about to run out of holy magic. The system announced that the mission to promote to a low-level demigod was in the process of normal sacrifice, more than 50 million out of 1 billion. He thought the royal army was about 100 billion soldiers. I thought I could kill 1 billion soldiers and that would be enough to level up, but it was quite difficult. Now I'm only lucky to get a 50% assimilation rate, but still not enough. I feel a bit dizzy. Is it because I used up all my holy magic? Anyway, why is that trash staring at me like that? The fire wheel, the believer of the fire that shines in the sky, is fierce and was used in 2,200 years. Special note, it was angered by Yuil Shin for daring to use the same fire as its owner. He clenched his teeth, sweat poured out like a shower, his whole body felt tired thinking about another unique character. Here. Arachne knelt down on his shoulders and begged the followers of the great god, could you take care of this demon god? It looked down at her and said I, the fire wheel, will answer your invitation, in exchange I will take 100 million sacrifices. She answered as he wished. The army under her command desperately pleaded with the nun, please spare us, another round of sacrifice. She shouted to shut up, consider it an honor for the empire's victory. The fire will spits fire and absorbs magic power, saying the sacrifice has been collected. Yuil Shin stood to the side watching. He recognized it. It grew bigger. He scratched his head thinking this is a bit of a problem. Looking at the burning fire rushing towards him, he held his head in his hands, walked unsteadily and said, index finger of God's power. The feedback system failed, because you didn't have enough holy magic. He opened his eyes wide and said his holy power. Then he was beaten until he vomited blood and was thrown back. Arachne saw his ruined body and proudly said Nava, you see, that demon god had a miserable end, I can finally avenge you. He tried to move his finger, but it was completely hopeless. He thought he had lost. No matter how much they worshipped him as their god, it wasn't because he was too arrogant. He was born to be a god. I'm already a weak person, how can I think that I can protect the residents of Gayumi Kingdom? Auntie ran to him, tears welling up and said no, sir, don't close your eyes. He whispered, why are you here? I told you not to step out of the fortress. She stubbornly said that her ring finger would heal him. The healing notification system has completely failed, the holy magic of the flame shining in the sky prevents your recovery. She said again please, your healing ring finger Yuil Shin. The system displays a message that the healing has completely failed. The holy magic of the fire shines in the sky, preventing your recovery. The fire will said stubborn trash, so you are still alive, how can a barbaric demon god use such filthy fire? Prepare to die, I will definitely kill you and sacrifice you for my master. From far away, number 1 called out, O great savior Yuil Shin, please allow me, number 1 to descend to earth. Yuil Shin thinks number 1, that's right, there's still him, number 1, mortal, please, at least give me enough holy magic to take number 1 out of the tower, please. A bolt of lightning struck in front of him, a voice rang out, God, number 1 has received the order of the day Yuil Shin. Notification system number 1 has descended to the mortal world, the descent time is 60 minutes. Number 1 said now please don't worry, I have killed many monsters like it inside the tower. Yuil Shin said so, my number 1 is so admirable, when did you get so strong? The fire will said one bug wasn't even enough to fit between his teeth, then opened his mouth and swallowed number 1 into his stomach. An anxious company says number 1. Yuil Shin sighed and thought it was number 1. Then, it's really gone, I don't even have the strength to lift a finger. At this time, the system informs him that Extinction Sword says that the repair of the kitchen knife that you entrusted to him is finally completed. He also says that the shipping will be free and there are a few more things for you. He reached out to hold the kitchen knife that had been transported, and was surprised to see that his strength had increased significantly. The fire will also has a different feeling, there is something, gradually disappearing. He glared at it and said to share his demon sword skills. The 3 monkeys worriedly thought this was no joke, it was too dangerous. He swung a slash to slash the heavenly demon dynasty. They scrambled to fly away, saying it was too dangerous. He smirked and wanted to run away. At the same time, he cut the fire wheel in half. It glanced resentfully and said the precious body that the owner created and gave to me. And he cut off the snake's head. He looked at the arachne flying in the sky and thought to himself, you cowardly bastard, now I just want to deal with you. How dare you eat my number 1, I will kill you. However, the problem is my holy magic. I'm really not sure whether I have enough holy magic to deal another demon dynasty attack. Damn it, I feel lost again. Arachne glanced at him from afar thinking this bastard, I get it, that attack just now took up a lot of his strength. This is my chance, die, then rush forward trying to attack him. But it suddenly stopped and wondered what is this, why did I suddenly feel so much power pouring out from this bastard's body? The seal notification system of the disciples on Earth Sung Miri has been successfully unsealed. Sung Miri now possesses transcendental abilities. He smiled and thought Miri, it was finally okay, a small but amazing miracle was about to happen. The system reports that the mission to level up low-level Loi then is in progress. S-level followers have transcendent abilities, 9 out of 10. He clenched his fists, thinking that thanks to Miri, his holy power was full again. Sword Demon, you also have to try your best. He said I would use the Heavenly Demon Dynasty again, but this time I would target that Fang Cat. Erecti screams bastard, we need to avoid confronting him head-on. He turned his head in surprise when he saw something unusual from behind. He thought what that sound was. Then he was surprised to see the rebirth of the snake spirit. It looked at him defiantly and said suddenly, no barbaric, cruel, ordinary demon god, my body has been blessed with immortality, a sword or something similar cannot easily kill me. He said so this is what it means. The Abyssal Swamp Ruler's Apostolic Response System, special note can reincarnate endlessly. He thought to himself, so there's no point in hitting it. It said there's nothing to be afraid of. From the beginning, such pathetic sword energy couldn't kill us. Let's die. Suddenly the demon sword screams pathetic name, you say my sword energy is pathetic. Yuil Shin silently panicked thinking about this deadly sword, so scary. The snake star said look, the sword can talk, what an interesting sword, okay, I will take you as a trophy. The sword demon said oh, snake head, don't talk nonsense and try repeating what you just said, do you dare to say that the sword energy of this great hero is pathetic? The snake spirit challenges the sword, which will become worthless when faced with the endless power of regeneration. Come and give it a try, I will use your demon sword as a decoration and display it at the entrance to my lair. Yuil Shin thought he felt like this sword was possessed by another entity. Who was it? The founder of the Flower Mountain sect? No, the voice was completely different. Suddenly the demon sword burst out laughing. He thought this voice could only be a madman, like a truly deranged person. The snake suddenly stopped and noticed that it was smiling. The demon sword said other than laughing, I don't know what to do, because you are already dead, then cut off the heads of the snake spirit. It thought that demon sword cursed me, however, as long as I used the reincarnation blessing my master gave me, there was no way that a normal sword could kill me. The demon sword said did you really think that you could survive being attacked by the heavenly demon dynasty, and the moment you were slashed by my blade, you were already dead. The snake essence gradually disappeared, it used a little breath to say master. The demon sword coldly said how dare a common snake like you dare, at the same time a barbaric laugh rang out. Notification system he killed the apostle of the ruler of the abyss swamp, absorbed the sacrifice, congratulations, sacrifice the apostle of the ruler of the abyss swamp, worth 2S, quest to level up the demon god low level, S-level sacrifice in progress, has transcendence ability 8 out of 10. He thought he could feel himself getting stronger, wondering what would happen when progress reached 10 people. A cold breath came from behind, he turned his head and thought damn it, this bloodlust. Arachne said you just realized it now, the wing of the winds will tear you into pieces. He slashed his opponent's attack, the demon sword smiled and said that his reflexes to the situation were very good, at least you are not stupid. He said shut up, the Fang Cat is sneaky, surprise attack, devil. Seeing that he was about to attack her, she said wait a minute. He asked what, you said wait, now you still use such tricks. Suddenly he screamed in pain, so much pain, what is it, my stomach will explode, my stomach. Number 1 suddenly burst out of the monster's belly, killing it instantly. Yuil Shin looked at Number 1 proudly and said he knew Number 1 was still alive. He smiled and said of course, a giant monster can only be defeated from the inside. Yuil Shin said Number 1, you are truly Number 1. The demon sword said I find this troublesome guy a bit difficult to manage. Yuil Shin asks, who are you? The demon sword said you don't know who I am, what a fool, prick up your ears and listen clearly, this honorable person is. He silently listened and wondered what it was. Suddenly it was silent for a long time, making him angry. Didn't reveal any big secret? Why did you stop the drama? He said oh, then tell me again who I am, then silence again. He angrily looked at it and thought, how crazy is this, I'm sure this is the Sword Saint's kitchen knife, but the tone was completely different. Then who are you, Mr. Heavenly Sword, can you please explain? Is this situation okay? This War Antria service is a bit strange. Received a response that the Almighty Sword was avoiding your question. He was annoyed thinking what kind of answer to give. If that's the case, I have no other choice but to request a refund. Suddenly the ashes of the firewall glowed, it revived and said that a bug like you dared to destroy the body that the master gave me. It is unforgivable, I will never forgive you. Yuil Shin picked his nose and said that guy is still alive. The firewall ordered the priest, please sacrifice me, I need more sacrifices to finish off that demon god. Arachne said to accept the sacrifice, 100 million, no, 1 billion soldiers. It said no, there are still too few left, all of them, sacrificing 100 billion soldiers to me. She paused and said, what do you mean? It screams sacrifice, for the glory of our God, sacrifice all your lives. The soldiers screamed bitterly at the goddess, save us. Arachne said, please stop, this is not in our contract, the emperor will not tolerate you. It said, that woman, you are so noisy, sacrifice, let me absorb the sacrifices. Looking at the scene in front of her, she silently exclaimed. It's crazy. It's growing up. Number 1 said, big guy, let me fight this big guy, you oversized monster, I will cut you into pieces. Suddenly the fire will sprayed fire causing the rock to melt. It proudly said, this is the power of the owner of the fire that shines in the starry sky. Number 1 asked Mr. Yuil Shin, what should I do now? The demon sword said, silly bastard, but you still have to ask. Yuil Shin smiled and said, oh, do you have a good plan? It replied, slashing it, for a big guy using such ordinary flames, cutting it straight would be fine. He thinks you call those fires ordinary fires? Is that normal? Really, I don't know who you are, but you're certainly not normal either. It reassured him that he just needed to believe in me, there was nothing in this world that I couldn't cut. He firmly grasped the demon sword in his hand, thinking it seemed crazy, but really I can't do anything more now. Okay, let's try it. Share the demon sword's holy sword skills. 1 second, Heaven Demon King Dynasty. The fire will sneered and sneered that you only have this trick. He thought, damn it, I knew it would be like that. If it was the stingy Tianqian repairing it, then this seems to be the limit. I should have looked more carefully when they said they would deliver for free. Is it in try will you be destroyed? How can you defeat such a crazy monster? Suddenly the fire wheel's body cracked and its scream was no longer my body, the precious body that my master gave me. The demon sword winked and said, it's been cut, see, this is the power of this honorable person. He thought, but I'm the one holding the sword, but this time I didn't faint. When I fought with my Gustav, I fainted right after, I must have become stronger. What are you saying, dear stalker, can you repeat that? The endlessly rich notification system was looking at the sky with worried eyes, the nightmare silently creeping in once again saying that it was still too early to be complacent. He looked up and said the sky was on fire. What is that? The sky quickly turned black as ink, fire covered everywhere. The notification system, the follower of the light, illuminates the deepest sky. For in Antria, there exist 2 brothers of the sun god, but those 2 gods fought each other for thousands of years, and the loser was sealed in a fiery chariot. Yuil Shin gritted his teeth and said he had finally managed to defeat it, but it turned out that he had just broken the seal. That guy with a fiery head was actually the sun god. Legend has it that it is just a remnant of the sun god, but since it was once a high-ranking god, it's better to give up and die. He was dissatisfied and exclaimed, nonsense, I spent a lot of money on this. After all, the current situation is really bad. I used up all my holy magic in the attack just now, but a famous person once said that even if the sky falls, there will still be a hole for people to escape. Don't ask who said that. The fire will said, if you dare to destroy the fire chariot that the master gave me, I will bury you alive along with the whole world in a sea of fire. Oh yes, he thought, there it is, the hole in the sky. I think this monster is so strong that I can hardly move. At this rate I will be burned alive. Suddenly Yuil Shin shouted, Ilyo, what are you still standing there for? Sacrifice something, don't be afraid. At this moment, Ilyo seemed to be awakened from a panic. He said, Yuil Shin, I will sacrifice this monster to you, and at the same time threw the monster towards the person he considered as God. Yuil Shin said, okay, very good. The fire will chuckled and said, you won't win, you parasite. Yuil Shin accepted the sacrifice and quickly absorbed it. It was very good, Ilyo. The system notifies the sacrifice that Iho offers, the follower of a powerful and cunning monster, worth 2 S-levels. He chuckled, I know. Resystem the quest to level up an S-level demon god with the potential to transcend sacrifice 10 out of 10. You who have completed the quest Yuil Shin will be promoted to a low-level demon god. He smiled and looked at the powerful aura emanating from his body and the demon's sword, saying, was this the holy power of a low-level demon god? Ilyo praised, I trust you, Sir Yuil Shin. Auntie clasped his hands in supplication, damn it, Sir Yuil Shin, please. Looking at the sincerity of the 2 of them, his confidence seemed to be strengthened. He thought, yes, I am your god. The fire will said it was useless to resist, you would burn alive along with this world. He raised his hand to stop it from shutting up. That firehead received the middle finger of God's judgment. It's too hot, now go away. He said, you bastard, you think you can defeat me like that? He gritted his teeth, sweat poured down his whole body. He thought, yes, I can't hold on for long, this guy is really strong, now I'm much more certain. Is it because of the 100 billion sacrifice, or is it because before he was sealed, he was originally a high-level god? I was promoted to a low-level demon god. But I'm still no match for him, damn it. He said again. Do you think this attack will make me admit defeat? The people present there witnessed the destructive power of the divine fire created by the fire wheel. They panicked and the castle melted and ran away. Oh Yu Shin. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, the heavenly demon dynasty won't work, I'll have to use the heavenly sword's treasure. The demon sword seemed to understand his intentions and immediately spoke up to stop him. The heavenly sword's treasure could not cut down the fire. He said what? Then what should I do? Then discovered a strange murderous aura emanating from the demon's sword. The spiritual energy in the demon's sword suddenly recalled a memory in which there was a young man wearing a white shirt, with a scholarly appearance, holding a sword in his hand, performing the second Tian demon god sword technique. Then looking down at his hands, he said he had finally learned the essence of the second technique in the heavenly demon divine sword. The cold spiritual energy unleashed by that boy at this moment was like the same attack that Yu Shin used. He arrogantly said it seemed like the sword demon had done something. The demon sword said the second heavenly demon god sword form, making me remember my true identity. An old man appeared in spirit form and said I was a demon. Yu Shin asked, is it a heavenly devil? The notification system was activating the eyeless god's eyes, inherently authoritative, rapidly scanning the history of the celestial demon. The heavenly demon killed his daughter, who had become an apostle of the god of destruction, and he also killed millions of her followers one by one before he committed suicide. Yu Shin exclaimed to the heaven and earth, such a thing happened to the devil, of course, how can one stay sane after going through such a thing? Suddenly the devil shouted loudly, my daughter. The system displays a special note reminder. He spent thousands of years searching for someone who could take revenge on the god of destruction on his behalf. Even though he was tricked to the point of losing his memories, thanks to the demon's sword he remembered. He was dissatisfied and thought, oh my god, fraud, tell me more clearly, there is a guy that I find very suspicious. The almighty heavenly sword response system used revenge as bait, to lure the heavenly demon to become his apostle. However, the heavenly demon refused and said that he did not like the cheating bastard, so the heavenly demon the almighty sword erased his memories and sealed him within his sword for thousands of years, leaving him penniless. He thought of the heavenly sword, the fraudulent and deceitful merchant. The devil said to possess the devil, what are you talking about? His enlightenment has restored my lost memories. You have a good disciple. If it were you, can you take revenge on my hands? Yu Shin firmly replied yes, I will definitely defeat that god of destruction in just one blow. He laughed loudly and said okay, use this power of mine, you deserve it, you deserve to be my master. He raised his hand to receive the power bestowed upon him. The system announced that the devil had recognized you as his main god. The devil had become a follower of Yu Shin. Firewall was a bit surprised and wondered what was going on. The system displays information about the S-level sacrifice object with transcendent ability reaching 10 out of 10. You have completed the mission. Congratulations, Yu Shin has been promoted to a low-level god. It was a small but amazing miracle, he thought, ending with the sword demon's enlightenment. The firewall looked at him contemptuously and said you only received a little power from that crazy old man, but do you think you can fight me now? Worms will always be worms, they should all die. At the same time, spit fire to burn the opponent. Yu Shin raised his hand to fight back. The demon's sword said to put out this fire, you must use a bigger fire. He picked up his sword and slashed hard, saying I thought right, this is my understanding of the great heat of hell, one of the most cruel hells in the 8 great hells, the heavenly devil holy sword, the second form. It said there is no need to fight in vain, ordinary people, no matter how hard you try, your fate of destruction will not change, and at the same time spit fire at him. But what made it strange was that his slash passed through the fire and hit its body. It said he cut off my fire. He said I told you to go away, it's so hot. It confidently said such a wound would heal instantly with the owner's strength. Then it glanced at its body, the blue fire from his slash rose, spreading throughout its red body. It said what is this fire? It's burning, help me. Looking at it being gradually swallowed by the fire he created, the dark clouds disappeared, the sky was once again clear blue. He breathed a sigh of relief and said success, I have protected and try. Yu Shin's followers cheered to celebrate his victory. Yu Shin won, he has done miracles and protected us, praise our great God. It is true that Yu Shin dear Sin, I always believe that you will win. Yu Shin turned around and said okay, now I need to rest a bit, I'll leave the rest to you guys. Auntie and I Ho bowed their heads and said obey. The system notifies you that you have won the Holy War. Your reputation has spread throughout the continents. Mr. Yu Il-shin, you can now challenge the intermediate god level promotion quest for beneficial gods and demon gods. Returning to reality, he smiled foolishly and sat in front of his desk with the demon sword in his hand. Almighty Heavenly Sword notification system is glaring at you and shouting that you are a thief. He raised his hand and said to the thief, "Oh, I'm speechless, Mr. Heavenly Sword, aren't you the one who stole?" The system responded to the Almighty Heavenly Sword screaming that he had no idea that rude sword demon could awaken the memories of the heavenly demon. He rolled his eyes and said, "Oh my, what unfair accusations. Anyhow, you stingy sword god, please fix this." A message appears on the Almighty Heavenly Sword saying that you have caused too much damage, so repairing it will cost 50 million gold coins. He shouted loudly, "Sir, are you crazy? It's exorbitantly expensive, dear stalker, don't you think so? Just 10 million. The nightmare sneaked in and said secretly, "They knew a blacksmith." He smiled and thought to himself that he knew, "These stupid stalkers, I mean these dear customers. The seeker of eternal truth has been waiting for this day for a long time and says 5 million coins is fine." He stroked his chin and said, "Look at this idiot, I mean this wonderful guest, whether it's capitalism or it's stalkers, trade competition is always at its best, don't you think so, Mr. Tian Qian?" The Almighty Heavenly Sword said it would take a year. If you give it to the seeker of eternal truth, because he will accept the price of 10 million coins. He said no, 3 million, and you will have this business. The Almighty Swordsman said the discount was too outrageous. He held his head and said, "Discount, think back to what I went through before, oh well, I think I'll leave it to you forever." The Almighty Heavenly Sword trembled and said 3 million. He quickly said the end. Suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from Hui Kang Sang. The person he saved in his contacts was his homeless uncle. He slowly picked up the phone. The person on the other end of the line quickly replied where he was. "Quickly go to the Hunter Federation." He asked the Federation, "Why so suddenly?" He said they discovered about 100 crocodile eggs of Gustav. He felt immediately attracted. Those were the eggs of the SS class Gustav. At the Hunter Association, an advertising sign with an image of an enchantingly beautiful girl, along with the words "Mineral Spray Loved by Hunters Ransung Mina." Yu Il-shin stopped to look at it and said, "Oh ho, is an advertisement with a picture of this Mina." The demon sword also looked up, wondering how pretty she was. Suddenly Mina appeared in front of the two of them, with a mischievous look, smiling and greeting. With a girl wearing high school clothes. The little girl smiled and said the teacher was here. My daughter raised her hand to say hello, and hello. He hadn't finished his sentence yet when Choi Kang Sang interrupted, "That's enough, let's go inside, we also have to see the crocodile egg with our own eyes." They walked into the building together. Yu Il-shin turned around and told the sword demon he would have to wait here because he was not part of the Hunter Association. The demon sword said, "Yes, sir." Inside, a large number of people gathered. The Yu Il-shin looked around to evaluate all the S-level hunters from every country gathered here to see that crocodile egg. Baek Do-hyun raised his hand and waved, asking how things were going. Yu Il-shin said it was Yu Do-hyun. The other person pointed to the chair next to him and said, "Come sit here, and Mina can sit next to me." When she heard that, she hugged my brother's arm and shouted, "No, I will sit next to you, my love." What did Baek Do-hyun say? Lee Ji-tae afraid to speak. "Everyone, please sit down, Gustav eggs will be brought here soon." Mina's eyes glowed like a crocodile egg, "It must be delicious." Yu Il-shin quickly stopped him to sit down, "Mina," and he noticed a girl wearing a mask. He thought penguin mask, that was her favorite style. Failure assessment notification system. He gritted his teeth in surprise. He couldn't judge, who was she? Mina suddenly said an egg, "That's it." The treasure was brought out. Lee Ji-tae said that this is the egg of an SS-level monster Gustav, the same monster that attacked the academy. We were able to bring one here from Africa. Out of hundreds of eggs, this is the only one that is not yet hatched. We are currently still investigating to find the rest. Yu Il-shin thought, Gustav's egg? I almost died that time, but now there are 99 of those things still crawling around somewhere. Seeing the egg moved, Yu Il-shin tensed and wondered, did it just move? The people present suddenly wondered what was this. The egg of Gustav was moving, a crocodile. It was so cute, I wanted to take it home so much. What was it trying to say? Position. He looked towards his daughter and said with hatred that he had found his mother's mortal enemy. He tensed up, thinking, what is his mother's mortal enemy? I'm the only one who understands what he's saying. It jumped towards him and said, I will kill you. He looked at its claws getting closer and closer. I wondered why I felt its movements were so slow. I guess it's because I've gotten a lot stronger. I'm also a subordinate now. No joke, that kind of thing. This fish with crocodile rolls is easy. The index finger is powerful. She looked at his scary eyes, trembling inside, wondering if she was going to die here, so scared. Suddenly the person sitting next to Yu Il-shin was Gal Yung-hyuk. An S-level hunter punched him hard and said, "Where do you think you are?" He was beaten so painfully that he lay flat, panicking and thinking he had to get out of this place. Then it was hit again. Shin-yu, another S-class hunter, spoke up with that cute face. "He almost fooled me." He cried and wondered if he was going to die. Shin-yu asks if everyone is okay. Yu Il-shin silently replied, "No, just now it was so embarrassing. They took care of it before I could even attack, but S rank is really on another level, isn't it?" Mina hugged the girl next to her and said she was so afraid of crocodiles. The little girl hugged her and comforted her that it was okay. Choi Kang-sang angrily cracked his knuckles, saying, "How dare a crocodile?" Seeing everyone's anger directed at him made him feel sorry for himself, scared and panicked. He begged in vain, "Please save me, Mommy, God of heaven and earth, if anyone hears, please help." I with. Gal Yung-hyuk stood in front of it, his scary eyes asked, "Are you still alive? Please die." At the same time, he tried to trample it to death. Go Saduk, the leader of the S-level Immortal Hunter Guild, also known as the One-Man Army, stopped him and said, "Stop." He asked, annoyed, "Why are you interrupting?" He looked at its pitiful appearance and said, "Because I can't let you beat it anymore." He angrily said I would kill it and bring it back to the guild to dissect. I had to kill this monster myself, otherwise I would be very itchy. He said, "Why are you kids so rude? You must have been beaten before you woke up." Choi Kang-sang stood aside, watching and said, "He's really going to summon the spirit warrior. Ha, this crazy guy, that old guy, stop right now." The other person coldly replied that I can't do that now. Gal Yung-hyuk said, "So, die old man, and equip the spirit armor." Choi Kang-sang quickly stood in the middle to stop him. "That's enough, hunters shouldn't fight like that." Yu Il-shin leisurely looked at the interesting scene before her eyes and thought she was about to fight to the fullest. It's a pity there's no popcorn here, fighting is always fun. Suddenly he heard the pitiful whisper, "Please save me." Why is he surprised? He held his head in despair. "Oh God, please help me." He wondered, "Oh my God." The system announces that the baby crocodile is a male crocodile. It has been active for 5 minutes. It is scared to death. If you save it, a small miracle will appear. He stood up and thought of a small miracle, then I will save him, but, how to do this? Both sides didn't seem to calm down, screaming, "I really hit you, that snotty-nosed brat." The system offers a choice board of God level. Good God, Yu Il-shin, do you save a small monster in need of help? Can you save it silently? He thought of course, then clicked OK. He felt bitter, thinking it had disappeared. Had he been fooled again? Suddenly the phone rang. He wondered who was calling at this hour, then was extremely surprised and stared at the phone screen in surprise. How did it get in there? But why does it look so cute? So, the crocodile suddenly disappeared without anyone noticing. While the fight was still going on, the old man scowled and shouted loudly, "Don't you know how to respect your elders? Then today I will let you die." The person in the middle trying to reconcile is enough, that's enough. A hot-tempered young man, stop being stubborn, I will kill that crocodile and grind it into powder. Looking at the three of them creating such a ruckus, I was thinking about it. But when those two people find out, it's going to be very troublesome. Damn it, let's see, there has to be something to solve this situation. Huh? Suddenly, the masked girl stood behind him, making him startled and screaming, "Don't tell me you saw it, wait a minute, let's talk a bit." Seeing her raise her hand, he suddenly thought, oh no, she saw it, then said penguin. Suddenly she retracted her hand, then turned around and left. He felt puzzled, wondering if those S-rank tone were crazy. Fortunately, she hadn't discovered that the crocodile had disappeared. A loud noise rang out, he turned his head and didn't know what to do next. The sword demon appeared and asked the sword saint, "What's going on? My sword demon is here." He secretly rejoiced at the demon's sword, "The timing is great, I can use you to get out of here." Shinyu stared at the demon's sword saying, You are Kang Jiam." The other person gritted his teeth and said no, he saw wrongly. He quickly approached and said, "Don't lie, it's me, my soulmate, his best friend." The other person was disgusted and grumpy, "I said it was wrong." Yuil Shin stroked his chin and thought, do they know each other? Well, it's not my business, I have other things to do, then pretended to be angry and went to drag the Kang Jiam saying you're looking for a devil, how dare you cause trouble, there's chaos here, why don't we go outside and talk? Kang Jiam said in a low voice, I'm sorry Sword Saint, I'm going to commit suicide, I really deserve to die for not following your orders. Once outside, Yuil Shin turned around to reassure him. No, just stay quiet, secretly grateful. You don't know how grateful I am to you. At this moment, Go Saduk screamed loudly, oh my god, where is the crocodile? I swear on this old life that I will kill you, you bastard. Gal Yung Hyuk replied, what are you talking about? Aren't you the one who took it away? Yuil Shin thinks I should get out of here quickly. Then he fled to the Hunter Academy in the medical room. He threw himself onto the bed and thought it was so comfortable being alone. Auntie happily said that I will raise the crocodile that the god of Yuil Shin has given us very well. He thought so the crocodile was named Crocodile. I placed a very strong seal that looked like a dog chain around its neck. Well, I did my best. The auntie also said she would really raise it, that's good, but I wonder what a small miracle is. Probably not a miracle in a phone. Shindu appeared suddenly and said that game was fun. Yuil Shin sat up and said, Mr. Shindu, what are you doing here? The other person said with a serious face that I had something to ask him, and at the same time used his chi. He sensed the danger, thinking that these S-level hunters didn't know how to talk or anything, so just asked whatever they wanted. Shinyu glared and approached him threateningly. Answer nicely, I have something to ask you. Yuil Shin gritted his teeth and thought that S-level hunters don't know how to speak properly, what do you want to ask? Then he spoke up. Why don't you ask first? I guarantee you I'm an extremely open-minded person, I also love peace. The other person asked. First, it's about Kang Jiam. No, it should be called Demon Sword. What relationship do you have with him? He silently considered. If we talk about the relationship between me and him, could it be said that it is the relationship between a god and a believer? You can't talk to him like that. Then replied that we were colleagues. He thought that after all, he was the master and the demon sword was his assistant. There was nothing wrong with this, but why did he have to threaten me to ask such questions? Shinyu's face became more and more unsightly. When he asked, did that mean he was also a member of the Tri-Dang group? He asked what the third class was. He doesn't understand what the triad is, imitates the Chinese triad or something, how can he know heaven? Shinyu said it seems like he can't talk to you properly, then raised his hand to attack. Yuil Shin leisurely looked at the attack, silently appraising it. It was too slow, but I could still be injured if I got hit while fighting with this body, sharing skills, a must. The demon sword appeared just in time to curse you bastard, what are you doing with the holy sword, that's it, at the same time rushed to attack Shinyu. As soon as he saw the sword saint, Shinyu was extremely surprised and a little happy and said Kang Jiam, you finally came to see me. The impetuous sword demon talked less nonsense and continuously attacked. The other person dodged the move, smiled brightly and asked if he was okay, why didn't he answer my phone call? He shouted shut up. Shinyu said but you still haven't answered me. Kang Jiam said I blocked your number because you keep bothering me like some pervert. Shinyu replied disappointedly why did you block my number, no wonder. Yuil Shin thought to herself, what are these two fathers and grandfathers to each other? Kang Jiam angrily said now you dare to bother my master again, so you chose death. Shinyu was surprised and asked what, master, is that guy? The sword demon growled, how dare you be so rude, don't you know who he is? If you still consider yourself a sword master, then kneel down and apologize to him. Shinyu said sorry, knelt down, clenched his fists, trembling in discontent even though the third degree was just a sect, but you're too immersed in it, Kenji Eom. Yuil Shin said again, what is that Trinity Association, is it a pork belly association or something? Shinyu thought that this sword saint was the one who made the sword demon become like that, I would expose his true face, then raised his hand and used his breath to say Master Yuil Shin. He turned his head and replied, what now? Shinyu said if you are truly a sword saint, you will surely be able to withstand this attack, right, then cast the snake sword poison fang move. Kang Ji-eon tell that idiot see your class, sword saint, he is the type of person who only listens after being beaten. Yuil Shin stood up and said so, maybe that's good, I don't know how strong my power can be, so I also want to try it in real life. He thought that after saving the Gayami kingdom, I would become much stronger. That's all I can say, he's an S-level, I'm sure he won't die easily, what a perfect subject to be a guinea pig, then tried to strike first-class skill sharing. Shinyu thought it seemed like this was a tri-faction skill. Was this what he used to kill Gustav? Let's see, this is just a mediocre skill of the third-class sect, for someone with strong speed. At my level, the speed of big guys like him is nothing. Yuil Shin smiled and thought, too slow, whether it was a snake or a worm, it would still be as broken as my fist. The two rushed in, preparing to fight, but Mina pulled the curtain and shouted so loudly. I said stop right away. Yuil Shin paused, thinking he had forgotten that Mina was still sleeping. Shinyu said, Lady Mina, why are you here? She pointed her finger straight at him and said this is an evil name, then used the illusory space skill. Yuil Shin hastily stopped her. Wait a minute, Mina. She said that if you touch our Shin, you will die. Shinyu fell to his knees, vomited blood, whispered that he couldn't breathe, then raised his hands to ask for help, then lost consciousness. Kang Jiam went to check. The Yuil Shin behind him asked if that guy was dead. Kang Jiam shook his head unfortunately, he was still breathing, that's all, this bastard lives like a leech. Yuil Shin breathed out and said thank you God, I thought a murder had happened. Kang Jiam carrying Shinyu on his shoulder said Sword Saint, this guy has caused a lot of trouble for you, I will definitely throw him to a place suitable for him. Yuil Shin said wait, if I use my ring finger to heal. But the demon sword disappeared. He wondered if he would really kill that guy. They were acquaintances, and the demon sword also said that he now had a new beginning. Mina walked over, put her hand on his cheek and asked, are you okay? He blushed and said I was fine. She said don't worry, I will protect you. He blushed and did not answer. Suddenly Miri quickly ran in, worriedly asking the teacher, are you okay? I suddenly felt a huge stream of energy. She suddenly stopped when she saw the confusing posture of Mina and Yuil Shin. She asked what's going on. He stammered and said Miri, this. She noticed the blood stains on the floor and asked why the floor was full of blood. So, what is this? At this time, to distract her, Mina ran over, looking scared, saying Miri, I want to go home, I'm so scared. He also came to cooperate with Mina and said it was just the right time, could you please take her home? Miri smiled and said okay. After everyone left, he used a mop to clean up the blood stains, thinking to himself that a low-level god was here cleaning the floor, but in the end, someone still had to clean it. Endless Abundance sent a heart emoji and said it was a good deed. He was moved and said as I thought, I only have you rich here. Suddenly Gomi Chi appeared calling teacher Yuil Shin. He turned his head to look at her. She said oh my god, teacher, what are these things? He said it's nothing serious, I just fell down, by the way, what happened, what are you here for? What she said was, teacher. He looked at her awkward face, wondering why she was so worried, was something serious, then he asked what happened, it's okay, you can tell me. She said my grandfather said he really wanted to see you, so I think you should run away. He said dumbfoundedly what, why did your grandfather want to see me, why did you tell me to run? She said well, I also see that. She squeezed her necklace, a voice said hello, master. He said, oh, Hades, are you still fine? She bowed her head and said. He saw the evolution, so he said that he and my sister would have to meet you anyway. Oh my god, it sounded like a car. Don't tell me grandpa is here. Hey, teacher, be careful. I'm leaving, then I ran away. She muttered to take care of. She ran, thinking I'm sorry, teacher. He was confused and said what was wrong with her. At the same time, he looked at the luxury car parked below and saw the silhouette of a middle-aged man appear. He wondered why, that wasn't the old man he met at the Federation. Hunter, wait, Go Myung-chi they go, so the Immortal Guild leader, Go Saduk, is Go Myung-ji's grandfather, the one who looks like the virgin ghost next to him is who's that? Choi Kang-sang ran out and said the old bastard was dead, what did you come here for, where do you think you are? The other person replied, it has nothing to do with you, old muscle guy. The two glared at each other. Choi Kang-sang said if you experiment on students like last time, I will send you back to Taitian. The other person laughed loudly and said don't worry, I just came here to see my niece's school, and to meet someone. He asked to meet someone, Go Saduk slipped past him and walked in, looking mysterious and saying there was a guy named Yuil Shin here, right? Receiving a correct response, Go Saduk said I had something urgent to tell the young man. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Yuil Shin was startled and guilty, not to mention that Go Saduk discovered that he caught that baby crocodile. How is that possible? A while later at the principal's office. Looking at the guest's face, he tensed up and thought about how he should defend himself, should he pretend it wasn't him. Suddenly Go Sadai Yusi looked straight into his eyes and said, "Oh yes, we have met before, how old are you?" He looked up and replied that I was 23 years old, telling himself to act as naturally as possible. "You said 23 years old? No need to test marital harmony, 3 years apart is absolutely perfect." The girl walking next to him blushed and said, "You're embarrassing me, Grandpa. He thinks harmony in marriage, what is he talking about? Moreover, it seems like there is a 4-year age difference, not 3. He said, future grandson-in-law, nice to meet you." What kind of water did he choke on? Is it his grandson-in-law? What is he saying? Is he setting up a match for me and her? He raised his teacup and said, "My beloved grandson." He immediately interrupted, "I have no intention of getting married, I regret this happy, lonely, but not sad single life, I'm sorry." He thought, when did I lose faith in marriage? He asked, "Right now, I'm starting to lose faith." He put the cup of tea on the table and said, "You have the ability to evolve your summons, right? He was only at level B up to level S, right? So." He gritted his teeth and thought that now he knew why Myung-ji acted like that at that time. He said, "This is the first time I have seen an ability like yours. Do you think I will let you slip away when you possess such an ability? I don't ask for anything superior, just give birth to triplets. It's okay for children to inherit, I want them to inherit the same abilities as you." He thought, "So you want to take advantage of me and also want to take advantage of me, grandson-in-law, don't make me laugh." He held out a check and pushed it towards him. He asked, "What is this?" He said, "This check worth 1 trillion will belong to you if you will be my grandson-in-law." Choi Kang-sang asked, "What, 1,000 billion, is it worth it 1,000 billion, even though it implicitly says you're being bought, but still?" He trembled and stammered, 1,000 billion. He thought, "You really know how to seduce people. If you accept it, it means you won't be teased by the producer for the rest of your life. But, looking at her face, you're scared to dig a hole. She's escaped. Even if she were to give her away, I don't know if anyone would marry her." He stood up and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, I'm not a person who likes money." Choi Kang-sang said, "It's 1 trillion. He said I would never agree to marry like this, then turned around and told himself to leave quickly. Go Myung, he quickly, "Stop it, please wait." He turned his head and asked why. Go Myung, he is a hybrid between human and nightmare that has been in use for 20 years, special notes possessing the transcendent ability of being able to seduce and mesmerize men when they stare into her eyes. Choi Kang-sang shouted, "Oh no, no, don't look into her eyes. She silently uses the bewitching eyes skill." She asked, "How do you see my eyes?" He said, "Wow, they are really beautiful." She said, "Please pay attention to my request, you can't be mine." "Why, please?" Choi Kang-sang shouted at me, "Bang hi, how dare you use such a dangerous skill to seduce love, love is not like that." Go Saduk raised his hand to stop him and said, "I will let him go first if he dares to threaten my niece." Choi Kang-sang said, "You and your niece are both crazy, do you know how many men have gone crazy because of that enchanting eye skill?" Faced with the chaotic situation, Yu Il-shin said, "But this doesn't like that." She said confusedly, "What do you say?" He coldly said, "Do you want me to say it again? I don't want to be yours, you're not my type. God, did you say it was yours? I'm disgusted with the idea of possessing someone else, I didn't bother to say anything. Again, I'll leave this place, then leave." She felt empty and stood still, thinking that her bewitching eyes had no effect on him. What the hell is he? He went out, biting his hand, regretting his 1,000 billion. It's a pity, but it's better than digging his own grave. His eyes are mesmerizing, she has such a strange skill, even though it doesn't exist for me. Nothing else but 4 eyes meeting, think about it, she's a hybrid between a human and a nightmare, right? So on her maternal side. Suddenly, a hand from a strange land pulled him into a dark space. In a luxurious black car. Go Myung, he thoughtfully wiped off the makeup on her face. Suddenly Go Saduk turned and asked, "How you feel about your groom?" She gently smiled and said she liked him very much. "I told you, but why do I have to wear makeup like a ghost, if I have a bare face?" She replied to him, "If a boy sees my face and then agrees to marry me, then do you think he is a decent person? Well, anyway, I didn't expect that in the end, your bewitching eyes wouldn't be able to make him fall in love with you." She said, "That's the real reason why you want to marry him, because only the most advanced hunters in the ranks of S-class hunters can resist looking at your bewitching eyes." He smiled and said, "Don't worry, he is already in the palm of my hand." She glanced at him and asked what he meant. He replied, "Don't tell me you did," then smiled evilly. Meanwhile, Yu Il-shin scratched his head thinking that this place is a subspace of Go Saduk. I didn't expect that Grandpa would go to this extent, but these guys, why are they drooling so much? The system displays information that they are warriors of godhood. These are powerful spirit warriors that have been collected by the zombie magician godhood since their lifetime, with special initial notes. The master ordered them to kidnap and imprison you here, but they are currently disobeying the master and want to eat you. What the hell was he thinking? They wanted to eat me. Look at these guys, it's really speechless. How dare they intend to eat me? Then use the first iron body move. He said you guys aren't skilled enough to even scratch a piece of my skin, not even 1,000,000 of you, because now I've reached the level of a low-level god, you little shrimps. Yuil Shin threw a strong punch at the monster's head. The force caused it to be thrown out. The remaining animals were also frightened. Yuil Shin smiled, you guys are big, but you're just a lump of meat. Don't play around anymore, just go ahead. The more you fight, the more enthusiastic Yuil Shin becomes. He did not forget to mock, compared to the Legion of Thousand Ants, what are you paying? The middle finger of God's verdict. The monsters could only hug their faces and wait for death. Yuil Shin's fire quickly burned everything. The monsters in the distance were stunned. What kind of skill was that? The Yaksha army had never lost a battle, yet it had just lost. A guy like him, maybe he. Does he have divine eyes? But at this time Yuil Shin is also observing them. Are they the leaders? One of them is a woman. The Yaksha leader was once a disciple of a treacherous beast. The remaining woman was once a disciple of lust and temptation. After determining their identities, Yuil Shin was startled. He was a disciple of 2 demon gods. No wonder godhood is so strong. But the iridescent eyes, it reminds me of Go Myung-hee's eyes. When the monster saw Yuil Shin standing still, it began to act. Its teammates behind were extremely worried. The monster's punch is getting closer and closer. Yuil Shin is completely indifferent, you are also strong. He gently raised his hand to use the god's powerful index finger. Just this one blow caused it to fall to the ground. Yuil Shin turned his gaze towards the other one. The moment our eyes met, the female demon was terrified. He was completely unaffected by my eyes. He was definitely the rumored young god possessing powerful powers. If so, the demon walked step by step towards Yuil Shin. Because he couldn't feel its killing intent, he was also surprised. What is this? Is she planning on surrendering? Just a few seconds later the demon fell to his knees. Low-level god, please spare our lives. Yuil Shin's head with a puzzled look. Yaksha also knows how to psychologically spank. Who is she? He used the eye-inherited power of the eyeless god. Accordingly, the history of the Yaksha also appears. Before turning into the Yaksha demon, her name was Lilith. She was the daughter and disciple of the Yaksha's desire and charm. The Knight of Desire and Seduction is a great female demon goddess, but she lost to the god's sect and almost couldn't escape his grasp. However, she and her demon world are about to disappear. To regain her power, she needed a pure and strong S-class soul, which is why she gave Lilith the eye and sent her to the lower world, then arranged a meeting between the gods and goddesses. Sedyuk and Lilith. But being labeled has no effect on Sedyuk. Instead, Lilith fell in love with him, became husband and wife, and gave birth to a child. But then Lilith's identity was known by the evil dragon of the god sect, and she had to face death. At that time, Sedyuk hugged her tightly and said, Lilith, make a deal with me, you please fulfill my wish and give my soul to her. After learning the truth, Yuil Shin's mood also dropped. It turned out that she was Go Myung-hee's grandmother. Fulfilling a soul's wish is an unwritten rule passed down from ancient times. So Sedyuk's wish was to revive her, but she refused. That's why he turned her into a Yaksha ghost. I guess he wanted the two of them to be together forever, even if he had to use this method. The god of prosperity was deeply moved by this story, so he hoped Yuil Shin could have mercy on the female devil. He replied indifferently, she tried to eat me, I don't know anything. While the god of prosperity was still surprised, Yuil Shin smiled, but that was not a bad idea. Because through the unknown divine eye, he knew that she was an S-level woman with transcendent abilities. This makes Yuil Shin's face show a look of longing. Of course I have to hold back, there's a chance she'll become my next S-level disciple. What's more, I can buy one. Give him Sedyuk too, maybe his niece too, kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The extinction sword lavished praise on his plans, and the god of prosperity expressed his gratitude for his compassion. Yuil Shin thought to himself, the most important thing is that I will get stronger. I need to get stronger before I destroy the gods or anything invades. I hate that bastard. Then he turned and spoke to Lilith, bestowing fame and benefit. Just as he finished speaking, a ring of light appeared above Yuil Shin's head. He was surprised, because he was a servant, so he had to accept this. I have a good feeling that no matter what you do, good things will happen. He pointed at Lilith's head and used his ring finger to heal. Immediately afterwards, there was an abundant source of spiritual energy to help heal the enemy. But his good fortune did not last long. Lilith cried in fear, "Why, little god?" Not only her but other yakshas were in the same situation, their bodies seemed to be melting. Yuil Shin panicked, "Why are you guys melting like that? It's obviously the skill of the god of profit." I definitely used the healing skill. When he opened the system to check, it announced that there would be pain when converting good and evil. The Yaksha army's pain gradually changed. Young god, I was wrong, this feeling is like being reborn. Yuil Shin scratched his head in confusion, unexpected, but more importantly. Why did they shrink it like that? The monsters were still in Yaksha form, but now they have all become extremely innocent children. In another galaxy, in eternal space, there is a demon slightly stirring. The other person's closed eyes slowly opened. "Lilith, you're back, traitor." Yuil Shin stood still, looking at the children happily flying in the air. He was bored, maybe the results of reincarnation and evolution were random. Why didn't his appearance look at all like what he imagined? The god of prosperity explained that because he was a low-level god, he could only do so much. Yuil Shin heard that and gave up arguing. Maybe I should go to Seidyu quickly. Before that person dies. That night at the Immortal Guild headquarters. In the high-level office, a dazed man stood outside the door. "Damn that brat Yuil Shin, how dare he refuse my offer to be my grandson-in-law, what an arrogance. Surely he has now received a suitable lesson. After all, this endless crack of mine is also known as a miniature hell. Even if an S-level person enters here, they have to crawl out. Maybe it's time for the Yaksha to release Yuil Shin." However, his complacency could not continue for long. Because just then, Yuil Shin proudly stepped out from the crack. "Did you just call me?" Go Seidyu is scared. "What is that? Why does it still seem so healthy?" Yuil Shin didn't pay attention and looked around. "This beautiful man's office." Go Seidyu shouted loudly, "What are these winged people? Where are all my yakshas?" Yuil Shin replied, "It's a long story, but let's fix your chest first." Go Seidyu was surprised. "How did you know? But wait, what the hell are you talking about?" He was worried in his heart. Something was wrong. I couldn't feel any of the Yaksha's aura at all. Even Lilith, I can't feel Lilith's presence anymore. He seemed crazy and scolded. "What have you done to Lilith?" Even though he was strangling him, Yuil Shin didn't seem to care much. He looked at what was behind him and hesitated. "I had to hurry and cure him." Go Seidyu is still crazy about Lilith. Yuil Shin then remembered and replied, "Well, because of some problems, things have now turned out like this. Anyway, just calm down, let me finish the treatment." However, his words did not calm Go Seidyu. He pursed his lips in horror. "What, some problem? I will let you never open your mouth again for the rest of your life." Yuil Shin sighed. "There's no other way, just let him sleep a little, maybe I can finish the treatment faster." Thinking, he raised his hand and wanted to use his powerful index finger. But just a few seconds later, Go Seidyuk's body trembled. He collapsed in pain. "My chest." Yuil Shin was bewildered. "I didn't do anything, but it's already started." Go Seidyuk's strength seemed to be drained. Lilith nervously flew towards him. "No." It seemed that Go Seidyuk sensed something. He tried to ask if this skill was hers. Lilith in the form of an angel replied, "Yes, it's me, I was reborn, it's all thanks to you Yuil Shin. Now I can always look at you directly outside the endless rift. Although I still have to stop using spirit skills." Before he finished speaking, Go Seidyuk trembled in pain. Lilith hurriedly asked Yuil Shin for help. Through anonymous eyes, he exploits the entire story. Things that have not yet been revealed by Lilith. The lust demon looked indignantly and reproachfully. "You dare to betray me for that low-class bastard? Do you think I will just sit idly by? The day you are reborn." It was also the day Go Seidyuk's wish came true. His soul will become my prey. I will make him experience all the pain and humiliation in the world and tear him to pieces. In the name of the great demon goddess, I give you that prophecy. Yuil Shin smiled, "But it's still a dream to have me here. I have to protect my precious S rank." While healing Yuil Shin, he shook Go Seidyuk. "Wake up." God's powerful index finger. Gradually, the prophecy was destroyed by Yuil Shin. He blew the smoke in his hand and thought, "The God's powerful index finger also has two opposing effects on the user, meaning I can also break the seal as much as I want." Suddenly the whole room vibrated. From where there was a shout, "You dare!" Inside the endless crack, something wanted to rush out. The source of energy is becoming more and more intense. Yuil Shin smiled. "It's already come this far. With an old expression on her face, she growled, "You bastard, just a lowly god, dares to touch my property." When he learned that the other person was a fallen creature, Il-shin couldn't help but remember the trickster sun god he defeated last time. Then he spoke up, "Pleased to meet you, lustful knights." After greeting, he took out the heavenly demon divine sword. Currently, he did not have the holy sword in his hand, nor had he had time to share his skills with the demon sword. But to beat you to a fake god, you don't need those things. In the surprise of the enemy, Il-shin aggressively attacked. He rushed straight out the glass door and jumped out of the building. At the same time, he shouted loudly that you are the low-class thing. Heavenly demon divine sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed a long line at the opponent's body. The surrounding people were extremely frightened. "What is that? It's a crack, run quickly." Il-shin calmly reminded, "Everyone get out of here, leave this thing here for me to take care of." Seduction Ghost suddenly laughed, "You dare to attack me?" Il-shin looked up at the crack and observed the opponent. She said arrogantly, "Do you know that I was once in existence that even low-level gods did not dare to look at? Admire my true appearance." Il-shin didn't pay much attention. He calmly scratched his nose. What a pair of shapes, they weren't fallen creatures anyway. However, just a few seconds later, he had to turn off the power. Even the god of prosperity was speechless. Lustful Knight's dissolute knight had reached the same level as the terrifying, god-destroying oppressed god. From inside the crack, a huge monster could be seen. Sharp teeth clenched tightly together. The gloomy atmosphere spread around. Il-shin's sweat dropped. "Look at that shape, it's hideous." The nightmare said that he could help him solve this if he agreed to exchange 10 million lives. Il-shin replied annoyed also, "Don't say nonsense all the time." The sword of destruction clicked its tongue and asked, "What are you doing when you just need to kill Go-Sei-Duke?" At this time, Il-shin looked at him in surprise. Through anonymous eyes, Go-Sei-Duke connects through the law of cause and effect with the Dark Chi-Da. He is the medium that allows her to descend on the world. This makes Il-shin confused. It's true, the method given by the unscrupulous sword destroyer scoundrel is very correct. Once Go-Sei-Duke disappears, the remaining monster will not. Is there any way to appear? But I refuse. I tell you, I only write happy endings. There is no room for sad endings. On the same level as a god destroyer, but that was from a long time ago. Now, you are just the remaining dregs. The opponent growled, "I have destroyed many worlds with such arrogant words. Even though I have become weak like you said, I still have enough strength to destroy a low-level god like you." The moment the temptress's fury fell, Il-shin also used the shared skill at the same time. But Go-Sei-Duke was worried to no end. "Nephew-in-law, run away, she's not something you can fend off until the S-class hunters can appear to support us." Il-shin ignored the opponent's warnings and was ready to defend. His energy and her energy collide. Right now, he used more iron bodies, a spiritual attack strategy. His advantage gradually increased. The lady's face showed concern. She was completely overwhelmed by Il-shin. The body was knocked backwards. Go-Sei-Duke saw this scene and gasped, "It's impossible, I really didn't expect our grandson-in-law to possess such power." Il-shin, after hearing these words, his face fell. "He kept calling me his grandson-in-law. Suddenly I wanted to write a sad ending to this story. Anyhow, she could still survive that attack. How annoying. I will crush God's index finger, grind it and crack it." Lustful knights with a body full of wounds, growling and wretched. Il-shin screams, "Stop being stubborn and go back to your world." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out his hand and grabbed the crack tightly. A move as if it wanted to tear this small hole open. "A low-level god like you is trying to confront me. Then let me show you the difference between us." From its eyes shot rays of light. This unexpected action startled Il-shin. With great difficulty, he mobilized the strength of his whole body to support. Not long after, a huge explosion rang out. Go-Sei-Duke called worriedly, "Nephew-in-law." In the rubble, Il-shin's body appeared, but the ground around his body had crumbled. He whispered, "So strong. Monster is proud, someone like you dares to resist my presence." In the moment of strength and Kiet's strength, Il-shin thought to himself, "She is definitely stronger than the previous fire-headed guy. However, I am not the same anymore." Adopting the title of demon god, immediately Il-shin's eyes opened wide. This unexpected situation made the monster panic. It closed its eyes tightly as if trying to adapt to the light. But by the time I could see, Il-shin was standing in front of me. He spoke loudly, looking at the power of the god of good and evil. Il-shin's attack made the heavens and earth tremble. Lustful Knight wiggle in pain. "How could a low-level god have it? It's impossible." Yuil Shin is pleased. Stop trying to resist and go away, you pitiful scum of an evil god. The monster growled painfully. The monster's silhouette in the endless space gradually disappeared. Yuil Shin used his god's index finger to crush the passage. That night, after everything was resolved, Yuil Shin had time to rest. He opened the system to look. The Night of Darkness of Desire was a powerful existence equivalent to 6S level hunters. The quest to level up then Trung completed 26 out of 100. Yuil Shin smiled. I knew it, that fake firehead only had the same strength as 4S level hunters. At this rate, will I ever be promoted to a demon god first? With 100 S-class sacrifices, I'm almost reaching my target. Right now, the angels are helping Go Se-Duke fly down. Seeing his troubled appearance, Yuil Shin was puzzled. The demon god had already disappeared. What was he still doing? Lilith explains, if this continues, he will die. The sign of incarnation may have disappeared, but the curse remains. Please help him. Yuil Shin panicked, but even if that stupid god demon dies, the curse will still stay. My S level, no you can't die. God's healing ring finger. Immediately the spiritual energy in space was injected into Go Se-Duke's body. After only a while, his consciousness recovered. It's impossible. How on earth is even primary therapy incapable of doing this? Lilith happily hugged him tightly. He survived. It's all thanks to you, Yuil Shin. Yuil Shin smiled. This is the happy ending I want. Even if I die I will only know happy endings like this. Thanks to this kind behavior of mine Yuil Shin had add Go Se-Duke and Angel Lilith as followers. I'm quite surprised. Angel, I think she became an angel by default after reincarnation because she was the leader of the spirits. She deserves that good thing. A few days later in a neighboring forest of Amazon Class S in Brazil. A monster was watching, kneeling before me and saying, read it again, you worm. You say you can help me avenge my mother, Gustav. The goddess gritted her teeth in anger. 1 billion soldiers and 3 apostles were completely massacred. If I return like this, the emperor will kill me. I have to use this lizard guy to get Yuil Shin's head back. The monster in front spoke up. Say it again. The insect crawled out of the dungeon. You say you can help me avenge my mother. The female priest nodded. Yes, I can. I have all the skills and a plan to help you, Lord Alpha, take the life of that demon god Yuil Shin. Faced with her seductive words, the Alpha nodded. Okay, let me listen. Just like that, they worked together to find a way to defeat Yuil Shin. And the person they were planning on had just woken up. He dreamily saw a muscular figure. He had to go through so many battles and train hard to have such a body. Anyway, who are you? After Yuil Shin's question, the other person replied, I am an eternal seeker of truth. I have something urgent to say, so I changed the cause and effect a bit. The apostle, who is also a clone of the god of destruction, has now awakened. To overcome the trials you will soon face and prevent the fate of destruction, strive to attain the god the title of an intermediate god, and is eligible to participate in the assembly of gods. As soon as the voice ended, Yuil Shin also woke up from his dream. He was startled. What is this? Is it a dream? The eternal seeker of truth, somehow he gives me the same feeling as the eternal seeker of truth. Is he a new dreamer? Of course I'll aim to become an intermediate, but the apostle is also a copy of the god of destruction, and the Congress of Gods. What are they? Suddenly Lilith's voice rang out, are you awake? I'll go call my husband, he's currently in a meeting with the principal. He said he has a few things he wants to talk to you about when you wake up. Yuil Shin remembered his dirty appearance and shook his head in confusion. There's no need for that, he thought to himself. I'm pretty sure it's just nonsense about adopted grandchildren, really boring. At this time, the system screen appeared. Now the number of his followers has increased sharply. Yuil Shin's eyes lit up. Thanks to Lilith I have a new automatic skill. The Heavenly Army has helped increase the number of my followers to 30 million already. I don't know what they are doing in Antria, but the number of believers increasing even if I didn't do anything is truly miraculous. I was worried that I would have to collect 10 billion believers myself, but if I can complete it, being automatic like this is another matter. He turned around and asked, Lilith, I'm okay now, why don't you come stay at my house, Go Se-Duke? Hearing that, she immediately shook her head. As an angelic apostle revived by his mercy, I have an obligation to stay by his side to support him. Yuil Shin heard that and had no further opinion. At this moment, there were people screaming outside. There was a fight. It was a fight between an S-level person and an A-level person, the hunter Shin Yu and the magic sword teacher. Yuil Shin followed the window and looked out. Who was fighting who? On the street, the situation is extremely tense. Shin Yu seems very angry. How can you treat me like that? People around quickly took out their phones to broadcast live. It was the S-rank hunter Shinyu, but why did he look so disheveled? Had he just come back from filming a survival program somewhere? This guy continued to say, "How could you leave a person behind on a deserted island? Do you know how difficult it was to escape from there?" Kang Yum was equally angry. "I should have finished you myself. Those damn merchants, at least should have worked for your acne." Shinyu replied, "Even if you are my precious friend, I still won't forgive you. I will defeat you, Kang Yum." The opponent also pulled out his divine sword. Both of them continued to rush into battle. Everyone around gasped when they saw such a realistic battle. It was so exciting, we couldn't believe we could witness such an epic battle. Yuil Shin couldn't help but comment, he was facing a demon sword, someone who had practiced the heavenly demon divine sword. That Shinyu guy seemed pretty good. "It's time for lunch." I admit my stomach growled at the right time. Having said that, his eyes flashed with hunger. Today's menu is nothing but expensive chicken soup. I can't miss it. Let's go eat something. Later, he and Lilith sat at the dining table. Looking at this fragrant dish made Yuil Shin's face appear dirty. "I'm so glad I accepted the job as a teacher. I can't believe I can eat this expensive chicken soup for free." Right at the moment he was about to put the food in his mouth, someone was flying towards him from afar. Just a few seconds later, Kang Yum's body fell straight onto the table. Coincidentally, Yuil Shin's bowl of soup was also hit. Looking at the chicken floating in the air, Yuil Shin's heart ached. Even Lilith seemed to be suffering as well. After falling down, Kang Yum crawled up. Shinyu did not give up and chased after him. He walked step by step with a fierce appearance. "Surrender, you are not my opponent." This guy's screams had to be interrupted when Yuil Shin's voice mixed with anger rang out, "My chicken soup." Shinyu noticed and looked over. "Who are you?" "The one who claims to be the sword god of the triad." Yuil Shin doesn't pay any attention to this guy and is still immersed in his beloved chicken soup. Shinyu continued to boast, "Meeting you here is just the right time. I still owe a debt to you, the one who brainwashed Kang Yum, the evil leader of the Tri-Factions." Yuil Shin glanced at this guy. The enemy of chicken soup kept babbling about some kind of triad. What the hell? Shinyu pointed straight at his face and declared, "Even if I don't make fun of you today, you still have to confess before me." Yuil Shin's whole body was filled with anger. "Tri-Factions or the Tri-Chickens is none of my business. How dare you? Doing this to my expensive chicken soup. I won't forgive you. I haven't even had a spoonful yet." The murderous aura he emitted made Shinyu scared. Yuil Shin declared, "Prepare to go, Shinyu. Activate Extinction Sword, Extreme Sword." Just a few seconds later, the ordinary spoon in Yuil Shin's hand was like a destructive weapon. "Kang Yum is proud. You are too stupid to dare to oppose the sword god. Feel the class difference." Shinyu is on guard and defensive. "What the hell? Are you planning to fight me with just a spoon?" He looked at Yuil Shin's appearance and was puzzled. He revealed too many flaws. Did Kang Yum become like this because of this idiot? Yuil Shin replied coldly, "One spoon is more than enough for the enemy of chicken soup. I will beat you until you are close." Shinyu fell into a state of confusion. I still don't understand how he fooled Kang Yum, but no matter how stupid he is, I still won't hold back. This guy pulled out his ultimate snake sword move. An invisible python rushed towards Yuil Shin. But he closed his eyes and stood still for a while. Moments later, his eyes turned red. Before approaching, he still did not forget to challenge, "I will reveal your identity." Yuil Shin gently raised the spoon high. Just one knock caused Shinyu to be defeated. Before losing consciousness, he was confused and wanted to find out the cause. What was that just now? Yuil Shin looked at the bowl of chicken soup and couldn't calm down. "I won't forgive you easily. I will make your tears fall as much as the chicken soup that was spilled." Shinyu had a hard time getting over his head. He replied, "He was always talking about chicken soup. Who cares about chicken soup?" This sentence went straight to Yuil Shin's wounded heart. The spoon in his hand lit up again. It looked like he really wanted to die. Shinyu is still speechless. "Just now it was because I was subjective. This time I won't let you take advantage." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened. Yuil Shin suddenly stood in front of him and raised his spoon to see. Shinyu didn't just stand still and wait for death. He quickly attacked, rushing right into my sights. How stupid. Before he could swing his sword, Yuil Shin gave him a blow on the forehead. The pain came, causing tears to flow from Shinyu's eyes. Yuil Shin muttered, "These are chicken wings." Shinyu held his head and trembled. Chicken soup was disgusting. "Let's see how long you can talk about that chicken soup." But only heard screams of pain in the cold voice of Yuil Shin. "Chicken porridge, chicken breasts, chicken thighs." After a while of being beaten to pieces, Xin Yu's face was so swollen that he was unrecognizable. Yu Xin calmly walked forward. Is that all you have? I can't let you faint like that. I only beat you enough to make up for 1 bowl, but you made enough for 2 bowls. Xin Yu still had not wavered his will. He mumbled, I underestimated you. I did not intend to use this skill because I was afraid that the people around me would get hurt. Dual sword Tai Chi unlocks skills. The temple goers around covered their faces. I couldn't see anything in this wind. Kang Yum looked worried. You've lost your mind? Are you planning on injuring innocent bystanders? Xin Yu still did not stop his actions. He continued to perform the snake sword level special skill. Saying that, he jumped into the air. The python from earlier had now turned into a dragon. It opened its big mouth as if it wanted to swallow Yu Xin. The fangs were then revealed. But Yu Xin just gently used a spoon to make part of the foam disappear. Water bubbles turned into falling flower petals. Everyone was bewildered. Flower petals fell in the building, so fragrant. Xin Yu still hasn't stopped. He doesn't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is, but he's getting closer and closer to Yu Xin. Right at the moment the two were about to touch, Yu Xin slashed out with determination, causing the dragon to completely vanish. Xin Yu opened his eyes in horror. The imaginary realm can completely neutralize the opponent's skills. This skill can even defeat the S level with just 1 move. He must be at least SS level, no, more than that. This is the realm of the Holy Sword, trying to defeat someone like him. I'm such an idiot. By this time, Xin Yu had completely given up resistance. He let go of his sword and fell to the ground. Yu Xin was quite surprised by this action. Kang Yum rushed over at this time. He knelt down in fear. Xin Yu's crime deserves to die, but please be merciful and spare his life. Yu Xin still showed an indifferent attitude. And after hearing these words, Xin Yu was touched. Kwang Kiem, I know you still think of me as your friend. After a while, Yu Xin reassured him, don't worry, just leave it to me. Kang Yum gritted his teeth, if you do that, I will die with him. Seeing this guy holding a sword as if he was about to die, Yu Xin sighed, you are going too far. Remote control. As soon as the command ended, the sword in Kang Yum's hand also flew into the air. Yu Xin explained, I mean I will heal you Xin Yu, you don't need to think like that. Kang Yum was extremely surprised. In front of everyone's eyes, Yu Xin uses his ring finger to heal. The wounds on Xin Yu's body healed quickly. Not long after, he woke up. How come? Seeing that his comrades were still confused, Kang Yum laughed loudly. See, this is the sword saint I followed. Xin Yu nodded, yes, you're right. After saying that, he clenched his fists as if making up his mind. Then he knelt down and shouted loudly, you are the true sword saint, I am blind. Yu Xin's face fell, I don't like this at all. Xin Yu's attitude is extremely respectful. Kang Yum laughed happily. The people watching the temple cheered, teacher Yu Xin just won against Xin Yu, so cool. In the crowd, there is a mysterious person who quietly observed and found you. Yu Xin is you. We must report to the tri-factions immediately. Xin Yu's words startled Yu Xin. He continued, please accept me as a disciple. As soon as that voice fell, Yu Xin also received the notification of successfully cultivating obsessive faith. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He's also an S-class, right? I welcome S-class believers, but... Thinking of something, his face became serious. We still have work to do. Xin Yu asked bewilderedly, what do you mean? Yu Xin continued, people say you shouldn't touch a dog while it's eating. You even apologized to me and that chicken. Xin Yu immediately replied, sorry for daring to peek into your meal. Please wait a moment so I can call. After saying that, he answered the phone on the other end. How much money can his side prepare now? As soon as he heard that, Yu Xin's eyes lit up. Just a moment later, he seemed to be immersed in 2 suitcases of money. How much is all this? I heard that Xin Yu is the youngest son of a rich family. The person who brought the money respectfully said, I am the general manager of Ozon Group. Please take care of our boss. Xin Yu also respectfully spoke up. This is not much, but this is compensation for your chicken soup. Yu Xin's body trembled. This is compensation for dirtying my soup. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xin Yu continued, if you become my teacher, I will give you everything, so please. Before Kang Yum spoke loudly, who do you think he is? Are you planning to bribe him with money to become a disciple? Yu Xin of course did not let him interrupt. He quickly threw the opponent away and interrupted, Sword Demon, this is special training, go out and run 100 laps immediately. Xin Yu was currently immersed in chaotic thoughts. Who would accept someone who wanted to kill him as his disciple? He said sadly, perhaps someone like me could not become a disciple. But before he could finish his sentence, Yuil Shin warmly patted his shoulder. I completely understood how much he regretted his actions. Sometimes my food is often stolen. His words touched Shin Yu. He was so merciful, no wonder a sword as strong as a demon's sword would endure under him. Then please also accept me as your disciple. Yuil Shin trembled a bit when he heard this. Then I'm a bit tired. What should I do with someone who is already at S-level? There is no benefit in doing that. I don't even know what to do. Heavenly knife, it's absolutely necessary to add more fuel. That's how the cold and harsh business world works. Yuil Shin replied, no need for your compliments. Think of a way to stay away from him and still get the money. That's right. As soon as he thought of a plan, he immediately said, do you want to become my disciple? Shin Yu nodded, yes, Sword Saint. Yuil Shin smiled, then let's do this. A moment later, Shin Yu fiddled with the book in his hand. Are you really going to give me this? Yuil Shin nodded, of course. In his heart, he was proud. He bought it before knowing that it was a scam of the peerless celestial knife, but it turned out to be useful. He continued, learn the Tai Chi sword art book before coming back here, then I will accept you as a disciple. Shin Yu was silent as if he was pondering something. Yuil Shin asked seriously, can't you do it? Shin Yu quickly replied, okay, I will learn and become your disciple. While the other person was still immersed in happiness, Yuil Shin chuckled, he's trapped. He continued, I'm looking forward to it, don't come if you haven't completely understood it. Shin Yu quickly nodded, I understand, now I'm going to leave to study. Yuil Shin. Yuil Shin waved his hand, okay, you go quickly. Wait until Shin Yu's figure goes further and further away. Yuil Shin's face shows an evil look. Everything happens as expected. Now what should I do with all this money? At the same time behind the academy building. That mysterious person is calling someone. The dark secret agent at the academy branch of the trio of heroes reports, the person who stole the mountain flower is Yuil Shin. To get it back, I think we should kill him. In China at this time, there was a loud noise in a forest. Ling Xiaoming is defeating a monster. After stabbing the sword into its body, spiritual energy immediately flowed into her body. The monster quickly turned into a dried corpse. After a while, she stood up and criticized, S-level monsters like that are too weak, aren't there any stronger ones? Weaklings like this cannot satisfy their swords. At this time, a person approached and respectfully said, dear descendant of the great swordsman, Miss Xiaomin. There is an order from the three heroes, you must kill a master from the academy in Korea, Yuil Shin, and bring back the stolen Hoa-sun sword. Immediately, Xiao Min's face was filled with joy, that can satisfy my sword, right? I will behead him. Wait a minute, take my sword Asura's soul, I will give you a delicious taste of blood. In the cafe at the academy. Yuil Shin is happily hugging 2 suitcases of money, what a big word, even though I have been promoted to member, but money is still the best, it's fun. But I have to learn a little about the 3 heroes, there's something quite shady here. I feel like this has something to do with the matter of the believers and the avatars of the awakening god of destruction. At this moment Kang Yum came back. Yuil Shin suddenly remembered, you finished running. Kang Yum was tired and breathing heavily, 100 laps is nothing. Yuil Shin laughed, since you did so well, let's go drink beer and eat chicken, I'm sure. That night, after drinking a full meal, Kang Yum lay down on the table. Yuil Shin looked at the pile of chicken bones piled up on the table and sighed, my appetite has increased after becoming a low-level god, I've eaten nearly 10 chickens. I probably have to eat that much to get my divine power back, and I don't get the money for 10 chickens. Thanks to the money from Shin Yu. But this building is mine, I'm the homeowner now. Besides, I'm a low-level god, I can treat myself like this, I've been saving for many lifetimes. It's okay to eat 10 chickens, but it's tiring to clean up. It would be great if the bones could jump into the trash on their own. Should I hire a maid? Or use telepathic power? Yuil Shin just tried to think about it when the bone on the table suddenly flew out. He was startled, it just moved on its own. Why does it suddenly move on its own when I haven't used my strength yet? The room was quickly surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere. While Yuil Shin did not understand anything, the system appeared. The connection to the Go Seiduk followers Yuksha demon had been added to the skill-sharing section, making him even more angry. The easier it is to do. Yuil Shin was confused. What does it mean to connect with a Yuksha demon? Let me try. He placed his hands on a pile of chicken bones and then shared his skills. Immediately there was a bright light. Something came out from under the table. Yuil Shin's face showed panic. What is this? Seeing the crows looking at him with fiery eyes, Yuil Shin couldn't help but panic and told them, is that so? Those crows with eyes filled with murderous intent, they flew everywhere in Yuil Shin's house and told him, "Revenge, revenge on humanity who destroyed us, revenge." Looking at them flying wildly at his house, causing feathers to fly everywhere and fall like that, Yuil Shin thought in horror and fear, what kind of skill is this, revenge on humanity? Then, trembling and afraid, he spoke up and said to those crows, "Yes, I understand how you feel, but revenge is a bit much." However, the crows shouted at the same time with eyes filled with murderous intent, "Yuil Shin, revenge, revenge, O great God who has awakened us without mercy, please grant me the privilege of killing." Seeing them so crazy, Yuil Shin couldn't help but panic and think, it felt like they were about to kill me, what should I do? At this moment, Yuil Shin was surprised to receive a notification from the system, "Do you want to send a new Yak K army to the hive of a region of the empire, yes, no?" Seeing this announcement, Yuil Shin was both happy and doubtful and thought, oh great, but is the honeycomb a real honeycomb? What else are the people in the empire planning? However, at this moment, as if sensing Yuil Shin's question, the system immediately appeared and informed him that the hive was a factory that mass-produced bloodworm soldiers for the main force of the imperial army. Kingdom, one of the sources of the king's power. Seeing such a notification, Yuil Shin happily smiled cunningly and said, "Oh ho, is that so? I haven't really retaliated yet, so they treat me like an idiot. You insects, now it's my turn." Having said that, Yuil Shin immediately pressed the button on the system. The next second at the beehive, the army of bees guarding the hive was here. They were seriously protecting the peace of the beehive. However, at this moment, there was a loud noise. Seeing this, the bees could not help but feel suspicious and said, "Is it thunder? Why is it so loud?" At this moment, they were scared and surprised to see Yuil Shin's crow standing right in front of them. They couldn't help but scream in fear, "What is this? Run away, it's a monster, help! Help, help!" Seeing them being retaliated like that, Yuil Shin couldn't help but gloat and chuckle. At this moment, he also received a notification from the system, the mission, upgrading to a mid-level demon god, was in progress. So Yuil Shin was even more happy and thought, what a miracle, I didn't do anything and the number still increased. Auto-hunting is the best. However, at this moment, there was a new notification from the system sent to Yuil Shin. Due to automatic hunting and the increase in the number of disciples, the automatic admin panel would be activated. Automatic administration, once activated, equipment expansion and type evolution will be automatically performed even when you are not present. Cost 20 million divine coins. Do you want to continue? Yes, no. Seeing that the announcement was exactly what he wanted, Yuil Shin was immediately happy and thought, of course it is, I will never refuse this. This is what people call passive income, like being a homeowner. Then at this time it was already dark. Put the phone screen aside. Yuil Shin didn't care about the fighting situation over there at the beehive anymore. He was bored lying on the bed looking up at the ceiling and thinking, I told you to go get the ghost. There are still many unanswered questions. But I also found some clues about the tri-factions. The demon sword said it was a heretical faction. Then Yuil Shin remembered that just a few hours ago he and Demon King Kang Jiam were eating fried chicken together. Demon Sword Kang Jiam had told Yuil Shin, the Tri-Factions is a heretical faction, the information network of they are really great. On the surface, it's a hunter guild, but in reality, they have a bunch of spies planted all over the world. They collect information about hunters who might get in the way of the organization and assassinate them. Hearing that, Yuil Shin also assessed them and said to the demon sword Kang Jiam, you left there so they will probably hunt us both down. Are there any other spies in the academy? Mentioning this, the demon sword Kang Jiam immediately spoke up a little angrily and told Yuil Shin that spies are not allowed to know each other's identities. So we have no way to find out. Thanks to that, Yuil Shin got bored and told the demon sword Kang Jiam, what a crazy organization. However, at this time the demon sword Kang Jiam spoke up and said to Yuil Shin, sorry and I didn't have many clues. But there is one thing I must emphasize. Hearing that, Yuil Shin couldn't help but curiously ask the demon sword Kang Jiam, huh? Demon sword Kang Jiam seriously told Yuil Shin, the real sword Flower Mountain sect originated from the Three Heroes household. Now that they see that you own it, they will definitely do something. Of course they can't compare to you. Hearing this news, Yuil Shin was surprised and couldn't believe it and asked the demon sword Kang Jiam, is it a thief? Then Yuil Shin couldn't help but get angry and think, then 10,000 swords, I mean those scammers can sell me stolen goods. And at this time Yuil Shin received a notification from the system. Tian Dao absolutely excitedly said that this is life. Returning to the present, thinking about that Yuil Shin couldn't help but think in anger, agitated, I can't leave those guys alone, they dare to lay a hand on my student. At this moment, outside the living room, there was the sound of the door opening. Seeing this, Yul Shin immediately calmed down and thought, it must be the spy student coming. But at this time, a female student with a strong body, somewhat scared and worried, walked into Yul Shin's room. Back to the time before in Hyo-Jio's room, that girl knelt at the feet of a mysterious god. He gave her a talisman and said, "This is the talisman that helps you teleport. Use this to bring Yul Shin here. The master martial artists of the tri-factions will take care of the rest." Following the order, the girl could only reluctantly say to the mysterious person, "Yes, sir." And in her heart, she was confused and wondering, what should I do? I can't go against the superior's orders. But he is really a good person. Now returning to the present, looking at that female student's slightly awkward appearance and feeling guilty and confused, Yul Shin immediately thought to herself, I was very surprised when I discovered that she was an insider. Surely it was a good thing to discover it early thanks to the eyeless god's eyes. And at this moment, the information of the female student from the system appeared in front of Yul Shin's face. Hyo-Jio, female, 19 years old, stupid but honest. Note, this is a spy for the tri-factions. The girl had to take care of her sick mother herself. At this moment, breaking the awkward and silent atmosphere, Yul Shin spoke up and told Hyo-Jio, the demon sword has taken my mother to a safe place. Hearing that, Hyo-Jio felt more reassured and also felt a little guilty and told Yul Shin, yes, I called her, thank you. Feeling Hyo-Jio's honest and obedient appearance, Yul Shin felt even more sorry for Hyo-Jio and angrily thought, how dare they take her sick mother hostage to make her an insider. You bitches, I will kill you all. Then at this time, Hyo-Jio immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake and said to Yul Shin, you also paid for the expensive hospital fees, thank you very much. Yul Shin calmly told Hyo-Jio, don't worry, I have a lot of money. Let's go to where they are waiting. Thanks to that, Hyo-Jio immediately got a little worried and took out the amulet that the mysterious person gave him and said to Yul Shin, yes, then I will use this amulet. And when I restarted this talisman, I was a little worried, then calmed myself down and thought, I single-handedly defeated the S-level Gustav and the monsters. I'm sure you can save me from the tri-factions. I believe, teacher. Soon both Hyo-Jio and Yul Shin were taken to another place. Looking at everything around, Yul Shin felt it was familiar and told Hyo-Jio, this is the mountain behind the academy. And Hyo-Jio was still constantly scared and trembling. At this moment, a monk came forward and said to him, good, let us worry about the rest. The people who came were Dae-Gak, male, 50 years old, Shaolin martial arts master who had defeated many S-rank hunters, and Peng Mu-Rin, male, 40 years old, successor who had defeated many S-rank hunters. After seeing information about them like that, Yul Shin immediately felt relieved and thought, I don't even want to introduce myself to them anymore. They look like they came out of a martial arts story. At this time, Dae-Gak spoke up and said to Yul Shin, how dare you steal the sword technique of the Hoa Sun sect? Even imitated the tri-factions. I will definitely make you shut up forever. After saying that, the other Dae-Gak quickly angrily flew from his place to Yul Shin's face, waved his fist at him and said, strike Arhat's fist. Seeing Dae-Gak attack so suddenly, even launching that move, Hyo-Jio couldn't help but think with worry, Shaolin boxing is rumored to be able to destroy even a solid building. From the beginning he used such a strong skill. But at this time, Yul Shin also calmly used his skills and activated his defense skills. Immediately after that, his whole body appeared to have rippling muscles, his whole body was solid, and when that Dae-Gak punched him again, palming Yul Shin's body, when his arm collided with this toned muscle, it broke like an egg against a rock. The Dae-Gak couldn't help but think in confusion, my arms, this is the legendary Iron Skin me. Then that Dae-Gak guy hugged his arm in pain and cried, saying, my arm, it's broken. Seeing that, Yul Shin only felt contempt and said to this Dae-Gak, shut up, you were the one who made the first move, what a fake. The next second, this Dae-Gak's remaining accomplice, Peng Mu-Rin, held a stick and stood right behind Yul Shin's body and aggressively attacked him. Seeing the source of power coming from Peng Mu-Rin, Hyo-Jio couldn't help but sweat and think, it's the knife technique of the Hebei Peng family, it's not done. But in the face of Hyo-Jio's worry, Yul Shin was very calm and accepted that attack from Peng Mu-Rin. But his attack on Yul Shin's body did not cause any harm to him, on the contrary, the stick in Peng Mu-Rin's hand was immediately broken into pieces. He couldn't help but feel confused and doubtful as he thought, that's my knife method. At this moment, Yul Shin calmly spoke up and told them, that lightning skill combined with sword technique is also formidable. We also know how to pull it well. Skillshare, Sung Miri and lightning skills. When he heard Yu Shin say such incomprehensible words, Peng Mu Ring couldn't help but feel confused and said, "What is that?" But the next second, Yu Shin's thunder attack took effect, along with a thunderstorm from the sky following Yu Shin's call and immediately struck down on that guy Peng Mu Rin. After defeating them and tying up these two guys Daegak and Peng Mu Rin, in front of their trembling in fear, Yu Shin was standing guard, staring at them. Looking at this cool scene, Hyojio couldn't help but admire the strength of Yu Shin and think, maybe they haven't registered as hunters, but they are still above S-level, they are indeed my teachers and yet they give to that guy eat shit all the time. As for Yu Shin, after dealing with the other two guys, he sighed and thought, I almost killed them because I couldn't control my own strength well. Yu Shin then spoke up and told the other two guys, telling me where the Tri-Factions was. Even though that Daegak had been tied up by Yu Shin and had had enough, he was still stubborn and determined to tell Yu Shin, "You thief, do you know who we are? Don't think you've won. Soon, the strongest hunter of the three heroes will come to kill one." As soon as the Daegak finished speaking, Ling Xiaoming leisurely walked over and said, "Fuck you idiots, I'm just a little late." Seeing Ling Xiaoming coming, both Yu Shin and Hyojio turned around in surprise. The two names Peng Mu Rin and Daegak couldn't help but shout with joy at Ling Xiaoming, "Miss Xiaoming here. This is Yu Shin who stole Manhwa sex sword method." But at this moment Ling Xiaoming coldly spoke up and told them, "Shut up, you trash." Hearing that, Daegak couldn't help but panic and said yes. The next second, Ling Xiaoming swung his knife out and slashed many times on the old tree that tied up the other two men. Immediately chop it into pieces, until near the head of the other two guys, the Ling Chu Min stopped. Seeing that, the other two guys couldn't help but feel scared. The Daegak guy thought he was about to lose his life. He was so scared that he broke out in sweat. The Daegak was confused and scared and asked Ling Xiaoming, "What's wrong with you?" Ling Xiaoming calmly turned around, clicked his tongue and said to that Daegak, "Because you are useless." Seeing the power of Ling Xiaoming, both Hyojio and Yu Shin could not help but be surprised and scared. Yu Shin also felt worried and thought, "She's so fast, I can barely see her movements anymore. All the other S-rank hunters in my eyes moved very slowly. But she..." While Yu Shin was still thinking, Ling Xiaoming was right behind him and Hyojio, swinging his sword and preparing to attack in Hyojio's direction. Ling Xiaoming with cold eyes spoke up and said to Hyojio, followed by the traitorous bastard. Seeing that, when Hyojio was confused and scared, he turned to look at Xiaoming, but luckily Yu Shin reacted in time. He quickly grabbed Hyojio, stepped back and blocked Ling Xiaoming's attack to help Hyojio. Looking at Hyojio who was still frozen in fear, his whole body was constantly shaking and sweating coldly, even Yu Shin felt a bit worried in this fight, he wasn't sure he could protect Hyo's safety. Zhu during the fight was not, so Yu Shin quickly panicked and turned to tell Hyojio run quickly. As for Ling Xiaoming, seeing that Yu Shin could still be safe after blocking this one sword blow of his, Ling Xiaoming couldn't help but think with amusement, did he block my attack with just his body? He excitedly pushed, just as expected. But, it's too slow. At that time, when Yu Shin was angrily swinging his fist towards Ling Xiaoming, she with the speed of the wind disappeared in front of Yu Shin. Seeing that, Yu Shin was confused and thought, I failed again, this little mouse, where is she? Did she catch me? No, not me. It's not me, then. So when Yu Shin was swinging his attack towards Ling Xiaoming, she quickly dodged his attack. She even went behind Yu Shin and slashed Hyojio's body, causing he was killed instantly before he could say his last words. Seeing that, Yu Shin couldn't help but feel worried and shouted Hyojio, Hyojio. Then Yu Shin quickly ran to support Pig Zhu's body and tried to call out her name, Hyojio. But after checking the condition of Hyojio's body, Yu Shin couldn't help but feel angry and panicked, thinking, damn, she's not breathing anymore. He quickly used his ring finger on Hyojio and said, ring finger heals. Seeing that, Ling Xiaoming couldn't help but feel amused and somewhat amused as he said to Yu Shin, oh, you also have healing skills. But at this moment, Yu Shin didn't pay any attention to Ling Xiaoming, he was only concerned about Hyojio Min's condition, constantly thinking in fear and hope, please, please, please. But at this time, Ling Xiaoming spoke coldly, his voice also carrying a sarcastic and crazy tone, telling Yu Shin, it won't work. That backstabbing bastard has already died since being stabbed by my blade. And at the same time, Yu Shin was also horrified when looking at the notification from the system, his fingers also stopped shaking when he saw the notification, you have failed to heal. You cannot bring back the dead with the power of a lesser god. This can only happen if you are a high god. Seeing the situation become so serious, and also resulting in the poor Hyo Jio losing his life, this made Yuil Shin's heart cold a lot. He tried to calmly and gently talk to Hyo Jio. Teacher, I will send you to Lilith. Wait for me, Hyo Jio. I will become a high god and save you. And at this time Ling Xiaoming still did not know the seriousness of his actions just now, but somewhat contemptuously walked up to Yuil Shin and told him, just leave that bitch there, come out here and play with me. Weak people like her deserve to die. Hearing that Ling Xiaoming did not feel guilty after killing Hyo Jio, but also looked down on her like that, Yuil Shin could not control his anger. His eyes had cooled down a lot, leaving only murderous aura. Yuil Shin's whole body was angry and he turned back to talk to Ling Xiaoming and shut up. But seeing that, Ling Xiaoming only felt more amused and somewhat embarrassed and said to Yuil Shin, oh my god, I'm so scared, you're really my type. At the same time, the system also showed information about Ling Xiaoming to Yuil Shin. Ling Xiaoming, female, 26 years old, notable, blessed city of war god Asura, mentally insane. And at this moment Yuil Shin was angry. He coldly spoke up and said to Ling Xiaoming, I have learned that fighting is the only thing that works, with psychopaths. Distribute skills, strong body. And it looks like you need a spanking too. Right after that, Yuil Shin's whole body surged with power, emitting a powerful light source. Seeing that, Ling Xiaoming only felt even more excited and embarrassed as she said to Yuil Shin, Ha is so charming, so excited, let's hurry up and fight. When she was still boasting and talking to Yuil Shin like that, he punched her in the face right in front of Ling Xiaoming. But Ling Xiaoming also reacted very quickly. She promptly took out her sword to block in front of her. Even though he was sent flying backwards, Min Xiaoming felt very excited and thought, he is faster and stronger, if I don't stop him in time, it will be a big problem. Coming to Korea was the right choice. And while Ling Xiaoming was still immersed in this thought, she was surprised to discover that Yuil Shin was right in front of her. With sharp eyes filled with murderous intent, Yuil Shin swung his fist towards her. Of Ling Xiaoming and angrily said to her, you dare to laugh like that after killing my student? I will definitely make you die in peace. Right after that, Yuil Shin's powerful punch caused the heavens and the earth to expand, and he blew away an entire area of land here. But she couldn't hit Ling Xiaoming. She quickly jumped to the side to dodge. Ling Xiaoming stood on a nearby tree branch excitedly looking at Yuil Shin and said to him, oh, you are better than me. Think about it, continuously. And when Ling Xiaoming had not finished her sentence, she suddenly felt something running out of her nose. She was surprised. When she wiped it, she saw that her nose was bleeding. Ling Xiaoming was a little surprised and thought, blood, did I just get beaten and bleed? But this made Ling Xiaoming even more excited and crazy and said to Yuil Shin, this is so interesting, you are the first one to hit me. Seeing Ling Xiaoming's strange and somewhat crazy reaction, Yuil Shin just calmly and somewhat disgustedly said to Ling Xiaoming, you are really crazy. Stop talking nonsense, quickly tell me where the tri-factions are. But Ling Xiaoming was sitting on a tree branch. She calmly said to Yuil Shin, then will you let me go? Yuil Shin calmly replied and told Ling Xiaoming, never, but I will let you die a little more peacefully. Thanks to that, Ling Xiaoming immediately felt so ridiculous that she laughed so much that her whole body trembled like crazy and said to Yuil Shin, let me go, do you think I've exhausted all my strength? I'm just playing around with you because it seems pretty fun. But, now I'm bored. Right after that, to Yuil Shin's surprise, Ling Xiaoming ran away and disappeared right in front of him. Seeing that, Yuil Shin was alert and turned sideways, thinking angrily, damn it, I've lost sight of her again. I've never seen anyone this strong. And at this moment, Yuil Shin was surprised to discover that Ling Xiaoming was right above his head. She contemptuously told him, where are you looking, 1,000-pound hammer, 8 trigrams. Right there, Ling Xiaoming strongly attacked Yuil Shin. He quickly summoned a shield to block Ling Xiaoming's attack. But the more she did that, the more force she put on her foot and stepped on Yuil Shin's shield, causing him to have to try to fight against Ling Xiaoming while also thinking a little confused, why is she so strong? And at this moment, Yuil Shin was suddenly surprised to discover that a barrier was emitting from his shield, separating him from the outside world. Seeing that, Yuil Shin was confused and asked Ling Xiaoming, what the hell is this? Ling Xiaoming calmly and happily said to Yuil Shin, sealing the 8 trigrams. Even S-level people can't escape. Now, return what you stole. Even though he was locked in the Spirit Seal's seal, Yuil Shin still calmly spoke to her, combining the titles Righteous God and Demon God. Hearing that, Ling Xiaoming felt confused and asked Yuil Shin, what combination of names? While Ling Xiaoming was still confused, Yuil Shin raised his middle finger to point at Ling Xiaoming's barrier and said, the middle finger of God's verdict. But Ling Xiaoming only saw Yu Ilshin give her a middle finger. She thought Yu Ilshin was cursing her. Ling Xiaoming got even angrier and said to Yu Ilshin, "You son of a bitch." But soon Ling Xiaoming discovered something was wrong. She quickly jumped out before the explosion here happened. Seeing that his barrier had been broken, Ling Xiaoming was angry and surprised and said to Yu Ilshin, "You have broken my barrier." At this time Yu Ilshin walked out from inside the barrier. He now started fighting seriously and cracked his knuckles. Yu Ilshin angrily said to Ling Xiaoming, "Do you think you are the only one who has not go all out, huh? You are definitely dead." After that, the battle had been going on for a while. The Ling Xiaoming's slashes had caused deep lines on the ground, and she was already tired. Seeing that, Yu Ilshin raised his middle finger to point at Ling Xiaoming and contemptuously told her, "Stop hiding like a mouse. You cannot win against me." Hearing that, Ling Xiaoming felt even more excited and said to Yu Ilshin, "This is the first time I have met a man like you. Let's have some more fun." Then, to Yu Ilshin's bewilderment, Ling Xiaoming quickly rushed towards him and unleashed a move, shattering the Asura Heavenly Vu. Immediately after that, Ling Xiaoming with both hands and two swords, she quickly rushed towards Yu Ilshin with excited and crazy eyes. However, Yu Ilshin calmly gave her a thumbs up and told her, "This little bit probably won't affect this area." Hearing that, Ling Xiaoming was excited at first, but the next second she panicked and said, "Huh." Then a huge explosion occurred in front of Ling Xiaoming's face, causing her to be blown far away. Before Ling Xiaoming's eyes appeared a powerful source of bright energy that stabbed straight at her. This power was so terrible, it extended for hundreds of meters and other nearby lands were also affected by it. Seeing this, Ling Xiaoming was even more excited to admit that he was really good. And when Yu Ilshin saw this move, it caused a dazzling source of energy to fly through the land here, causing the surrounding people to feel confused and say, "Oh, it's already rising, because it's nighttime and suddenly it's as bright as day." And over there, after being hit by Yu Ilshin's attack, Ling Xiaoming was exhausted and collapsed in front of him. Yu Ilshin calmly used his hand to tilt Ling Xiaoming's head up and asked her again, "Now the leader of your tri-factions of heroes." But at this time, Ling Xiaoming slowly raised his head and said to Yu Ilshin, "Me." Hearing that, Yu Ilshin felt confused and asked Ling Xiaoming, "What am I?" When Ling Xiaoming raised his head, he had a shy face full of crazy excitement and said to Yu Ilshin, "I love you, master." Teacher. So Yu Ilshin just felt surprised and somewhat shocked beyond belief and said, "What the hell?" Yu Ilshin was confused and thought, "Why did this girl call me that? Could it be possible?" Just as Yu Ilshin predicted, the next second he received a notification from the system, "Congratulations, you have demonstrated the power and terror of God and created haunting news. Xiaoming has become a crazy fan of you." Seeing that, Yu Ilshin only felt depressed and sighed, thinking, "Oh, yet another strange person has become my crazy follower." At that time, Ling Xiaoming still excitedly showed two glowing eyes and said to Yu Ilshin, "Without weapons you are already this strong. If he had a sword, how much stronger would he be?" At this moment, the system appeared again and informed Yu Ilshin, "Ling Xiaoming, fanatic, Xiaoming is a believer worth 5S levels. Commented, she is madly in love with you." Seeing Yu Ilshin's luck, I just felt scared and thought, just ignore the comment. 5S level, so she is as strong as Gustav. Although I still feel very secure about her. And at this time Yu Ilshin spoke faintly and asked Ling Xiaoming, "Xiaoming, take me to meet your superior." Thanks to that, Ling Xiaoming's whole body trembled as if she didn't have the strength to say to Yu Ilshin, "I'm very willing, but you see, right now I don't have the strength to." As Ling Xiaoming was expressing his concerns, Yu Ilshin immediately raised his ring finger towards Ling Xiaoming to restore her strength and said, "Ring finger healing." Just a second later, Ling Xiaoming's whole body seemed to be restored to its original state. She was surprised and excited and said, "Oh my, what an amazing healing power, you are amazing, sir. Worthy to be my master." But Yu Ilshin only felt disgusted by this sentence. He coldly said to Ling Xiaoming, leading the way to Xiaoming. And at that time at the headquarters of the Three Heroes Association, the Three Pure Palace, the group of tri-factions were sitting here bored. The Venerable was amused and told his two accomplices that Xiaoming had betrayed us and sided with Yu Ilshin. And Yu Ilshin is targeting us. Hearing that, the swordsman still calmly said to the venerable man, "According to what you said, Yu Ilshin has holy power." The authority also spoke up somewhat disdainfully and told the two of them that he was still just a subordinate. "I'll just kill him, along with that bastard." These three people who respected the rights of the swordsman were the three supreme leaders who had been leading the three heroes for 500 years. And at this time at the headquarters of the three heroes, the Tamki Palace, Ling Xiaoming also calmly walked in and said to the group of three heroes, "Oh, are you looking for me? Someone is also looking for you, so I brought him here." Right after that, Yu Il-shin, walking behind Ling Xiaoming, also came in. Seeing that Yu Il-shin had come here, the group of three heroes couldn't help but be surprised. And then Yu Il-shin angrily stood in front of them and said, "Are you the leader of a trio of heroes or something?" But at this moment Yu Il-shin was surprised as he looked at the system notification and thought, what is this? It turns out the system informed Yu Il-shin that the target's information could not be read and they were using the ability to hinder detection. Seeing that, Yu Il-shin also felt more interested. He restarted his joints and thought, "This is the first time I've encountered this, so let it go. It doesn't matter, just beat them all to pieces." Seeing Yu Il-shin's carefree actions, Ling Xiaoming standing behind him couldn't help but look towards Yu Il-shin with fond and admiring eyes. And at this moment the swordsman disdainfully spoke up and said to Yu Il-shin, "Oh, I can feel it, you are very strong. I didn't expect there to be such strong people on this planet, I'm excited. His strength makes me feel so attractive. Dear sir, can I eat his heart?" Hearing that, the venerable also calmly spoke up and said to that swordsman, "Okay swordsman, but his head is mine." Hearing that, the powerful man immediately stood up, restarted his muscles and said to the two of them, "Then, let me try first." As soon as he finished speaking, that powerful man flew straight at breakneck speed right in front of Yu Il-shin, to his surprise. At this time, Yu Il-shin had not yet finished warming up his bones and joints, when this rightful man stood in front of him, swung a powerful fist in Yu Il-shin's direction and said to him, "White God Fist." Right after that, Yu Il-shin took a punch from this powerful man, and was sent flying 10 meters away, hitting the city walls and passing through them. Seeing that, Ling Xiaoming just calmly said to Yu Il-shin, "Master, oh he was blown away." Then Ling Xiaoming's eyes hardened, she looked at the group of heroes and said to them, "As for you, it seems I have made a lot of enemies with you. Today is so much fun. My sword will like this very much." While Ling Xiaoming was still excited and licked his sword blade and said that to the powerful man, from within the dust, Yu Il-shin was holding his wound, trying to stand up. Seeing that, that powerful man immediately said contemptuously to Yu Il-shin, "Just like that, you were blown away. I appreciate you already. If you're so weak, I'll swallow you whole right away." At this time, Yu Il-shin was still confused and worried, thinking, what was that attack just now? The distance between me and him is not small. These guys are strong. At this moment, there was a bright light source in the sky and spoke up saying to Yu Il-shin, "Il-shin, that is the white power." Seeing that, Yu Il-shin quickly covered his eyes with his hand to avoid the bright sunlight shining into his eyes. He was somewhat surprised and startled and said, "Oh my god, what is that? Are you playing too much?" So just now it was the heavenly demon that appeared in front of Yu Il-shin and spoke to him. Seeing that, Yu Il-shin couldn't help but be surprised and said, "Knife and machete, no demon sword is correct." And at the same time Yu Il-shin also received a notification from the system. Heaven said absolutely that the repair was completed. He said that the delivery fee would be paid by him. Listening to Yu Il-shin, he held this knife in his hand and felt confused. It came at the right time, but why is it a cleaver? Can it be used for business? Hearing that, the system immediately got angry and said to Yu Il-shin, "Heaven absolutely said don't look down on it just because it looks like a cleaver." Seeing that, Yu Il-shin also accepted and thought to himself, his repair service is always strange. But I'm busy so I'll skip it for now. Then Yu Il-shin took this cleaver in his hand and said happily, "Nice to see you again, Mr. Angel." The knife immediately responded and said to Yu Il-shin, "Say hello later, you have to be careful, these guys are gods." Hearing that, Yu Il-shin couldn't help but be surprised and confused, thinking, what, are these guys gods? And now when he saw the source of power emanating from Yu Il-shin, the right man just calmly said to him, "Oh ho, this evil energy, is it you, heavenly devil?" Hearing that, the demon knife was also angry and said to this powerful man, "Yes, it's me, damn traitors. These insects, as soon as the god of destruction appears, run away." Even though he heard that, the powerful man only smiled contemptuously and told the devil that he needed to prepare for the future in case of disaster, instead of running away. Hearing that made Yu Il-shin even angrier and asked the devil again, "So, these guys were afraid of the god of destruction, and ran away to earth." Thinking about this made the heavenly demons even angrier, trembling and telling Yu Il-shin, "Yes, they are worse than trash. They also massacred all the people under their rule." Hearing that, the powerful man just calmly said to the devil, "You still have the nerve to defame us while still lying under a knife like that." Hearing that, both Yu Il-shin and the heavenly devil were angry. The heavenly devil felt like he was being defamed and shouted at that powerful man, "The god of destruction will be here soon. Until then, are you going to keep running?" Hearing that, the powerful man was also angry and shouted at the devil, "Of course, that's why we have been teaching these useless insects our martial arts for 500 years, to be monks. Own force. And they have offered up millions as sacrifices to us. Isn't that great?" Hearing more of their crimes, Yuil Shin felt even angrier, indignantly said to that powerful man, "What, using people as sacrifices, you're going too far, you guys are just a bunch of guys. Just cowardly. Because of you, Hyo lost his life, I will never forgive you." Hearing that, the right man was also angry and said to Yuil Shin, "What, how dare you insult us when you are just a subordinate?" At the same time, Yuil Shin raised his knife, ready to take a fighting stance, sharing skills, sword demon, and dual-form heavenly demon god. Seeing that Yuil Shin was about to use this move, the heavenly devil quickly shouted to stop him and told Yuil Shin, "Wait, that won't work." Hearing that, Yuil Shin was also confused and asked the devil, "Haha, why?" Heavenly devil seriously said to Yuil Shin, "You can't fight against the white power of Huyan Venerable with that move, if you're unlucky it will still turn against that person." Hearing that, Yuil Shin was confused and said to the devil, "Huh." The angel said more seriously to Yuil Shin, "You need to use your fists and quickly remember everything I wrote." Hearing that, Yuil Shin immediately remembered the information he read from his secretary a few days ago. The ultimate swordsmanship is giving up the sword itself, surpassing humans, splitting the sky, and finally, cutting mountains. Actually, my fist is stronger than my sword. Remembering this, Yuil Shin was confused and gradually understood and thought, "Oh, what he was talking about, actually my fist is stronger than my sword. I thought it was just nonsense, let's try it, let's see what it's like to have a fist stronger than a sword." Right after that, Yuil Shin became even more determined. He clenched his hands into a fist shape and said, sharing his skills, Ilio, Ultra Iron Body. Immediately after that, Yuil Shin's whole body seemed to be given a source of strength again, his muscles became more toned, and Yuil Shin's whole body also exuded a strong aura along with the photoelectric rays. Then Yuil Shin with full energy walked closer to that powerful man. Looking at that, he also looked at Yuil Shin in surprise and said to him, "What, this guy too? Then, indestructible Vajra, I will tell you what my power is." After saying that, this powerful man kicked the ground, flew to Yuil Shin's place and unleashed a move, 100 steps of divine power. Then he arrogantly said to Yuil Shin, "How dare a petty god like you?" Looking at the powerful man rushing towards him, Yuil Shin just calmly held the heavenly demon knife in his hand and launched the move, Heavenly Demon Holy Control, third form, Heavenly Demon Breaking Heavenly Fist. Right after that, when that powerful man swung his fist at Yuil Shin, he swung his knife and slashed at him, causing that rightful man to be sent flying back 10 meters. He angrily said to Yuil Shin, "This thing is from that bastard demon." And seeing the rightful man being sent flying backwards like that, the swordsman and the venerable were also surprised. The swordsman was confused and called out the rightful man's name, Guan Hyeob. And the other gentleman felt amused and said, "Impressive." Then the swordsman walked closer to the other man and said, "Don't tell me that man can defeat the man." But that noble man did not care about the powerful man, but felt amused and laughable. He summoned his spear and said, "My dragon slayer spear has not tasted the blood of the god for a long time." The other swordsman also began to summon his weapon and said to the venerable, "I never thought I would have to bring out this weapon." Seeing them begin to summon their weapons to seriously fight, Yuil Shin also became more determined and secretly thought, "There are 2 more gods, at this point I think I can win." But what's the matter? Why doesn't the notification window appear to confirm target destruction? I'm sure the bastard is human rights. At this moment, when Yuil Shin was feeling confused because he had not received a notification from the system, the swordsman calmly walked over the corpse of the powerful man and said to him, "How many times are you planning to fake your own death?" Hearing that, Yuil Shin couldn't help but be surprised and think, "Huh. That's right." At this time the powerful man also woke up. He smiled contemptuously and said to that swordsman, "I was only embarrassed because I was sent flying by that brat. That little god had perfectly inherited the heavenly devil's martial arts." Hearing that, the venerable laughed happily and said to his 2 accomplices, "Then all 3 of us should attack at the same time. In exchange, I'll take that brat's head." Hearing that, the swordsman also began to prepare to attack and told his 2 companions, "I haven't absorbed holy magic in a long time." The venerable man was even more excited and said to that man of authority and swordsman, "Then we must kill him quickly." Seeing that they were ready to attack him like that, Yuil Shin was a bit worried and thought, "A 3-head is a bit scary, but I have the heavenly demon magic attack, I will be able to handle it. Just handle them somehow." However, at this time, the heavenly devil panicked and quickly told Yu Il-shin to run away. Hearing that, Yu Il-shin Sutra was confused and asked Heavenly Devil, "What?" The Heavenly Devil remembered the source of power of these three triads when they gathered and worriedly told Yu Il-shin, "You have no chance to fight all three at the same time. They have absorbed a lot of sacrifices and now their strength has increased a lot, so run away quickly." But Yu Il-shin calmly said to the devil, "I can't do that, I don't run away like them." Hearing that, the demon was surprised and confused and asked Yu Il-shin, "Huh?" As for Yu Il-shin, he confidently raised the heavenly demon sword in front of him and said to that heavenly demon god, "I still have some skills left, don't worry." But when Yu Il-shin was so confident, the three men of authority, venerable, and swordsman immediately rushed up to attack at Yu Il-shin's direction without telling him indifferently, "Little god, what skill? You'll die anyway, Dragon Slayer reigns." Immediately after that, venerable released a force in the shape of a powerful dragon and rushed towards Yu Il-shin. Yu Il-shin looked at it nervously and thought, "Here it comes." Right after that, Yu Il-shin launched a slash towards the other dragon and contemptuously told them, "Whatever, just slash first." But right when Yu Il-shin just launched this slash, the right person was right next to Yu Il-shin and said to him, "This side of you is too careless." Seeing that, Yu Il-shin was immediately surprised and confused, and he suddenly received a blow from that powerful man, who launched a magic Buddha palm attack towards Yu Il-shin. Yu Il-shin received this painful blow and immediately bled out. Just as his whole body had just received this magic attack from the Buddha palm and was floating in midair, the swordsman took that opportunity to rush forward and attack Yu Il-shin's direction, launching a move, the blue sky flying sword, and the venerable also enjoyed swinging his spear at Yu Il-shin, and said to the right person, "Leave his head to me, right person." Right after that, when the other three thought that Yu Il-shin was about to die and rushed towards him, intending to end Yu Il-shin's life, Yu Il-shin showed an incomprehensible evil smile and said to them, the middle finger of God's judgment. Following that, a source of great power was released from Yu Il-shin's middle finger. Seeing this, the group of people from the Sand Pure Society couldn't help but be surprised and confused, saying, "What is that?" Immediately after that, an explosion occurred, sending all of the Tri-Purans flying away. And then Yu Il-shin lost a lot of strength after using the move just now, and he was also seriously injured. Yu Il-shin landed strongly. He felt a bit sore as he thought, "I think my best friend is also strong. It's been a long time but, damn it." And right at this moment when Yu Il-shin thought he had taken care of them all, the noble man also excitedly landed and said to the right man, "I understand why you were defeated, right man. This is the first time someone has taken off the masks of all three of us, since I killed that loyal servant in my previous life." Seeing that, Yu Il-shin immediately felt confused and asked them again, what the hell were they talking about? And after clearly seeing the faces of these three powerful people, sword people, and respected people, Yu Il-shin became even more confused when he learned their true identities and thought, fallen power god, fallen sword god, injured god. Fallen, they were once great gods in a realm called Nirvana, a place that had been destroyed by gods. Note, they have regained the title of subordinate. Seeing such a notification coming from the system, Yu Il-shin couldn't help but feel confused and worried, wondering if it was because their masks were destroyed that made them like that. The notification window is working again. By the way, all three of them are servants like me. Besides, they were once great ministers. When Yu Il-shin was so confused, the devil quickly grabbed his head to help him wake up and shouted at Yu Il-shin, "So I told you to run away." And when Yu Il-shin was busy thinking, the swordsman who was standing right behind Yu Il-shin calmly said to him, "What are you so absent-minded about?" Hearing that, Yu Il-shin immediately stopped, and this time he was even more surprised when the man in power was also excitedly throwing his fist at Yu Il-shin and telling him, "Die, brat." Right after that, the honorable man also hovered in front of Yu Il-shin's head, preparing to swing his spear at him. As for that noble man, the head is mine. Right after that, all three of them simultaneously attacked Yu Il-shin's body at the same time, causing his entire body to be injured and lying in the middle of this blown-up land. Looking at Yu Il-shin lying there motionless after the combined attack just now, the swordsman immediately told his two guys, it seemed he was dead. The venerable man happily patted the swordsman's shoulder and said, "Okay, then let's quickly cut him up." But now when Yu Il-shin was unconscious, he suddenly received a notification from the system, "You have met the conditions to activate the power received from the silently creeping nightmare and the rose that blooms at night." Right after that, Yu Il-shin suddenly woke up and opened his eyes, then he slowly stood up and with that, a giant thorny monster appeared here. Seeing that, the group of powerful people were immediately surprised and confused and said, "What is this?" Looking at the giant monster opening its mouth full of sharp teeth in front of him like that, the powerful man still couldn't regain his composure. He said in confusion, "What the heck?" As for the swordsman, he quickly ran out of here and shouted at the other authority figure, avoiding the authority figure. But the powerful man still had no time to dodge and received a full blow from this monster, which sent him flying far away. Seeing that, the powerful man quickly hugged his injured arm and said to the other man, "What is that flower-shaped monster?" But when he saw that the right person was injured, the right person felt like teasing him and told him that he was subjective and let down his guard. Right person. The swordsman also flew back to reunite with the other two people. He was a little worried and told them, "This is better than what I imagined. I thought he was just doing some trivial things. But can he summon the monster?" And the swordsman looked at the monster in front of him and was somewhat confused and said, "If it's this strong, it's a divine beast. But as soon as we kill the summoner it will die." At this moment when the swordsman was discussing the battle plan with the other two noblemen, Yuil Shin was sleeping soundly among these giant flower-shaped monsters. And then the swordsman also thought of a plan and spoke up to his two accomplices, my lord, I will kill Yuil Shin, you two distract the monster." After saying that, they immediately split up and attacked according to the plan they had planned. In another development, inside the dreamscape, Yuil Shin is dreamily sitting on a flower chair, lost in the middle of the water. When he opened his eyes, Yuil Shin was surprised and confused and said, "Huh, this place is, huh." Right after that when Yuil Shin saw everything clearly, he saw his injured and weak body calling out his name, Yuil Shin. Seeing that, Yuil Shin was so worried that he sat up and shouted, "In Ho!" And then Yuil Shin was surprised to see a monster behind In Ho's back. It was Ilyo that killed it, and it is gradually disappearing. Along with that Yuil Shin also received a notification from the system. Ilyo has offered Filth God as a sacrifice. Filth God is equal to 11 S-level hunter. Seeing that, Yuil Shin couldn't help but be surprised and confused and thought, "What, the lowest level god is already this size? But why did Ilyo offer me a god?" Right after that, the system appeared and announced to Yuil Shin, "Mission, Intermediate Level Demon God Promotion, in progress, normal sacrifices, 231,289,003 out of 10 billion S-level sacrifices, with super ability 34, plus 11, over 100. Seeing that, Yuil Shin was immediately satisfied and said to Ilyo, "I'm proud of you, you overcame another challenge and offered me another sacrifice. I will treat you right here." Hearing that, the girl next to him immediately ran up, hugged his neck and cried, telling him, "Dad, please help me." With this unexpected hug, I was also confused, my neck. But when Yuil Shin was about to treat Ilyo, he saw that the little girl called Ilyo her father. Yuil Shin couldn't help but be confused and doubtful and asked Ilyo, "What, father, who? This?" In Ho, the injured person was panicking at Yuil Shin's question, and because he hadn't been treated yet, In Ho's face was also pale. And right after that, Yuil Shin received a notification from the system explaining this incident, information about the girl next to Ilyo, the fairy queen, the embodiment of the good god, the guardian of the world's door. World, possessing superior strength. Note, when I was about to reach the end of the earth, I was shouted to save my life. Name her and then a miracle might happen. Hearing that, Yuil Shin also partly understood, and when he saw Ilyo exhausted, his whole body trembling, his mouth was foaming, trying to say to himself, "Yuil Shin, please save me." Seeing that, Yuil Shin immediately thought to himself, I don't know what's going on but, it seems like he's in critical condition, I should quickly treat him. And then Yuil Shin immediately extended his ring finger towards Ilyo and said, "God's healing ring finger." Right after that, In Ho's strength was restored. Looking at his body that had become strong and the strength in his hands, Ilyo immediately happily told Yuil Shin, his miracle. Then Ilyo happily turned to look at the fairy queen. Seeing that, Yuil Shin was also satisfied with the current situation, he immediately spoke up and said to that little fairy queen, "I leave him to you, okay? No, wait." Now the system has suddenly appeared in front of Yuil Shin and told him, "Give her a name and then a miracle may happen." Hearing that, Yuil Shin was immediately happy and relieved and thought, "How strange, I almost forgot, I can't lose a miracle." Then Yuil Shin happily spoke up and said to that fairy queen, "I want to give you a name, is that okay?" Hearing that, the queen immediately rejoiced and said to Yuil Shin, "Yes." Yuil Shin immediately felt a little embarrassed and said to the lady, "Then take the name Na." He felt a little guilty and thought, "I can't think of a good name right now, so I just took the name of a character in a novel I wrote a long time ago." But when she heard the name Na, the queen was very happy, opened her sparkling eyes and said to Yuil Shin, "Oh, Anna, Monday." Right after that, Yuil Shin received a notification from the system. Congratulations, after naming her, you have gained the Queen's trust. The Fairy Queen is a person as strong as 10S-level hunters. Looking at the power surging in his body, Yuil Shin couldn't help but think with joy, oh, this is a miracle. I feel an extraordinary source of strength. I didn't think Anna would be on par with 10S ranked hunters. Oh, now that I mention it, I've been fighting with Tam Keat for a while now. Those bastards have killed Pig Geo and eaten millions of sacrifices. I need to go back quickly. And when he finally returned to reality, Yuil Shin also slowly opened his eyes. He was having a headache, rubbing his temples, and confusedly said, "Am I back yet?" Then at this moment Yuil Shin immediately was surprised to see the swordsman swinging his sword at him and aggressively telling him, "Die." However, fortunately, the flower monster raised its hand to block this swordsman's attack, and it continuously attacked the three powerful and respected people. Seeing that, the swordsman immediately felt angry and annoyed and said, "If only it weren't for this flower-shaped monster." But at this moment the Ant-Man was surprised and confused and said, "What is this?" Now those flower monsters are gradually disappearing, and shrinking into a flower blooming in Yuil's hand. Shin. Along with that, the system also appeared and informed him. The sad, silent nightmare said that you should not wake up yet. But Yuil Shin was satisfied with the current situation. He clenched his fists and said, "It's okay, I became stronger while sleeping. Thank you for protecting me." Hearing that, the system quickly appeared and informed Yuil Shin. The silent nightmare blushed shyly. After seeing that the flower-shaped monster had disappeared and Yuil Shin was left alone, the group of three pure people immediately stared at him aggressively. The swordsman immediately spoke contemptuously and told his accomplices that the troublesome embodiment of that evil man had disappeared. The powerful man also looked down on him and said to Yuil Shin, "You idiot, do you think you can defeat us alone?" However, Yuil Shin calmly smiled contemptuously at them. Right after that, Yuil Shin was surprised when he discovered that the Reverend had appeared right behind him. He swung his stick at Yuil Shin and told him, "This guy is so stupid, he doesn't need a head to live." But when that venerable swung his spear towards Yuil Shin, preparing to cut off his head, Yuil Shin gently used his heavenly demon sword to gently block the other venerable's spear. While that venerable was trembling and trying his best to slash towards Yuil Shin, he immediately felt confused and asked Yuil Shin, "How can you be so easy?" Yuil Shin calmly blocked that venerable's attack, while contemptuously telling him, "That's right, I blocked your attack very easily, unlike last time." Then the venerable also jumped back alertly to prepare again for fighting. Seeing that Yuil Shin's power had inexplicably become much stronger, they were even more wary. Then the swordsman felt confused and told his companions, suddenly he had become stronger. This powerful man immediately told the swordsman that he must have eaten more sacrifices while escaping. While they were bewildered by their new power, Yuil Shin held out his thumb and pressed his forehead. He said, "God's thumb." At the same time, Yuil Shin's clone also appeared. He still stroked his hair coolly as always. And at the same time Yuil Shin also received a notification from the system. The remaining time of her thumb was 6,666 seconds. Then Yuil Shin happily turned to talk to his clone. "Long time no see." However, Yuil Shin's clone, annoyed, said to him, "You weak bastard, you called me out here just because you can't do it yourself." Hearing that, Yuil Shin couldn't help but get angry and think, "Ha, this bastard, ha, I'm the bigger person here." Then Yuil Shin tried to swallow his anger, forced a smile and said to his clone, "Can you take them down one by one?" But Yuil Shin's clone coldly told him, "Don't give me orders." The more he heard and saw this indifferent attitude of his clone, the angrier Yuil Shin became, but he tried to suppress his anger, trying to force the industrial smile on his face that he showed to his clone. "That's not an order but a request, and I'm the original." Hearing that, Yuil Shin's clone just calmly and coldly said to him, "So what, compared to an original, you're a bit stupid compared to an original. Both stupid and weak. Weak but still ugly." Every word the clone said was like every knife stabbing into Yuil Shin's body. He was stupid, weak, ugly. He couldn't shake off this anger and humiliation. Yuil Shin's whole body trembled, with two fiery angry eyes. Yuil Shin immediately questioned his clone, "I can't stand you anymore, you bastard." But at this time, Yuil Shin's clone spoke up and told me, "But now you are a little stronger than before. It's not bad, but even so, you're still just a low-class god." Hearing that, Yuil Shin immediately stopped. He was angry and was about to scold his clone, but when he heard the clone say that, Yuil Shin's anger immediately disappeared. He felt a little embarrassed and thought, "What is that? He's punching and rubbing at the same time." Then when he saw his clone raise his hand in front of his face, Yuil Shin was surprised and confused and thought, "Is this an apology handshake?" Yu Shin then happily placed his hand on the clone's hand and awkwardly told him, "Okay, stop fighting." But before Yu Shin's action, his clone became angry and coldly said to Yu Shin, "Do you want to die? I'm asking you to bring the devil, you said you want me to fight." Hearing that, Yu Shin panicked and looked at the angel in his hand and said to his clone, "Ah, that's right." Immediately after that, he gave the demon sword to his clone. After receiving the heavenly sword from Yu Shin, his clone looked contemptuously at the group of 3 monsters and said to Yu Shin, "I can see the guy I have to fight." Yu Shin also happily looked at the group of people, swordsmen and venerables, and happily said to his clone, "Yes, that guy is the weakest." Yu Shin's gaze immediately divided into 2 visions, one was the swordsman and the warrior, the other was the venerable. It seemed that the venerable was the one that Yu Shin and his clone intended to take down first, the weakest one. At that time, Yu Shin, with his strong and muscular body, his muscles and strength, he spoke, chanting his strong body. Yu Shin's clone also cried out along with his power source, armed with the title, Brutal Murderer. Even though he saw the 2 of them showing off their true strength like that, in response, the authority figure always mocked Yu Shin and told him, after the summoning and now the clones, it was so annoying. The swordsman also despised Yu Shin and said to the right man, "Even if he splits, it's still 3 against 2, let's rush in." The venerable recalled his heroic memories. He smiled disdainfully and said to Yu Shin, "Since the time I fought with great Saint Chi Tian, I have never felt this excited." Immediately after that, the group of human rights began to split up and take action. They surrounded Yu Shin's group of people and his clone. But the 2 of them weren't worried or panicked at all. Yu Shin's clone looked down on those powerful people. He disdainfully and arrogantly told them, "These parasites, they really don't know their own fate." Yu Shin was the same. He looked contemptuously at the group of people and said to his clone, "They are just cowardly bastards who ran away from their own world, so what can they do?" Hearing Yu Shin and his clone, the tosser, despise him like that, the right man immediately gritted his teeth in anger and angrily said to Yu Shin, "What, how dare you?" The swordsman also angrily and disdainfully said to Yu Shin, "How arrogant." As for the venerable, he also bent down to prepare for his jump and said contemptuously to Yu Shin, "You damn arrogant brat, I will chop off your head." The next second, that venerable man jumped up in front of Yu Shin. He arrogantly told Yu Shin, "Scream in pain, kill the king, take the throne. I will tear you into 100 pieces." Seeing the reverend raise his sword, preparing to attack him like that, Yu Shin just calmly and dejectedly scratched his face and turned around to say to his clone, "I'll let you take care of it yourself, clone." At that time, Yu Shin's clone immediately jumped to the ground and jumped up to the same level as the other man. But he still didn't notice the appearance of Yu Shin's clone next to him and said contemptuously to Yu Shin, "How can a clone be worthy of being my opponent?" But before he could finish his sentence, he was surprised to see Yu Shin's clone looking at him with disgusted eyes, even somewhat annoyed, saying to Yu Shin, "He said that he was a loser like you. Don't give me orders anymore." And when he saw Yu Shin's clone was right next to him, that venerable couldn't help but panic and say, "Since when was he there?" In the next second this venerable was cut in half by the knife belonging to Yu Shin's clone. However, when this venerable's upper body was falling, he was not worried at all but showed an incomprehensible smile. Immediately after that, his body was completely restored. This venerable man looked even more crazy at his recovering body and laughed loudly. Seeing such a situation, Yu Shin's clone only frowned, while the other person arrogantly and contemptuously said to Yu Shin's clone, "Is there any better move? I am the embodiment of red fire, you cannot use a sword to cut fire. I will kill you first." Just as this venerable was arrogantly charging towards Yu Shin's clone, he just frowned in displeasure and said, "Then." Looking at the battle situation like that, Yu Shin below nodded and smiled with satisfaction and said, "It is indeed my clone." Above, Yu Shin's clone used a powerful ice sword to cut the other man's body in half. It made him so surprised and painful, so unexpected that both eyes that had been sewn shut were opened in pain, blood splashing all over the ground. This venerable man was in pain. He wanted to restore his body to the way it was before, but there was no reaction. The venerable man couldn't help but be incredibly angry and questioned Yu Shin's clone, "How could you? I cannot recover. Maybe this sword is." Yu Shin's clone was arrogant and calm, raised his knife and said to that venerable, "Don't think of it as an ordinary sword. This is the heavenly demon sword. The second heavenly devil sword form, the heavenly devil great hell. Before, I once killed a fire greater than yours." Hearing that, the respected man came to know the reason why he lost. He also admired and felt ridiculous that he had once looked down on his uncle's avatar like that, saying that he died because of the heavenly demon sword. It's true. How interesting. Right after that, this venerable's whole body was burned to death. At the same time, a second later, the system appeared and announced to Yu Il-shin, "Congratulations, the Venerable is an offering equivalent to 20 things. Level S. The quest, leveling up a mid-level demon god, is in progress. Low-level tribute, with transcendent abilities, 58, plus 20, out of 100. Seeing the Venerable being killed like that, the nobleman couldn't help but shout in confusion and surprise, "Venerable, Venerable." The swordsman was also angry. He clenched his fists and said in contempt that he had acted on his own and brought this end to himself. But as soon as he finished speaking, the building was suddenly blown up by a sudden blow, causing both the swordsman and the other authority figure to be knocked away and fall to the ground. The person who created the raid that destroyed this citadel was the girl Xiaoming, who had previously worked for the human rights group. She listened to their orders to kill Yu Il-shin, but unexpectedly, she later died. Was captured by Yu Il-shin, and is now a follower of Yu Il-shin. Tianming carried his sword on his shoulder, showed an admiring face, walked closer and said, "Here are the two gods of my heart. It's so charming. I will also try my best so that the day will praise me." The teacher had an immortal come to help them. Yu Il-shin's clone was a little surprised and told Yu Il-shin, "Now it's 2 against 2. Yu Il-shin was still happily looking at the system's reward notification just now after killing the Venerable, equivalent to 20 S-level tributes, delicious. Hearing that, the rightful man immediately got angry and shouted at Yu Il-shin, "You bastard." Seeing that the situation had become so serious, the swordsman was still angry. He was determined and prepared to use his final move. The swordsman took a few steps forward and spoke to the authority. "We have despised him. God is God, you have power, just use that." Hearing that, the right man's eyes also became more determined and serious. He immediately replied and said to that sword man, "Okay, it will hurt us too. But I think that's the best strategy right now." Immediately after that, the right man placed his hand behind the sword man's back. He transmitted a source of energy into the sword man's body, causing the right man to receive a few more of the power of the right man. The combined strength of the two of them erupted, creating earth-shattering shocks. The swordsman and his whole body emitted a powerful source of power, and with 2 eyes of hatred, he screamed. Said, "I will borrow the power of your authority, and tear your body into 100 pieces to share my sorrow with you." Seeing their terrifying power like that, Yu Il-shin and his clone still had a calm expression on their faces, not feeling that it was a threat to them. As for Xiaoming, he looked at the two powerful people and felt worried and thought, the source of energy is really strong. Being this strong, even those two gods would be difficult to deal with. And when he saw the swordsman's huge power and slash coming towards him, Yu Il-shin just calmly stepped forward with the falling cherry blossom petals. He pointed to 2 flower petals falling to the ground and said, turning his head away. With that, Yu Il-shin controlled the 2 falling flower petals to fly up and fly in the opposite direction of the group of swordsmen. And this also caused the swordsman's power source that attacked Yu Il-shin's direction to be blocked and turned back to attack that group of swordsmen. Seeing that, the swordsman was surprised and couldn't believe his eyes and said, "Could this be the apricot sword technique?" And when they saw the power sources from the cherry blossom petals strongly attacking towards them, the right man and swordsman immediately tried to block that attack. The powerful man angrily told Yu Il-shin, the thief, must be using a sword technique that he overheard somewhere. Even though it was more than enough to stop Yu Il-shin's move against the 2 swordsmen in the fists, it was still somewhat difficult. However, they were so overbearing that it was like scratching an itch. But what he did not expect happened. At this moment the swordsman was so surprised and scared that he opened his mouth and said, "Huh." It turned out that the apricot sword technique was just a move to take advantage of the distraction of the 2 swordsmen and the rightsman. This was the attack from east to west that Yu Il-shin and his clone presented to them. Because right at this moment, while the 2 swordsmen and fistmen were still focusing their attention on fighting back that apricot sword technique, Yu Il-shin along with his clone strongly held a knife and rushed straight in front of the 2 of them. Yu Il-shin's clone with a powerful slash cut the swordsman's body in 2, the second heavenly demon sword style. Along with that, Yu Il-shin also used his thunder punch, punching the other swordsman's stomach and launching a move, sharing the skill with Sungmiri lightning. After suffering 2 such powerful attacks at the same time, the swordsman couldn't stand it. His mouth kept spitting out blood in surprise and confusion, saying, "What is that?" And seeing the swordsman being killed like that, this powerful man couldn't help but scream in panic and fear, "Swordsman!" However, the next second he was faced with the mighty Yu Il-shin, who was swinging a fist of electric fire in his direction. Seeing that, the right man immediately became scared and broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Help! But with the crimes they have committed, how can Yu Il-shin forgive them easily?" He angrily waved his fist at the powerful man and told him, "I'm sorry, but the devil advises me not to spare your life." The third heavenly devil sword technique, the heavenly devil breaks the heavenly fist. With that, Yuil Shin with his terrifying power punched the right man in the stomach, causing his haunted energy to be blown out and fly into the sky. Accordingly, the swordsman and the right's man were also killed in just one move. The system also worked very quickly. As soon as it could no longer feel the breath of the other two martial artists and the swordsman, the system immediately appeared and announced to Yuil Shin, "Congratulations, the deceased and the swordsman. Swordsmen are good offerings. Each offering is equivalent to 20 level S sacrifices. The mission, to promote a mid-level demon god, is in progress. S-level tribute, with superior abilities, 100, plus 42, out of 100. Congratulations on completing the intermediate demon god quest." After receiving the notification, along with looking at the streams of power flowing through his body, Yuil Shin looked at his strong hands and said happily, "It was finally done, even though it was a demon god mission. Becoming stronger is good." And at this time Yuil Shin suddenly received two other notifications from the system. The god of prosperity is worried that you are too inclined to the side of the demon god. The heavenly sword absolutely says that this is best and you should continue to make efforts on this path. Seeing this, Yuil Shin couldn't help but be surprised. And here, after witnessing the scene where Yuil Shin was able to kill two sword god and god fist in one move, the immortal couldn't help but be surprised and tremble in fear. In front of their strength, she continuously sweat-dropped in confusion and amazement, and somewhat admired Yuil Shin and his clone, thinking, he killed the two strongest members of the tri-factions of heroes. Truly the god of my heart. At this time, Yuil Shin's clone turned back to look at Xiao Ming and told her, "Please take care of all the remaining soldiers here. And bring the low-level hunters to me. Anyone who resists will be brutally killed. And once this is over, you..." Hearing that, the fairy happily accepted the mission. Her face also turned crazy and filled with murderous intent as she said to Yuil Shin's clone, "Yes sir, I will make what you say come true." And at this time Yuil Shin walked up to the two of them and asked his clone, what were they talking about? Yuil Shin's clone shrugged and told him, "It's nothing. Loser like you don't die. If I die, I will die too. So worry about becoming stronger," said Yuil Shin's clone while giving the heavenly demon blade to Yuil Shin. Yuil Shin received the heavenly demon blade and confidently and happily said to his clone, "If you don't say it, I'll do it anyway." And then the system also appeared and informed Yuil Shin that the clone's 6,666 second lifespan had expired and was cancelling the summon. That's why Yuil Shin's clone immediately returned to his body. After gathering into one body, Yuil Shin immediately walked closer to Xiao Ming's place and told her, "Xiao Ming, we need to go to this place." Hearing that, Xiao Ming couldn't help but be surprised and looked up at Yuil Shin. Some time later at China's Central Hospital, Yuil Shin came here to visit an aunt. Seeing this, the other aunt was happy and said to Yuil Shin, "Oh my god, I didn't expect Shu Chu's homeroom teacher to return. Come to the hospital to visit me personally. Also, pay the hospital fees, thank you very much." People of the Hio Jio family call Hio Jio Shu Chu. As for the aunt's gratitude, Yuil Shin humbly said to Pig Jio's parents, "It's nothing, I'm happy, just rest and get well soon." And in Yuil Shin's heart, he thought happily, but he didn't expect that he would speak Chinese like a Chinese person when he became a middle-level evil god. No matter who criticizes the evil god, he will accept it as long as he becomes stronger. At this time, the other parent noticed Xiao Ming and said to Yuil Shin, "Ah, why that girl?" Yuil Shin immediately looked at Xiao Ming and happily said to the other parent, "Oh girl over there. If she doesn't, her legs get tired, and sitting makes her back tired, so she kneels for comfort." Hearing that, the parent couldn't help but be surprised and confused and asked Yuil Shin, "What's wrong?" Xiao Ming was relaxed and happy, with a smile on his face as he told the patient, "Yes, kneeling is good for the knees." However, the truth is not like that. Everything was dictated by Yuil Shin. In his heart, he looked at Xiao Ming who was still happy but felt a little uncomfortable thinking, "What a comfort, I ordered her. Must kneel." For a murderous psychopath like her, kneeling down to apologize like this is still very light. At this time, the other patient continued to ask Yuil Shin, "And the teacher let me ask this." Hearing that, Yuil Shin was suspicious and asked Shu Chu's mother, "What's wrong?" Shu Chu's mother happily asked Yuil Shin again, "Is Shu Chu going to school well, teacher? He is an understanding child. Lately, I haven't seen him call me back. He must be very busy with school." Hearing that, Yuil Shin could only reply and say to Shu Chu's mother, "Oh yes." In his heart, he clenched his fists angrily and thought, "I don't know how to tell her the truth, so I had to answer like that. I should have told Hyo-jio's mother the truth and apologized to her. Say what you will, but it cannot be denied that you were unable to protect Hyo-jio. I was the one who pushed him to death. If there's only one person who can't protect him, what's the point of being good? That's right, what a good god. What kind of good god am I? I'm probably more suited to being an evil god. As thoughts began to surface in Yuil-shin's mind, his mind began to grow darker and darker, and his eyes became bloodshot. However, at this moment, there was an announcement that surprised Yuil-shin. It came from the system. Endless Wealth immediately suggested the mission of reviving medicine, and advised you not to give up being a good god. Hearing that, Yuil-shin couldn't help but be surprised and think, resurrection medicine, let alone. As if reading Yuil-shin's thoughts, the system immediately notified him and responded to him. Even though doing so would have to bear extremely terrible consequences for breaking the reincarnation, she was willing to help. Yuil-shin can continue to be a good god. Mission: as long as each person does 10 million good deeds and accumulates virtue, the universe will become beautiful. Reward: revival medicine. Use: revive the dead. Merit: no more than 10 million. Pay attention: if you see death, you must save it. Looking at this quest board, Yuil-shin was a little happy. However, he also felt confused and thought that it was difficult to do, so Yuil-shin immediately felt a bit confused and thought, reviving the dead, then he can save Hyo-jio. But you have to do up to 10 million good deeds to accumulate virtue, who knows when it will be done. Wait, this is a hospital, right? There's no better place to save people than a hospital. It's delicious, make it right away while it's hot. Saying that, Yuil-shin looked at the patient still lying in the hospital, then he held out his ring finger in front of the patients and said, ring finger heals, ring finger heals, ring finger heal, ring finger heals. Thanks to this special technique of Yuil-shin, many sick people have been cured. They were happily surprised and said, my hand suddenly moved, my headache was gone, my son was awake, it was truly a miracle. Some time later in Jinan City, Shandong Province, China, there were wild monsters escaping from hell. They were attacking the innocent people here. Even though the loudspeaker announcing the danger warning is still being announced. If a level A monster appears, hunters will quickly come here and ask people to evacuate to a safe place. However, this announcement still came too slowly. Some people still couldn't avoid the monster's pursuit and risk their lives to run and scream, save me. Right before this player was killed by that level A monster, Yuil-shin promptly rushed forward and gave that monster a painful punch, 3 from 1 to 2. After that, he quickly and nimbly defeated the remaining 2 monsters around here. Looking at these monsters being defeated by Yuil-shin and Xiaoming standing next to them, Yuil-shin's people also emitted lightning bolts. Seeing that, the other people couldn't help but wonder and curiously say, who? So, are you a hunter? Wow, he's a level hunter, isn't he? And at that time when Yuil-shin looked at the system notice board, the merit was 2,501 out of 10 million. Seeing that, Yuil-shin couldn't help but feel depressed and think, I've worked too hard to get so much. At this moment, he suddenly turned to the side and saw Xiaoming kneeling down on one knee and urgently saying to him, Sir Yuil-shin. Yuil-shin was a little suspicious and asked Xiaoming what was going on. Xiaoming still bent down and said to Yuil-shin, according to Yuil-shin's orders, I must now go and eliminate the remnants of the heroic trio. Hearing that, Yuil-shin immediately remembered what happened before and thought, that clone guy, so he ordered her to do that, fine. Then he immediately spoke up and said to Xiaoming, I know, you go. Xiaoming then showed a dangerous and amused smile and said to Yuil-shin, yes, please take care of yourself. A few days later at Yuil-shin's apartment in Korea, he was happily enjoying the relaxing moments and thinking, it's been a long time since I've had a rest, it's really nice. The past few days have been so busy. As soon as I returned to Korea, I immediately stopped by several hospitals to save people and accumulate virtue. At this time, Sung Miri was happily folding clothes next to her sister. Sung Mi Na told Yuil-shin that the top floor is much more spacious and airy. Now I'm a homeowner. Mentioning this, Yuil-shin was so happy that he thought clearly on his face, what host, he, as expected, being called the host sounds better than Mr. Shin. And at this time Yuil-shin noticed the outfit that Sung Miri was holding in her hand. He immediately asked her again, what pink shirt is that? Sung Miri happily replied and told Yuil-shin, it was a gift for the master. When my sister and I went shopping, it looked so beautiful that we bought it. With my master, I always wear the same type of clothes. When mentioning this, Sung Mi Na also happily said to Yuil-shin with her eyes glowing, knowing that, we bought a batch of 10 sets. Try it now, I think it will suit you, Shin. Hearing that, Yuil Shin also knew how to get up and tell the two of them, let's try, after all, real men always play in pink clothes these days. At this moment, Sung Miri noticed a new notification message from her phone. She was surprised and said to Yuil Shin, what is it? The association is calling because it's urgent. Please allow me to go first. Please stay with me for a while, say hello to my master. After saying that, Sung Miri immediately left, leaving Yuil Shin and Sung Mi Na here. Yuil Shin felt a little embarrassed because of this and waved goodbye to everyone and said to Sung Miri, okay, good luck. And now after changing into another pink outfit bought by Sung Mi Na and Sung Miri, Yuil Shin shyly went out. And Sung Mi Na kept clapping happily and saying to Yuil Shin, wow, so cute, I'll wear this outfit all the time. Hearing that, Yuil Shin just felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Then he remembered something and said to Sung Mi Na, let me ask this. Hearing that, Sung Mi Na was a little confused and happy and said to Yuil Shin, what do you want to ask? Yuil Shin immediately told Sung Mi Na frankly, why do you have to pretend that your memory hasn't recovered yet? Hearing that, Sung Mi Na was startled, her whole body stopped, she panicked and shyly said to Yuil Shin, how do you know? It turns out that at the same time, a notification appeared in front of Yuil Shin's face about her information. Sung Mi Na, side information, she pretended to lose her memory to be with her sister. Sung Mi Na was a little panicked and asked Yuil Shin, when did you know? Yuil Shin calmly told Sung Mi Na, it's been a while, but you did it because you wanted to be with Miri, right? Seeing that Yuil Shin already knew everything, Sung Mi Na stopped pretending, she radiated a threatening murderous aura and said to Yuil Shin, that's right, that's why, you said a word to her. I will kill you. Either way, you already know, so I'll probably go tell her myself sooner or later. Seeing Sung Mi Na's attitude change so much, from surprise, confusion, fear, then anger, then calm as if nothing, Yuil Shin couldn't help but think in surprise and exclamation, she quickly turned around. Like flipping rice paper. At this time, Sung Mi Na also continued to seriously talk to Yuil Shin, let's leave that aside for now, I have something to ask of you. I need you to protect someone. Hearing that, Yuil Shin was surprised and asked Sung Mi Na, you want me to protect someone? Sung Mi Na calmly nodded and told Yuil Shin, recently, many creative hunters around the world have disappeared for unknown reasons. And the association still hasn't announced this for some reason. Hearing that, Yuil Shin was also surprised and confused and asked Sung Mi Na, are you a creative hunter? That's a bit of a problem. Sung Mi Na also explained to Yuil Shin, that's why creative hunter Kang Wu asked him to be his bodyguard through the association. Thanks to that, Yuil Shin immediately understood and thought, it's easy to understand, creative hunters inherently have the ability to open item shops with random strong equipment, but in return, their fighting power will be very weak. Then Yuil Shin spoke up to Sung Mi Na, but every creative hunter already has a bodyguard who is a first-level hunter from the start. When mentioning this, Sung Mi Na immediately lowered her head, she was a little worried to tell Yuil Shin, it's true, but 2 top-level bodyguards of an American creative hunter were just killed. At the same time, that hunter also disappeared. Recently, 3 bodyguards of an Italian hunter were torn in half, and that hunter also disappeared. Hearing that, Yuil Shin immediately knew that this was a very serious situation. He immediately thought and was a little worried and said to Sung Mi Na, that sounds terrible, I don't know who it is. Hearing that, Sung Mi Na immediately spoke up to Yuil Shin, so the association is trying to find another guard to apply for level S or higher. Go Saduk, the principal and Shin Yu all recommended you. Of course Miri and I also agree. Yuil Shin was surprised to hear such a reason. He was a little embarrassed and reluctantly told Sung Mi Na, I see, the national treasure is about to be kidnapped, how can I refuse? In his heart, he silently calculated and thought, take this opportunity to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. Besides, I think many of these stories are more or less related to that story. Yuil Shin remembers what a god once told him, soon he will have to overcome challenges to prevent the fate that determines him to become the destroyer of everything. What you need to do is become an intermediate god to participate in the gods' festival. Remembering that, Yuil Shin couldn't help but think curiously, wondering what the gods' festival had that called him to participate. Well, for now, I have to go to intermediate level first and think about that later, then decide. At the same time, the light system appeared and announced to Yuil Shin, endless prosperity and approval, and not forgetting to remind him to do good deeds and accumulate virtue every day. Then Yuil Shin happily said to Sung Mi Na, so where is Hunter Kang Wu now? Let's go to his place. Scene change, right now at Kang Wu's hill villa, he is sitting dejected and protected by his 2 bodyguards on both sides. Yuil Shin along with the demon sword also walked here to meet him. Yu Xin looked at the young man in front of him with an arrogant aura and the information about this person that the system provided to him. Kang Wu, male, 52 years old, special notes, below. The protection of the fire guardian god and the blacksmith god. Looking at this line of information and looking at Kang Wu's youthful face in front of him, Yu Xin couldn't help but be surprised and doubtful and think, looking like that, you're 60, these days age is really just a number. With natural stars, there are some question marks. So. Then at this time, Kang Wu spoke up and asked Yu Xin. I thought I was the only one coming. Yu Xin immediately put his hand on the demon sword's shoulder and shrugged and said to that Kang Wu guy, because I can't protect you 24/7 so I brought along a trusted friend of mine. Hearing that, Kang Wu also thought it made sense, but he just calmly took a sip of his wine and said to Yu Xin, yes, that makes sense, bodyguards are also human beings, so they also need to if you sleep and rest, you will have the strength to work. Anyway, 100 thanks to you. Seeing Kang Wu's cold and indifferent attitude, Yu Xin could only calmly smile and tell him, yes, we will try our best to keep you safe. But in his heart, he was a little confused thinking, living so leisurely, it was only noon and he was already sipping wine. Isn't he aware that creation hunters around the world are missing? At this moment, Kang Wu placed the glass of wine on the table, walked to the bathroom and said to Yu Xin, I'm going to the bathroom and then we'll talk more. Seeing Kang Wu's disdain for Yu Xin, the sword demon couldn't help but angrily clutch his sword on his shoulder, his voice filled with exasperation as he said, he was talking to the holy sword and how dare he abandon it. Go to the bathroom, dude, just leave me alone. Seeing that, Yu Xin quickly stopped it, and he was also afraid that Kang Wu would hear those bad words and say to the demon sword, shush, be quiet and go find the demon. And right now in the bathroom, that Kang Wu guy was washing his face to wake up. He was a little confused and worried, thinking, finally the license plate appeared. I have no memories of him in the past, otherwise. At this moment, Kang Wu was confused when he saw cracks and black smoke on the wall behind him and thought in confusion, what is that? Just in time, when Kang Wu turned his head, he saw a giant dark demon looking at him with eyes full of interest and saying, there you are, creation hunter. Seeing such an unexpected situation, Kang Wu couldn't help but feel confused and worried. When the other Kang Wu, who was afraid that he would be taken away by this monster, saw him raising his hand towards him, this Kang Wu hastily spoke to the system, summoning his shield. Here it is. Immediately after that, a shield appeared right in front of the other Kang Wu, blocking this monster's attack. However, he contemptuously raised his sword and said to Kang Wu, that stupid shield is useless. And just as the monster was about to swing his sword towards Kang Wu, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Yu Xin pretended to be stupid and said, why are there bad fish in the bathroom? Seeing Yu Xin's sudden appearance here, the monster was a bit surprised, then he angrily ignored that Kang Wu guy, he angrily looked at Yu Xin and said, you. But right after that, Yu Xin gave a sudden slap, causing the monster to be knocked back. Then Yu Xin calmly turned around and asked Kang Wu again if he was injured. Kang Wu, still hiding behind the shield, worriedly looked at the monster and said to Yu Xin, I'm fine but, that equipment can only be bought at the hunter store, right? How could a monster have that? At this time, the monster didn't pay attention to Kang Wu next to him. He angrily clutched his sword in his dim hand, turned around and shouted in hatred at Yu Xin, the bastard, the one who murdered my mother. Hearing that, Yu Xin calmly scratched his cheek and then asked the crocodile he had killed before to ask the monster in front of him, could it be that you are the crocodile's brother? Hearing that, the monster became even angrier, its eyes filled with murderous intent, causing everything around it to become a mess, and said to Yu Xin, I will kill you and then peel your skin and bones. Hearing that, Yu Xin just calmly picked his nose and said to that monster, really, that sounds crazy. Right after that, the monster took one brave step at a time. Each step he took caused the floor to fall a few centimeters. It was preparing to attack Yu Xin's direction and angrily said to brother, die, I will avenge my mother. Seeing that, Yu Xin also calmly and disdainfully spoke up and said to the sword demon, can you handle it? Following Yu Xin's orders, the sword demon immediately pulled out his sword and rushed forward to slash at the monster and confidently told Yu Xin, just leave it to me to search for the saint. I will show you my progress. Hearing that, Yu Xin nodded in satisfaction and said to the sword demon, is that so? Then he crossed his arms and calmly looked at the demon's sword and thought, I also wonder how strong he is. And now when he saw that the demon's sword dared to rush out to block his attack, protecting Yu Xin to confront him, the monster immediately gritted his teeth and swung his sword towards the demon's sword and said to him, you dare, I will kill you too. Before this monster's slash was directed at him, the demon's sword gently jumped up and avoided his attack. Seeing that, the monster immediately angrily and contemptuously said to the sword demon, "Brat, you must run very fast. But you are just an ordinary human being. To see how far you can run." Right after that, the monster slashed many times towards the demon's sword, but he quickly jumped up to avoid all of the monster's attacks. On this side, Kang Wu and Yu Il-shin are hiding behind Kang Wu's shield to avoid attack and trouble. And when he saw Yu Il-shin let the demon's sword fight alone with that monster, Kang Wu was a little worried and asked him, "Are you sure he can take care of himself?" Yu Il-shin calmly said to Kang Wu, "Yes, he looks so weak, but I'm sure he can handle it." In his heart, Yu Il-shin looked at the demon's sword's movements. Yu Il-shin evaluated and thought, "It's really much better now, patch this side," even though the monster threw many slashes in the direction of the demon's sword. To the point where he was already tired, the demon's sword still easily dodged all of his attacks. Seeing this monster couldn't help but be confused and think, "Damn it, why didn't I hit him at all?" It immediately sensed something was coming. The monster was surprised when he discovered that the demon's sword had suddenly appeared on his neck and slashed at his armor. But he couldn't cut off this armor. Seeing that, the monster got angry and trembled as he looked at the demon's sword and said, "It's so embarrassing." The demon's sword just turned around and said to the monster, "If it weren't for the helmet, I would have split its head in half." Still looking at them fighting for a while like that with no results, on this side Yu Il-shin yawned dejectedly and spoke to the sword demon, "I'm bored over here, sword demon, hurry up." Seeing that Yu Il-shin was so calm in this situation, that Kang Wu couldn't help but be surprised, confused, and doubtful, thinking, can he still yawn in this situation? But he also asked him to deal with a monster that seemed to be of a low level. At this moment, following Yu Il-shin's orders, the sword demon immediately decided to hold his sword and prepare to deliver a fatal blow to that monster to end this war and tell Yu Il-shin, "Yes, I understand. Already." And the other monster saw that the situation was so out of control, and saw Yu Il-shin calmly standing in front of him, but he could not touch Yu Il-shin. That monster couldn't help but think with anger and indignation, "Damn, the enemy is right in front of me and I can't do anything. There's no other way." Thinking about it, the monster opened his big mouth and spit out some force. Seeing that, both Kang Wu and Yu Il-shin stood on the side observing the situation and were confused by his actions. What did he do suddenly? What's wrong with my throat? But when he realized what was in the monster's mouth, Yu Il-shin couldn't help but wonder what that thing was. And as soon as he saw that monster take out a yellow bomb from his mouth, with a crazy tone regardless of everything said, "Then let's go to the grave together." Seeing what was in the monster's hand, Kang Wu immediately shouted in shock and fear, "It was a magic bomb. Everyone run quickly, the whole hotel is about to explode." Hearing the loud scream of Kang Wu right next to him, Yu Il-shin couldn't help but be shocked and quickly covered his ears. But at this moment, the monster became so crazy that he lost his will. He unscrewed the lid of the magic bomb and loudly told them, "It's too late, avenge my mother." Right after the monster used his hand to prepare to press the button to activate the magic bomb, there was a flash of light that made him wonder, confused, and afraid. The next second this monster's head was cut in half and flew up. This monster was killed in an instant, its hand was also cut off. And the person who did this was Yu Il-shin. Then from within that cloud of dust, Yu Il-shin calmly held his knife in one hand, and the other hand holding the magic bomb slowly took 2 steps out. Seeing the monster being killed in such a short time, Kang Wu couldn't help but say in surprise and confusion, did he just defeat a low-level crocodile monster in one blow? As for the sword demon, he couldn't help but be even more surprised, admiring Yu Il-shin's talent. The sword demon knelt down on one knee and sincerely said to Yu Il-shin, "No shame in being a sword saint. You defeated the monster in one fell swoop, you are truly becoming more and more powerful. Congratulations, sword saint." But Yu Il-shin just calmly said to the demon's sword, "I just fought a lizard." Then he looked at the monster's corpse and remembered what someone had told him, we had successfully brought it back from Africa. Out of hundreds of fruits, it is the only one that has not yet bloomed. We are currently looking for the remaining space. Thinking back, Yu Il-shin immediately thought to himself, so there are about 100 of them like him. If you leave them alone, it will be very dangerous. And now when he saw Yu Il-shin pensively looking at that magic bomb, this Kang Wu couldn't help but curiously ask him what he was doing. Hearing Kang Wu's voice, Yu Il-shin immediately turned around and walked towards him. Indeed, this Kang Wu guy looked at Yu Il-shin a little warily. As for Yu Il-shin, he was still calmly assessing the situation. He looked at the magic bomb in his hand and then looked up at Kang Wu and thought, maybe it's because I killed that crocodile. Well, I know where the problem lies. Right after that, Yu Il-shin spoke up and asked Kang Wu again, "I have a question to ask you." "What are you?" Hearing that, Kang Wu was a bit confused and asked Yu Il-shin, "What are you talking about?" Yu Il-shin calmly and frankly went straight to the point and told him, "Fake regression. Kang Wu came from the future." Hearing that, Kang Wu was startled and confused and asked Yu Il-shin, "How do you know?" It turns out that at that time, the system had verified the correct information of this Kang Wu name and informed Yu Il-shin, Kang Wu, male, 52 years old, characteristics, protected by the god of fire and blacksmithing. Is activating the eyeless god's special ability eyes. Scan the history of creation hunter Kang Wu. And now deep in the Amazon jungle, the air here is gloomy, thunder and lightning are like the minds of the people here. In a cave not far away, there was a group of crocodile monsters just like the monster that Yu Il-shin killed at Kang Wu's house. Looking at these monster puppets in her hands, the goddess Arachne couldn't help but feel happy and thought, perhaps it's because they are Gustav's descendants. That's convenient, as soon as you talk about revenge, they'll come right away. Then the goddess Arachne spoke in a commanding tone, "Open the hunter's shop immediately, slaves. The creative hunters are being controlled here. They have silk strings on their bodies that control them like puppets that have lost all consciousness." There is a creative hunter who immediately followed the goddess's orders. Arachne there, hunter's shop, open. Immediately after that, the system immediately displayed a store table with items in front of Arachne. She happily looked at these items and said, "They look good." Then the goddess Arachne immediately clicked on the high-quality medicinal water, priced at 7,000 gold, and bought a spear from Holland, priced at 5 million gold. Holding this spear in her hand, the goddess of light Arachne happily turned around and said to the monster standing behind her, "How do you feel about this weapon, Alpha?" But still didn't see any response from the monster behind. The goddess Arachne immediately suspiciously called him back, "Sir Alpha." The Alpha monster was angrily clenching his fists and saying to the goddess Arachne, "My brothers are dead. How dare that Yu Il-shin bastard? First he killed my mother, and he killed him again. I will not forgive him." Having said that, this Alpha monster held the spear in his hand even more determinedly and said to the goddess, "Arachne, Arachne. We need more weapons to kill him." Hearing that, the goddess Arachne happily agreed and said to that Alpha monster, "I can give you as many weapons as you like. And I have a perfect plan." Thanks to that, the Alpha monster immediately felt interested and asked the goddess Arachne again, "A perfect plan?" The goddess Arachne flashed a crazy, dangerous smile and said to that Alpha monster, "Yes, I know Yu Il-shin's fatal weakness." And now on the other side, back at Kang Wu's house, Yu Il-shin is seriously questioning him, "Who are you really?" Kang Wu regressed from the future. Hearing Yu Il-shin know his identity like that, this Kang Wu couldn't help but be startled and panicked and asked Yu Il-shin again, "How did you know?" Yu Il-shin calmly looked at the information the system was showing him. The special power of the blind god's eyes had been activated. You will be able to get a glimpse into the life of hunter Kang Wu. In his first life, Kang Wu was blessed by the guardian of fire and blacksmithing. This god appeared and told that Kang Wu that his world would soon be destroyed by the god. "I will give you my power, stop him." Even though that seems impossible. But he was given the ability to open a hunter's shop and the power to change fate and regression. He cooperates with the level hunters to protect the earth from Johann and Gustav. At first it seemed like they could keep the world safe. But they were soon brutally murdered by the three guilds. And then when he regained power the second and third time, he overcame all adversities. But could not prevent the extinction of the earth due to the second encroachment of the Abyss Dragon. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in his fourth regression. At the same time, the system also appears to notify that Kang Wu that the change of fate was successful, otherwise it is not the turn to change fate. And then he dejectedly accepted his fate and sat on the sofa, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, saying desperately, "No matter what I did, I couldn't stop it. I guess the only way is to accept the destruction of this world." After seeing all the memories of the events that this guy Kang Wu had gone through, while he was still surprised and confused, Yu Il-shin secretly considered and thought, which means he went through everything from before I even woke up. And then Yu Il-shin seriously asked this Kang Wu again, so he regressed repeatedly to try to save the world but in the end gave up. The more he saw that Yu Il-shin knew his secret, the more surprised Kang Wu became and asked him again, "How did you know?" Yu Il-shin calmly pointed at himself and told that Kang Wu guy, "I have observation skills." Hearing that, Kang Wu was surprised. For some reason, he suddenly seemed to understand what he had been looking for so long. He shed tears of joy and thought to himself, it was him, the one who had never appeared before in any of your previous lives. He is the one who stopped the demon god Johann from descending to earth and beat Gustav's friend, causing the three guilds to collapse. And when this Kang Wu looked at Yu Il-shin, his whole body was emitting aura of power. Mag thought, also, this power, like the holy power when I met the guardian of fire and blacksmithing. What I can't do, he can definitely do. Then this Kang Wu guy seriously bowed and asked Yu Il-shin, you are, God, right? Seeing this sudden action of Kang Wu, Yu Il-shin was a little confused and asked him again, why? In his heart, he was a little confused and thought, maybe he was right, but still. At this moment, Yu Il-shin was surprised to receive a mission notification from the system, a follower mission, to listen to Kang Wu's wishes and show him the overwhelming power of God. Quest reward, Kang Wu's faith. Hearing that, Yu Il-shin immediately thought with surprise and joy from his glowing eyes, very trustworthy nest of a S-level hunter, okay, of course okay. Then Yu Il-shin spoke up and asked Kang Wu again, Kang Wu, do you want anything? Thanks to that, S-level hunter Kang Wu was surprised and asked Yu Il-shin, oh, what's wrong with you? Then the other Kang Wu held his hand as if determined to make a decision and said to Yu Il-shin, I only have one wish. Is to prevent the world from being destroyed, can you satisfy me? Hearing that, Yu Il-shin was so happy that his eyes lit up and he thought, oh, even if he doesn't wish for it, I still need to do this. This is killing two birds with one stone. Then Yu Il-shin happily said to that Kang Wu guy, okay, I'll try and see even though I don't know if I did well that day. Just hearing that, Kang Wu was so moved that he shed tears and told Yu Il-shin, you really are. 2 seconds later, Yu Il-shin immediately received a notification from the system, Kang Wu had become a temporary follower. Kang Wu is equal to 10 S-level followers. Hearing that, Yu Il-shin scratched his cheek in surprise and thought, 10 S-level believers, so the regression fakers are all higher than others. What about temporary? As if hearing Yu Il-shin's heart, the system immediately appeared and announced the answer to this question for him. When you prevent the destruction of the world as Kang Wu wished, you will gain virtue. His true beliefs. When you are a temporary believer, your value is reduced by half. Mission, promoted to lieutenant, is being carried out. S-level credit, super ability, 43 out of 100. Seeing that, even though he felt a bit disappointed, Yu Il-shin immediately felt happy and thought to himself, it's a pity but there is no other way. For now, let's deal with the current situation first. Then he spoke up and said to that Kang Wu guy, I have finished dealing with gods Johann, Gustav and the 3 groups, so the next person who can destroy the earth is. Kang Wu also took it seriously and built a plan to tell Yu Il-shin, Gustav's son, Alpha and his subordinates. Hearing that, Yu Il-shin kept talking to that Kang Wu guy, then. However, at this moment, the system sounded a siren continuously saying, warning, warning, warning. Hearing that, Yu Il-shin couldn't help but be confused and think, why is this so natural? At this time, the system has appeared and informed Yu Il-shin, a great demon god who wants to take revenge on you. If we don't stop him, the world will be destroyed. Hearing that, Yu Il-shin couldn't help but think in surprise and confusion, a great demon god. So it's not the crocodile's child. According to Kang Wu's memory, he must have been the emperor. Then Yu Il-shin spoke up and said to that Kang Wu guy, and Kang Wu please show me where his child is, I have to deal with it right away. Hearing that, Kang Wu immediately raised his hand to show his loyalty and said to Yu Il-shin, clear. Seeing that, Yu Il-shin immediately felt a little confused and awkward and said to that guy Kang Wu, just relax, you're much older than me. However, that guy Kang Wu stiffly said to Yu Il-shin, no way, you are my last hope. Then looking at this Kang Wu's eyes full of expectation and admiration for him, Yu Il-shin could only helplessly sigh and think, well, it's lucky he didn't become fanatical. Now I have to focus on increasing my level S progress first. After thinking about it, Yu Il-shin turned to say to the sword demon, you sword demon have improved a lot. Hearing this comment from Yu Il-shin, the demon sword immediately happily told Yu Il-shin, it's all thanks to the sword saint. Then at this moment, Yu Il-shin gave his knife to the demon swordsman and told him, here, take it and practice with this first. Hearing that, the demon swordsman was surprised and confused and asked Yu Il-shin, isn't this the sword you often use? Then he changed the old, threw his sword on his shoulder, and respectfully used both hands to receive Yu Il-shin's small knife. He was so moved that his whole body trembled and said to Yu Il-shin, you actually gave this to a lowly person like me, it's such an honor. Seeing his crazy and ridiculous expression like that, as always, Yu Il-shin just helplessly sweated and thought, you've been watching too many historical movies. Demon sword, I leave this guy to you. At this moment Yu Il-shin returned, he estimated the time, it was time for him to arrive. Hearing that, the sword demon immediately became confused and couldn't help but be curious and asked Yu Il-shin, who is he? At the same time, there was also a sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. Yu Il-shin said to them, it's here. Hearing that, Tan Kang-woo couldn't help but turn around in wonder, and when the sword demon saw who was coming, he was so surprised that I gasped. And then when he felt someone coming, Yuil Shin immediately turned around and said to him, "Ah, there you are." Before Yuil Shin's expectations and the curiosity of the others, a silver-haired young man happily and excitedly walked forward and said to Yuil Shin, "The sword saint has arrived." And when he saw that the demon sword was also here, he immediately smiled and said to the demon sword, "Oh Kang Jiam, you are also here." But it seemed that the demon sword Kang Jiam didn't like this person very much. He looked annoyed and told him, "Why are you here?" Faced with this question, Yuil Shin spoke up and said to the sword demon Kang Jiam, "I called. From now on you two will be Kang Woo's bodyguards." Hearing that, the sword demon Kang Jiam couldn't help but be surprised and didn't want to cooperate much, while the white-haired guy happily extended his hand and said to the sword demon Kang Jiam, "Try your best, Kang Jiam." Hearing that, the demon sword Kang Jiam trembled and held out his hand, then he angrily pushed the other guy's hand away and told him in annoyance, "I alone am enough. I don't need someone like you." Then the demon sword Kang Jiam turned back angrily and pointed at the white-haired boy and said to Yuil Shin, "Sword Saint, please think again. A dandy like him will only get in my way." Hearing that, the white-haired boy couldn't stand it anymore. He got angry and said to the sword demon, "What, you bastard, how dare you talk to me like that when you abandoned me like that? What about you? If the sword saint wasn't there, I would have died." The demon sword Kang Jiam also did not give up. He angrily argued and told the white-haired young man, "Okay, now let's judge, the result will definitely be different from before." Seeing them in such a fierce confrontation, and without any spirit of cooperation, Yuil Shin couldn't help but get angry. He activated his knuckles, looking at them murderously and said, "You two, no. Listen to what I say. So how about 2 against 1 with me right now?" Hearing that, both the demon sword Kang Jiam and the white-haired boy were immediately surprised and scared, quickly bowed their heads and said in unison to Yuil Shin, "We are sorry." Hearing that, Yuil Shin calmed down and told the two of them, "From now on, when standing in front of me, teammates must not quarrel. If you two quarrel again, I will take back the item I gave you, is that clear?" Hearing that, both the demon sword Kang Jiam and the white-haired boy immediately became confused and yelled at Yuil Shin, "I understand." The scene changes, now in a different situation. At the warrior tower on the 41st floor, Ilyo is continuing to fight a monster here. Looking at it ferociously rushing towards him, Ilyo also refused to sit still. With his steadfastness and determination, Ilyo swung a powerful fist towards the monster that was 100 times bigger than him. That time, with one strong punch of Ilyo, the monster flew away and was killed. When he saw the giant monster's corpse in front of him, he quickly ran towards it. He happily said, "I have to sacrifice this animal to the god Yuil Shin." At the same time, the system appeared and announced to Ilyo, "Congratulations on completing Challenge 41, you will receive a sword that once belonged to the person who pursues the eternal truth." Hearing the fortune teller, he was surprised and asked the system again, what was the meaning of the sword. Just a second later, in front of Ilyo appeared a powerful, shining sword. And when Ilyo held this sword in his hand, the system also appeared and informed him that the challenge on the 42nd floor would soon begin. Inho started walking up to the 42nd floor, which had turned into a desert area with the intense heat of 2 suns here. Inho couldn't help but feel tired under this hot sun. He quickly used his hand to block the sunlight and said, "Yes, it's too hot, where is this place?" The system also immediately appeared and announced to Ilyo, "The Warrior Tower, the 42nd floor of the Space and Time Challenge, the conditions were completed, saving the water goddess who was weakened by the scorching sun." And now returning to Yuil Shin's house at Nunun, he lay tired on the bed after a long day and said, "It's time to practice in the dream, let's sleep." But just as Yuil Shin closed his eyes and was about to go to sleep, his phone rang again. Seeing that he was being disturbed, Yuil Shin couldn't help but stand up and say, "Who is calling to bother me at this hour? Is that so?" But when Yuil Shin picked up the phone, looked at the notification and the image of Ilyo with another girl on the phone screen, the notification, "Number 1 is asking for help from you." Looking at that, Yuil Shin couldn't help but be surprised and confused, thinking, why is number 1 suddenly asking for help? Who is the kid next to him? And when I clearly saw the face of the girl in the other photo next to the print hoe, along with the information from the system, the dancer, female, note, is the apostle of the water girl god has weakened. Seeing that, Yuil Shin was confused and thought, the water goddess's apostle, why is he standing next to her? Then Yuil Shin got a little worried and asked Ilyo, "Number 1, what's going on?" In-ho, tired from the heat, he pointed at the blazing sun in front of him and said to Il-shin, "There, I don't know how to make it disappear." My attacks had no effect. At the same time, the other girl also cried sincerely, knelt down and said to Il-shin, "Oh God, please make that evil sun disappear, and save my world from turning into a desert." Hearing that, Il-shin seemed surprised and couldn't help but be confused and asked the two of them again, "Do you want me to make the sun disappear?" In his heart, he was puzzled and thought, what nonsense are they talking about? Wait. And seeing the two active suns here, along with information about them from the system, the sun of Antria, which has no limit in power, has been active 4,000,000,005. About the next sun's information, the system shows up again, ask. Note ask. It is impossible to evaluate it with your current strength. And seeing a sun that he couldn't get information about, Il-shin couldn't help but be surprised and confused to the point of disbelief, saying, "Can't I judge?" Then he got a little worried and thought, if he couldn't evaluate it, it meant it was stronger than him and must be at least a mid-level god. Then please remember the notification you just received not long ago from the system. A great demon god wants to take revenge on you. If you don't stop him, the world will be destroyed. Remembering it, Il-shin was confused and thought, don't tell me, this is related to the warning. Speaking of the sun, I remember a person. And now on Ilio's side, a few flaming eagles came from the burning sun. They brought flames and rushed to attack in Ho's direction in the girl. The two immediately got ready and took a fighting stance. The girl was surprised and told Ilio that something was approaching. Ilio immediately became alert and worried and told the girl to hide behind me. Look at these fire phoenixes rushing towards the Ilio, along with the notification from the system about them, the phoenix, the holy beast of the fire shining in the sky, SS class. Seeing that, Il-shin immediately became confused and worried. The fire was shining high in the sky. He knew right away, the fire dog he killed mentioned having brothers. So we will meet like this? And when I saw those fire phoenixes fiercely rushing towards the Ilio, and at the same time the system also informed Il-shin, noting, they will capture number one as a sacrifice. Seeing that, Il-shin was surprised, angry, and worried, thinking, sacrifice number one. No, number one cannot defeat these phoenixes. I shouldn't look into the things inside the warrior tower, but number one will disappear. Il-shin thought, then used his thumb to bring electric sparks and pointed at those fire phoenixes on the phone screen and said, deadly index finger. As soon as Il-shin's finger touched the phone screen, the system immediately appeared and told Il-shin, warning, warning, if you violate the law of cause and effect, you will be punished. Corresponding. However, Il-shin doesn't care about that right now, he's only worried about In-ho's safety. Il-shin got angry and said to the system, I don't care, if you don't do anything, number one will definitely die. God's deadly index finger. And because of this ability of Il-shin, right before those fire phoenixes were attacking in Ho's direction, and Ilio was also preparing to respond to them, suddenly these fire phoenixes were attacked. A source of power descended from the sky to kill. Seeing this, Ilio was surprised and said, this is the divine power of God Shin. At the same time, when the corpses of those fire phoenixes died from Il-shin's divine power, the system also appeared to notify Il-shin, the fire shined in the sky and you were linked because causal law. And when he saw his body gradually fading away, Il-shin was a little worried, but he could only helplessly think, it was still too early but there was no other way. And right before disappearing, Il-shin gritted his teeth and looked at the system notification, you will be taken to the place where the fire shines high in the sky. In the next second Il-shin was taken by the system to the burning temple, when Il-shin appeared in the center of this temple and saw a bird sitting high here with strong flames. Strong around you. Seeing the giant, screeching bird monster in front of him, Il-shin couldn't help but think in surprise, bird head. Then he looked up at it in bewilderment and asked it, are you a flame shining in the sky? The name of that flame shining high in the sky immediately arrogantly and hatefully said to Il-shin, yes, that young god, the one who dared to kill my brothers, apostles and even my divine beasts. But thanks to you, I can now take revenge. Seeing Il-shin's luck, he was a little confused and doubtful and thought, when I looked at Kang Wu's memories, I didn't have this. Have I messed something up? But when we get to this point, we just need to fight and destroy it. But at this time, the bird-headed monster of fire shining in the sky spoke up and said to Il-shin, so, I will be generous. Hearing this, Il-shin was still thinking he had heard wrong but their name was that monster, what? The flame monster shining high in the sky used his giant mouth to arrogantly say to Il-shin, give number one as a sacrifice and half of your holy magic to me. Then I will forgive you and take you under my wing to help you become a stronger god. Hearing that, Yuil Shin just felt wild and angry and thought, what did he say? The fire monster shining high in the sky was still arrogant and domineering, but in a commanding tone, he said to Yuil Shin, sacrifice Ilio and give me half of your holy power. Then I will spare your life and let you serve me as I becoming a great higher god. The more he listened to him, the angrier Yuil Shin became, clenching his fists and thinking, what, I'm under his command. What is he planning? At the same time, he received a notification from the system, saying that having a god under his command would make a person stronger than absorbing that god. Hearing that, Yuil Shin immediately understood the intention of that monster with a shining flame in the sky. He clenched his fists in anger and hatred, looking at the bird-headed monster and thinking, he immediately knew there was a reason. That's it. But even if I die, I won't be under his command. Because, that bird-headed guy said something he shouldn't have said. Then Yuil Shin angrily pointed at the monster of fire shining high in the sky and shouted at him, you want me to sacrifice you in ho? I'll turn you into quail fried in butter now. Hearing that, the bird-headed monster of fire shining in the sky was angry, his eyes were blazing, he clenched his fists and said to Yuil Shin, what's wrong, quail fried in butter? You dare, you have the audacity to use such words to mock a great sun god, me, while your worm is just a nameless, low-level god. You will have to die to pay for this sin. With just one indignant anger from that fiery monster shining high in the sky, this entire tower was shaken continuously, seemingly about to collapse. Seeing that, Yuil Shin was also confused and a little worried and thought, he is so strong, just shouting can already have this much power. Then Yuil Shin was surprised to see a huge stream of power rushing towards him, causing a huge explosion to occur. It's because of that bird-headed monster, he was arrogant after throwing this move at Yuil Shin, thinking he had killed him, it's a pity that I couldn't bring him under my control. But he must pay the price for dishonoring me. But the next second, this bird-headed monster was surprised and his mouth was open. He was bewildered and sweating when he saw the scene that was taking place. From within that cloud of explosions and dust, Yuil Shin with rippling muscles and the power of electric light all over his body, he was angrily looking at the bird-headed monster with flames shining high in the sky and said, Ilio Skillshare, Iron Body. Yuil Shin looked so strong, but in reality everyone is sweating nervously thinking, even though he used his strong body, he was still injured to this extent. That bird-headed guy is really strong. And when that bird-headed flame monster shining in the sky saw that Yuil Shin could still survive his last move, I felt even more excited as I told Yuil Shin. Shin, oh ho, you are truly different from other mid-level evil gods as the rumors imply. Now I want you even more. This is that person's last chance. Sacrifice your disciples and come under my command. The more he heard him say that, the angrier and angrier Yuil Shin became and said to Hanta, oh my god, this bird is so annoying. I will never betray my disciples. Hearing Yuil Shin's arrogance and determination, the sun god bird-headed monster became even angrier and shouted at Yuil Shin, really, then there is no other good solution. If you can't eat it, then we'll kick it all down. Looking at the crazy, overbearing bird-headed monster talking to him like that, Yuil Shin was surprised and confused and asked him again, what is that? Right after that, Yuil Shin was surprised and worried when he received a notification from the system, warning that his disciples were in danger. And at that time, at the 42nd floor of the trial tower, I shouted with the water goddess's apostles who were still continuing their journey here, under the harsh hot weather, while walking and asking the little girl again. That water goddess, where is the water goddess? Immediately afterwards, he was surprised and a little worried when he saw an explosion happening before his eyes. Il coughed and cautiously picked up the hilt of the sword on his back, and raised his hand to protect the girl. As for the little girl who was a disciple of the water goddess, she also felt confused and put on a ready-to-fight stance and said to Ilio, what is that? Inho looked at the giant snake monster in front of him, he was a little worried and said to the little disciple, hiding behind me. Then he angrily raised his hand towards this monster and asked it, who are you? The monster then arrogantly turned around and said to Ilio, I am the first disciple of the ruler of the deep swamp. And is the person whose younger brother died at the hands of your child. Thanks to that, Ilio immediately felt a little worried, remembering the monster he had killed before and thinking, the ruler of the deep swamp. Ah, she must be his girlfriend. And at this moment, the first female disciple, the ruler of the deep swamp, was angrily and arrogantly looking at me and said to him, according to the order of my blood pact with my master, the light shines. The deepest heavens, I'm here to take your dog's life. Hearing that Ilio, although he was a little worried, he became even angrier and said to that monster, so you intend to weaken my strength Yuil Shin by killing me. I will not let you fulfill your wish. After speaking, he immediately angrily rushed forward to attack the monster in front of him. And she also refused to sit still. This monster also opened its mouth full of sharp fangs along with several other monster heads preparing to attack in Ho's direction. At the same time, at the clan meeting, Auntie was happily and politely asking the crocodile next to him, was the baby crocodile delicious? That crocodile just ate a fish that Auntie gave her, and happily told her, delicious. In his heart, he immediately felt excited and grateful, thinking, the Queen of Antria is so kind, that's the god she worships. But what happened immediately after made this crocodile surprised? There was a tornado filled with black smoke happening in front of the two of them. Seeing this, Annie couldn't help but be surprised and puzzled, wondering why there was a sandstorm all of a sudden. And as soon as he saw clearly what was in the sandstorm, this crocodile was so surprised and confused that he was sweating, and the piece of fish in his mouth no longer felt delicious and fell down. Seeing the suddenly dark face and confused mood of the crocodile next to him, his whole body trembling, Annie couldn't help but feel confused and worried and asked him again, what's wrong with the crocodile? The crocodile was trembling with anxiety, frustration and a little despair as he told Auntie, why did those people come here? We all need to run now. At the same time, an army of crocodile monsters led by the goddess Arachne was frantically rushing towards the city wall of Auntie. And the goddess Arachne looked at the current battle situation. She was pleased with joy and thought, while the sun god fights Yu-Il-Shin, we will slaughter all of his disciples. Him. You are dead, Yu-Il-Shin. And when he saw the monsters rushing towards his wall, Annie couldn't help but tremble with worry and say, monster. The crocodile next to him was also worried and quickly turned around and told Auntie, please tell everyone to run, the queen is Auntie. Everyone, quickly run away. But as soon as this bad guy finished speaking, the goddess Arachne and the monster Alpha were right behind him. Seeing this bad guy couldn't help but feel confused and scared to the point of sweating continuously. And the goddess Arachne calmly told him, here you are, traitor. However, the Alpha monster got angry and shouted at that crocodile, I will dig your grave with them. And on this side, Yu-Il-Shin was surprised and confused and asked that monster of fire shining in the sky, what did you do? Yu-Il-Shin was confused and angry as he looked at the continuous stream of notifications and warnings coming from the system. 23,210 Antrian had been killed, 4 of the heavenly soldiers sent were killed, 6 of the Yaksha were broke away was killed, Ilio is in danger on the 42nd floor of the warrior tower, warning your holy magic is decreasing. That monster of fire that shines in the sky sits proudly on his king's chair and says to Yu-Il-Shin, this is just the beginning. But if you decide to become my soldier now, I will stop. However, when he arrogantly said this, Yu-Il-Shin became even angrier, his face darkened, filled with murderous intent, his voice also became deeper and colder as he spoke to the bird-headed monster. There, you dare touch my beloved children. If so, I will risk my life with you. Having said that, Yu-Il-Shin angrily used his thumb to point at the middle of his forehead and said, God's thumb. Following the command, Yu-Il-Shin's clone immediately appeared, looking cool and stroking his hair. Seeing that, the flame monster shining high in the sky couldn't help but be surprised and confused and asked Yu-Il-Shin, what is this? Yu-Il-Shin was worried and quickly panicked and said to his clone, Yu-Il-Shin, I will take care of everything here. However, Yu-Il-Shin's clone interrupted him and calmly said, I'm in a bad situation. You are the main body, so go protect Antria. I'll take care of that bird for you. Hearing that, Yu-Il-Shin immediately smiled happily and vaguely thought, he finally admitted that he was the main body. Oh my god, I thought his personality was so bad. Yu-Il-Shin then happily opened the teleportation door. Before leaving he said to his clone, then I'll leave it to you to deal with that chicken. Yu-Il-Shin's clone urged him to speak again, shut up and go away from me. Yu-Il-Shin immediately rushed into the teleportation door and said to his clone, I will finish it quickly. Right after that when Yu-Il-Shin entered the teleportation door and he disappeared from here, Yu-Il-Shin's clone immediately started seriously fighting. His eyebrows furrowed in contempt and he said to that bird-headed monster of fire shining in the sky, so can I start with you now, you arrogant bird? Seeing Yu-Il-Shin's clone despise and look down on him like that, the flame monster shining in the sky immediately got angry and said to Yu-Il-Shin's clone, what, you arrogant bird, you're just a clone of a trash god, how dare you talk to me like that? I will burn you to ashes. After saying that, the bird-headed monster angrily unleashed a powerful and indestructible source of fire to attack Yu-Il-Shin's clone. Seeing that Yu-Il-Shin's clone remained calm, he gracefully adjusted his hands, creating a Tai Chi circle that influenced Shin Yu's skill. The first form of Taiji sword technique, infinite magic technique. Immediately after that, a powerful 8-trigram-shaped barrier was summoned in front of Yu-Il-Shin's clone, leaving behind the bird-headed monster's flames. But at this time, Yuil Shin's clone also felt the terrible power of this bird-headed monster. He was also worried and thought, I won't last long in the battle with him. You better hurry up, main body. Currently the situation inside the Ant Kingdom is not very positive. The people protecting the city gate have been killed by these crocodile monsters. The city wall was also broken. Seeing that the crocodile had been seriously injured by that alpha monster in order to protect himself, Annie couldn't help but run over worriedly, calling him in panic, feeling sad. His whole body was covered in wounds. He was trying to stand up, worriedly telling Auntie. Auntie ran quickly. But how can this be done when the alpha monster is still standing here? He growled, propped his spear on the ground and said to the crocodile, you took the beating quite well. At the same time, the soldiers of the Ant Kingdom owned by Auntie simultaneously rushed to attack these monsters, quickly stopping the invaders. But their strength is very weak and they are also very small when standing before this giant alpha monster. He only needed to gently strike and kill all the soldiers rushing towards him. This alpha monster just calmly looked down and said one sentence, these funny insects. Seeing her trusted people losing their lives more and more like that, Annie couldn't help but feel sad. She helplessly cried and called out, Lilith, but how could we? At this time, the goddess Arachne pointed at Auntie and said to that alpha monster, that girl is one of the sources of Yuil Shin's power. Hearing that, the alpha monster immediately looked at Auntie and said to the goddess Arachne, shouting that she would definitely be delicious. Immediately after that, this alpha monster immediately stepped closer to Auntie's direction. Seeing that, Crocodile quickly stood in front of Auntie to stop him and said to that monster alpha, no, I won't let you take Auntie anywhere. If you touch one of her fingers, I will kill you even if you are my brother. Hearing that, the alpha monster's face became even worse, his eyes became colder and he spoke up, feeling ridiculous, to his brother. The next second, this alpha monster used his spear to slash across the crocodile's abdomen, causing him to be injured and blood splattered, lying weakly on the ground. As for the alpha monster, he arrogantly looked down at him and said contemptuously to him, you can't even avenge your parents, but now you're living like a dog down here. I have never had such a depraved younger brother. Now let's see what kind of bug Yuil Shin cherishes the most. To see how delicious it is. Seeing that even the crocodile had been killed by that alpha monster, alpha people couldn't help but worry and look up at the current situation in panic, thinking, our strength is not enough to fight these monsters. Yuil Shin, please help us. At the same time, at the happenings at Yuil Shin's office apartment, he was panicking and frantically looking at his phone, saying, oh why not? Descended into the Ant Kingdom. But no matter what you say, Yuil Shin will only receive a notification from the system, summoning a clone that has weakened you. You cannot try to descend into the Ant Kingdom. This made Yuil Shin helplessly think, damn, I can't recover my clone while fighting the Sun God. If I don't go to the Ant Kingdom, they will all be massacred. What should I do? At this moment, a weak voice rang in Yuil Shin's ear, please help us. Seeing that, Yuil Shin was surprised, confused, and worried, thinking, this voice is, Crocodile. Then in front of Yuil Shin's eyes appeared the image of a weak crocodile lying helplessly, crying out for help, Yuil Shin, please save me, please. At the same time, the system also appeared another notification and told Yuil Shin, the little miracle that the baby crocodile is holding is blooming. Baby crocodiles can now evolve. Do you want to evolve a temporary baby crocodile divine beast into a dragon divine beast? Yes, no. Hearing that, Yuil Shin felt a little worried and thought, dragon beast. That's right, now I can only believe in you, and right now when the baby crocodile is shedding the last tears of his helpless life, he calls out, Yuil Shin. Yuil Shin also hastily pressed the button on the system, panicked and went to the phone screen, little crocodile, I leave the ants to you. At the same time in the Ant Kingdom, the monster Alpha was holding Auntie in his hand and opened his filthy mouth to swallow Auntie. When she saw that her goal was about to be achieved, the goddess Arachne thought happily, it's over, Yuil Shin, I can finally face the Emperor. However, just a second later, an unexpected event happened, the Alpha monster was surprised, then he looked at his severed arm in confusion and said, my hand, who is it? At this time, with the crocodile's blinding light, Auntie still couldn't open her eyes. She could only say thank you to the other person, thank you for saving me. But who are you? The baby crocodile with the dragon's wings, after evolving, became more powerful and heroic. He gently comforted and said to Ant, I'm here, crocodile. Hearing that, seeing that the crocodile was still alive, Auntie couldn't help but be so happy and moved to tears that he said, is that the crocodile? And when seeing this evolutionary form of the crocodile, the system immediately informed Yuil Shin that the baby crocodile had evolved into a divine beast. Baby crocodile is worth 20 levels S. Seeing that announcement, Yuil-shin couldn't help but be surprised and think, 20 level S, this is a small miracle, what a big miracle. And returning to the situation in the Ant Kingdom, when he saw the crocodile suddenly become so strong, this alpha monster couldn't help but be confused and worried. His whole body trembled and said, what a traitor. This weakness suddenly came back. The other Mandarin, a Rikni, was so angry and worried that his whole body was shaking and he was sweating profusely thinking, it must have been him who did it. But right now he should be fighting the sun god. And now the crocodile was standing face to face, angrily looking at that alpha monster, arrogantly saying to him, brother, what a pity, if you hadn't gone over the limit, then Yuil-shin be merciful can already accept you. Hearing alligator respecting Yuil-shin like that, the alpha monster became even angrier to the point that his whole body trembled and questioned crocodile, what nonsense did you just say, kind Yuil-shin? Do you want to die that much? But on this side, when she realized that the situation was not good and the disadvantage was coming to her side, the goddess Arachne immediately impatiently and worriedly turned and said to that monster Alpha, Mr. Alpha, for now. When he retreated, he became much stronger. But the alpha monster didn't want to miss this opportunity. He also didn't believe that the crocodile would be stronger than him, and he didn't want to leave in such a cowardly way. So when this alpha monster heard the goddess Arachne say that, he got angry and arrogantly confidently told the goddess Arachne, you want me to run away while that traitor is right in front of us? I will tear that bastard's head off. After saying that, this alpha monster immediately angrily jumped towards the crocodile and speared towards him. But now the baby crocodile did not panic, he used both hands that were holding the security guard to lower it. You arrogantly said to that alpha monster, you dare to commit the crime of killing Yuil-shin's followers, as well as lay a hand on Alpha. Pay with your life, brother. After saying that, the baby crocodile immediately spit out a powerful flame to attack the alpha monster's direction, releasing a dragon's breath. Looking at the powerful fire in front of him, the alpha monster couldn't help but be scared, and the goddess Arachne was also confused and scared, constantly sweating and saying, how did things turn out like this? Yes. And now after using that dragon's breath move, the baby crocodile also spoke up and said goodbye to that alpha monster, I'm sorry brother. In the next second, the alpha monsters, as well as the goddess Arachne, were burned in the powerful fire of the crocodile. With one breath of this dragon, the baby crocodile created a deep trench right in front of him, digging deep into the soil below. And seeing that the alpha monster had been destroyed, the people here immediately rejoiced and said, the crocodile has destroyed the monsters, we have won. Auntie was also tired and breathed a sigh of relief. She lay on the ground and jumped up, thinking, we won. At that moment, seeing his mighty strength, the crocodile couldn't help but think with joy and pride, unable to believe that he was so strong. Wait, no, it's all thanks to Yuil-shin. Then the crocodile happily shouted, damn Yuil-shin. Other people also happily shouted and cursed. At the same time, on this side, Yuil-shin is looking at the notification stream from the system. The baby crocodile's evolution into a divine beast and its offerings are restoring your holy magic. Seeing that, Yuil-shin couldn't help but feel happy and thought, who would have thought that the crocodile could become this strong? After all, it's impossible to beat bloodline. In the Ant Kingdom, Auntie was kneeling in the crocodile's hand and sadly told Yuil-shin still has many people injured, please save them. No problem, Yuil-shin happily held out his ring finger and said to Auntie, of course, after all, you are all my precious people, the ring finger heals. Immediately after that, all the people in this Ant Kingdom were restored to their original condition, as was Auntie, all of them returned to normal, full of strength, happily dancing and saying, my injured I can see again, now I can fly, I'm no longer in pain, it's the grace of Yuil-shin, long live Yuil-shin. Seeing Yuil-shin immediately came up with a method that could heal all the wounds of others like that. And looking at Yuil-shin's wonderful strength and the trust of the people here, the baby crocodile immediately opened a new line of thinking, a new page of knowledge. He couldn't help but think in surprise, so this is a favor from Yuil-shin, it's great. If I were someone like him, I could entrust my faith and follow him. At the same time, Auntie turned around and said to the baby crocodile, hey baby crocodile. Hearing Auntie's call, the crocodile immediately woke up and said to Auntie, yes Auntie. Auntie happily said gratefully to the crocodile, thank you, thanks to you we can protect the Ant Kingdom. You're so cool today. Hearing that, the baby crocodile seemed to be shaken. His whole body was embarrassed, blushing and confused. Thanks, cool. Then the baby crocodile immediately felt embarrassed and imagined the scene of you running and I caught Auntie, while Auntie was happily running away saying, my baby crocodile is really cool, come catch me, then the baby crocodile in his form. cool and playful, chasing after Auntie and saying, "Just wait there." However, just as the baby crocodile form was immersed in his imagination, reality slapped him, when the system informed Yu Il-shin that the baby crocodile's evolutionary form had been dispelled. Therefore, the cool-looking baby crocodile immediately returned to his previous stupid appearance, but his still red face remained unchanged. Seeing that the children were still lost in imagination like that, Annie couldn't help but be confused and said, oh my god, crocodile, wake up." Seeing that the situation in this ant kingdom had become stable and had been resolved, Yu Il-shin immediately breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "Now that the ant kingdom is safe, I can lend a helping hand." But when Yu Il-shin turned to look at In-ho's situation, he saw In-ho's whole body covered in wounds, trying to stand up, his whole body tired. Seeing that, Yu Il-shin couldn't help but feel confused and worried. What the hell is going on? Ilyo is in danger. As for the fighting situation of Yu Il-shin's clone, when confronting the sun god with great power, he couldn't help but lose a lot of strength. And now Yu Il-shin's clone was covered in sweat and fatigue. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking and asked the bird-headed sun god, "What did you just say?" That sun god was arrogant, and without regard for anyone, he said to Yu Il-shin's clone, "I will stand on top of the gods, including the great evil god that cannot be dreamed of, and the heavenly path is absolutely impossible. Will tremble before me. If you were less stupid, I would give you the honor of having another chance. Be my person, and offer your strength to me." Seeing this, Yu Il-shin's clone just felt funny and thought, honor opportunity, nonsense. He simply wanted his power. Then Yu Il-shin's clone got angry and shouted at that sun god, "Oh, that chicken brain." Hearing that, the sun god couldn't help but get angry and asked Yu Il-shin, "What are you talking about, chicken brain?" Yu Il-shin's clone sneered and said to the sun god, "If you want me to be your subordinate, then kill him. Then I will consider coming under your command." Hearing this condition, the sun god couldn't help but be so startled and angry that his whole body trembled and shouted at Yu Il-shin's clone, "What are you joking about? The deity has been a mysterious existence since the beginning. Even the greatest god is helpless." Hearing that, Yu Il-shin's clone immediately sighed in disdain and said to that sun god, "So you're simply scared, right?" The more he heard Yu Il-shin's clone belittle him, the angrier the sun god became and shouted at Yu Il-shin's clone, "What the hell, dare to speak ambiguously like that? You must have forgotten something very important. Look at the person who is currently helplessly waiting to die. It's really okay to just let him die like that. Choose to go clone of Yu Il-shin. Let your follower die, or be mine and save his life." And right now the situation was at the 42nd floor of the warrior tower. Ilyo was helplessly and desperately kneeling in front of this snake-headed monster. And he was arrogant and said to Ilyo, "Now die, my brother's enemy." In-ho had exhausted all his strength. He could only helplessly despair and think, "Sorry Yu Il-shin, it seems I can only do so much, please take care." However, at this moment, Ilyo was surprised to hear Yu Il-shin's voice speaking to him. Ilyo opened his mouth. Thanks to that, Ilyo couldn't help but be surprised and confused, raised his head and thought, "This voice is Yu Il-shin." And as soon as Ilyo raised his head, a bottle of medicinal herbs flew from somewhere and poured straight into In-ho's mouth, to his surprise, and Ilyo was controlled to drink this bottle of medicinal herbs. Seeing the situation happening right in front of him, the monster couldn't help but feel puzzled and said, "Where did that come from?" And on this side, refusing to sit still after rescuing the ant kingdom, Yu Il-shin immediately moved to save In-ho. After providing materials for printing Ho with a confused and worried mood, Yu Il-shin thought to himself, "If I directly get involved again, they will trace the connection between me and the ruler of the abyss, so maintaining the best I can do now is provide him with the highest quality medicine." Right, and at this time the system appeared and informed Yu Il-shin, Ilyo had escaped death, resurrected, and had advanced to the next level. In-ho has received a new skill, giantization. Seeing that, Yu Il-shin was satisfied and said, "Oh." While there Ilyo, after receiving the medicine provided by Yu Il-shin, he immediately became full of strength. And when he saw the whole person suddenly become giant, even bigger than himself, standing in front of him with strong strength and carrying a sword on his shoulder, this snake monster couldn't help but be confused and surprised. That said, what? As for Ilyo, he happily took the bottle of blessed medicinal herb from his mouth. Looking at it, he was happy and grateful, thinking, "He continuously helps me out of difficulties. As always, he is incredibly generous." Then In-ho's attitude changed. He became angry and looked at the monster and said to it, "You dare to stab Yu Il-shin in the back." As for the other monster, even though he saw that Ilyo had become so huge, he also began to feel a bit scared, but that monster was still arrogant and shouted at Ilyo, "Don't think you can. Win just because you can make it big. We still haven't shown our true selves to you. I will show you my true power. But just a second later, the monster was confused and said oh. In just a moment it was crushed underfoot and sprayed green. And Ilyo above looked down at it contemptuously and said, "This is the punishment you must receive for pointing your sword at Sir Yu Il-shin." Then Ilyo continued to use more force to stomp on the monster under his feet, causing it to launch into the whole country this time. This monster was still unbelievably confused. And when he lifted his foot, a powerful source of water shot up from below the desert. And seeing that Ilyo had killed this monster and also caused the water source to be freed, the apostle of the water god immediately felt grateful and called out in Ho's name. When he saw that the situation was no longer under his control, when the monsters he sent to kill Yu Il-shin's apostles were all killed, the plan failed. The sun god couldn't help but get so angry that his whole body trembled and said, "These lowly, useless creatures. What a waste of precious holy magic." And seeing that the situation had become so much better, Yu Il-shin's clone became even more arrogant, raising his fist towards the sun god, and then he waved his hand and said to him, "No. I can't believe you trusted those cowards. You're really different, bird brain. Or you better come under my command." Seeing that Yu Il-shin's clone continuously despised him and showed such arrogance in front of him, the sun god couldn't help but get angry and hateful as he said to Yu Il-shin's clone, "You are complacent just because of your kindness. Can you get rid of that ulcer? The life or death of those ulcers makes no difference at all. Now that you have refused my final mercy, you will not be tolerated anymore. Admire my power here." After saying that, the sun god's entire body emitted terrifying power along with blazing flames that were sent across the worlds. In Antria, everyone here looked at the sun in confusion. The fiery heat made the whole sky turn red. Auntie couldn't help but tremble in fear and say, "Don't say that." And the situation is not much different in Korea. The people here saw the hot sun, along with the unknown group of monsters falling from the sky. They couldn't help but run away in panic. And at the 42nd floor of the warrior tower, looking at the burning sun in front of him, he couldn't help but worry and say, "Yu Il-shin. Currently, in all three places, the heat has reached several dozen degrees as if being burned in a furnace. Under the blazing sun, the sun god is burning." He arrogantly unleashed this power and said to Yu Il-shin's clone, "I will destroy all three worlds, the source of your power. Try blocking it, Yu Il-shin." And at this moment in the battle tower on the 42nd floor, while Ilyo was helplessly looking at the blazing sun in front of him, suddenly there was a person in the body of the water standing right behind Ilyo and spoke. "The sky is still growing." Inho is still not aware of this difference. He still does not realize the existence of this person. Ilyo is still worried while standing in front of that sun and calmly responds to that person, "What the hell is going on? That's happening." The other person immediately responded and said to Ilyo, "The sun god is angry." Only then did they notice the difference in this voice. Both Ilyo and the water god's apostle immediately turned their heads in surprise and said, "This voice." And when he saw the person behind him, the water goddess's apostle couldn't help but be surprised and moved to the point of tears and said, "Water goddess." Hearing that apostle say that, he immediately asked the other person in doubt, "Are you a water god?" As for the girl who was an apostle of the water goddess, she immediately ran to hug the water goddess, feeling so sad and sorry that she cried loudly and said to the water goddess, "Wow, do you know how worried I was?" The water god girl then happily smiled and said to Ilyo, "Yes, her name is the water god, the god of this world. Thanks to you destroying the followers of the ruler of the abyss, I was able to awaken. Although I really want to show my gratitude and reward you. But it looks like we have something to deal with first." At the same time, Ilyo also looked up at the burning sky in front of him. He agreed with the water goddess's opinion and told her, "Yes, but what the hell, that giant sun." The female water goddess immediately explained to Inho, "Obviously we cannot prevent that dangerous sun on our own. However, we must create a path of least resistance." After saying that, the female water goddess immediately created a bow and arrow with her magic water. She gave it to him and told him to shoot the sun god with this. Inho held the water bow and arrow that the water nymph gave him in his hand. He asked the water nymph suspiciously, "Do you want me to shoot the sun god with this bow? But I don't even have an arrow." Hearing that, the water goddess just calmly smiled and told Ilyo not to worry about the arrow. Because there is an arrow that can strike even the sun god. At the same time, in another development, currently at Hunter Kang Woo's apartment, the demon sword Kang Jiam and the white-haired hunter are looking at the blazing sun in front of them in confusion, saying, "What the hell?" As for Kang Woo, looking at the situation in front of him, he couldn't help but feel confused and worried, thinking, "This is a SSS-level gate. This definitely did not happen in my past life. Is Yu Shin behind all this? At this moment, a circle of barrier appeared right next to them. The group of sword demons alertly raised their weapons and prepared to attack. Did they suddenly disappear at that moment? And at this moment from that gate, Yu Shin appeared with a happy face and told them, "You all protect each other well, demon sword, Shin Yu." Seeing that the person coming was Yu Shin, sword demon Kang Jiam happily ran to him and said, "Where did Mr. Sword Master learn the art of teleportation?" The white-haired guy Shin Yu also happily admired and said to Yu Shin, "As expected of a sword saint, you have surpassed what I could have imagined." And Yu Shin calmly told them, "Wait a minute, we still have many urgent problems." At this moment, Yu Shin was surprised to see a notification from the system. The demon sword fanatic had been promoted to S-level. Through the mission of the fanatic Ling Xiaoming, the remnants of the three heroes have become your followers, except Ouyang Feng. Seeing such an announcement, Yu Shin happily said to Kang Jiam the demon sword, "O demon sword, you have finally reached level S." Hearing that, the demon ant Kang Jiam happily gave the knife back to Yu Shin and told him, "It was all thanks to you and the heavenly devil, the holy sword." After receiving the heavenly demon knife back, Yu Shin immediately said to the demon sword Kang Jiam, "This demon sword, sorry but I need this Chinese sword a little. You see, I need to cut some fire." At that time, when he returned to Yu Shin, the demon was inside him. He could not help but look at the sun god with worry and said to Yu Shin, "This guy has become stronger than the sun god since last time." However, Yu Shin still confidently held his knife in his hand and said to that demon, "But I have also become stronger. Let's try to cut across the sun again, demon." Saying Yu Shin, he slashed his knife at the giant fiery sun in front of him. Returning to the situation at the temple of the sun god, currently the situation at Yu Shin's clone's side is not very good. He is standing in the middle of a burning fire. Feeling that the situation was unfavorable for him, Yu Shin's clone immediately came up with a plan and thought that he could no longer rely on himself. "I was thinking of waiting until I faced the deity, but..." Immediately after that, Yu Shin's avatar immediately ordered the system to summon the treasure of the heavenly sword. The system immediately appeared and informed Yu Shin's clone that one round of using the heavenly sword's treasure had been deducted. You will be transported to the treasure of the heavenly sword. Time outside will stop for a minute. Immediately afterwards, Yu Shin's clone was summoned to a deserted land, surrounded by powerful swords planted in the ground. Looking at these swords, Yu Shin's avatar immediately remembered what he had done before and thought, when the sun god fought with himself, the heavenly devil said this, "The treasure of the heavenly sword cannot put out the fire. But unique swords from all universes are gathered here. There must be a sword that can cut fire. The problem is, there are too many swords. There's only one way to find the sword you need." Yu Shin's clone then turned sideways. He was a little confused and worried and spoke up, "Heavenly sword, did you hear that? This bird-brained guy said he would surpass you and become the supreme god." Thanks to that, there was a strong and angry man standing in front of Yu Shin's clone, and at the same time the system also sent him a message. Heaven was absolutely indignant at the ridiculous words. Tian Dao absolutely said that this time he will personally choose a sword for you to crush that arrogance. Thanks to that, Yu Shin's avatar nodded in satisfaction and thought, "I guess that statement touched the heavenly sword's pride." Then he spoke up and said to Holy Sword, "It's free, okay, which sword are you going to lend me?" The system immediately appeared, transmitting the command of the heavenly sword and telling Yu Shin's clone. The heavenly sword absolutely said that there was a sword that was very suitable for that person. Yu Shin's clone heard this sentence and immediately understood what he meant and thought, immediately knew he had it. Right after that, a yellow sword appeared in front of Yu Shin's clone. He looked at it and asked this demon, "This sword?" The system immediately appeared in response and spoke to Yu Shin's clone, "Descending Demon Moon Sword, attribute, the sword used by the Knight of the Goddess of Justice." When holding this sword in his hand, Yu Shin's clone was surprised to feel the power from it and thought, "Cold air is radiating from the sword." And with that, with the heavenly devil's satisfied smile, the system also appeared and announced to Yu Shin's clone, "The heavenly sword absolutely swore that this sword could cut down all the flames in the universe." Seeing that, Yu Shin's clone also smiled with satisfaction and said to the heavenly sword, "I believe in your words, heavenly sword." Just a second later, the system appeared and informed Yu Shin's clone that the heavenly sword's treasure was closed and time stopped. Right after that, Yu Shin's clone returned to the temple of the sun god. At this moment, he was angry and said to Yu Shin's clone, "That vile person, I will destroy you and your whole world." But at this moment Yu Shin's clone showed a mysterious smile. He raised his new sword. Seeing that, the sun god immediately looked at the sword of Yu Shin's clone in surprise and asked him again, "That brat, could that be the sword of the heavenly sword?" At that moment, Yuil-shin's clone immediately slashed his sword at the sun god and contemptuously told him, "Die, you bird brain." Seeing that, the sun god was scared and screamed. When he thought he was going to die, nothing happened. Seeing that, the sun god immediately relaxed and somewhat doubtfully said, "Ah, there's nothing wrong with you." Seeing such a result, Yuil-shin's clone just calmly sighed and said, "You really shouldn't trust a liar." And now returning to the nunnery, when the people here saw the blazing sun getting closer and closer to the ground, they couldn't help but run away in fear. "Run away, get away." And after seeing that he had used the heavenly demon to slash a sword at the sun god and still nothing happened, Yuil-shin was both tired and somewhat helpless as he sighed. Even the heavenly demon said, "The holy sword cannot hurt it either. I have cut through many flames, but solar fire is beyond my ability." At this moment, I felt the coldness of the heavenly demon holy sword in my hand. Yuil-shin couldn't help but think in surprise and confusion. Suddenly I felt the cold air radiating from the sword. What's happening? At this moment, a sword appeared in front of Yuil-shin and asked, "You, little god, let me ask you a question. Are you righteous?" Hearing that, Yuil-shin immediately felt confused and thought, "Am I hearing this voice through Yuil-shin?" On that side, when Yuil-shin's clone received this question, he was confused and asked again, "What is the cause?" Right after that, Yuil-shin received a notification from the system. The god of abundance said that if you accept him, the evil sun will be prevented. Hearing that, both Yuil-shin and his clone were confused and felt confused and thought and accepted him. Just a second later, the system appeared and informed Yuil-shin that the inheritance power of the eyeless god's eyes had been activated. Scanning the history of the demon moon sword at the speed of light. Right after that, in front of Yuil-shin and his clone, the image of a woman holding a sword and looking at the starry sky appeared, and one of her subordinates was kneeling down to report. "Tell this god, the great goddess of justice, are you sure you want to confront the god of destruction?" The goddess of justice still did not turn back but firmly told her subordinates that living like a turtleneck cannot be called justice. "Oh, you have reached the realm of sword god. I remember I was defeated, will you fulfill my will?" Thanks to that subordinate immediately firmly told the goddess of justice, "If it is the goddess's order, I am ready." Then he helplessly got angry and punched the ground, and gradually drops of sadness and pain fell. Along with that, the goddess of justice stood in front of this person, wiped away his tears, and gently comforted that person and said, "Yes, I know for sure that you have the ability to destroy the god, that person. I love you, you will become the master of the heavenly sword." Initially there was only the goddess of justice, although she could not compete. And the goddess of justice failed in the battle against the god. She left behind only her sword. The other subordinate, also the lover of the sad god of justice, held the relic sword of his beloved tightly in his hand. He sobbed and said, "I will never forget your will. Goddess. We will definitely use every means to complete it." What a touching story. Hearing such a touching story about love, Yuil-shin couldn't help but shed tears of sadness. He tried not to speak but gritted his teeth and thought, but he didn't expect it. There is such a thing. And on this side, Yuil-shin's clone is still very calm. "I'm a little touched." At this time, the sword continued to speak and asked Yuil-shin's clone again, "I ask you again, are you righteous?" Hearing this question, Yuil-shin calmly did not think much. With a tone full of determination and confidence, he said to that sword, "Justice, I don't know those fancy things. But, if justice means protecting those things at all costs, then I will be just, even if my opponent is a god-breaker." Hearing that, the sword immediately remembered the words that his subordinate and lover once firmly said, "I will definitely use every means to complete it." Then this goddess of justice in that sword happily said to Yuil-shin, "Actually, you are very similar, he choose me, I will eliminate evil." Immediately after that, the energy source from Yuil-shin's heavenly double knife was completely transformed, it contained cold air. And so with his steadfastness, with the confident eyes of the goddess of justice, this sword changed to become stronger. Over there, the power of Yuil-shin's clone also changed to become stronger due to the resonance. Looking at the cold energy emitted from that demon sword, this sun god couldn't help but say in confusion, the energy suddenly changed. On this side, Yuil-shin stubbornly and arrogantly told that sun god, "You cannot defeat us, because we represent justice." Right after that, both Yuil-shin and his clone simultaneously launched a sword strike towards the sun god. He looked at the two powerful sword slashes rushing towards him. This sun god couldn't help but panic and fear, and when he was hit by two fatal sword slashes that brought cold energy into his body, this sun god couldn't help but feel pain. Scream. However, these two slashes were still not enough to kill him. This sun god was still stubborn and told Yuil-shin, "I can still endure it." But at this moment Ilyo was drawing his bow towards that sun god. He shed tears of sorrow and sadness as he spoke to that sun god, that evil god, and me. Inho immediately remembered, just a while ago, he was surprised and asked the water goddess what she said. The water goddess calmly closed her eyes and said to Ilyo, I have been defeated by the sun god and will disappear into smoke. So brave warrior, I hope you use this arrow to hit all eternal things. I want to protect this world one last time, please help me. Having finished speaking, this female water goddess immediately disappeared, and turned into an arrow right in Ho's face, allowing him to stop this bow and arrow to shoot at the sun god's name. Returning to the present, Ilyo shed tears of pain while raising his bow and shooting towards that sun god, firmly telling him, I will protect my world, of you Il-shin and yours too. Having said that, the arrow made from Inho's water goddess was immediately shot towards the sun god, causing him to be injured by 2 cold sword blows from Yu Il-shin and his clone, now receive another arrow. The sun god couldn't help but scream in pain and confusion, no, no. Immediately afterwards he exploded in the sky, and the fire was extinguished. The sun god fell into the galaxy and screamed in despair, it couldn't end like that. I am the sun god standing above 10,000 people. I can't die like this. And then the sun god turned into a fiery phoenix, angrily flying towards the earth and saying to Yu Il-shin, I cannot die like this. Yu Il-shin, I will sacrifice all my holy power to burn your world. Hearing him planning to do that, Yu Il-shin was surprised that he would go to this extent, and was angry and surprised and shouted at him, Crazy, is this bastard planning to self-destruct? At this time, the devil also felt worried and spoke up to Yu Il-shin, no matter how weak he was, if he committed suicide, it was possible that the whole earth would be blown up by him. After all, he was once a supreme god. And now at the palace of the sun god, Yu Il-shin's clone sat down exhausted and tired, leaning on the ground and thinking, resisting that blow his body was already exhausted. Sorry, but it's all up to you. Yourself, the fate of the earth is in your hands. After saying that, Yu Il-shin's clone immediately returned to his body. And returned to Korea, looking at the current situation, with the heat causing all the buildings to gradually melt down. Therefore, the demon sword Kang Jeong couldn't help but worry, he didn't expect it to withstand the attack from the sword saint. Shinyu was also confused and said, it's impossible. Seeing that the situation seemed beyond repair, Kang Woo helplessly thought, perhaps this life will end before the Hell Dragon appears. Then this Kang Woo guy spoke up and walked closer to Yu Il-shin and said to Yu Il-shin just give up, it seems like the end of the world is fate. However, Yu Il-shin still looked at the sun god who was approaching the earth, giving up was never in his dictionary. Yu Il-shin was full of arrogant determination and said to that guy Kang Woo, giving up, there is no such thing. Giving up before trying is not really my personality. Besides, it's not the end of the world. Having said that, Yu Il-shin immediately raised the heavenly demon sword in front of him. Seeing this, the heavenly demon sword became suspicious and asked Yu Il-shin again, have you really thought of this and still have a way to save it? Yu Il-shin confidently spoke to the demon sword, even if it was useless, now was not the time to hesitate. Thanks to that, Sword Tianma will not be confused and ask Yu Il-shin, maybe. Even though Yu Il-shin was a little confused and worried, he still confidently and firmly told Sword Heaven Demon, like him, I will pour all my holy power into this attack. Even if he is the supreme being, but he is still injured, I still have the advantage. Thanks to that, Sword Demon immediately felt worried and told Yu Il-shin, but if so, he would. However, Yu Il-shin still did not back down, he became even more steadfast and said to the devil, I know, the worst case scenario is that I could lose my life. However, if I can protect everyone, I am willing to sacrifice my life, as many times as possible. Seeing Yu Il-shin's determination, knowing that he could no longer advise, Sword Heaven Demon was satisfied and said to Yu Il-shin, I understand, you are different from a helpless person like me. Okay, let's fight to the end. At this moment, a voice rang in Yu Il-shin's ears, I will give you strength, just once. Hearing that, Yu Il-shin was surprised and asked again, Goddess of Justice. In front of Yu Il-shin, the Goddess of Justice appeared, she clenched her fists and closed her eyes and said to Yu Il-shin, maybe I have weakened after being defeated by the god. But I, the Moonlight of Justice, who once stood above all the gods, will give you my creed. The next second, Yu Il-shin received a notification from the system, the Demon Moon Sword had become your temporary follower. Quest, promotion to mid-level good god, S-level follower, 100 out of 100. Congratulations, you have completed the mission and promoted to the intermediate level god. Yu Il-shin has become a mid-level good god. Immediately afterwards, a stream of power from the sword rushed straight into Yu Il-shin's body, causing his whole body to emit a dazzling source of fierce power. Yu Shin received this great power and couldn't help but scream in pain. Along with that, the goddess of justice also told Yu Shin to admire the power of the most powerful sword saint in history. Along with that, the system immediately appeared and informed Yu Shin that the eyeless god's eyes had evolved to level A. Time will stop for a minute while you continue to witness the history of the falling demon Moon's sword. He is human but falls in love with a god. A petty knight who has surpassed the realm of common gods. At the same time, the image of that bodyguard continued to appear on Yu Shin's face. This person said with cold eyes full of determination, "Heavenly sword, please eliminate all demons for me." Then he strongly charged with his sword to attack and kill all the demons here. With a determined tone, he said, "Today, I will fulfill my promise to the goddess and die." After saying that, the god knight jumped up and used his sword to kill the god destroyer. The man who had transformed into a god sacrificed his heavenly sword, and then he also successfully cut the god into hundreds of pieces. However, the deity is an existence that was born with creation. Even a transformed knight cannot kill it. Seeing that, the knight couldn't help but get angry and say, "Damn it." Immediately after that, an explosion occurred. And in the end, the white knight was defeated by the god. But the explosion also caused hundreds of fragments of the god to be scattered throughout the universe. And that knight waited again. Wait until someone inherits his sword and destroys the god. Back to the present, this time the heavenly devil appeared again and told Yu Shin, the swordsmanship of the white knight, who once defeated the god, with it, you can also fight the sun god. But just by looking, can you learn the sword saint's moves? Yu Shin looked at it intently and firmly said to the devil, "I think it's okay. I am the swordsmanship of the white knight." Hearing that, the heavenly devil couldn't help but be surprised and asked Yu Shin, "Can you use that heavenly sword with just one observation?" Yu Shin calmly tell the devil, "I'm not completely sure. I don't know if a mid-level god has this ability, but..." As soon as I saw the biography of the magical moon sword, the real sword he used was deeply imprinted in my mind. "White Knight, your will, I will carry it out." Right after that, Yu Shin strongly swung his sword in front of the sun god who was madly rushing towards him. The sun god rushed towards Yu Shin and thought that if he used all his holy power, he could kill Yu Shin. But seeing the power of the sword in Yu Shin's hand, this sun god was confused and said, "Why did his sword energy suddenly disappear?" At this moment, Yu Shin confidently held the blue devil in his hand and said to that sun god, "His intuition is also sharp, it's time for you to fall into eternal sleep, bird head." Then Yu Shin immediately unleashed a powerful sword move towards the sun god and firmly thought, "I'm sure the white knight did this." Right after that, Yu Shin's sword slashed with great power, just like the incarnation of the white knight, slashing straight at the sun god. He was angry and surprised when he received Yu Shin's sword strike. In pain and hatred, he couldn't believe it and told him, "This power is from the heavenly sword. I curse you." Immediately after that, the sun god was killed by Yu Shin with one sword strike. At the same time, right after he died, the sun also returned to its original state, a clear blue sky again. Seeing that, Yu Shin immediately breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at the blue sky and said, "It's okay." The next second, the system appeared and informed Yu Shin that Yu Shin had saved the three worlds. You have reached the intermediate good god and evil god ranks and are qualified to participate in the gods' festival. Seeing that, Yu Shin couldn't help but be confused and curious, thinking, is it a god's festival? The eternal truth seeker once mentioned. What event is it? Doesn't seem like a good thing. And right now at the palace of the sun god, Yu Shin's clone was still standing here, feeling his body gradually disappearing. He immediately said, "Time must be up. You're stronger than I thought." Hearing that, Yu Shin smiled triumphantly and said to his clone, "I told you so, just trust me." And right before Yu Shin's clone disappeared and merged into his body as one, he left a message telling Yu Shin, "Don't be arrogant, if you die I will also disappear." Hearing that, Yu Shin couldn't help but get angry and talk to his clone, but at least say it kindly. Hearing that, Yu Shin's clone also told him, "Ah, you're cool today." Hearing that, Yu Shin couldn't help but be happy to receive recognition from his avatar. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and thought, "That guy is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. I didn't expect him to know how to say this. I also think I'm a bit cool today. But why do I feel strange? I feel like someone is watching my back." It turned out that when Yu Shin was feeling proud and happy because of his clone's compliment to him and lost in thought, both the demon sword Kang Jiam and Shinyu were behind him, continuously looking at Yu Shin with sympathetic eyes. Praise and admiration. And right after that, when Yu Shin felt the gaze, he turned around and was startled to see the demon sword Kang Gom and Shinyu looking at him with admiring eyes and saying, "Truly a sword saint, sir has reached another realm. Please teach me that trick." Then both sword demon Kang Jiam and Shinyu immediately cheered and praised Yu Shin, saying, "Sword saint cheered, cheered." Seeing that, Yu Shin immediately hated it and told them to go away. On this side, Kang Wu looked at their situation. He was a little worried and didn't know what to say, but he thought, "I'm sure in that situation there's really no hope. That's why I had the thought of giving up." But Il Shin never thought of giving up. And in the end he saved this world. He must be the one who can stop the apocalypse. He was willing to sacrifice everything to protect the world. So I will also give my best. And while Yu Shin still didn't know anything about Kang Wu's thoughts, he was annoyed with the stalking of the demon sword Kang Jiam and Shinyu's wife and told them, "I told them to turn away." Then Kang Wu was already here. Shed tears of admiration and happiness as if finding the truth. And then this Kang Wu also shouted to Yu Shin, "Long live Yu Shin." And noticed that Kang Wu was holding out his arms and running towards the place he wanted to hug. Yu Shin immediately panicked and said, "You got me too, Kang Wu." Right after that, both Kang Wu, sword demon Kang Jiam and Shinyu immediately chased after Yu Shin, saying, "Long live the sword saint, long live Yu Shin." Seeing them so crazy, Yu Shin could only run away and panic and tell them, I know, don't chase me anymore." At this moment, while running, Yu Shin was surprised to receive a notification from the system. His running steps also stopped, and Yu Shin clenched his fists with determination. Seeing this strange action, the group of Kang Wu, demon sword Kang Jiam and Shinyu couldn't help but feel confused and curious and said to Yu Shin, "Sword saint, sir, are you hungry?" However, Yu Shin happily looked at the system notification. "You have achieved the mission's goal. The universe will become more beautiful when you accumulate 10 million merits. Merit 999,999,999 out of 10 million. The God of Prosperity will reward you with a revitalizing potion for completing the task." Seeing that, Yu Shin happily held the bottle of precious medicinal herbs in his hand, gratefully saying, "Finally, I can finally save Hyo-Gyo." In China, home of Hyo-Gyo, people gathered around the winged children who said angels, and someone, who was it, that was Hyo-Gyo. A woman rushed to hug her with joy and sadness, saying, "Oh my God, my daughter, it's been so many years since I last saw you." She slowly opened her eyes and said she had a headache. Where were she? Then suddenly called her mother. Yu Shin looked intently at the phone screen, shed tears and said it was so touching. "Let's live happily, Hyo-Gyo." Silent Nightmare covered his mouth and said that he felt so cheesy. He frowned and replied that you were so cold. "Oh, I have something to ask, are you really a knight in white?" Tian Dao absolutely said that if he gave 100 million divine coins, he would answer. He shouted loudly, "Have you been a robber or something lately? Okay, there's no way a scammer like you is a knight in white." The goddess of justice said that she had a lot to say but would keep it private. She told him not to spy on her. He said, "Why suddenly? Is there something going on between you two?" The second strongest person in the Ant clan, Leho, is climbing the warrior tower. Yu Shin smiled and thought, "Finally someone climbed the warrior tower. I need another S-class person. That's a good thing, but when will I get the quest for a high-level god, to be a mid-level god? It's been 2 days, whatever, because of that bird brain guy I can't sleep, I have to make up for it." Tears of endless prosperity told him to rest and replenish his holy power. He smiled happily and said, "Thank you, sister, for taking care of me." Meanwhile, in the warrior tower on the 42nd floor, looking at the beautiful scenery, the little girl exclaimed that the forest had finally regained vitality. Ilio said, "It's beautiful." She turned around and smiled brightly. "Thanks to you, thank you." He replied that it's nothing, I'm the one who needs to thank you for asking the water goddess for help. Okay, let's go. I'm really asking, you can stay a little longer. He said he felt his brother climbing the tower, he had to become stronger so he wouldn't be embarrassed. She held the pearl firmly in her hand, then decided to take it out and give it to him, telling him to take it. What did he ask? She said it was the essence of that water goddess, it would definitely be useful for his adventure. He took it and thanked the kid, then crushed his excitement and said he had absorbed it. Congratulatory notification system, you have passed the 42nd floor of the Warrior Tower, time and space trial, your reward is the blessing of water, the feature you will never be thirsty again. He happily said that climbing the tower would be very useful, thank you very much. She smiled brightly and wished him luck. He turned around and before leaving replied that he hoped we would meet again. Watching his shadow disappear, she clasped her hands and said she would pray for him, hoping that all his dreams would come true. At this time, at Yu Il-shin's house, he lay down comfortably, but then opened his eyes and grumbled at the loud thunder, not sleeping. Suddenly Xiao Ming appeared in the darkness. He was startled and screamed loudly. After he calmed down and looked at her clearly, he regained his composure. She smiled brightly, and it was my honor to be greeted by him with a shout like this. He asked her what she was doing in my house. She knelt down solemnly and said, "I have completed all the tasks you assigned me." He searched his memory. What was the mission? And then he let out a loud voice. Memories came back. He had said that after this was over, he, his clone, had ordered her to do something. She said that according to your orders, I enticed all the members of the heroic trio to become your disciples, and those who did not listen to me were quietly dealt with. He thought, yes, thanks to these disciples, he could become a mid-level god. He said, "Thank you, you helped me a lot." She blushed and said, "Hearing a great person like you say that, I was so touched, and happy that my hard work had paid off. I just wanted to see you one last time. Now that my wish has come true, I can't. No more regrets, please live long and healthy, then take out the brooch on your head." He was surprised and asked why she suddenly said that, and what was the last time. She tried to stab the brooch into her neck, but he quickly used his iron body to block it with his hand, shouting loudly, "What are you doing suddenly? Are you crazy?" She hesitated, but, in her memory, he had ordered right after the war with the three heroes ended, to dispose of the remnants of the three heroes, and recruit S-class hunters as disciples. Mine, kill anyone who opposes, and then kill yourself after you're done. He grabbed her hand and asked if she meant my clone ordered her to commit suicide. You answered correctly, sir. He thought it was true that I really wanted to kill her at that time, but, in addition to reviving Pig Geo, I also needed to find an S-class believer, so she didn't need to do that. He snatched the brooch from her hand and said, "Don't forget that order. I don't like seeing my followers die, do you understand?" She bewilderedly said yes. He said, "Okay, now go home. Suddenly barging into someone's house is extremely rude." She bowed her head sadly and said, "I understand, dear Sword Saint, Xiao Ming will return as ordered." Looking at her sadness, he felt like she was about to die somewhere else, so that was it. He called this Spirit League. She immediately became bright and turned around to answer, "Sir, what do you have to say?" He said, "It's okay, it's not dinner time yet, but do you want to go eat black bean noodles?" He thought that since she had come all the way here, he should invite her to a nice meal before sending her away. She asked about black bean noodles, thinking to herself, could this be a famous line in a Korean movie, "Do you want to eat noodles?" Then she answered yes, and at the same time unbuttoned each button on her body. He shouted slowly in panic, "Why are you taking off your clothes? Put them on, hurry up." In another development, the president of the Korean Hunter Association Lee Ji-tae leaned on his hands in thought and said that there are still 2 months left until the war. This time we must bring glory to our country. Where's the list of S-level hunters we are promoting? The secretary gave him the list and said we had chosen level A hunters and hermits. He flipped through the pages and then stopped at the information page about Yu Il-shin. He asked the B-level hunter, he was also on this list. Okay, this kid can't be B-level, this time we have to determine his abilities. At home, the couple ate deliciously. Xiao Ming looked at him and smiled and said this dish was a bit different from Chinese black bean noodles but still very delicious. He replied like that, "It's good that you like it." She glared and looked annoyed even though I knew there was an uninvited guest coming, so I didn't feel very comfortable. Mina angrily asked why she was here. He hesitated. She asked him what he was thinking, didn't she intentionally kill him? He said yes. Thinking back to Mina's scary face, she told him to die, then added that she also wanted to kill me before. She said that, then mumbled an apology. He said there's no need to feel guilty, just like Miss Mina. Ling Xiaoming has also changed. Ah, don't be sad anymore, you should try this dumpling, come on, open your mouth, then pick it up for you. She looked up at him with big round eyes and said if he invited, then closed her eyes and opened her mouth to receive the food he fed her. Xiaoming trembled slightly and asked if you two were dating. Mina asked why did she suddenly say that? Xiaoming said, she came here in the middle of the night, and the Sword Saint personally fed her. Mina didn't know what to say, she just blushed and hesitated. Yu Il-shin thought to herself that it was a habit left over from when Mina turned back into a child. Then, what kind of dating is dating? There's no such thing. In other words, it's more like a father-son relationship. Xiaoming said, I understand, that's good. What he said, Mina. Suddenly, while he was still in peace, she hit him and told him to block it, you idiot. He looked at her with confusion as she took the file and pressed it to his face and asked why she was pressing it to my face, what's wrong with her? She said your dungeon schedule. He asked the dungeon, isn't this something only hunters of level A and above do? She said that's enough asking, just come to the location listed there before 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. If you're late then you'll die with me, and you too. The next time you appear in front of me, I'll kill you, okay? Time to leave in shame. He asked, suddenly angry. She glared at him and called him an idiot, then kicked the door hard. He screamed, wanting to break the door or something. Does she know how expensive it is to fix the door? Xiao Ming said, Sword Saint, don't worry, I can be your concubine. He shouted at the monkey, finish your food quickly. He looked at the information sheet that Mina gave him and thought about going to raid the dungeon. It's really troublesome. Besides, Mina seems to have misunderstood something. I have to find out clearly. The god of prosperity said that she had a bad feeling about tomorrow and told him to prepare himself. He frowned and had a bad feeling. God of prosperity, what do you know? The next day, at the dungeon gate, the police surrounded the window and said it would be dangerous to get too close. The level A dungeon was about to open. Everyone stay back and help us. I secretly admire the strict security, but I have to go in. Mina saw him from afar shouting loudly, why are you so late? Did you choose death? He smiled and said sorry, it was too crowded, besides I was only 5 minutes late. Gal Young-hyuk stepped forward and scowled and said that in an emergency situation, thousands of lives would be lost in just 5 minutes. This idiot doesn't even know the basic rules of a hunter. How do they filter? To a B-level guy like him. I think this is the hot-tempered guy I met last time, S-level hunter, Gal Young-hyuk. Mina say hello, this is Gal Young-hyuk, also the one who evaluates you today. He greeted him. She said, whose child are you carrying? He said my nephew, will be on Da'an. My sister said she had an urgent matter so she asked me. She shouted, what were you thinking, bringing children to work like that? He signaled the baby to stop, it took me a while to get her to sleep. Gal Young-hyuk, to tell the truth, hunters these days are so chaotic. What kind of business are you planning on doing? When you're ready, call me. I think this guy has an arrow of anger. In the dungeon, the dead and gloomy atmosphere, a terrifying voice smoldering, you killed 2 of my apostles and still dare to be so blatant. Today I have to finish you off, let's start quickly, Festival of the Gods. Meanwhile outside the door, Mina was still squirming. You know that this dungeon conquest is a test to level up to S-class, right? What did he say, S-level? She snapped. Didn't you read the document I sent? An A-class dungeon will appear here soon. You can become an S-class hunter if you pass this test, even though this dungeon is for you. I'm sure it will be as easy as pie. He thought that as an S-level hunter, I would definitely earn a lot of money and become famous, but now I'm a mid-level god, which is a bit troublesome, but I can't just ignore it. Never mind a dungeon like this, so I guess I'll just have to deal with it. He laughed and said I just need to go in there alone and destroy everything, right? She said no, an S-class hunter would go with him to prevent it. He asked an S-class hunter, so will you come with me? It's good that she can say that, but the person accompanying him is an S-class hunter, Gal Young-hyuk. He said, he thought to himself that a level A dungeon would be easy, it should be fine, but Mina, do you smell something foul? What do you mean, I don't smell anything. Suddenly there was a warning to the high god, the ruler of the abyss who requested a festival of the gods. He wondered if the festival of the gods, the ruler of the abyss, did that god worship snakes? No wonder the festival smelled so bad. The system announces the rules of the festival of the gods as follows. When proposing to hold a festival of the gods with a high-ranking god, the opponent cannot refuse. However, you can refuse the suggestion of a high-ranking god. He thinks that being weak also has its advantages. Good. The system says the great demon god, war of carnage and madness, who oversees the festival of the gods, has bestowed upon you the blessing of carnage. He thought the war was carnage and madness, nice name, I've never seen them, but they seem to love killing. Had the choice been offered to him, would you accept the festival of the gods from the high god, the ruler of the abyss? A voice smoldering in his ear agreed, little god, let's fight with passion and excitement. He thinks to provoke me, that's nice, but, no, I don't want to fight, go away. The system receives a choice from him, informing you that you have refused the festival of the gods from the ruler of the abyss. What did the other person say? You dare refuse to start a fight, you coward. He said, do you think I'm crazy? I almost lost to the sun god, why would I accept to fight someone stronger than me? Go away, I don't want anything to do with you. The ruler of the abyss angrily said, you dare mock me. Suddenly there was a strong tremor that made the hunters somewhat surprised and asked each other, was it an earthquake? What was going on? If the ruler of the abyss says so, I have no choice but to kill you. Notification system activates authority, eyes of the godless eye, observe the ruler of another alien swamp, my lovely children, rise from the abyss. Countless monsters were summoned. The ruler of the abyss said the time had finally come to kill Yuil Shin and destroy his world, because he dared to refuse the festival of the gods and mock me. Yuil Shin cursed under her breath, oh, I connected with the level A dungeon to send her minions down. The bell rings warning that the dungeon rank has changed from A to S, the dungeon rank has changed from S to SS, the dungeon rank has changed from SS to SSS. Gal Young-hyuk said what's going on, it's still a while before the dungeon is activated, and this is clearly a dungeon higher than S rank. Seeing the monsters appear, he said damn it, go ahead, soul armor. Yuil Shin said it so coolly, right? Gal Young-hyuk is male, distinguished by his armor and helmet made of metal and SS-grade equipment, this is quite useful, so try stealing it. What did Yuil Shin say, it's worth stealing, is he asking me to steal it, oh well, it's my nephew, even though the situation is like this he can still sleep, then he spoke Aunt Mina, I'll leave it baby give it to me. Are you panicking, what, wait. But before she could protest, he forced her to throw the baby into her arms. She shouted at him what he was going to do. What does he think I'm going to do? I'm going to handle this, because this is my fault. Gal Young-hyuk said Yuil Shin, your rank can't handle this, step back. But he kept moving towards the monsters. They screamed for human flesh, I'm so hungry, I'll eat the little god. The supreme god looked at the situation and said die, Yuil Shin. He raised his hand to indicate the power of the god. The monsters were extremely enthusiastic about eating humans, but they didn't expect to be defeated by him with just one move. The system continuously announced that 20 million gold coins had been taken from the god. The monsters in the back stepped back and said what just happened, our teammates just happened. He licked his lips and said 20 million gold coins from me, so how much would all of them be worth, come and give me the money. They ran away together. The system continuously notified that gold coins were poured into his account. The abyss fell down, trembling, saying no way, they were strong enough to blow up an entire planet, yet he could still kill them all with just one finger. Yuil Shin comes forward and speaks really sweetly, now I can't count how much I've earned, but I can't be too greedy, hey abyss, let's end everything here. He raised his hand and said the index finger of God's power, off. The abyss felt surprised as to why a god who possessed such power would avoid fighting. He said it's because I'm too lazy, now go back to where you came from. With just a snap of his fingers, the abyss immediately disappeared. He looked at the account and said there was too much money. Gal Young-hyuk secretly trembled in fear saying how could this be possible. Mina was also surprised and said something, Yuil Shin, do you have the ability to seal the dungeon? At this moment, his nephew opened his eyes and called out to uncle, he was so hungry, then stared at Mina and asked who she was. She smiled and said hello, are you awake? The little girl pinched her cheeks and said she was so pretty, she looked like a doll. Mina stood still, not knowing what to do. At this time, my daughter shouted loudly, Sung-yun, you can't do that to adults. He came closer, looked awkward and said I'm sorry, she's still too young. She replied that it was okay, she was still a child. The little girl looked at him innocently and said, Uncle, I'm hungry, let's go eat. He asked the princess, what do you want to eat? The little girl replied, I want a burger. He said a good idea, let's go, keep it a secret from mom, then happily took his niece's hand and left. Mina quickly said wait, I can't just leave. He turned around and asked what's wrong, the dungeon has disappeared, what else should I do? She said his promotion process would become more complicated if he left. He waved his hand and said it's okay, I don't care, there's nothing good about becoming an S-level hunter. He secretly thought that if he became an S-level hunter, they would make him work like a cow. Gal Young-hyuk gritted his teeth and said what did you just say? Seeing a bright light, I said, what's that light bulb behind me? Gal Young-hyuk was filled with malice and asked if you just look down on S-level people. I know you're good but I can't forgive you when you look down on S-level people. Yuil Shin said that's not what I meant, I'm just too lazy. What is the other person asking? You need to teach me a lesson. Come to the Hunter Association's training ground at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'll show you what an S-level person is like. Then leave. Yuil Shin looked up thinking he wanted that armor. Eyeless God says if you want, take it away. Mina said why would she do that? Last time, Baekdu Hyeon did the same thing as him and was beaten to a pulp. Did he really ask? She said seriously. Besides, without him, leveling up would be very complicated. Are you really going to fight him tomorrow? He calmly said why would I do that, I don't care much about promotion, I just came here today to apologize for yesterday. Her eyes lit up and asked, "Really?" Suddenly he asked her if she wanted to go have a burger with us. The little girl happily turned to ask her to come with her. She felt a bit surprised by his proposal and awkwardly said, "Why don't you eat a burger with me?" He turned around and said she was famous so it would bother her, so we went together. She became impatient and said no, let me go with her, wait, let me get the mask and sunglasses. Antria, in the forest. The beast, covered in blood, sat down at the base of a tree, breathing weakly. He cursed under his breath, "That traitorous bastard killed all his brothers, I will kill that traitor, you damn bastard." Suddenly a ghostly aura appeared. The other side said there was still one survivor. Good. She stammered and looked at him asking who you are and what your name is. What he said was rude, but I will let it go this time. Where is my arachne? It disappeared around here, I don't see it anywhere anymore. It replied, "Is that a spider? It's dead." I didn't expect that I would have to be humiliated like that because of an insect. He bowed his head and said that, why was he in such a hurry and not even waiting for me? The monster interrupted him, "It doesn't matter, give me back to my world quickly, otherwise I will kill you." He got angry and shouted to kill me. He gritted his teeth and felt scared of this huge source of energy. What was he? He said I was the iron blood brother of the insect world. He panicked and shouted, "Don't come close to me." He glared and said, "Being a great god," then he finished it off. Its pitiful screams echoed in the forest. Returning to Seon, people stopped by the burger restaurant and looked intently at Yuil Shin and Mina's dining table, discussing that it was really Sung. Mina, it can't be, why is she in a place like that? This is okay, but it looks very similar. He looked at her eating deliciously and thought that wearing a mask and glasses wouldn't have much effect, anyway, they wouldn't recognize her. She innocently asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you going to eat?" He replied, "Yes, I will eat." Suddenly there was a loud thud. The little girl turned her head and said, "Thunder and lightning." Miri appeared and said, "Finally it's here, teacher." He looked at her bewilderedly and asked, "Miri, long time no see, how did you know I was here?" She calmly responded, "To the smell of the teacher." He bowed his head, put his hand and collar up to his nose and sniffed, wondering what he smelled like. "I shower every day, do I smell bad, but?" Mina quickly said nothing, intending to leave quietly. But he didn't understand, so he turned around and asked loudly where she was going. Miri ran back and asked her, "What are you doing here?" Mina turned her head and hummed, then quickly responded by hugging Miri and saying, "I came to see you, I'm so happy, let's go eat." Miri shyly replied, "Everyone is watching." He also added that yes, thanks to you, more people come here. The crowd rushed to take pictures with their phones, making a lot of noise about the Lightning Queen. "I told you it was Sungmi Na. Can I have an autograph, please?" He was scared and thought about going home. Returning to his apartment, he suddenly screamed and looked at the girl in front of him in surprise and asked, "Why are you here again?" Ling Xiaoming smiled seductively, in her maid outfit, looking at him lovingly and said that because I still have to receive the next mission from you, I think I can help with the housework instead. Mina interrupted and shouted loudly, "I told you I would kill you if we ever met again." Xiaoming smiled and provoked jealousy, which was pathetic, for this middle-aged woman who was in a father-daughter relationship with my dear sword saint. Mina was so angry that she was about to rush up and shout something aggressive. Middle-aged woman. Yuil Shin quickly stopped her and said to calm down. But she didn't seem like she wanted to stop screaming. Regardless, whether she was a S-class or not, she was definitely dead now. Miri shyly asked him to let a woman like this into the house. He turned around and explained that it wasn't like that. However, she quickly left with the words that she was very disappointed in the teacher. Sung Yun innocently asked you, "Who is your girlfriend?" "I'm so confused." He shouted loudly that it was all wrong, thinking to himself that this is so complicated, what is going on? After a while, he sat down on the large sofa and said being alone was best. He thought to himself, I knocked them both out and left them in the infirmary because they wouldn't stop fighting. After waking up they probably won't fight anymore, right? Well, that's their problem. It's been a while, then I can sleep peacefully like this. The next day, while he was still dreaming, he was awakened by the doorbell ringing. He wondered who had come so early in the morning. The doorbell was about to break. Who was it? He walked out the door, approached the surveillance machine and saw the angry face of Gal Yung Hyuk. He clicked his tongue and said this guy won't give up. Then he decided to go back into the room and say whatever he wanted to say. Eyes couldn't see, ears couldn't hear. Suddenly, his house door was punctured by Gal Yung Hyuk and fell to the ground. The other person said that he knew right away that you were at home. I probably told you that you had to go to the association practice hall today, right? He shouted at my door, "It's very expensive." Gal Hyuk asked him if he was listening. Then, he clenched his fist into a fist and punched every word, so he had to get punched before he would listen. At the same time rushed to attack him. He raised his finger to block the opponent's punch. Ga Chung Hai Hick thought in surprise he blocked my fist with just one finger. He angrily said that even if he were a senior, I still wouldn't forgive you for breaking my door. I won't be tolerant anymore. Gal Hyuk impatiently shouted at the cheeky boy and threw another punch. But unexpectedly, he was easily knocked to the ground by him. He said, "Pay for the door repair and then leave. This is your last chance." Gal Hyuk said, "You dare to mock me? Okay, I won't tolerate it anymore. Come here, soul armor. You dare to make me use soul armor. I admit you are strong, but it won't be easy, so take up arms to be fair." Summoning the soul armor had left his house in ruins. He gritted his teeth and said, "I renovated the entire interior to celebrate becoming a homeowner. I was excited to finally have a house. If you have the heart to destroy it, you've lost my respect. You terrorist," summons memories of heavenly demons, mid-air steps, and actively attacks. Gal Hyuk nervously thought that only people who were skilled in martial arts in the martial arts world could perform the void jump. I was wondering why he was so strong, so he came from the martial arts world, and just raised his hand. Blocked the attack from him. I panicked even though I blocked it, but I still felt the impact. He punched Gal Hyuk from behind, making the other person lie on the ground and said, "If you continue, you will really die. I will stop if you apologize." The stubborn opponent says he wants me to apologize to you. Never, I don't intend to use this card, but this is a technique that can destroy even an S-class monster in one blow. Don't blame me. Okay, Dragon Fist Soul Armor. He used a finger and coldly said that he will also stop restraining himself. The two attacks collided, creating a huge earthquake. Gal Hyuk opened his eyes wide and said no way, then immediately knelt down, bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry, I will return the repair fee, so please stop." He thought to himself that because he was so angry, he couldn't control it, but he could still endure it. That armor must be very valuable. Suddenly, the soul escaped from Gal Hyuk's body. He looked at Yu Il-shin with adoration and said, "My new master, please accept me." He was a little suspicious, thinking he just said, "Wait, what?" then asked, "Do you want me to accept you?" He turned his head to look at Gal Hyuk and said, "I can't continue serving a loser like this anymore." Gal Hyuk shouted loudly, "What's wrong with you?" It coldly said, "You owned me for 623 days and 12 hours, but could only improve by 2%. During that time you should have been able to improve by at least 6%. A human like you are not worthy to become my master, but he is different. He possesses different powers and talents than you." Yu Il-shin scratched his head shyly and said, "Yes, I'm good too." It added that compared to him, you are just a small speck of dust in space. I am the heir of the Almighty Mother. I have the duty to evolve into a transcendent entity, so please become the master. My new lover, Yu Il-shin. He said it was a bit difficult. It falters, then. He took out his phone and said, "Don't misunderstand, it's just that there is someone else who is more suitable for you than me. Okay, his name is Ilyo, he fights every day, I think it would be better for you to serve you." That's me. It said, "Oh, I feel the same strength as you from him, he is also very close to you." He replied yes, thinking to himself, "Anyway, I can use his ability, so it would be better if I gave it to him, because he has to hunker down to level up every day." He bowed his head solemnly and said, "I will do as you say." Then he looked at Gal Hyuk one last time and said goodbye to the old master. Gal Hyuk. When he received the armor, Ilyo immediately asked God Yu Il-shin, "This is?" He smiled and said, "It was a gift for you, Ilyo, it will help you pass the trial." The other person excitedly replied, "Thank you God, I will try my best." Li Ji-tae quietly looked at the image sent by the tracking system, thoughtfully saying, "This was more than I imagined. He defeated the soul armor Gal Hyuk so easily. I knew he was not a normal B-level hunter." The secretary came closer to continue speaking, and soul armor decided to serve the new owner Yu Il-shin as his new master. He asked in surprise, who was the strongest person in the world, the one with the soul armor, who did that? She clearly replied that his feat of defeating SS-rank monsters in the past was not a coincidence but a real ability. He said it was possible. Anyway, what is the damage this time? I announced more than 100 billion gone. Your face darkened, 100 billion won, then worried about whether people would be injured. She replied no. He breathed a sigh of relief and said okay, so where are you now? Mina was going with Yu Il-shin to the treatment facility for Gal Hyuk. She grumbled, how hard did you fight to make him stay in the hospital for 3 weeks? He said, I'm a bit upset because he destroyed my house, but you're sure I won't have to pay for the damage if you heal him, right? She nodded yes. The chairman of the Hunter Association said that if you heal Gal Hyuk, he will grant you an S-level license, exempting you from responsibility. He was secretly happy. He lost 100 billion. He didn't expect that an S-level hunter would have immunity from responsibility. He had to do his best to heal him. At this time in the hospital room, his whole body was bandaged and looked very miserable. Gal Hyuk was depressed and mumbling to himself, why did you leave me, bordering on the soul, do you like traveling so much, a guy who wears clothes all day? What's the point of wandering around everywhere? Come back, soul armor. Mina frowned and observed from the outside, saying what was wrong with him. Yul Shin stuttered. I'm also wondering. He raised his finger and thought, if I go in, he will probably be even angrier. Just stand here and heal him, then use God's healing ring finger. Gal Hyuk looked at his wounds that were gradually healing, surprised his body. After a while, completing the treatment, Yul Shin smiled and said let's go, Mina. She replied okay, no, wait, let's go to the shopping mall, I can't let you go out in that outfit. He asked why the mall, I can't go anywhere. A few days later at the Hunter Association, Lee Ji-tae spoke on the podium of the conference room. Thank you everyone for being here today. Today is a very important event, an S-class hunter. Below the delegates' table, Mina looked at Yul Shin in his suit, then smiled and complimented him on how handsome he looked. He was confused. I can wear a sweater. Miri sitting at the table also spoke up very well, I'm also planning to buy things for my master, she looks very cool. Mina is excited, right? You have eyes to see. He looked at her and thought that Mina's acting skills were improving day by day. She could become a professional actress, but why does that guy keep looking at me like that? Miri also looked in the direction that his eyes were paying attention to, then grumbled at that bastard. He asked me if I knew that name. She replied Stephen Choi, he was the supervisor of my S-level exam, that guy kept babbling about rejecting an offer from a large association in the US to return to Korea, and kept asking for my number, flirting. Even though I've refused so many times, it's so annoying. Mina tried to clench her fist to suppress her anger, cursing under her breath, that guy dares. Yul Shin curses the trash. Suddenly the system displays the opponent's information. He secretly collects data. This is Stephen Choi's status window, 25-year-old male, notes can teleport, has an unpleasant personality and is very very jealous. He silently commented that the note was interesting, should I say hello again? Stephen Choi from afar kept looking at the table where Miri was sitting. He thought angrily. I'm really looking forward to this meeting, because I heard that Miss Miri is coming, but I can't sit next to her. Then he saw Yul Shin approaching and staring at him. He looked up at the other person with unsympathetic eyes and asked, do you know me? Yul Shin smiled and said of course I know who you are. What did Stephen Choi yell, how dare you talk to me so disrespectfully? Yul Shin smiled evilly, thinking it was written in his status window, then called Bong Shik, right, Choi Bong Shik. The system provided him with quite interesting information. The name Stephen Choi, male gender, 25 years old, special notes with the ability to teleport, is a quite jealous person, hates and is ashamed because real name Choi Bong Shik. The other person's face turned red, he was so embarrassed that he shouted something loudly, how do you know my real name? At this moment on the podium, Lee Ji-tae cleared my throat. We will now begin the awards ceremony for the S-rank hunters. Please, everyone, please take your seats, and also, please invite the 2 hunters to play, and can you come on stage please? Stephen Choi clenched his fist into an angry and threatening fist. Just wait until the ceremony is over. Yul Shin smiled and said okay, Bong Shik. The security team sent someone to bring up 2 bracelets to wear for Stephen Choi and Yul Shin to say. This is an S-level hunter license, a device that can be used to measure the hunter's mana points. With the hey, we can see if you two are worthy of becoming S-class hunters. Yul Shin thought I was just wondering how much my mana had increased. Stephen Choi thought it was too easy, then clenched his fist tightly. The bracelet showed the amount of mana was 10,050 MP. Below is the buzz of an S-rank hunter who is usually just over 8.000 points, but he got more than 10.000. He refused the offer of an American association and stayed in Korea out of patriotism. He arrogantly looked towards Yul Shin and thought, see what, you rude guy? No matter how many points you have, your score certainly cannot be higher than mine. Measuring system informs Yul Shin, amount of mana 5 MP. Below looked disgruntled. Only 5 huh, he's an S-class hunter right, shouldn't his license be revoked? Stephen Choi chuckled that it was only 5, I thought how good he was, but it turns out he's no different from the F-rank guys, what a shame. Yuil Shin looked at the bracelet in bewilderment and thought it was the same when I was at the academy, but probably nothing has changed. Li Ji-tae was stunned, stammering how was it possible. The quick-thinking Yuil Shin thought maybe he should try another method, then skill sharing number 1, the measurement system element that kept jumping in numbers announced that his mana level had skyrocketed from 5000 MP, up to 17.000 MP, 26.000 MP. Stephen Choi's face changed color and said what the hell is going on? The watch still changed gears and stopped with the status indicating that the player's mana level was 35.000 MP. The journalists began racing to point their cameras at him and say 35.000, so it's the highest in Korea. Hunter Gal Young-hyuk only has 31.000 when equipped with spirit armor. Lee Ji-tae smiled and said it seems like the device is working well again now. With this score we now confirm that Hunter Yuil Shin is qualified to become an S-class hunter. He came to Stephen Choi and said, do you remember what you just said? Just wait until the ceremony is over, Bong Shik. When he got home, he lay down on a comfortable, soft chair and said he was tired, secretly recalling the scene where Stephen bowed his head and repeatedly said sorry to him. He thought about creating trouble, and finally had to go and apologize. Try bothering Miri again and you'll see. Oh well, it seems like Demon Sword and Xiao Ming have already taken care of repairing the ceiling. It seems like those two people are quite close lately, so I sent them to be the bodyguards for Mr. Kangoo, Taurus. It's just a horse, right? Suddenly he saw his phone vibrate. He was a bit surprised. The message was from Mr. Kangoo. The content of the message said that within 3 days, an S-grade dungeon will open. You can get SSS-grade items, the balance of the Citadel of Peace. That would be quite useful. He thought the balance of the God of Peace. I don't know what it is, but Kangoo said so. I better go get it. Then he turned around and said, now let's see how my child is doing. If he needs it, I'll still know how to help him. He said excitedly, oh, number 1 has now reached level 44. Currently testing the level 44 Tower Warriors, the Spacetime Challenge, the conditions to pass the level to rescue the Great Cosmic Alliance that is in chaos. He said the Great Cosmic Alliance, why, what is that again? I already gave the number 1 spirit armor, so it must be able to take care of it on its own. Where is the risk? What is this skill? More shareable skill. Dragon Awakens. Crocodori's Ultimate Dragon Awakens, a skill that can threaten even the gods. Try sharing it, something funny will happen. He said what? I will be able to share that skill again, so that means I can turn into a dragon, then I have to try, let's try. He quietly walked out to the mountain behind him. In the dark and quiet night, he thought that even if he turned into a dragon in this place, it would be okay. Then, sharing his skills, the dragon awakened. Right now at Stephen Choi's house, he angrily banged on the table and cursed. He didn't expect that he, the great Stephen Choi, would have to bow his head and apologize to that bug. One day I will make him pay. Suddenly the system announces that a dangerous monster has appeared, estimated to be level S or higher. You need to quickly go catch it. He said an S-class monster or higher. Well, this is my chance to show that I'm better than that trash. I'll be the first to appear, because I'm the only one in Korea who can instant teleportation. Then he moved to the place where Yuil Shin evolved into a dragon. He glanced at the monster I grew up without knowing that it was the reincarnation of Yuil Shin. He said an S-class monster in this mountain. What the hell? Yuil Shin glanced at him and asked if he's Bong Shik. He blushed and wondered what, how did he know his real name? Yuil Shin thought to himself, how do you know, Bong Shik? It's me, Yuil Shin. Then said Bong Shik, why don't you answer me? Stephen Choi said whether it's a dragon or a dog, just say Bong Shik. Bong Shik, I'm already so angry, just in time I'll vent my anger on you. He asked angrily. It seems like this guy is not very alert. The opponent attacks him with a teleportation skill. He frowned slightly and asked Bong Shik, do you want to die? Stephen Choi said you better not call my name before you die. He glanced at the attack and said bomb, where did these come from? The other person shouted loudly my name is Stephen Choi. Looking at the damage he caused, Stephen Choi laughed out loud with satisfaction. Now, what are my skills like? A guy like you who can only be so big will definitely do it. Yuil Shin appeared unharmed through the smoke and said it's so itchy, Choi Bong Shik. Stephen Choi yelled damn it, why are you still alive after eating all those bombs? Okay, I'll do my best now. Yuil Shin said, I told you it stings, and at the same time stepped down with his foot, causing the opponent to lose consciousness. He raised his foot and said he was dead. This was the first time he had turned into a dragon. He had not yet controlled his power. Suddenly from behind him, a series of awakened people appeared in unison saying, "Right now, everyone, attack." He said in a daze, "I'm screwed." He was a bit confused and didn't understand how to transform back here. At this rate, there was no other way. Hiding was the best policy. With this form, they would never listen to him even if he revealed his identity. "I can really fly, I can fly, flying is really cool, dragons are the best." Suddenly he saw darkness before his eyes. His whole body no longer had any strength. He put his hands on his head thinking what was going on. His head hurt so much. The system issues a warning: you do not have enough holy magic to maintain dragon form. He closed his eyes, thinking if he had overdone it. It seemed like his strength was being drained away. Damn it, then he fell asleep. Suddenly he heard a sweet voice calling him to wake up, "Darling." He opened his eyes slightly, thinking, "Do you love me?" Then stared at the strange woman walking over and asked who she was. She said, "Oh my God, I'm so angry. How come you don't recognize my voice? Everyone calls me the Nightmare Queen. The one who devours all evil, even though I'm also known as the Silent Nightmares." He thought, what's wrong with this woman? So I'm in a dream? She walked over and caressed his face, saying he looked more handsome than before. "Darling." He wondered why he kept calling him darling. He felt so scared. She said, "Honey, listen clearly, there's not enough time left, so I'll keep this short." He wondered, what is this? Don't say this is a confession. He blushed and quickly spoke up. "But I'm not ready yet." He looked deep into her eyes. A hideous beast kept complaining that I was hungry, and he was fighting with it. In that vision, he shouted to leave the earth alone. Damn Godbreaker. He shivered, returned to reality and asked what the hell was that. She replied that what he just saw was the future created from my power of cause and effect, that could happen when he achieved a higher position than a minister. He said he's higher than a minister. I haven't received any quest to become a minister yet. What should I do? She said the fastest way to elevate a god's status is to absorb another god. He asked, absorbing another god. She said that when a person wins a god's festival, they can absorb the losing god. Just like that, he can grow beyond a great god and become a great evil god. It's not a matter of following the path of honesty to becoming a good god takes a lot of time. He smiled faintly and said, "Well." She leaned close to him and whispered that a little god would come looking for him soon to start a festival of another god, the one who borrowed power from the monster of greed and lies and the ruler of the deep swamp, and he couldn't refuse that invitation. On top of that, that god had a lower rank than him. He asked who? She said the king of Antria. He wondered if that bastard was going to invite him to join the festival of the gods. She grabbed his chin and squeezed it hard, saying, "Honey, you mustn't die," and kissed him on the lips. He blushed and thought he couldn't move. He needed to get out here quickly. Then he woke up. He looked around. He was now in the hospital room. He frowned and mumbled that he had gotten into some trouble, and she just liked to do things her way. Mina appeared and asked what trouble you were in, my love. He stammered, "Ms. Mina, well, that is." Miri sat next to him and shook his arm, crying. "Do you know how worried I was?" He looked at her and said, "Miri too, what are you worried about?" Mina frowned and said that if you were looking for an SS-class monster, you should wait for backup and not rush in like that. "I was worried that you were dead." He sat up and said, "What are you two talking about?" At this time a young man came in and said it was good that he could do well after becoming an SS-level hunter. He looked at the object in his hand and asked what it was. He held out his hand and said, "When we found you, we didn't see any dragons around, all these claws in your hand." Did he think he was holding it when he fainted? Don't tell me everyone concluded that I caught that dragon. Miri asked how he could take down something that big by himself. He smiled wryly, "That is." She said, "The association and media are going crazy, they all say you saved the earth." He coughed and said, "For real?" He secretly thought that he suddenly became a cheater. The young man said, "Hunter Yu Shin is a hero of Korea, no, a hero of the world. You can expect a reward from the association after the investigation is over." He wondered what the reward was, then said thank you. After everyone left, he lay down and thought it was finally quiet. After everyone left, they all said they should look forward to the reward. Anyway, to be able to stop the magic, I have to become a great god. Whether I am an evil god or a good god, I have to do everything to become a great god. The system notifies you that you have received a mission to upgrade to a great god, becoming an evil god or a good god. He excitedly thought about Cao Cao. It jumped out when he thought of it. Is that a condition to activate the mission? Wait, is this right? Meanwhile in the Antria Empire, the emperor said you will Shin, I sacrificed everything to receive power, and you received it so easily why? That power is not suitable for a child like him, I will chew him alive and devour him, I will turn him into my strength. He gritted his teeth and thought. Finally, there is the mission of promoting the great god, but isn't that a bit too much? The mission of the great god, common followers 1,000 billion or S-class believers, has a probability of transcendence of 10,000, while the mission of the great evil god, ordinary sacrifices 1,000 billion Oregon 10000 S-level sacrifice has a chance of transcending. He remembered the nightmare that said that when there was a winner of the gods festival, they could absorb the defeated god. He thought about it like a nightmare and said that he could use the God's festival at any time to be able to level up to a great evil god faster, but the problem is that to become a great good god, he has to increase the number of followers. But if I want to stop that damn god of destruction, I have to achieve it at any cost. Anyway, now I have to capture the emperor that the nightmare mentioned. He's lower level than me, but now he can borrow power from those bastards, so I also have to level up quickly. He recalled the content of the message that Kang Wu sent. You can also get the SSS-level item of the God of Peace, it might help you a lot. He frowned. The first thing to do is to get the God of Peace's balance item that Mr. Kang Gu mentioned, but it's only real to be able to recover. I heard that the food in this hospital is very delicious, then go for a walk. Walking down the hospital hallway. Suddenly he saw Stephen Choi blocking the path of a young girl. He stopped and paid attention, that guy. Stephen Choi looked at the other girl and said, you really don't know who I am? Why? I'm Stephen Choi, an S-class hunter. She replied, I really don't know, please, I have to visit my relatives in this hospital. I thought I heard that this guy was seriously injured, it made me worried to death, but if he still has the strength to flirt with girls like that, it should be okay. Stephen Choi still blabbering okay? At least now you know who I am, can I have your phone number? The girl stammered awkwardly, me, actually. Yuil Shin was screaming loudly Bong Sheik. Stephen Choi was startled, turned his head and shouted at whoever dared to call his name. Yuil Shin came closer and said, what name, do you want to die? Stephen Choi was confused and asked him what the hell he was doing here. He thought to himself, Yuil Shin, I heard he was alone facing a dragon that I couldn't get close to, what a death, who would have thought that he was here? In the hospital with me. Yuil Shin said, anyway, why are you bothering other people in the hospital like that? Stephen Choi wondered, it's because I think she's familiar. The girl suddenly grabbed Yuil Shin's arm and said, he's been blocking my way all this time. He turned to look at her and asked the teacher, are you also a student at the academy? Wait, you dare to touch my student? Seeing his unsightly expression, Stephen Choi quickly denied, no, this is just a misunderstanding. He raised his fist and said, misunderstanding, you monkey, will you change it now? The other person turned around and ran away saying, damn it, almost, okay, I'll leave now, okay. He frowned. Try touching my student again, then turned to the girl and said, even if you are a student at the Hunter Academy, how do you know me? She asked in surprise, teacher, don't tell me you don't remember me. He said, you're not in my homeroom's class, then who are you? She said, teacher, I'm the Hyogeo that you saved before. He said in surprise, what, are you Hyogeo? Then used the eyeless god's unique skill and activated it. After checking, there is information about the hanging pig. The human woman has been used for 19 years, and of special note has undergone a complete change because she received countless blessings from the god of prosperity. He happily said, are you really Hyogeo? She replied, yes, it's me. I heard that you were in the hospital, so I came to visit. At this moment outside the hospital room window, Stephen Choi was angrily muttering, damn, I can't believe that stupid bastard humiliated me, I will never forgive you, what is that, don't say, if you steal the prey that's about to fall into your net, I'll kill you. He raised his hateful eyes to look at the silhouette of the Yuil Shin and Hyogeo under the hospital garden. Yuil Shin asked, so after graduating, you will be a farmer? She replied, yes, strangely enough, after being revived, I really liked farming. Did he think it was because of the blessing of the god of prosperity? After all, he was blessed by the god of agriculture. She suddenly spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Hey teacher. Then I bowed my head to express my appreciation and said, thank you very much for saving me and my mother, I will use the rest of my life to give thanks. Hanging Pig Notification System has become a believer in the Earth branch. The Hanging Pig's skill is the blessing of the God of Abundance, can be shared carrying the probability of transcendence possible from the blessings of countless blessed prosperity. She turned around and smiled brightly, saying, I'm leaving, there are still a few procedures to complete before I re-enter the academy. He said, okay. Looking at her disappearing back, he thought he understood, so thanks to the blessing of the god of prosperity, even though it was a bit strange, everything was fine anyway. Behind him he angrily thought, no matter how much stronger he was than me, how could he block this sneak attack? He was still lost in his own thoughts. Thanks to the hanging pig, he had increased 1 point of S-level progress, but there was still a long way to go. I wish S-level progress would fall from the sky like rain. From behind him there was a voice. Die, Yuil Shin. He turned his head and looked back. Stephen Choi attacked him, gloatingly saying, this is for my crime of daring to raise my hand. Witnessing the explosion in front of me, Stephen Choi laughed happily, and that's it, proving that I'm stronger than a bastard like you. Stephen Choi stepped out of the smoke and said, I wish it was real. Stephen Choi thought in horror, how could he be so unharmed? This bastard is no longer human. This feeling is exactly like when I faced that dragon. I can't move. Yuil Shin came closer and put his hand on Stephen Choi's shoulder and said Bong Sheik, making the other person extremely scared and thinking he was dead. And he said, I will give you only one way to live. The other person asked why? He glared and said, be my follower quickly, then I will forgive all your sins up to now. Stephen Choi panicked and asked what that meant, not understanding what this guy was saying. Yuil Shin raised his fist and said, if you don't want it, then prepare to receive the punishment for all your sins right now. Stephen Choi shouted loudly, I believe in you, I believe in you, Yuil Shin, I sincerely believe in you, Yuil Shin. The system notified that Choi Bong Sheik has become a follower of Yuil Shin. The skill of mastering space and time has been shared. The mission of Great Good God, common followers 1000 billion or S-level progress has a transcendent probability of 767/10.000. Yuil Shin smiled and said, that's right, brat, from now on will you listen? The opponent seemed to have lost all vitality and obediently replied clearly. He said, it's clear, if you still dare to defy me, you're a failure, you know. Stephen Choi quickly said, I understand, Sir Yuil Shin. The next day at Siri Mountain, Yuil Shin appeared, leisurely saying that having the teleportation skill was really convenient, being able to reach this faraway place in just a blink of an eye, so this is where the balance is hidden. Of the God of Peace, let's go in. Suddenly the phone rang. He pulled out the phone to check, grumbling, who is calling at this hour? A series of alarms rang out. The wedding ceremony of number 1 and the one with the blood of the God of Destruction had begun. He watched through the screen. At the spaceship of the Queen of the Great Spacetime Alliance, he saw him holding that girl's hand. He thought, could it be that he was seduced by that woman and didn't know that she was? Does she bring me divine blood? Then shouted to calm down and go away. Iho glanced at him and said, Sir Yuil Shin. He said, wake up, this woman is. Then he saw her looking at him with admiration and saying, oh my God, is she a god of love? The system displays information about Emi Randa, the Queen of the Great Spacetime Alliance. Note that she once had the blood of a deity, but she returned to a normal person with the help of Iho. Yuil Shin activates the Eye of the Eyeless God. She was chosen by the god to be his disciple from birth and forced to inherit his bloodline. She tries to fight her fate and destroy the god, but failed, and when she was about to give up in despair, he appeared. He was like a light in her dark life. He gently approached her, patted her head, and bravely said, I will protect her. After a fierce battle, he defeated the god's clone. Thanks to that, he was able to escape the blood bondage of the god. That's what Yuil Shin said. Esmeralda said, I heard him say that there is a god he worships, and I also need to give him strength, even though I am much weaker than him, but if you allow me, I will also dedicate my faith to you. Low-level divine notification system Emi Randa is now your believer. Esmeralda is equivalent to 10 S-level believers. Yuil Shin's faith has been spread to the Great Spacetime Alliance. Does he think 10 S-class believers, and his faith is spread to the Spacetime Alliance, then there will be a lot more believers, right? Then he said, thank you Ilyo, congratulations on your wedding, I will contact you later. Iho said, yes, my dear God. Esmeralda asked for his grace. After hanging up the phone, he clenched his fist and said that with this, the mission would be more comfortable. How about we continue looking for the remaining antiques? 30 minutes later, groping in the cave, Yuil Shin said, it seemed like it was here. Is that the balance of the God of Justice? Can I get it? Suddenly the cave shook, monsters appeared. He immediately said he knew it wouldn't be that easy, but it was just as easy as pi, the index finger of God's power. Then he was surprised when his skill was not deployed at all. He confusedly wondered why his skill couldn't be activated. The middle finger of God's judgment, the skill distribution say Bang Miri Thunder God, the magic sword skill distribution. The system gives a warning that there is a change in the law of cause and effect. 95% of skills are sealed by a powerful entity. He wondered if a powerful entity sealed his skills, the one who possessed that kind of power. Wait, it must be the Silver Alchemist. The heavenly sword absolutely said that it must be a god-breaking and fun popcorn brother. Prosperity's tears burst into tears because that power was too great, she couldn't help. He thought, damn, is it a trap? But I still have 5% of my power left, I still have a way to get out of here. Ilio, put all my trust in you. Skill distribution, Ilio, super strength. One side of his arm became muscular. He thought, okay, only one arm was strengthened, but this size. He sent flying a monster. Then the monsters appeared again. He was startled and said, another one, a real dog, one can still be dealt with. The eternal truth seeker used his principle of cause and effect to intervene and turn the time-space gate on the 45th floor into the ruins of the God of Justice, a condition to help Yu Il-shin, who fell into the trap of destruction. God and took away the balance of the God of Justice. While I was celebrating the wedding, I received news that Mr. Yu Il-shin was caught in a trap. Esmeralda said that they must have been in danger. He worriedly said, yes, I think he really needs help. She bowed her head and smiled, saying, even if I asked you to stay, you would still go, right? I said that helping him is the most important thing of all. I will wait for you, wait until you help. Yu-shin climbs to the top of the tower. Please come back soon. He touched and said, I can't guarantee, but I will definitely return, then teleported to my side. He said, I'm here. Yu Il-shin turned around and said, I-ho, you're here, but, now you're the same height as I am. I-ho said, didn't you make me taller with the holy power? The person who sought the eternal truth in the fragment of God used the principle of cause and effect to summon him. The current location has changed to the 45th floor of the warrior tower. His body size will be automatically adjusted. Correction. I think I understand. What is this nameless god? I-ho said we have to destroy these guys first. Yu Il-shin hesitated to speak up, but, hey, can I borrow your soul armor for a moment? I've had all my holy power sealed. The other person happily replied, of course, it was originally yours. He thought to himself that it would be bad to take back what was given to him, but this was an emergency situation. Then fight side by side with your followers. After defeating all the monsters, he immediately said he knew they weren't that strong, then walked up to the statue and said, so you're the final boss. I'm not a patient person, come right away. The statue of God shook, the sound echoed wherever there was light, there was darkness, where there was life, there was death, where there was creation, there was destruction, everything was fair. Equal, but when creation disappears, only destruction remains, turning it into a monster that devours everything in the world. Yu Il-shin, as predicted, you have inherited the blood and protection, his protection, but it won't change anything. In front of an enemy who possesses overwhelming power, you will realize how useless you are. He glanced at the appearance of the two demon gods, thinking that this is, even if the appraisal window does not appear, he can still feel how strong their holy power is. Both are great demon gods, monster of greed and deceit, and the ruler of the abyss. Could it be that these demon gods are enemies coming to destroy me? Said the ruler of the abyss. We only want one thing from you, and that is for you to bring here the little god who killed and took away the power of our apostle right in front of us. The monster of greed and deceit continued. We will only be satisfied after devouring every last drop of that bastard's blood. The king shouted loudly, don't give me orders, I'm only shaking hands with you because it's necessary, I'm not your subordinate. He knew that he was the emperor, the Iron Blood Emperor and the god of Antria. He especially despised and wanted to kill Yu Il-shin. Yu Il-shin frowned and thought, why is Antria's king there, and is he allied with them? What is his plot? And the ruler of the abyss said indignantly, how shameless you are, Antria's new servant. He shouted to shut up, and after delivering what was promised, go away. She shouted loudly at the arrogant idiot, how dare you, a maggot like you who has only just become a god wants to die. He glared and said, if you harm me, you won't be able to kill Yu Il-shin. I said it before, we are allies. She tried to regain her composure. It was true, but he was right, it was true that it would be difficult for us to destroy Yu Il-shin if the trust between us was broken. The monster of greed and deceit is pleased to say that he has the spirit to fulfill his great desire, which is also true. Very good, mortal man, you should feel honored when we give you a little saintliness. Power away, then transferred his holy power to the Iron Blood Emperor. The eyeless god's exclusive notification system had been activated, and the Yu Il-shin quickly looked through the emperor's biography. A long time ago, one day, a giant dome suddenly appeared at the temple. It called itself the Guidance Circle, and dozens of people were chosen to be brought into the dome by a certain god. Determined. The people brought here were confused and asked each other where we were. At that time, their bodies were reduced to the size of a thumb. The notification system lets them know congratulations on being chosen as God's seed. During this time, the Iron Blood Emperor was just a child. He was afraid and cried in his mother's arms. His mother kindly said it was okay, honey, don't worry. The system announces that the tutorial round has begun. The last survivor can become a good god or evil god depending on their own abilities, until there is only one last person left. 239 hours have passed in 50 minutes since the tutorial started. There are now 3 survivors left in the tutorial. The man forcefully pushed the mother and child towards the monsters and shouted, "Damn it, you're going to die anyway, so you better go get that damn ant's attention, you've already done it." Getting stuck dragging that useless boy along, the strongest man, the fireman, threw the child and his mother as bait for the bug. And at that moment, he used all his strength to swing his fist into the beetle's lower jaw, the fire of the god of destruction. The fireman sacrificed his right arm and killed the beetle. The system announces that 240 hours have passed since the tutorial round started. There are currently 2 survivors left in the tutorial round. The man angrily shouted something, "I killed them all, why are there still 2 people left?" Not to mention that egg is also counted as a survivor. The egg moved and cracked open. The system displays an information stream. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the parasitic little god's authority given by the great demon god at the speed of light. You have successfully entered the parasitic state, activated the nurturing skill. Maturity is the skill to absorb the abilities of the target that has been devoured by you. What does the man say? What does the little parasite mean? Don't tell me that, incompetent brat. In fact, inside the egg that had survived to the end, the child that had been eaten along with its mother had become its parasite at the speed of light, the incredible vitality of someone who had just been blessed by the great demon god. That child is the current emperor of Antria. It stepped closer and closer to the man, making him scared and stammering, "I'm sorry, let me make it up to you somehow." It raised its hand to use the fire of the god of destruction, obtained from the power, and at the same time burned that man to death. The system now confirms there is 1 survivor remaining in the tutorial round. The tutorial round will now end. The Iron Blood Emperor said that the bastard caused mother and I to end up like this. I will never forgive them. God, I will swallow that too. Then the emperor began to absorb his power of the native gods of Antria with his nurturing and parasitic skills, and created his own empire, until Yuil Shin appeared. The Iron Blood Emperor was not very pleased and said he couldn't believe that I couldn't control Gayu-Mi because of that bastard Yuil Shin. If only I had eaten Anti and Ilio, then I could have truly become a god. Do you agree, Yuil Shin? Then returning to reality, he glared at Yuil Shin and asked, "How long are you going to keep peeking? Don't you feel it's a bit unfair? The power that I gained by being a mere bug, you can easily gain by just playing with a phone. The cruel insect lord has requested a festival for you. What do you think?" This is exactly what the Nightmare Lady said would happen. She had said that moreover, the little god would continue to come to him for another god's festival. Soon, that person had borrowed power from the monster of greed and lies and the ruler of the abyss. He thought about it. She said he was still weaker than me. I couldn't help it, I couldn't choose when being asked by someone of lower status. The festival of God between the cruel insect lord and Yuil Shin was established. The title of War of Slaughter and Madness was attached to the cruel insect lord and Yuil Shin. The Iron Blood Emperor said, "Just wait, Yuil Shin, once I absorb all the holy power of the great demon gods, I will take your head myself, don't die before then." Suddenly Yuil Shin woke up after those words. He heard, "I-ho, Sir Yuil Shin, please run away. Isn't this the voice of number 1? He thought, "Yes, I am now. I tried to kill you before you woke up, but it seems you were able to escape the dream faster than I thought." Did he think it was a dream? At that time, this guy used a skill on me. I-ho begged, "Please run away, he is too strong." The god of justice shouted to shut up, "No one will escape from here." Yuil Shin rushed forward to block I-ho from saying, "Here, I will be the one to kill you." However, he was knocked aside. He thought he was this powerful even though he was wearing spirit armor. I-ho said, "I will stop him here, you won't be able to lay a finger on him." The god of justice said, "You should also pay attention, most of your power has been sealed by their authority." Yuil Shin stood up with his hands and said, "Listen, number 1, no one is allowed to kill my follower in front of me. I will never run away, I would rather die than ever run away." Yuil Shin's new exclusive notification system, God's little finger, has been partially activated. 95% of Yuil Shin's sealed power has returned. The sealing layer of the remnants of the God of Peace has destroyed by the effects of monopoly. He looked at his hand, the little finger of the star god, and he gradually felt his strength returning. Karma notification system transcendent holy force and subhuti have been detected, link has been confirmed, new user Yuil-Shin has been identified launch soul synchronization. Synchronization process is 999%, the spirit armor immediately reached the state of the ultimate divine armor. The god of justice asked what this outbreak of holy magic was about. Yuil-Shin said what else, you will die right now, then unleashed the spirit armor cannon and divine fist. The opponent shouted loudly, it was impossible, that bastard was sure, his strength. Iho surprised said that destructive power, who is really Sir Yuil-Shin? He turned around and said if it weren't for your help, I would have been in big trouble, thank you number 1. The system shows congratulations on successfully shooting level 45 of the Spacetime Challenge Warrior Tower, the ruins of the God of Peace, the next challenge will take place soon. The cough gradually disappeared, happily saying that I would also successfully pass the next challenge. Yuil-Shin smiled and replied okay, have a safe trip. I guess I should go back and at the same time return to reality. In his apartment, he thoughtfully looked at the treasure of the God of Peace's balance. It was an item of a deceased god, it had been used for 2.22 million years, special note it has been sealed. He thought he didn't understand what this was used for. Now just give it to Kang-gu, he's a regression fake, so he'll probably know something about this. The next news on the TV was about the Hunter War. Today the list was finally announced. The list of Korean representatives included Coach Gal Young-hyuk, Hunter Sung, Mina, Sung Miri and the last one is Sword Demon and Yuil-Shin. According to sources, Hunter Gal Young-hyuk received a huge shock. After losing his spirit armor, he discovered expressed that he could not participate as a player, so he volunteered to be a coach. Yuil-Shin is right, what Gal Young-hyuk said, oh well, they added my name to the list of representatives, that's right, I showed them the ability that only S-level or higher levels can have. Well, but I still need to prepare for the Emperor's Festival of the Gods. How about bringing the war helmet to the Hunter War? That's a good idea. Also, knowing exactly when the Emperor will call would be good. How much do you know, my dear? The endless god of wealth said that it would take 2 to 6 months for him to absorb all the power from the two great gods. He said it's Mr. Endless. The nightmare silently crept up, advising him to give up the gradual promotion and go straight to the Emperor to deal with it. He said no matter what, I will still face the Emperor, so don't worry, whether it's a good god or a bad god, I will do what I want, so never mind. Suddenly the doorbell rang. He said, who is coming at this hour? At the same time, he stood up and walked towards the door and said here. He opened his eyes, opened the door and asked who it was, and saw the worried faces of Pig Treo and Miss Miri. The hanging pig said Teacher Yuil-Shin, I came to ask you a favor. After they entered the house and heard the story clearly, he got angry and said something, Bong Sheik. She said yes, he just appears next to me whenever he wants. Yuil-Shin asked don't tell me he used teleportation. She replied yes, he keeps asking me to date him, but I hate him because of his arrogance. So I told Miri, and she said you can help me. Yuil-Shin angrily said how dare he do that to my student, Bong Sheik, this guy is brave. He thought to himself that since he was my follower, one scolding would be enough, but first I had to give him a beating to calm him down. Just do it in that order. Suddenly there was an announcement that 3 dangerous S-class monsters had appeared, warning hunters of S-class or higher. Please gather at the location closest to you. Miri immediately reacted to the 3 S-class monsters, teacher, hurry up. Yuil-Shin said wait, this place is right in front of the teacher's door, then looked out the window. Stephen Choi is blocking the beast saying the fastest person is me, the ruler of time and space. In the media, breaking news, S-class monsters have spread throughout Seoul. Stephen Choi looked straight into the camera lens and winked and said, Miss Hyo Jio, look at me, look cool and strong. Yuil-Shin stood up and said he looked really sexy, was he still a student or something? Miss Miri, could you lend me your helmet for a bit? She replied yes, and at the same time gave him the helmet. He put it on his head and said I could handle all 3 of them myself, so you 2 should wait here. At this point, Stephen Choi glared at you and said you're the one, you monsters. But before he could attack, Yuil-Shin rushed forward with a blow that defeated the monster before his eyes. He thought wait, those monsters I'm going to catch. Suddenly Yuil-Shin turned back and threw a punch to attack him. He was hit and fell back saying who are you? You dare to attack the ruler of time and space. Yuil-Shin said how dare you bother my students, come on, let me hit you again, then I'll tell you. I quickly used the teleportation skill, then looked around and wondered where this is. It was so urgent that I didn't care where I would teleport to, isn't this the building? It's okay, if I'm not mistaken, this place is 10 kilometers away from the previous place. Oh my god, I didn't expect that I could teleport that far. Does that mean I broke another limit? I'm afraid of my talent. Always my ability. The young man behind him spoke up. Dear Bong Sheik, do you still think like a high school student? He looked up and said he chased me all the way here. Who are you anyway? Yuil Shin took off the helmet's visor, showed his face and said it was me. I heard you were interested in my pig hanging in my house, right? I thought we needed to talk a bit, but who would have thought that suddenly the object reappeared? He stammered at that. Yuil Shin said, so do you want to get spanked before we talk? He used the teleportation skill again. Yuil Shin said it's really annoying. Meanwhile at headquarters, the secretary informed Li Jitae of the news. He said it was easier for them to defeat him than we thought. She replied that they said Stephen Choi was the first person present because he had the ability to teleport, and there was also a mysterious person wearing a helmet. He asked, are they the two who defeated the S-class monster? She replied yes, and it looks like they have moved to the Parliament building. Meanwhile, Yuil Shin kept chasing Stephen Choi, causing him to panic and beg them to please stop. He said there's no use running, come here, I'll beat you until your high school sickness is cured. The other person replied that I was wrong, I'm sorry, I won't do that again. Suddenly the monster noticed the two of them, raised its foot and stomped on it. Stephen Choi quickly dodged to the side, thinking that he had the ability to teleport, so he could dodge. Is Yuil Shin dead? At this moment, Yuil Shin's whole body was covered in dust and said, I understand, you're also looking forward to death, right? Then share your super iron body skill. Okay, I'll give you your satisfaction first, you bastard. He rushed forward and swung his fist to attack and said die. The monster was killed instantly. The press reported that S-class monsters suddenly flooded Seoul today. However, S-class hunters Yuil Shin successfully eliminated them and attracted the world's attention. Suddenly the phone rang. You pressed the connect button. The other end said, Mr. Yu, have you received the Korean beef we sent? We look forward to cooperating with you. He said thank you for sending me things, then thought to myself that my novel is in the top 10 in the world so they treat me differently. The other person replied, oh my god, of course we have to send it to you. If you can get the top 1 position, we will send more. He said send more stars, I will try my best, then thought to myself okay, 5 fingers is done. If he says so, I will send the manuscript right away. The other end of the line happily said yes, thank you. He hung up the phone and thought his writing speed had increased very quickly since he became a loyal servant, to a completely different level. His niece asked, Uncle, it seems you have become a famous author. Let me show it off to my friends. He said really, then you invite your friends to have a haircut and tell them I'll give you an autograph. 2 times were added to increase to 3.000 S-class sacrifices to increase his writing ability. S-class sacrifice with 3,000 10,000ths, transcendent power. Increase writing ability by 850. What does he think? My S-class tribute has reached 3,000 after killing that Ori. Oh well, my writing skills have increased, and I also have clones, 2 new clones. In addition, recently it is possible to summon 2 clones at the same time, so I will summon them too. Good luck. A red light shined throughout the room. The niece asked, Uncle. He looked at the 2 clones that appeared and asked if they were 2 people, thinking that they looked exactly like him when he was a child. The little girl jumped on his shoulder and said, you've transformed into 2 more people. Because you're an S-level hunter, you have this ability. One of the 2 clones said destruction, making him wonder what he was saying. He said cancel, at the same time his stomach growled. The girl said he must be very hungry. Uncle, let's go eat a hamburger, his stomach is boiling. He said so what, then let's go eat hamburgers. And the 3 of them went out to eat together. He looked at 3 Shin who was eating greedily and thought, okay, then the person with the mole on his forehead will be 3 Shin, and the person holding the pen will be 4 Shin. 4 Shin said he was busy so he returned to his body. He remembered the 4th Sin's greeting to his niece, little girl, we will see each other more often when the 4th Sin's divine power increases. The little girl obediently replied yes, goodbye. He wondered what their abilities were, even though there was an evaluation window that appeared when he named them. U3 Shin, a seed of the god of destruction that had been used for many years. Writing special noted only knows how to say the word destruction. Do 4 Shin, a seed of the creator god that has been used for many years. Special note always carries a fountain pen. How the hell did he think that the 2 excellent seeds of the gods became his? Suddenly there was a news report that an S-class monster had invaded Gangdong district. All residents in the surrounding areas were evacuated to the nearest shelter. The people are buzzing about another S-class monster. Does that mean the world is about to end? While everyone ran away at the sight of the monster, Yuil Shin turned to his niece and asked Sung-dan, "Do you think monsters are scary?" The little girl innocently replied no, because uncle was here. He raised his hand and said yes. "Wait a minute, I will handle it," powerful index finger. While he had not yet launched his move, the third Sin stood up and said destroy, and at the same time completely devoured the monster, causing people to panic in disgust that the child had just destroyed an S-class monster. He ate the monster. That thing, has it turned into a monster? Haven't the hunters come here yet? Isn't that a S-level hunter? But what is he doing with that monster boy? Tamsin glared at the people around him unsympathetically and said destruction. They said in panic and fear. So, will it eat us too? Yuil Shin felt a bit awkward, thinking if I don't handle it properly, it'll be a lot of trouble. Then she hugged Tamsin, smiled and said to everyone, "This hunter is my student, he won't harm anyone." Tamsin looked at him and said destruction. The group immediately ran away. Destruction, wasn't that what the boy said when he shot the laser? Let's run. The atmosphere around them was extremely lonely. He thought they had all run away, but what was that just now? It had just used the aura of destruction to swallow the monster. The almighty heavenly sword was swinging his sword while saying that those brats must be taught properly from a young age. The nightmare silently crept in advising him not to raise such a scary creature, and to kill it immediately. Even though it is the seed of the god of destruction, it can become a useful person if it is taught properly. He thinks endless wealth, that may be true, but it's still better to destroy it immediately. Tamsin looked at his image becoming increasingly blurry and said destruction. He noticed and said it was gone. Don't say sir, what's wrong? Tamsin said destruction, while gently patting her head. The little girl happily said okay, little uncle, come and play with me next time, she said destructively, her face changed from frowning to gentle, as if agreeing to her request. What the hell was he thinking? How could they communicate with each other? At Yuil Shin's house, he thought. After all, Tamsin's ability is not ordinary. If I can use it properly, maybe I can defeat the Emperor in the Festival of the Gods. U3 Shin Notification System. Special note, Sung-dan's kind heart has tamed the dark energy. He liked the burger that Sung-dan recommended. Try feeding him 10 more burgers a day. It might be better than you expected. He thought that contrary to the concerns of the Silver Tongue group, it seemed that Tamsin's dark energy had gradually been purified, or in other words, Tu Sin's abilities were still a mystery. The fountain pen he kept bringing with him looked suspicious. A new mission has been created. The mission is to create a blockbuster that will make the whole universe explode, captivating followers with a moving performance. He said it seemed like I read it wrong, it told me what to do. The system announces that you will now be transported to the battlefield of the Galactic Empire. What did he say, so suddenly? Wait, I still have to negotiate with the king during the Festival of the Gods. However, he immediately teleported to the battlefield of the Galactic Empire. The people there noticed his appearance, looked back and said, that person. The director ran over and happily said, you finally arrived, sir. He said yes, hello. Others say it's him, right, the god who saved the queen. Yes, the queen was quite desperate, so you sent a letter to him. He's the only actor who can replace you. Number 1, the left because of the warrior tower. The director took his hand and warmly said, I'm very happy to meet you in person. This movie will introduce Mr. Number 1's great opponent, but that day was left because of the warrior tower. He shook his hand and thought, so I'm number 1's replacement, how dare these people, then said never mind, I'm very busy now, you guys go find someone else. The other person held his hand and begged urgently, please, just this once, I promise to turn you into a cosmic star. He thinks the star is the size of the universe. Monkey, you think those words can fool me? He said if you don't let me go, don't blame me for not warning you. The Galactic Empire's citizen notification system was shocked by the news that Yuil Shin had accepted the male lead role in a movie produced by the Empress. The number of potential followers of Yuil Shin was increasing rapidly. Yuil Shin's potential number of followers in the Galactic Empire is 252,528,828,404 and is still increasing rapidly. He said, Director, tell me how many people the Galactic Empire has. The other party replied, now, about 50 billion people. Why are you asking? He licked his lips thinking that the total population is more than 50 trillion people. If there is just one news about me, I can earn 250 billion potential followers, so if I can get these fans to say I news on the day of love. He changed his attitude and said let's do it, I will sign the contract right here, right now, I will be as enthusiastic as possible. Does he think that means he can get 1 billion followers? The publisher called him and said hello, I know this is a very important time, but I just wanted to ask if your writing is okay. He said I'm filming now. No, I'm taking a break now for personal reasons. He thought he couldn't believe that he was in outer space and still being reminded of his novel's deadline. The other end of the line asked why, what personal reason? He said please post a notice that I will be taking a short break for personal reasons, that's it, goodbye. The other person is enthusiastic. Take a break, please wait a moment. He quickly hung up. The director turned around and said actor Yu Il-shin, now we will shoot the next scene. He thinks his novels are important, but right now the future of the Earth is his priority. The camera recorded the scene of the heavenly demon holy sword slashing down. The director said okay, cut, next we will film the fight scene of gentleman number 1, so please get ready. He said I understand, then put on his costume. The director asked you what you think. This prop was made by me, so it's very easy to use. He's right, it's very easy to move. The system offers the choice of Saintis and Tai and the people of Gayumi Kingdom have created a golden idol, do you want to accept? He said this in T, what is this? She replied it is a golden statue, please accept it, Sir Yu Il-shin. He thought that since she discovered Arachne's gold mine, she was still wondering what to do with it. They all gathered just to make that golden statue for themselves, but what if it was real gold? Its price would be, I accepted the statue, purely out of sincerity, certainly not for money. How could I have the heart to refuse? In T's sparkling eyes. The system announced that the number of golden idols of greed created was 9. He thought wait, why did the name change from golden idol to golden idol of greed? The system says, create 300 golden idols of greed, and an extraordinary miracle will happen. He thinks it's not a small miracle, but extraordinary. I feel a bit sorry for them, but still. Then he said, can you make 291 more statues? She replied of course, we will work hard to make them and offer them to you. He smiled and said yes, thank you very much. He thought to himself, I don't know what will happen after I receive 300 more statues. About 10 days later according to the earthly calendar. He put his hand on the back of his head and thought, today is the last day of filming. On Earth, it must have been 10 days, but time here passes 4 times slower, so we only lasted 40 days. The war between workers. The hunt has already begun. The round of 16 is currently underway. On the Korean side, U3 Shin, Do4 Shin, Sungmi Na and Sungmiri have advanced to the round of 16. Luckily, my clones can participate in the Hunter War, and I have to admit that if I participate myself, I may not do as well. He remembered that he had stopped by the office of the president of the Hunter Federation. Li Ji-tae said I'm afraid you still have the ability to clone, it doesn't matter, as long as your clones are on the same level as you. He said please don't worry, their fighting power is also great. At the end of the flashback, he smiled and thought more, his side will probably soon reach 1,000 billion followers, because we filmed a great movie. The system reports that the security system has finished creating 300 golden idols of greed. He was surprised and said that nothing had been completed yet. There is an announcement that Auntie's gold is an object containing the divinity of an unknown god. If you offer 300 golden idols to that unknown god, an extraordinary miracle will happen. Do you want to offer 300 golden idols to an unknown god? He thought of course there's no way I'm going to miss an extraordinary miracle. Is he really surprised? Am I wrong? The mission to promote the great god is underway. S-level followers have a 310th chance of becoming transcendent. Add 300 golden idol of greed, donate the golden idol of greed to the unnamed god, making them S-class believers, capable of becoming transcendent. From now on, just have for each golden idol of greed created, the progress number will add 1. He silently exclaimed oh my god, I don't know who you are, but thank you very much. So I can soon defeat both the emperor and the god. At the same time in Antria, the monster of greed and deceit and the ruler of the abyss said it's time, Emperor, quickly kill that little god and offer him to us as a sacrifice. The Iron Blood Emperor in his new form said finally, this moment has come, Yu Il-shin. At this moment, Yu Il-shin is attending the movie press conference. Space is not only a movie but also a legendary masterpiece that will forever stand the test of time, about the brave main character and the guardian god. Yu Il-shin's skillful acting and touching performance have made people constantly ask questions about his next projects, whether Yu Il-shin will become the god of cinema. Photo no. He thought that as soon as the movie was released, it took the top spot in theaters. Looks like I also have acting talent. He raised his hand and said hello everyone, I am Yu Il-shin. First of all thank you everyone for giving so much love to the god of space. The audience participating in the movie press conference booed him, encouraging him to be so cool. He thought that the fans who are here are not the only ones who are paying attention to him, there are also those who are watching the broadcast. I need to take this opportunity, right now. He said I would like to inform everyone that the Space Gods 2 project will soon enter the production stage, and I will still play the main character. Once it is released, we will guarantee the movie. This movie will bring a much more interesting experience than Space God 1. Everyone, do you believe that the next movie will also be successful? If yes, then please say I believe in you, Il Shin. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly fell silent. He tensed up, thinking it couldn't be done. After all, this wasn't some kind of fanaticism, so how could they believe it? Suddenly a young woman said, I'm here, I believe in you, my love. Other people also started to react. I believe in you too, baby, I believe too, I believe in you baby, I believe too, fighting, baby brother. The system currently shows that the total number of civilian believers in the Galactic Empire is 652,331,352,604. The total number of S-class believers with the ability to become transcendent currently in the Galactic Empire is 2,254. He thought it was 652 billion. I also had some expectations, but this is much more than what I thought, and there are even S-level followers. I thought there would be 1,000, or even 10,000, but at this rate it will probably be okay. On the yacht, he looked at his phone and thought, just a few more fan signings, then I can become a great god, and I can return to Earth, and since number 1 entered the tryout. The challenge of the void on the 46th floor has not yet seen number 1. The 46th floor is a space filled with darkness, and I heard that it is a place where people can only use their mental strength to resist. If it were me I probably wouldn't be able to do it. No, instead I want to know if there's anything I can do to help. The system asks the question number 1 is asking to share the Eyeless God's eyes skill. Do you allow it? He thought. Of course, let me help you, number 1. Iho on the 46th floor said Sir Yu Il Shin allowed skill sharing. I can finally see the front. He saw the Abyss playing chess. It looks like they've all been defeated. It's useless, but there's no need to worry, because there are still a lot of pieces left. He looked at the chessboard. There was a piece that looked a lot like Mr. Yu Il Shin. He said it was Mr. Yu Il Shin. He wondered what kind of monster that guy was. Was he an enemy of Mr. Yu Il Shin? He said with a wild laugh. This time I'm looking forward to seeing whether you can make us happy or not. Do you feel the same way? The stupid apostle who borrowed the eyes of the eyeless god. Ilio was oppressed by pressure and knelt on the ground, unconvinced. Bastard, what did you do? It says a lowly creature like you should not be standing in front of me. Is this karma caused by the god of destruction? Okay, you also deserve to know my name. See here, instinct of destruction. Information system for Yu Il Shin. The eyes of the blind god will look over the history of the Abyss Dragon. Originally it was simply a piece of meat cut from the god of destruction by the white-armored knight, but through the ages, it was like a bird coming out of its shell, a giant dragon, wearing a crown on its head born from that piece of flesh. That was the birth of the Abyss Dragon. It just followed its instincts and destroyed everything. No god or apostle could stop it, and so it devoured countless gods and their apostles. After thousands of years, it got his own wisdom. He exclaimed in boredom. The dragon, having gained reason, became bored, so he began to play. On a living planet, with people he led is capable of becoming a source of power that will later benefit it. It marks creatures with the symbol of the abyss so it can devour them when they become adults, and then, it gets bored and creates out another game, the God Maker, right on Earth. The abyssal dragon said, now do you understand? I am the only true apostle of the god of destruction, a god that the lowly humans call the abyss, and the one who brings them fear and hopeless. Iho replied, you saying the end of the world is simply your joke. Why? He said, don't you also breed and kill animals simply to satisfy your mouth? These two things are no different. My offering is already ripe. Surely my father will be very happy. Satisfied with this, once those who call themselves heroes have truly grown up, they will be swallowed up by us along with the earth, and then this world will only be barren same wilderness. Iho chuckled, that's really ridiculous. Okay, surely you are very strong, so strong that you can swallow the whole earth at will, but this time it won't be easy, because our god Mr. Yu Il Shin is here. Yu Il Shin observed the developments through the phone screen and thought he knew right away. The Abyss Dragon was still alive, but it could choose its own time to appear. They were definitely plotting something. Is it possible that the festival of the gods between me and the Emperor is also planned? If that's true then, well, if the Abyss appears then the Earth will also perish. I have to get strong quickly before that happens. To do that, we have to defeat the Emperor first. The director said we'll go to the signing location next, Mr. Yu Il Shin. He said okay, then he decided, now I have to quickly increase the number of normal followers and S-level followers as much as possible, but before that I have to check this, the number of my followers. on Earth has increased thanks to the activity of the clones. Now surely, so the Whip and Sasaki have met in the semifinals. Why, then the remaining side will be, finally the clones of We also met. At the match, the operator said then we will start the match between Whip Hunter and Sasaki. He said it finally started. Huh, what was that? The system announced that the Blind God's Eye's exclusive power had been activated. In another turn, the monster of greed and lies repeats what you just said. The Iron Blood Emperor said, I said, the strength you gave me is not enough. The ruler of the abyss shouted at someone like you who doesn't know any rules. How dare you arrogantly criticize the power given to you? The Iron Blood Emperor said that this amount of power is nothing. That's why, quickly hand over all your divine power to me. She frowned and asked what you said. The monster of greed and deceit said, this bastard, a lowly trash who dares to defame a higher god, die. The ruler of the abyss hastily stopped you. You can't kill him. We still need him for revenge. When it's all over, I'll swallow him. I'd rather go to Earth myself even if I have to. Despite the consequences and having to pay the price with divine power, the god of destruction will soon come to Earth. We must wipe out the Earth before meeting him. Suddenly the monster of greed and lies screams, this bastard is in my body. She asked, what, inside your body? Suddenly he bit her shoulder hard, causing her to scream in pain. Bastard, are you crazy? He shook his head and said, it's not what I meant. The Iron Blood Emperor used the believer's skill-sharing skill, then devoured the monster of greed and deceit. The ruler of the abyss said in dismay that it was impossible. How could a stronger god give in so easily? He said, it's your turn now, and at the same time attacked her. She said, you bastard, are you planning on repaying kindness with resentment? What does he say? The law of the evil god says that the strong will devour the weak, and the weak will die. She fiercely fought back, saying I couldn't die like some lowly prey. He said behind her, then kicked her in the back. He continued, try to defeat me with that predictable fighting style. Surely the great gods are nothing special. She opened a barrier around him and said, you've been fooled. I'll put all my divine power into this move and die. While trying to devour him, she said, even if I have to die, as long as I have to die. You, the Emperor, will die with me if you die. He quickly devoured her strength and flesh and said that with all his strength, you could only do so much, that pathetic little spark. Her remnant soul said, how can he withstand my fire? He said, I will let you admire the fire from this body as the last gift. Taste your moves for yourself. Swallowing skills. The notification system has finally received the title of Great God. Congratulations on completing the final tutorial. He said he had completed this arduous training course. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The system informs you that because you have completed your training, you are free from it. Do you want to return to Earth? He could say, it's time for us to reset the score, Yu Il-shin. Looking at the situation, Yu Il-shin thought the Emperor could kill a great evil god, so that gate would lead the Emperor back to Earth, so that's why the god's eyes were blind. Activated, it seems like the other hunters can't see that gate. I haven't become a minister yet, but I have to go back immediately. If this keeps up, everyone will die. Alarm system, you have successfully returned to Earth. At this time, the Iron Blood Emperor glared and asked the Abyss Dragon, who are you? Meanwhile, the semi-finals of the Hunter War were taking place, and the Abyss Dragon saw the signal sent back saying that you gave me a warm welcome. The Iron Blood Emperor asked you, what's wrong? He said he didn't expect that you could swallow a great evil god. I was so touched. In the end, all the lives and divine power that had to be sacrificed to create the training course were well rewarded. You are my only successful, most talented child. He said, what are you talking about? Are you the bastard who created that training course? It replied, yes, I am the Abyss, the one who created you, and an apostle of the god of destruction, seeing you return safely like this. He attacked it, angrily saying, you locked us in that damn training course. Are you also the one who killed my mother? You damn bastard, how dare you use a puppet? This bastard, I knowing you are hiding somewhere on Earth, I will definitely find and kill you in the most painful way, and finally I will avenge my mother. He received a message that the god of war, the war of carnage and madness, is looking down on you. He said, I had to show you this shameful appearance, god of war. The god of war, carnage and madness, says that he wants the blood and soul of the young god according to the covenant he made with you. He said exactly as the god of war said, I have received the blessing to reclaim your life, but I also don't understand why they want such a young god. I will definitely behead you. Love and offer it to you as a sacrifice. He left for the Hunter War arena. How could the entire audience be surprised? Whip. Sasaki said, this even worse than I imagined. Everyone was so excited that it was surprising that the one who was supposed to be the strongest warrior had to bow to a Japanese rookie, Sasaki. U3 Shin was about to rush forward, his eyes filled with hatred, and said destroy, but was stopped by Du4 Shin. No, because he was probably an apostle of an evil god, he couldn't kill him right now. U3 Shin says destruction. Du4 Shin said with a serious face that Sasaki, he just did something very dangerous. Whip said that power could only be borrowed from an evil god. I don't think someone like you has that kind of power. Sasaki replied, you've said too much, do you want to die right here? Whip said of course not, evil must be destroyed immediately. Sasaki raised his sword and said this time I will really kill. Suddenly darkness enveloped, the Iron Blood King stepped on the head of the Sasaki in the whip. The audience stood still and asked each other what was that, wait, isn't that a monster? He said I have a question for you, my enemy, where is Yu Il Shin? Urgent announcement made to all spectators, please evacuate immediately, the monster that just arrived is an SSS-level monster, the same level as the Abyss Dragon that appeared. They were panicking at the same level as the Abyss Dragon, running quickly, quickly. The alarm goes off again, I'll say it again. Du4 Shin said is that the Emperor? No, that's not the Emperor before, I felt there was another source of energy, now I have to stop him, in the meantime you have to quickly return there, main body. The Iron Blood Emperor glared and said I will ask again, where is Yu Il Shin now? Sasaki thinks he's looking for that guy who made it to the semifinals, what does he want with that guy? His sword. A cold voice rang out, slash the Emperor. He stood up thinking the sword was being screamed by the monster of greed and deceit. If so, then swung the death scythe and slashed towards the Iron Blood Emperor. The Iron Blood Emperor said that with the power of a dead evil god, what can you do? Destroy, fire god, kill Sasaki in just one blow. Du4 Shin thought, a great god cannot be this strong. Can I stop him? No, I have to hold out and wait until the main body comes, then step up and say he found me, you annoying insect. The Iron Blood Emperor turned around and said, here you are, come quickly. Du4 Shin uses the god's middle finger to judge. Is that all the Iron Blood Emperor said? U3 Shin quickly rushed forward to destroy, and at the same time coordinated attacks on monsters. The S-class hunters also rushed to help. Choi Kang-sang said that guy is like a dragon of the abyss, quickly use all your strength to take him down. The Iron Blood Emperor smirked at the flies and mosquitoes. Then he hid, making everyone flinch. He disappeared, where could he run? He attacked them all with just one move, laughing, who would have thought you were so weak, it seems I was worried about white teeth, Choi Kang-sang, now you will become a sacrifice to the god of war. Suddenly, a notification appeared that Choi Kang-sang had appeared, and the god's festival would begin. Yu Il Shin said damn it, I had to attend an autograph signing in a faraway place so I was late. The Iron Blood Emperor held his face, which was swollen from receiving the punch from Yu Il Shin, angrily saying who? Yu Il Shin replied that you asked me who I am Yu Il Shin, the famous superstar throughout the galaxy, the one you were always crazy searching for, then using God's healing little finger to heal everyone. People? Seungmi Na thinks the healing ability is Yu Il Shin's. Du4 Shin said you finally came back, main body, but what's with that look? U3 Shin frowned and said destruction. Yu Il Shin asks if everyone is okay, don't worry, Yu Il Shin, am here to save everyone. Du4 Shin asked why do you talk like that, did your brain slip out of screws? U3 Shin said destruction in agreement. The Iron Blood Emperor gritted his teeth and thought that this bastard actually had the ability to clone himself. Du4 Shin asked him where he was going. Why did he come here now? Yu Il Shin whispered that I had to direct the studio a little, for the sake of becoming a minister. The other person had difficulty understanding what he was asking. The director called him and said ready, sir, the entire population of the great galaxy is watching your movie. Now, adjust your expression to look a bit more merciful and serious, starred head. He thought he was filming Outer Gods too, and everything here was being streamed live. The director said the outfit was great, even though it was partly due to my special effects, but he really looked like a god. The system notified that there are 772,331,352,604, 1 trillion ordinary believers, 11,104,131 in the Galactic Alliance, 5,015 10,000 S-class believers that could transcend, 91 in the Galactic Alliance. He wondered how crazy this director must be to want me to stream live, but it's very effective, the number of my followers is increasing rapidly. The Iron Blood Emperor asked, is my opponent from now on a clone? He then used pressure to stun everyone present. Choi Kang-sang thinks his power is so formidable that he can put pressure on even S-level hunters like this, truly on par with the Abyss Dragon, and he can even destroy all the hunters here. No, there is love, maybe there is still a chance. The Iron Blood Emperor said with satisfaction, that's right, there's no way my opponent could be that weak. If that's true, then why should I waste my time accumulating strength? The Great War God is watching, begins the festival of the god come on. Yuil Shin said from now on let me take care of it, everyone evacuate. The Iron Blood Emperor smiled and said this is not the time for you to worry about others. Sung Miri tell me teacher, this is too dangerous. The demon sword shouted loudly, showing that he did not want to leave, the sword god. Du Forshin stood up to block the Iron Blood Emperor's initial attack. Yuil Shin said good job Du Forshin. What the other person said is so disgusting, stop praising me. The Iron Blood Emperor looked at his severed hands and roared angrily these bastards. Before he could recover, Yu Three Shin launched an attack and said destroy.